Chapter 401 From today on, I have the final say in Black Crow City. My master will take revenge on me. Wang Defa covered his abdomen with pain on his face. The small sip of poison he drank had already begun to take effect. Black blood slowly flowed out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. What a poisonous water! Even the Crow King was a little surprised. He guessed it was a bottle of poison, but he didn't expect it to be so poisonous. It's only been a few seconds since I drank it, and I'm about to die? This is not possible. I still want to keep him as a hostage. For a moment, the Crow King was also anxious, and quickly poured the remaining magic power into Wang Defa's body to help him detoxify, come to life. As the magic power surged, Wang Defa coughed twice and spit out a large mouthful of black blood. Don't you just want to take me as a hostage? Don't think I don't know. Wang Defa showed a hint of sneer. Take your dirty hands away. I don't want you to save me. The Crow King slapped Wang Defa. Shut up. I must save you. Wang Defa was so beaten that his eyes were filled with stars. But he still said stubbornly, I don't want you to save me. Just let me die. Crow King gave him another big mouth. I have saved you. If a mere passerby passed by this place, he would definitely think that a drama about the domineering president's little wife was going on here. You too, what are you doing? The sound of the south wind came from the entrance of the alley. He just came flying all the way, leaving everyone else behind. Then Nafeng estimated where the Crow King would land and groped all the way to find it. As expected, the Crow King was really here. But what surprised Nafeng was that Wang Defa was actually with the Crow King. Both of them were lying on the ground, saying, I want to save you, and I don't want you to save me. I don't know what kind of playing they are doing. When Wang Defa heard the voice of the south wind, his face was filled with joy. Master, save me. Master, I am about to die. The Crow King's expression changed drastically, and he strangled Wang Defa's neck with his backhand. Don't come over, or I will kill him. You don't want your closed disciple to die like this, right? Boom! Nafeng raised Barrett and shot it, making a big hole in the Crow King's forehead. In your current state, what can you do to blackmail me? Nafeng could tell that the Crow King was at the end of his strength and could not stand firmly. Why should he threaten Nafeng with Wang Defa's life? Have you asked about Barrett in Nafeng's hands? Crow King's eyes widened, and his body gradually lost strength. All his life-saving means have been used up. This time, he really can't run away. It won't be long before you come to bury me with me. Crow King's eyes are full of malice. I'll be waiting for you on the road to H.L. After saying these last words, the Crow King kicked his legs and died. The Lord of Black Crow City died in his own Black Crow City. Ding! You kill Qin Xiuya and get 40% experience points. Money Duck? Is this the real name of the Crow King? The name is indeed a bit. Nafeng shook his head and didn't pay too much attention to the name. Instead, he glanced at his own panel. Crow King provided him with 40% experience. Nafeng's current level has reached 57% of level 34, which is less than half a level away from the level 35 mark. The experience provided by this Crow King is really high. Nafeng showed a satisfied smile. On the other side, Wang Defa crawled towards Nafeng with a mournful face. Master, help me. Master, I just drank the poison given to me by my second uncle. I'm dying. You unlucky kid. You can't drink whatever you want. Nafeng was speechless and quickly took out a handful of qi and blood fruit and stuffed it into Wang Defa's mouth. Then he released Eye of Insight and found that Wang Defa's health was still falling. The poison was indeed very poisonous. The Crow King helped him expel part of the poison, and Nafeng gave him a bunch of qi and blood fruits to eat. But Wang Defa's life could not be saved. In desperation, Nafeng had no choice but to open the teleportation formation and ask the Nani Suihan to come over in person. Suihan did not participate in the siege of Crow King just now because Su Zuran felt it was too dangerous. So he asked the wet nurse to stay in Nancheng. Now that the Crow King is dead, there is no danger. A white light flashed, and the choppy wet nurse Suihan walked out of the teleportation array. Wang Defa, who was lying on the ground, took a breath of air. Hiss! 2 words came to Wang Defa's lips, but he did not dare to say them. Suihan, with a cold face, waved his staff, and 2 rays of light, one gold and one white, fell on Wang Defa's body. The white light purified the toxins in his body, and the golden light healed his injuries. Wang Defa let out a comfortable moan. Is this done? Nanfeng raised his eyebrows and praised. He is indeed the #1 priest in Nancheng. Suihan glared at Nanfeng, his pretty face blushing slightly. Where are my brother and the others? Suihan asked. Oh yes, your brother and the others. Nanfeng suddenly remembered that Su Zuran and the others were still behind. It was almost time to enter the city now. Right? At this moment, there was a cry of killing from the direction of the city gate. A fight started? Nanfeng picked up the Crow King's body with one hand, took the wet nurse, and ran towards the city gate. Wang Defa hurriedly followed. Master, wait for me. Outside the city, Xiao Luo and others were fighting with the Black Crow Guard. Nanfeng's speed just now was so fast that the Black Crow Guard at the city gate didn't even react before he was rushed in by Nanfeng. Then military advisor Wencheng transferred 90% of the Black Crow Guards in the city, vowing to stop the remaining chosen ones from outside the city. At this time, on the city wall, military advisor Wencheng's face was very solemn. The dozen or so chosen ones outside the city are all very powerful. This group of Black Crow Guards under him are no match at all. Wencheng frowned, turned around and asked, Have you found Lord Crow King? There was a Black Crow Guard behind Wencheng, and he replied in panic, No, we haven't found it yet. Wencheng snorted coldly. Trash! I saw Lord Crow King flying back with my own eyes. How could I not find him? Keep looking. Without the Crow King in charge, the chosen ones from outside the city would sooner or later come in. No master in Black Crow City can stop them. Lord Crow King, where are you? Wencheng murmured in a low voice. The Crow King is here. Everyone stop immediately. Suddenly, a strong voice sounded. The two sides who were still fighting outside the city immediately stopped and separated. The Black Crow Guard stopped because they heard the words Lord Crow King. Everyone in Nancheng stopped and heard the sound of the south wind. For a moment, everyone near the city gate looked towards the direction where the sound came from. Nanfeng stood on the roof of a 3-story wooden building and threw the Crow King's body out with a wave of his hand. Snapped. The corpse drew a parabola and landed at the city gate, making a big hole in the ground. Everyone in Black Crow City stared wide-eyed. This is Lord Crow King. Oh my god. Lord Crow King was killed by the intruders. Lord Crow King is dead? How can it be? I do not believe. This must be an illusion. The scene fell into brief chaos. Everyone was talking about it and couldn't believe their eyes. Shut up. Everyone. Nanfeng's anger sank into his dantian, and he shouted loudly, silencing everyone. After a pause, Nanfeng saw everyone's eyes gathering again. And then he said, The Crow King is dead. A new king has arisen. From today on, this Black Crow City, I have the final say. Chapter 402. Your clothes are so beautiful. The Crow King is dead. When everyone in Black Crow City heard these words, they couldn't help but glance at the Crow King's body again. That is indeed the Crow King. The Crow King is really dead. Seeing that the scene had calmed down, Nanfeng spoke again and said, Those who want to survive, put down the weapons in your hands. Put your hands on your head. Squat in a row and don't move. Crow Guards, look at me and I look at you. But no one wants to be the first to lay down their weapons and surrender. Putting down weapons means letting others slaughter you. Who knows if these invaders will spare their lives? Military advisor Wencheng looked pale, but he quickly reacted and shouted, Don't listen to him. Lord Crow King was killed by him. Will he let us go? These invaders want to massacre the city. To lay down your arms is to die. As soon as Wencheng said this, some of the Black Crow Guards, who originally wanted to surrender, immediately gave up the idea. Nanfeng sighed, jumped onto the city wall, and walked slowly to Wencheng. The Crow King is dead. Why do you continue to fight against me? Nanfeng stared at Wencheng and said, Follow me. I will leave Black Crow City to you, and you will be the acting city lord of Black Crow City. Nanfeng didn't lie. That's what he really thought. He needs an aborigine to come to the front and help him manage Black Crow City. Because to people in this world, Nanfeng and the others are invaders. Invaders trying to take over a city? Isn't this a slap in the face of the strong man in this world? Wencheng looked indifferent and rejected the olive branch offered by Nanfeng. What a joke. Do you think you can rule Black Crow City? There are still 6 people as strong as Lord Crow King in Black Crow Peak. Want me to be the acting city lord? Then I will be the first to die. Of course, you won't live long. Just wait until you are buried with Lord Crow King. Before his death, the Crow King also said similar words, and also said that he would wait for the south wind on the road to the underworld. It turns out that he was waiting for the people from Black Crow Peak to avenge him. Nanfeng chuckled and said, "Are there still 6 people as strong as Crow King? Then do you know how many people are as strong as me?" Wencheng was stunned, looked at the chosen ones outside the city, and subconsciously asked, "How many more are there?" Nanfeng leaned close to his ear and whispered, 10 billion. 10 billion. Wencheng was shocked. There were so many intruders. Yes. These invaders are from other worlds. There are 10 billion people in one world. And there seems to be nothing wrong with them. Of course, this number was made by Nanfeng casually. In fact, the number of chosen ones is much less than this. Seeing that Wencheng had been frightened, Nanfeng continued, "Do you think the people from Black Crow Peak can stop so many of us chosen ones? Just follow me. I think you are a talent. So I advise you. You just need to prepare a batch of food for me regularly. You can manage Black Crow City however you want." Nanfeng's words really moved Wencheng's heart. When the Crow King was still there, Wencheng had many ideas and wanted to make Black Crow City better. But these ideas were ruthlessly rejected by the Crow King. The Crow King just wants to make more money. He doesn't care whether Black Crow City is good or not. Wencheng pondered for a moment and then spoke slowly, "You want me to be your puppet, right? Sure. No problem. But when the people from Black Crow Peak come, you must save my life." Nanfeng patted his chest and stretched out 3 fingers to point to the sky. "I say 4. As long as I am still here, no one can touch you." "I said so." "Ah." Wencheng lowered his head and smiled. Nanfeng's promise meant nothing to him. But can he say no? Cannot. Because Nanfeng had already put the muzzle of the gun on his head. As long as he dares to say a word no, he will immediately have to lie down with the Crow King. Wencheng didn't want to die yet, so he had no choice but to obey. Nanfeng patted Wencheng on the shoulder. "From today on, you are the new city lord of Black Crow City, and I will find 2 people to assist you. By the way, let's deal with the situation here. I'll lead the people to retreat first." After saying that, Nanfeng turned over and jumped off the city wall, waved to Xiao Luo and others, and ran wildly into the forest in the distance. "Master Military Advisor, why did those group of intruders escape? It scared me to death. I thought I would die here today." "Master Military Advisor, do we want to pursue him?" Wencheng had a cold face. "Chasing? You go after it." The Black Crow guard, who spoke, immediately shut his mouth and did not dare to say anything. On the city wall, Wencheng thought for a while and said in a deep voice, "Don't be afraid. I have driven away these intruders. Old dog, take Lord Crow King's body outside the city and bury it properly. All Black Crow guards with positions above squad leader must gather at the city lord's mansion." Wencheng brought the situation under control with just a few words. Next, he will slowly brainwash these Black Crow guards, turn them into his cronies, and regain control of Black Crow City. On the other side, Nanfeng led everyone in Nancheng into the forest. Everyone ran for a long way in the forest, and did not stop until they were sure it was safe. Wang Yuanming was a little puzzled. "Nanshan, what are we running for? Black Crow City doesn't want it?" Nanfeng exhaled and explained, "I can't have it for the time being. There is also a Black Crow Peak behind Black Crow City. There are 6 powerful men like Crow King in Black Crow Peak. It is too dangerous for us to stay in Black Crow City. At this stage, 6 Crow King level experts are enough to wipe out everyone in Nancheng." After a pause, Nanfeng continued, "I bribed the military advisor of Black Crow City, made him the acting city lord, and provided us with a batch of food on a regular basis. Let us uproot Black Crow Peak and come back to take over Black Crow City." After hearing this, everyone nodded. Xiao Luo twisted his neck. "Is everything okay now?" "It's okay. I'm going to hunt the ferocious beasts." Wu Yuanyuan and Su Ming looked at each other. "Let's go too. Otherwise the level will be lowered too much." Cheng Yam, "Oh well. I plan to go back to Nancheng first, and then go out to upgrade tomorrow." Everyone discussed for a while. Some wanted to go back to Nancheng, and some wanted to upgrade. Everyone separated here for the time being and went their separate ways. Nanfeng was originally planning to hunt ferocious beasts and strive to reach level 35 as soon as possible. But Sister Yuren suddenly sent him a message. "Yuren, Nanfeng's brother Xiaonan is back and said he has something to tell you." "Nanfeng, I don't have time to go back now. If you have anything to say, please convey it to her." "Yuren, Xiaonan said that she would tell you face to face." "Huh?" "Xiaonan took out an orange treasure box and asked you if you wanted it." "Nanfeng, tell her not to move. I'll be right back." Xiaonan has an orange treasure chest in her hand. This is a treasure chest that can unlock S-level equipment. Nathong was overjoyed and hurriedly took out the teleportation array and stood up. With a flash of white light, Nan Feng's tall and pretty figure appeared in front of him. Today she was wearing a black suspender skirt that barely reached the top of her thighs. She also had a black leg ring on each of her smooth white thighs. Yuren's strength seems to have improved, and there are vague fire elements surrounding his body, which is really beautiful. Nanfeng took a breath of air and sucked back the saliva from the corner of his mouth. He said, "Dear sister, where did you buy this clothes? So lovely." Chapter 403 Xiaonan leaves. My dear sister, your clothes are so beautiful. Where did you get them? Nanfeng was a little confused. Such modern clothes must not have been made by ferocious beasts. Yuren's eyebrows were filled with joy. Someone in the city has opened a clothing store, which also has men's clothing. Do you want me to accompany you to buy 2 pieces? Nanfeng suddenly realized how long it had been before even clothing stores were opened in World Zero. In a few months, maybe there will be a fried chicken and burger shop, a health massage shop, and a pedicure and foot spa shop. The future is promising. The future of Nancheng is very promising. Forget about buying clothes. My dragon song armor fits me perfectly. Nanfeng waved his hand and rejected Yuren's kindness. Where is Xiaonan? Where did this little girl go? Why don't you come out to greet me when I come back? Yuren pointed behind Zifeng. She has always been behind you. Nanfeng turned around and saw Xiaonan pouting and looking at Nanfeng with an unhappy expression. Xiaonan put on a very sad expression. You only have Sister Yuren in your eyes, and you can't see me at all. Nanfeng's expression condensed. What nonsense are you talking about? You are the most important in my heart. Quick, give me the treasure box in your hand. I will keep it for you. Whispering sound. Xiaonan pouted and threw the treasure box to Nanfeng. It's really an orange treasure chest. Nanfeng took a look with eye of insight and nodded with satisfaction. Xiaonan, where did you get this treasure box? I killed the level 40 golden rose spider, and it exploded. Xiaonan raised her head proudly and looked at Nanfeng through her nostrils. How about that? Am I awesome? Hiss. Xiaonan actually killed a level 40 beast alone? Nanfeng took a breath of air. They had only been separated for more than half a month. But Xiaonan was already so awesome. Who is the pet? Xiaonan was about to say something, but when she saw Yuren's presence, she hesitated. Yuren also knows how to observe people's emotions and quickly said, I suddenly remembered that I still have a lot of things to do. Brother Nanfeng. Xiaonan. You guys chat. I'll go out first. Nanfeng nodded slightly. Xiaonan waved her fat little hands twice. Goodbye. Sister Yuren. After Yuren left, Xiaonan said with a serious face, Brother, I might have to leave. Nanfeng was stunned. Let's go. Where are you going? There was a hint of confusion on Xiaonan's cute little face. I don't know either. But there was a voice in my mind telling me that it was time to leave here and find my true self. Find your true self. Nanfeng was silent for a moment. Did you remember something? Well, before I was sealed by Soyana, I left part of my power source all over the world. Xiaonan said softly. Do you still remember the life crystal in the coffin in Area 527? That's where my strength comes from. There is also the spider cave we went to together half a month ago. Deep in the cave, part of the source of power is also stored. When I absorb all the sources of power, I may be able to retrieve my past memories. Nanfeng was silent. He understood that Xiaonan was preparing to leave him. Leave Nancheng and go to the outside world. When children grow up, they really should go out for a walk. Nanfeng smiled and touched Xiaonan's head. Go ahead. I support you. Xiaonan nodded silently. Brother, please accompany me for a while. I want to teleport out of the fog. The two of them said nothing more and walked out of Nancheng and towards the mist. On the way, Xiaonan suddenly thought of something and said, By the way, brother, there are some secret techniques recorded in the ancient book. One of them, levitation technique, I think is quite practical. You only need to learn it after level 30 or above. You can fly. Nanfeng suddenly realized, no wonder. I'm just talking about why all those level 30 rookies outside can fly. Xiaonan told Nanfeng the description of levitation technique, word for word. Nanfeng smiled. This skill is good and can be learned as long as the level reaches the required level. Nancheng will be able to cultivate its own air force in the future. The two of them walked and talked all the way, and it took about half a day to reach the edge of the fog. In front of them was a vast fog. Bro, I'm leaving. Xiaonan pursed her lips. I may not come back for a long time. You can't forgive me. Nefeng smiled. What nonsense are you talking about? Go ahead. If you encounter any danger, remember to come back. The door to Nancheng will always be open for you. Xiaonan nodded heavily, raised a colorful stone, and ran into the mist with large strides. Goodbye, bro. Nanfeng watched Xiaonan walk into the fog until she disappeared. After a while, Nanfeng patted his head and said angrily, Oh, I am such a shabby. Xiaonan is so powerful. I should take her to overturn Black Crow Peak first. Why did my brain suddenly short-circuit? But it's useless to say that now. Xiaonan has entered the depths of the mist, and will probably be teleported to a certain corner of the world soon. Forget it. What kind of real man can you rely on an old girl? I can win Black Crow Peak myself. Nefeng took out the orange treasure box from his backpack, feeling very high-spirited. If another S-level equipment can be released, even if the blind man who knows how to play chess comes, Nefeng will still dare to fight him. Xiao Luo, open your teleportation array. Nefeng sent a message to Xiao Luo, and after a moment, he sent it. In the ancient forest, Xiao Luo, Su Ming and others who were on their way looked at Nefeng in confusion. Didn't you go back to Nancheng? What are you doing out here? Nefeng put on the lucky amulet and said, I am here to save my character. Take the first step. Bye. In the confused eyes of several people, Nefeng turned into a black shadow and disappeared from everyone's eyes. Black Crow Peak. Black Crow Peak does not refer to a single peak, but 7 very close peaks, collectively known as Black Crow Peak. It was dusk at this time, and at the foot of the main peak of Black Crow Peak, 2 black crows were patrolling. We call it patrolling, but in fact, we just wander around the main peak. In the past 10 years, no outsiders have dared to come to Black Crow Peak to run wild, which also led to the Black Crow generals not paying much attention to patrolling. Did you hear that? There is a new warrior in Enlihua City, and he looks like a water spirit. After this month's vacation, we will also go to Yua City for a tour. Hey, what's there to do? With our status, we won't be able to play Orin if we go there. It's all for the big shots. Also, I heard that the courtesan has been taken as a concubine by Lord Black King. The two of them talked to each other while patrolling. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed past them, bringing up gusts of wind that made them unable to open their eyes. Who dared to raid Black Crow Peak? A younger Black Crow general roared angrily, and prepared to call for support. Another older Black Crow general stopped him. Don't panic. That's just a nimble dog in the mountains. The little Black Crow took a closer look and saw that the black shadow just now was indeed a big dog. It spread its legs and ran wildly, all the way to the top of the mountain. Big Black Crow will speak. You just joined Black Crow Peak not long ago. You don't know yet, right? This big dog is Lord Black King's pet. He can enjoy himself in the mountains whenever he wants. Don't mess with him. The little Black Crow heard the words and nodded. The two continued to patrol the main peak of Black Crow Peak. The big dog ran all the way and soon reached the top of the mountain. There is a magnificent mansion on the top of the mountain. On the plaque at the door are written 3 characters: Black Prince's Mansion. The Black King. He is the true ruler of Black Crow Peak. The big dog jumped up high, climbed over the wall, and jumped directly into the Black King's palace. It opened its mouth and spit out human words, saying in a loud voice, Master, the Crow King is dead. Chapter 404 Mysterious River. The main peak of Black Crow Peak is the residence of Black King. In the main hall, the Black King, who was closing his eyes to rest, slowly opened his eyes. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. Who did it? Outside the door, the big dog was lying on the ground and said angrily, They are a group of intruders. Intruder? The Black King frowned, but quickly relaxed, calculating the time. The invader should indeed come. In our era, there is bound to be a bloody storm. With that said, the Black King stood up and walked out of the hall slowly. We can't let the intruders think that we are easy to bully. Let's go and kill them. There was a hint of greed in the big dog's eyes. I want a divine weapon. Black King nodded. Okay. Under the moonlight, a man and a dog walked slowly down the mountain. Their expressions were calm, as if they were going out to buy groceries instead of fighting. Strong strength is their confidence. When they were halfway down the mountain, Big Dog suddenly said, I heard from the spies that Yuan also visited Black Crow City some time ago. Oh, Earth Element? The Black King came with a hint of interest. Earth Yuan was here. And Tian Yuan must be here too. These two brothers would never act alone. The big dog scratched his head with his hind paws. Then why didn't they attack the intruder? Don't they want their natal magic weapon? How could the two brothers like one or two divine weapons? The Black King sneered. The two brothers were making a nest. They were going to use Black Crow City as bait to attract all the intruders, and catch them all in one fell swoop. Big Dog still doesn't understand. What's the use of killing so many intruders? Each creature can only have one divine weapon. The Black King chuckled and shook his head. People's hearts are complicated. How can you understand? The big dog rolled his eyes and said to himself, of course I don't understand. I'm just a dog. The Black King spoke again. Let's grab a few divine weapons before the two brothers close the net. We won't get involved in what happens next. The big dog nodded. One person and one dog took advantage of the moonlight to leisurely rush to Black Crow City. In Black Crow City, there is a drunken life and a dream of death. In the magnificent TNZ No. 1 room, a young man hugged him from left to right and laughed. You two little beauties. You are so good at playing. I like it so much. The young man took out two pure and flawless crystal stones from his arms, one for each person, and stuffed the crystal stones into the clothes on the chests of the two beauties. The two beauties were smiling, leaning softly on the young man's body, and said in a cooing voice, thank you, boss. Muah. The young man laughed again. If Nafeng were here, he would definitely be surprised, because this young man is none other than Diyuan. This guy has never left Black Crow City. Diyuan's two hands were licking the two beauties everywhere. But the two beauties were not angry, but deliberately cooperated with him. Just as the sky was about to explode, the door was suddenly opened with a bang. Who? Diyuan's eyes narrowed, and his gaze was already fixed on the door. Standing at the door was a blind man with white pupils. Elder brother? Diyuan rolled his eyes, patted the butts of the two beauties, and motioned for them to go out first. The two beauties did not dare to say more or ask any more questions. They lowered their heads and ran out quickly. The blind man Tianyuan walked in and said, the Black King is set off and will be here soon. Diyuan waved his hand and said casually, then go and stop him. Don't let him disrupt my plan. Tianyuan snorted coldly. This is his territory. How to stop him? Diyuan shrugged. If we can't stop him, let him join us. Wouldn't it be nice to give him 10 or 8 natal magic weapons by then? How dare he, a bandit leader, fall out with us? Tianyuan sighed. There are already many benefits for us to promise to go out. If the plan fails, we will not be able to bear the consequences. Diyuan looked relaxed. Don't worry. Don't you still know my abilities? I spent several days with the famous hero and already knew him well. There was no way he would give up on this Black Crow City. Know everything? Tianyuan scoffed. You don't even know his name. Diyuan was silent for a moment, and said slightly unconfidently, his should be called Yuming. Right? Tianyuan snorted and said no more. He turned around and left Black Crow City, preparing to intercept the Black King outside the city. Diyuan continued to lurk in the Zui Shengming Death Building, watching every move in the city. Of course, he called 2 more beauties over to watch with him. Ancient Forest. Nafeng was happily building up his character at this time, and he didn't know how many people were secretly plotting against him. Even if he knew it, he would not be afraid. Instead, he would look up to the sky and laugh 3 times. Why are you laughing? Because Nafeng had no intention of returning to Black Crow City at all. Want to wait for Nafeng to fall into the trap in Black Crow City? Then, they can only wait and be lonely. It's so good to save your character. So happy. Nafeng hummed a little tune and hunted ferocious beasts at the edge of the forest, while happily preserving his character. After a whole night of hunting, his experience value has risen to 61%, and he is getting closer to level 35. After opening the orange treasure chest, go deep into the forest to hunt higher level beasts. Nafeng muttered a few words to himself, estimating that his luck was approaching its peak. He decided to save up his character for half an hour and open the box. Crash. The sound of running water came from the tactical earphones. Nafeng turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. He could vaguely see a river in the distance. I wonder if there are any fish in the river. Nafeng recalled the days of fish frying before and strode over. The water in the river is not turbulent. It is very clear, and you can see the bottom at a glance. But Nafeng's brows frowned slightly. He didn't see fish in the water, but he saw a body floating on the water. This is the body of an old woman. Her white hair spreads out in the water, like a ball of white seaweed. The old woman didn't know how long she had been in the water. Her whole body was swollen. Her expression was frightened and her eyes were wide open. She looked a little scary. Na Feng was someone who had seen big scenes, and a corpse would not make him frown, even if it was a bit scary. What really made Na Feng frown was that he had seen this old woman before. Not only had I met her, Na Feng had also had a fight with her. This old woman was none other than Grandma Lin, one of the 5 monsters of Yingjiang. Previously in Yancheng, Na Feng faced the 5 monsters from Yingjiang. 1 against 5. 3 of them were killed on the spot. Only Gao Zhua and Lao Lao Lin barely escaped and did not die in the hands of Na Feng. Na Feng was still thinking about when he would have time to go to Yingjiang City, send these 2 people away, and let the 5 of them reunite underground. I didn't expect that Grandma Lin was already dead, or died in such a deep mountain and old forest. Strangely, Grandma Lin was not weak at all. How could she die at the edge of the forest? Na Feng shook his head in confusion, turned around and prepared to leave. But out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw Grandma Lin's swollen left little finger shaking slightly. Is this old lady not dead yet? Boom! Na Feng didn't even think about it. He raised his hand and shot. Grandma Lin's swollen body exploded with a bang, and her internal organs flowed out. The originally clear river water suddenly turned scarlet. The disgusting rotten stench wafted far away. He is indeed a dead man. Na Feng frowned again. The system did not broadcast the kill information, indicating that Grandma Lin must have died long ago. But why are her fingers moving? Could it be that Na Feng is dazzled? He was about to give Grandma Lin 2 more shots when he saw another corpse floating down the upper reaches of the river. Like Grandma Lin, this corpse also had a face full of horror. Its eyes were wide open, and it refused to rest in silence. Seeing this, Na Feng put away Barrett and walked slowly upstream. Along the way, he could see a body floating downstream every few minutes. What happened upstream? Na Feng felt a little uneasy. He could feel that the upper reaches was very dangerous, as if there was a giant beast with its mouth open, waiting for him to walk in. Na Feng didn't want to continue moving forward, but he couldn't control his body, and couldn't help but want to go upstream to see what was happening there. It's over. I've been tricked. Chapter 405 Illusion? Dream? The south wind followed the clear river water all the way upstream. His expression was a little ferocious. His cheeks were twitching slightly, and he kept thinking about stopping. But his legs refused to obey him, and he walked forward slowly and firmly. My body is out of control. Na Feng was secretly frightened. He didn't know who had taken control of his body, or when he was attacked. He could only watch as he walked upstream step by step. Who is the enemy? Where is the enemy? What does the enemy want? The unknown is the scariest thing. Na Feng's eyes are completely dark now. He doesn't know anything, and he is very passive. He wanted to open the panel to ask for help, or open the teleportation array to escape from here, but without control of his hands, he couldn't do such a simple thing. To be honest, the other party can control my body so easily, at least at level 40 or above. Na Feng looked grim. The only thing he can control now is a small part of his facial muscles. But what's the use? Is it possible to cry to the enemy? Na Feng sighed secretly, cheered up, and began to observe the surrounding environment. Since you can't escape, you can only find a way to deal with it with all your strength. The river next to him was still clear, but there were more bodies in the river. There are not only human corpses, but also the corpses of many ferocious beasts. The expressions of these corpses were all extremely frightened and unwilling to rest in silence, without exception. But the strange thing is that Na Feng found no scars on them. What kind of death is this? Scared to death? I won't end up like them. Right? Continuing forward, there are more and more corpses in the river. After walking forward for about 5 minutes, Na Feng's eyes suddenly widened. The river here is full of corpses floating there, but there are not many human corpses. Most of them are the corpses of ferocious beasts. His legs also stopped, and he stood there no longer moving forward. Have you reached the place? Na Feng cheered up and moved his eyes around, observing the surrounding situation. The surroundings were eerily quiet, except for the gurgling sound of water. There was no sound at all. All the ferocious beasts within a few kilometers seemed to be dead. Na Feng stood there and waited for a long time, but did not wait for the mastermind behind the scenes to appear. But he also got some useful information. There should be a very powerful being here. He attracts all the creatures around him and hunts them down indiscriminately, whether they are humans or ferocious beasts. The good news is, he's not here specifically for me. The bad news is, I've been tricked and there's no way I can escape. While Na Feng was still thinking about what to do, His steps suddenly changed, and he started walking towards the river. Snap. He stepped into the river. Nan Feng's expression changed. What does it mean? Is this to take control of his body and commit suicide by jumping into the river? Want to drown me? Are you serious? Nan Feng held his breath and walked step by step towards the river. The water soon covered his head. As long as there is still magic power in the body, Nan Feng cannot die even if he does not breathe. He opened his eyes underwater and found more bodies in the water. These corpses also looked at Nan Feng with their eyes wide open, with strange smiles on their faces. Eerie and terrifying. But Nan Feng's heart was calm, and such a small scene could not scare him. He just stared at a group of corpses. You looked at me. I looked at you. Time passed by, and the moon soon climbed into the sky. Nan Feng suddenly became energetic, kicked his legs hard, and rose to the surface from the bottom of the water. He regained control of his body. That's it? You can't drown me. So you're ready to let me go? His head popped out of the water. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and his expression changed slightly. Under the moonlight, the surrounding scenery has changed dramatically. This is no longer a forest, but a spooky town. Illusion? Nan Feng frowned and thought for a moment, then decided to swim ashore first. He didn't want to take a bath with these corpses anymore. It was a bit disgusting. As soon as they landed, Nan Feng saw a figure flashing past behind the small house on the left front. Who? Nan Feng shouted loudly. Veins popped out in his legs, and he ran out. He reached into his backpack, wanting to take out Barrett and shoot the opponent in the leg. But the backpack cannot be opened. Nan Feng braked suddenly, turned around and got into the hut next to him. It was so dangerous. I almost fell over. The hut was silent and exuded a rotten stench. The backpack cannot be opened and the panel cannot be opened. Is this another illusion? Nan Feng had also encountered this situation before in the original world number 9. The ferocious beast that dragged him into the illusion was the night elf. Could it be that there are night elves in world number 0? And it's a night elf above level 40? While thinking, Nan Feng's eyes also scanned the room. The moonlight shone in from the dilapidated window. Through the moonlight, Nan Feng saw a woman in red hanging in the middle of the room. The woman stuck out her long, red tongue and looked at Nan Feng viciously. What the hell? Nan Feng turned his head somewhat unluckily. This town has an eerie feeling everywhere. If an ordinary person had come here, he might have been so frightened that he peed his pants. Snapped. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Nan Feng's shoulder. Although Nan Feng had a strong psychological quality, the hair on his body stood up at this, and he was shocked. Court death. Nan Feng kicked his legs violently, striking first and kicking something behind him, whether it was a human or a ghost. Out of the air. Ah! A scream sounded behind Nan Feng. Nan Feng turned around hurriedly and saw a young man dressed as a scholar lying on the ground with a look of pain behind him. I know this young man, Nan Feng. Are you the one among the 5 weirdos in Yingjiang who threw the silver needle? The young man who fell to the ground was Gao Shuo, a scholar who was one of the 5 monsters of Yingjiang. Hearing Nan Feng's words, he raised his head and looked at Nan Feng for 2 seconds, then sneered, Is that you? I didn't expect you to come here too. When Nan Feng heard this, he hurriedly asked, Where is this place? Why are you here too? Gao Shuo rubbed his abdomen and stood up with a cold face. Don't ask. You won't be able to get out if I ask. Let's all die here together. After that, Gao Shuo limped out. Stop. Finally, there was someone he could talk to. Of course, Nan Feng couldn't let him leave like this, so he chased after him, walking out of the hut. Before Nan Feng could continue to ask questions, he saw another person not far away. The man's clothes were in tatters, and he walked toward the river with a look of horror on his face. All must die. All must die. I will die. You will die too. No one can escape. No. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Plop. The man said inconsistent things and then dove into the river full of corpses. Within a moment, his body floated up, with a horrified expression and a look on his face. It turned out that the corpses in the river came from this way. Nan Feng came back to his senses and turned to look in the direction of Gao Shuo. Gao Shuo has gone far. The person who jumped into the river just now was at least level 35 or above. This illusion is a bit powerful. It can actually make a level 35 expert commit suicide. It seems that my situation is also very dangerous. Nan Feng exhaled and prepared to catch up with Gao Shuo and continued to ask for information about this place. But a very familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. This is not a fantasy. This is a dream. Nan Fong was stunned for a moment. And then a hint of joy appeared on his face. Suana! Chapter 406 Don't Panic. Beauty. I'll carry you. Suana! Nan Fong was half surprised and half happy when he heard this familiar voice. Surprisingly, Suana is like a roundworm in Nanfeng's belly. He has left the statue in world number 9. But he still cannot completely get rid of Suana. Fortunately, in this eerie town, with Suana here, Nanfeng's safety factor will be greatly improved. At least Suana can communicate. But this town just wants to scare Nan Fong to death. Suana's voice was a little weak, surrounding Nanfeng's ears. Oh, do you still remember me? Nan Fong smiled awkwardly. Of course he knew what Suana meant by this sentence. Look at what you said. Am I not free during this time? As soon as I have time, I will go to world number 9 to bring you out. Suana's tone was a little cold. You have said similar words many times. No, I let people go too many times, and my credit score has been reduced. Nan Fong rolled his eyes and said very sincerely, Sister, believe me again. I will definitely bring your statue out. Suana snorted coldly, Believe you? Can you say that people from the Dragon Kingdom will not lie to people from the Dragon Kingdom? No, people from the Dragon Kingdom will not lie to people from the Red Star. Nanfeng's expression changed. What happened to this woman? 5G surfing? Where did she learn this phrase? However, Suana didn't seem to understand the true meaning of this sentence. The people of the Dragon Kingdom just don't lie to the people of the Dragon Kingdom. People from other countries can be lied to in any way they want. Otherwise, how can the War Bureau work? What's more, Suana is an alien. Nan Fong raised 3 fingers with a solemn look on his face. I swear, I will definitely bring your statue to World 0. The people of the Dragon Kingdom will not lie to the people of the Red Star. Suana responded to Nan Fong with a slight hum. Nan Fong took advantage of the victory and pursued it, and asked hurriedly, Sister, did you just say that this was a dream? How can I get out? Can you give yourself a slap in the face? You usually ignore me, but you call me sister when you are in danger? Suana's voice was very soft, and Nan Fong had to be very careful to hear it clearly. This was indeed a dream, but you couldn't wake up by slapping yourself twice. Nan Fong asked, Can't you make me wake up? Suana snorted, If my statue is in World 0, then I can easily wake you up. Unfortunately, this ray of spiritual thought is already very weak and cannot do this. Okay. I will definitely bring your statue to World 0 next time, so you don't have to keep reminding me. Nan Fong exhaled. Good sister, please teach me how to get out of this Lish place first. Suana pondered for a moment and said, This dream is not bad. With your current strength, you cannot break it violently. Go find the person who created the dream first. Hearing this, Nan Fong nodded slightly. He was planning to go to Gaoshua to ask about the situation here, and he happened to have the same idea as Suana. With this thought, Nan Fong no longer hesitated and quickened his pace to pursue Gaoshua. By the way, sister, how do you know this is a dream? I pinched myself just now, and I could feel the pain. On the way, Nan Fong asked casually, Shouldn't this be some kind of illusion? Suana said softly, This ray of my spiritual thought is very weak. I can only barely communicate with you when you are in a dream. Nan Fong was puzzled. Why can you communicate with me in dreams? What is special about the dream? Because 100,000 years ago, they all called me Dream God. Suana's weak voice could not conceal the infinite and terrifying momentum in her words. Nan Feng's heartbeat stopped for a beat. A picture flashed in his mind. That was Suana standing at the pinnacle of the world. Her invincible figure looking down on the world and ignoring everything. Dream God. Perhaps it was because Suana was so talkative, and they had been chatting with each other for a long time, that Nan Fong almost forgot that Suana was once a god who could rival the god of creation. No wonder every time we meet, it's always in a dream. Nan Fong whispered a few words in a low voice. While the two of them were talking to each other for a few words, Nan Fong had already seen Gaoshua's back. His left leg must have been injured, and he was limping down the dark alley. Hey, that silver thief in front who threw the silver needle. Stop right there. Nan Fong shouted and quickened his pace to catch up. He still doesn't know Gaoshua's name. He only knows that he is a silver needle loser. When Gaoshua heard the sound of Nan Fong, he seemed a little panicked and walked faster. But his left leg was injured, and no matter how fast he was, he couldn't beat the south wind. I told you to stop. Why did you run? Nan Fong rushed forward with a vigorous step and grabbed Gaoxua's neck. Compared with the last time in Yancheng, Nanfeng's strength was much stronger. Gaoxua had no power to resist it all. Not to mention that he was injured. He struggled twice, but couldn't break free from Nanfeng's hand. Say, what is this place? Nanfeng shouted sharply. Gaoxua's face changed drastically, and he whispered, keep your voice down. Don't kill me. The sound of the south wind immediately dropped by 80 decibels. Like a mosquito. Brother, why do you have to speak softly? Are there zombies here? Gaoxua's face darkened, and he whispered, you don't have to be so quiet. I didn't even hear what you said. Nanfeng repeated what he just said in a low voice. Gaoxua looked around and whispered, there is a terrifying monster here. Making too much noise will attract it. Nanfeng frowned. What is a terrifying monster? A terrifying monster? Or a terrifying monster? Shaking his head, Nanfeng didn't want to dwell too much on this issue and returned to the previous question, what is this place? Why are you here? Gaoxua pointed to the dilapidated hut in front of him. Don't stand on the street. Go inside the house. It's safe. Nanfeng thought for a moment, nodded, and let go of his hand. Gaoxua is too weak now. Nanfeng can easily control him, and is not afraid of his tricks. There won't be anything dangerous in the house. Right? Nanfeng made an invitation gesture. You go in first. Gaoxua's face was a little stiff, but he still walked ahead. Nanfeng followed slowly. Suddenly, Soyana's weak voice rang out. Something is coming from behind. Stay away. Nanfeng was startled. He didn't notice anything behind him at all. But he would not question Soyana. And without even looking back, he rushed forward, kicked open the door, and rushed into the house ahead of Gaoxua. In the hut, a sword with cold light swung towards Nanfeng's neck. Fortunately, Nanfeng reacted quickly enough and with full body flexibility. He lowered his waist and easily dodged the sword. When he stood up again, he saw a woman in the hut, preparing to strike with a second sword with a cold face. The woman's hair was a little messy, and her eyes were bloodshot. It seemed that she hadn't slept well for a long time. The long dress she wore was gorgeous, but now it was covered in mud and stains and looked a little dirty. Even so, it still couldn't cover up her flawless and perfect face. This is a super beauty. The beautiful lady didn't say a word, and the sword slashed towards the south wind again. This time Nanfeng was on guard. He grabbed the woman's wrist with his backhand, twisted it hard, and removed her wrist joint. Before it was over, Nanfeng kicked the woman in the lower abdomen and kicked her several meters away. Want to sneak attack on someone in our south? I'll kick you to death. Nanfeng sneered twice and whispered, Soyana? Didn't you say there was something behind? Why did someone attack me in front of me? Soyana whispered one word, run. Roar. Outside the house, a loud noise reached Nanfeng's ears. Nanfeng looked back and saw a giant beast more than 10 meters tall behind him. Its pupils are glowing red. Its face is ferocious, and its fangs are like deadly swords. Soyana didn't lie. Something was really coming from behind Nanfeng. Still a big thing. It's a terrifying monster, Gaoxua shouted. His face turned pale, and he limped away and ran away. Nanfeng withdrew his gaze, did not dare to neglect, and climbed out of the window on the other side of the hut. Soyana's voice sounded again, wait, take that woman with you. Nanfeng was stunned and whispered, why? I have no intention of being a hero and saving the beauty. Soyana, take her with you, and your probability of leaving here will increase by 20%. Nanfeng turned back from the window with a hiss. Don't panic, beauty. I'll carry you. Chapter 407, the natal magic weapon that can create dreams. Nanfeng jumped back into the hut with great skill. The beautiful woman in the room, who had been kicked hard by Nanfeng just now, was struggling to get up from the ground while holding her abdomen. Don't panic, beauty. I'll carry you. Nanfeng didn't care whether the woman agreed or not. He just carried her and ran out of the house. It was alright not to run away. So instead of chasing Gaoxua, the terrifying monster focused on Nanfeng and the two. If they don't run faster, they will all become the terrifying monster's midnight snack. The woman kept struggling on Nanfeng's back, and was ready to stab Nanfeng twice with her sword. Nanfeng was startled, grabbed the woman's arms and pulled hard, dislocating both of her arms. Ah! The woman groaned in pain, and her pair of white and tender arms, like lotus roots, hung softly from Nanfeng's shoulders. Beauty, I'm saving your life now. Don't be ungrateful. Nanfeng's tone was very bad. The terrifying monsters were chasing after him. So Nafeng had to escape as fast as possible. If the woman on his back still wanted to use his hands or feet, Nafeng could only throw her into the mouth of the terrifying monster. He was not a sympathetic person to begin with. Roar! The terrifying monster roared again. The woman looked back and saw that the sharp fangs of the terrifying monster were only 2 or 3 meters away from her buttocks. She took a breath, turned her head, and whispered softly, "Go into the house, and don't run on the street." Nafeng nodded, spotted the nearest hut, and rushed in. The room was very dark, but through the moonlight, Nafeng still saw a woman in the room. But this woman has no head. No, it can't be said that there is no head, because this woman's head is held in her chest by her own hands. It's the headless woman. "Get out quickly," the beautiful woman on Nafeng's back exclaimed in shock. "Jia jia jia." The headless woman opened her eyes, looked at Nafeng and the two with excitement, and let out a harsh laugh. She stretched out her long scarlet tongue, licked her lips, and walked quickly towards the south wind. The beautiful woman urged, "Go quickly. She is very..." Nafeng rushed towards the headless woman and kicked her head, which was held against her chest. Wow! This kick is incredibly powerful. The headless woman flew out upside down, smashing the already rotten tables and benches in the room. The head she was holding in her hand also rolled far away. Nafeng kept kicking his legs and asked, "How is she?" The beautiful woman on the back muttered, "She is rubbish." Behind him, the terrifying monster roared and tore off the roof of the hut with one claw. "It's catching up again." Nafeng didn't even look back. He used his legs and rushed out of the door, running to another hut. While running, Nafeng said in a deep voice, "You should take action to get rid of it." The beautiful woman on the back was stunned. "Huh? You want me to deal with the terrifying monsters?" Nafeng ignored her, because what he just said was to Suyana. Suyana's voice was weak. "Just hide. The headless woman has already stopped it for you." Hearing this, Nafeng took the time to look back. The terrifying beast ripped off the roof of the headless woman's home, which was something she could not tolerate at all. I saw the headless woman holding her 2-meter-long hair, tossing her head wildly like a meteor hammer, and getting into a ball with the terrifying monster. "Use your own head as a weapon." Nafeng was stunned, but it was obvious that the headless woman was no match for the terrifying monster, and she soon fell into a disadvantage. Nafeng didn't look any further, quickened his pace, and ran into a small house again. As soon as he entered the house, Nafeng quickly glanced around the house. The hiding hut was safe this time, and there was no mess inside. Nafeng put the woman down and walked to the window to peek at the battle in the distance. The woman also came over and whispered, "Be careful not to make any noise. The terrifying monster relies on sound to hunt its prey." Nafeng nodded slightly. Neither of them spoke anymore. On the other side, the headless woman swung her head around, and ended up hitting the sharp teeth of the terrifying beast, and received her lunch in an instant. The terrifying monster snorted a stream of hot air from its nose, looked around, and then slowly walked towards the hut where Nafeng was. It stopped at the door of the hut, its ears twitching slightly, as if listening to the sounds inside. Nafeng held his breath and concentrated, not daring to move. After a while, the terrifying monster shook its head and slowly left here. After a full 5 minutes, after confirming that the terrifying monster had really left, Nafeng whispered, "Why didn't it come in?" The beautiful woman said softly, "Under normal circumstances, scary monsters will not enter the house." "Is that so?" Nafeng nodded slightly. He didn't dwell on why this happened, because it was a dream, and nothing that happened in the dream was surprising. The beautiful woman twisted her shoulders a few times and reattached her dislocated arm. She whispered, "My name is Yen Nujio." "What's yours?" Nafeng pondered for a moment. "My name is Lu Shibu." "How can I use my real name when traveling around the world?" Yen Nujio silently recited the name twice and smiled sweetly. "Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome. I kicked you just now, so it's even." Nafeng waved his hand and brought the topic back to the right track. "Why are you here? What is this place? Do you know how to get out?" A death asked 3 times in a row, making Yen Nujio stunned for a moment. "You don't know where this place is? Then how did you get in?" Nafeng curled his lips. "Answer my question first." Yen Nujio frowned slightly and answered Nafeng's question softly. "This place is called Despair Town. It is a secret realm that will be opened every 10 years. There are rumors that there is a very powerful divine weapon in the town of Despair, which was left behind by the best of the invaders more than 100,000 years ago. Therefore, every 10 years, Many people will enter here one after another, hoping to find the divine weapon hidden in the town. But it is a pity that 100,000 years have passed, and no one has found the divine weapon, or even seen it. Every time people enter the town of despair, more than half of them will die. Even so, it still cannot stop treasure hunters. If you want to leave here, you just need to stay alive. When the time is up, the town will be closed, and everyone in the town will be forcibly thrown out. Yin Nugio described the situation of this small town in a few simple sentences. Nefeng also knew the way to leave here. As long as he was alive, he could leave. Did you just say that the town will be closed when the time is up? Nefeng wondered. How long is this time? Yin Nugio shook her head gently. Every time is different. Sometimes it's a week. Sometimes it's a month. According to records in the ancient book, 24,000 years ago, the town of despair opened for 3 years before closing. Damn. 3 years? After going out, wouldn't it be that the cauliflower flowers were all cold? The brothers in Nanchung are still waiting for me to go back and take charge of the family. Nanfeng's face was not very pretty. Isn't this a dream? Is there no way to wake up early? Yin Nugio's little mouth opened slightly, and she looked at Nefeng in confusion. Huh? What dream? Obviously, Yin Nugio didn't know that she was in a dream. Nefeng did not answer. He was waiting for Suana to answer this question. 2 seconds later, Suana's weak voice sounded in his ears, with a hint of surprise in her voice. In this small town, is there a divine weapon that can create dreams? Could it be that? Chapter 408. There are so many acquaintances in this small town. A divine weapon that can create dreams? Nefeng was stunned, walked to the corner of the room alone, and whispered, could it be that there is your natal magic weapon in this town? Suana thought for a while, and her tone was uncertain. Probably not. My natal magic weapon has been shattered by him, and I didn't sense a familiar scent. After a pause, Suana added, of course, it may also be because my spiritual sense is too weak to sense it. Alas, if only my statue were here. Nefeng was speechless. This Suana really had to mention her own statue in just 3 sentences. No need. Really no need. Nefeng could only forcefully bring the topic back to the right track. Can you find the magic weapon in the town? You should walk around the town first. If you are close, I might be able to sense it. Suana's voice sounded a little tired. I need to rest for a while. Otherwise this ray of divine will dissipate. Nefeng hurriedly said. Okay, then you have a good rest. But don't dissipate. I will think of a solution first. Suana didn't answer again. Nefeng shook his head, turned around and walked back to Yin Nugio. Yin Nugio asked softly, are you the chosen one? Nefeng hummed and did not deny it. In fact, there is no need to deny it, because the natives can always identify him as an intruder at a glance. You call me the chosen one? Nefeng raised his eyebrows and looked into Yin Nugio's eyes. Most people called me an intruder. Yin Nugio explained. That's because most people have only read the revised version of the ancient book. They think you came to this world just to kill everyone. But in the true ancient book, you are called the chosen ones, not the invaders. You must have been hunted down by strong men in this world. Right? The reason why they are chasing you is not to protect the world, but to snatch your divine weapon. Nefeng nodded. I have indeed been hunted down several times. The guy who was with me just now, one of the 5 monsters of Yingjiang, wanted to kill me before. Yin Nugio frowned slightly, lowered her head and thought for a while. 5 Yingjiang monsters? Never heard of that. Nefeng was stunned. Huh? Are you a local? Yingjiang 5 monsters are so famous. You have never heard of them. Yin Nugio shook her head. I never heard of it. Nefeng said again. What about the Crow King? You must have heard of this. Right? Yin Nugio thought about it in her mind for a while, but still shook her head. Nefeng took a breath of cold air. What's going on? Is this girl a 250-year-old? How come no one has heard of it? Nefeng asked again. What about a blind man who can play Go? Have you heard of it? Blind? Go? Yin Nugio thought for a moment and said. Are you talking about Tian Yuan, the formation master of the Falling Sun Empire? What? Formation master? Yin Nugio described Tian Yuan's appearance, and it really matched the blind man in Nanfeng's impression. It turns out that the blind man's name is Tian Yuan. Nefeng murmured a few words. I met a Diyuan before. Why are these 2 names? Yin Nugio, are you talking about Poison Goo Master Diyuan? They are half-brothers. Nanfeng's expression changed. What the hell? Are Tian Yuan and Diyuan 2 brothers? Doesn't that mean Diyuan came to approach Nanfeng on purpose? A chill crept up from Nanfeng's back to the back of his head, and he stayed there for a long time without regaining consciousness. Hello? What happened to you? Yin Nujio stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Nanfeng's eyes. Don't you know Tian Yuan and Diyuan? No way. They are so famous. Yet you haven't heard of them? Yin Nujio returned what Nanfeng had just said intact. Nanfeng took 2 deep breaths and waved his hand. Let's not talk about this for now. I'm going to go out for a walk. You should be careful. After saying that, Nanfeng glanced out the window twice, but did not find the terrifying monster. The terrifying monster seemed to have wandered to the other side of the town. Nanfeng opened the door and was about to leave. Yin Nujio quickly grabbed Nanfeng's hand. Why didn't you wait until dawn before going out? Nanfeng frowned. Can it still be bright here? He thought that this dream would always remain this dark scene. During the day, the scary monsters and weird creatures will disappear, making it much safer than at night. Yin Nujio explained that other people in the town would also come out during the day to look for the natal magic weapon here. Is this so? Nanfeng nodded slightly and chose to stay in the hut and wait for dawn. During this period, Yin Nujio also told Nanfeng one by one some details that needed attention in the town. Nanfeng also remembered it carefully in his mind. Time is ticking by. Soon, Yin Nujio felt tired, and she stretched out, exposing her slender waist. On her fair and smooth belly, there was a faint footprint that was Nanfeng's gift to Yin Nujio. I haven't slept for several days. I'm so tired. Yin Nujio yawned. With that said, Yin Nujio closed her eyes and leaned against the wall, breathing evenly. It looked like she fell asleep for a second, but Nanfeng could see clearly that Yin Nujio's right hand was holding the hilt of the sword tightly, ready to hurt someone at any time. Hey, even gentlemen are on guard. Is someone from my south a person who is greedy for beauty? Nanfeng glanced at Yin Nujio's delicate little face a few more times, then walked to the other side and sat down. He tried several times, but still couldn't open the backpack or open the panel. Nanfeng sighed with some melancholy. Without Barrett, he couldn't even use the tactical headset. He felt unsure. Just relying on his 3-legged cat's boxing and kicking skills, he would be able to burp when he encountered a slightly powerful beast. We can only look at the situation during the day tomorrow. Nanfeng closed his eyes and leaned against the wall to recuperate. A night of silence. At dawn the next day, Nanfeng heard loud laughter coming from the street outside the house. Ha ha ha. I live one more day. Which is really amazing. Stop talking nonsense and quickly split up to look for the natal magic weapon. It will be dangerous when it gets dark. What kind of idiot was running around on the street last night? That terrifying beast passed by my door and almost scared me to death. Why are there so few people today? It seems that a lot of people died last night. Listening to the noise outside the house, Nanfeng stood up silently and patted the dust on his butt. He didn't realize last night that there were so many people hiding in the nearby hut. Yin Nujio closed her eyes and rested for the night. She was in much better spirits today. She said, At dawn, let's go our separate ways and go find our natal magic weapons in the town. Right. Nanfeng glanced at her. Okay. I'll go then. Nanfeng opened the door, picked a random direction and strode away. After a while, Yin Nujio also walked out of the hut. She looked around cautiously, and then ran quickly in one direction. She didn't realize that Nanfeng was following her furtively a few dozen meters behind her. Suana said, If I take you with me, my probability of leaving here will increase by 20%. Do you still want to escape from my grasp? Nanfeng followed Yin Nujio around the town. During this period, he met many people, most of whom were in ragged clothes and in low spirits. They were obviously tortured by the desperate town. The town is not big, and the south wind quickly makes a circle. But Yin Nujio in front had no intention of stopping. Instead, she kept walking forward with firm steps. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The sky quickly darkened. Nanfeng looked up and frowned. It's already dark in less than 4 hours. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Yin Nujio seemed to be a little anxious and accelerated her pace. At this moment, 2 big men with naked arms suddenly appeared and stood in front of Yin Nujio. Hey, this chick is on point. It's just getting dark. Take her back to play. Brother, what if she shouts at night and attracts the terrifying beast? Are you a dir? Don't you know how to play with her after knocking her unconscious? Big brother is wise. Yin Nujio clenched her sword and looked at the 2 big men cautiously. Ne Feng in the back rolled his eyes. How could he encounter such a scenario everywhere? Can't you just imitate someone from my south, who is not close to women? Uh-huh. Before Ne Feng was ready to take action, a cold-faced woman came out from the other side of the street. The woman held a rusty sword in her hand, but it was full of murderous intent. 5. The iceberg woman uttered one word coldly. The expressions of the two big men changed, and they glanced at the Bingshan woman with some fear. But they really couldn't bear to part with Yan Nujio, the little sparrow they were about to get. 1. The Bingshan woman opened her lips lightly, then slashed horizontally with her sword, decapitating the two big men. The two big men's eyes were wide open with anger. Their mouths were very big, and they were still shaking slightly, as if they were saying, "What about 4? 3 and 2? Why don't you count 4? 3, 2? Ne Feng looked at the Bingshan woman from a distance. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. He didn't expect that there were so many acquaintances in this small town. Chapter 409, Mother-in-Law and Ghost Demon. Ne Feng did not expect that he would meet Catherine Weina again in the Town of Despair. Yes, the Bingshan woman who rescued Yan Nujio just now was none other than Catherine. After killing the two big men, Catherine walked over expressionlessly. Yan Nujio in front of her hurriedly took 2 steps back and looked at Catherine cautiously. "Thank you, sister, for helping me. Don't come over here." Catherine ignored Yan Nujio and walked directly past her. Upon seeing this, Ne Feng knew that she had discovered him. So he stopped hiding and strode forward to meet her. Catherine was the first to speak. "Long time no see." It didn't take long. Just over half a month. Ne Feng chuckled and said, "How did you find me?" "I hid pretty well just now." Catherine said coldly, "If you follow the girl around the town, everyone can spot her." "Do you know each other?" Yan Nujio walked over and glared at Ne Feng. "Have you been following me?" "Ah. This?" Ne Feng smiled awkwardly. Now he was treated as a stalker. But it was impossible for Ne Feng to admit, "Little fool. I am protecting you." Yan Nujio's pretty face blushed slightly. And the words, "little fool," aroused goosebumps all over her body. "What's going on with this guy?" Called so affectionately. Catherine's voice was cold. "It's getting dark. So find a place to hide first." Ne Feng and Yan Nujio took a look at the sky, nodded, found the nearest hut, and hid in it. There is a blood-red coffin in this hut, and the coffin board moves from time to time. "Is there anyone in the coffin?" Ne Feng looked puzzled. Yan Nujio explained, "Once it gets dark, all kinds of strange creatures will appear in most houses, and only a few houses are safe." Ne Feng said, "Oh," indicating that he understood. "Isn't this the monster that will be refreshed at night?" "Very understandable." Catherine did not speak, but strode forward and overturned the coffin board. Ne Feng took a closer look and found a female corpse lying in the coffin. The female corpse's belly was bulging, and it was still squirming slightly. Yan Nujio was shocked and said, "The mother-in-law is a ghost? This thing is not easy to deal with. Let's move to another place quickly." "Need not." Catherine spoke coldly, pointed the rusty sword in her hand, and stabbed the female corpse in the stomach. "Ah!" The female corpse suddenly sat up from the coffin and let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. She looked at Catherine with a ferocious face and screamed, "Why did you kill my son? Why did you kill my son?" Ne Feng picked up a broken table leg on the ground, strode forward, and hit the female corpse hard on the head. "Why are you calling so loud? I will kill you too." "Ah!" The female corpse screamed again, opened her mouth, and let out a breath of black air. The black gas was very foul-smelling. Ne Feng accidentally took a breath, and a sour feeling rushed straight to his forehead, and he almost vomited it out. Fortunately, Catherine pulled Ne Feng back a few steps in time. Yan Nujio said hurriedly, "We must kill her quickly. When it is completely dark, her strength will skyrocket." Ne Feng shook his head, took 2 big breaths of fresh air, and said, "Yan Nujio, lend me your sword. And you go to the side and shout for cheers." Yan Nujio glanced at the sword in her hand hesitantly, and finally handed it to Ne Feng. "Be careful." Ne Feng took the sword, and Catherine approached the female body again. The female corpse had climbed out of the coffin at this time, and her stomach was leaking a thick yellow-green liquid, which was a bit like snot and very disgusting. "Why do you want to kill my son? Why?" The female corpse screamed loudly, and the sound spread far away. There were many survivors in the nearby huts. When they heard this voice, their expressions changed. This voice, could it be a female ghost? Who is so unlucky to meet a female ghost? He certainly wouldn't survive the night. "It's the hut on the corner of the street. I just saw a man go in with two beautiful girls. Jill, who I was envious of just now, turned purple. But now I just want to laugh. I also saw it. Those two chicks are really good looking. Which is a pity. These survivors discussed in a low voice for a few words, and then stopped talking. But it was obvious that they were not optimistic about Nanfeng and others, thinking that they would not survive tonight. Inside the room, the mother ghost evil spirit's eyes were filled with viciousness. She glanced at Nanfeng and the other three people as they came. And she muttered, "Give back my son's life. Give back my son's life." Nanfeng said casually, "Son? Have you ever thought that there might be a girl in your belly?" The female ghost was stunned when she heard this, and her lips trembled twice. "No. There is a boy in my belly." Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. "This female corpse can actually communicate? Does she still have sense?" Nanfeng sneered. "Why are you so sure? Do you prefer boys over girls? You yourself are a woman. Why do you prefer boys over girls?" The mother ghost opened and closed her mouth, but she couldn't say a word. Where has she ever experienced such a scene? While the mother ghost was stunned, Nanfeng and Catherine looked at each other and took action at the same time. Two long swords, one on the left and one on the right, pierced into the body of the female ghost. "Ah!" The female ghost screamed, bared her sharp teeth, and was about to rush to bite people. "Give back my son's life! Give back my son's life!" Nanfeng shouted sharply. "You also said you are not patriarchal. Do you only know your son's life? What about your daughter's life? Don't you care about your daughter at all?" The mother ghost stopped for a moment, and a trace of confusion flashed in her originally vicious eyes. "Yes. Where is my daughter's life?" But she had no more time to think. Nanfeng and Catherine slashed their swords several times and beheaded the female ghost. Golyulu. The head of the female ghost rolled twice on the ground. Her lips moved slightly, and she murmured, "Me no daughter." Nanfeng stepped forward and looked at the mother ghost evil spirit. "You favor sons over daughters. You favor sons over daughters. Kill ghosts and kill hearts. I am going to kill you." The female ghost stared at Nanfeng viciously. Even if her head and body were separated, she would not die so quickly. Behind her, Catherine said coldly, "Be careful. There is another one." Nanfeng looked back and saw that the swollen belly of the female ghost was squirming. Stab! A pair of young hands tore the belly open. A small head covered in sticky liquid came out of the stomach. "Mommy, mommy. This little devil is none other than Ziguisha." He looked at everyone with a strange smile and let out a sinister laugh. "You guys. Give me back. Mother." At the same time, the town went completely dark. A crescent moon slowly climbed into the sky, bringing a glimmer of light to the dark town. "Ho ho, ho ho." In the hut, the child ghost smiled strangely, opened his mouth, and began to eat the body of the mother ghost. On the ground, there was only one head left of the mother geisha. Her eyes were full of affection, and she looked at her son Geisha. "Good boy. Eat slowly. Don't choke." What a weird scene. Yin Nujio and Catherine both subconsciously held their breaths and looked solemn. Nanfeng, on the other hand, looked at Geisha carefully and exclaimed, "Huh? Is it really a boy?" Chapter 410 Connecting Small Towns Around the World. As the night falls, the strength of Zimu Geisha also becomes stronger. Fortunately, Nanfeng and Catherine had just worked together to decapitate the female ghost. And now the female ghost was no longer a threat. But Zi Geisha was gnawing away at the body of Mother Geisha. With every bite he took, Zi Geisha's strength would increase by 1 point. "Don't delay. Do it." Catherine's voice was cold, and she stabbed Zi Geisha with her sword. Zi Geisha opened his mouth and let out a breathtaking laugh. His little hand stretched out from the belly of the female ghost, and actually caught Catherine's sword with his bare hands. Click! Zi Geisha broke the long sword with a strong force of his hands. Nanfeng was shocked. "Catherine, he broke your magic weapon. I picked this up on the ground." Catherine swung the broken sword and made a side cut, slashing Zi Geisha's little arm. A trace of blood appeared. Dark blood flowed from the wound and dripped onto the ground, corroding a hole in the ground. "Ho ho!" Zi Geisha grinned twice, opened his mouth, and took a bite of the mother Geisha's body. And the wound healed instantly. Are there any blood packs to eat? Too much. Nanfeng originally wanted to watch Catherine's current strength from the sidelines, but seeing that Zi Geisha was indeed a bit difficult to deal with, he stopped watching the battle and picked up his sword to kill her. "Look at my evil sword skills." Nanfeng roared and slashed with his sword. A random attack. But Zi Geisha's speed is always slower than Nanfeng's, and he can't catch Nanfeng's sword. Moreover, Yen Nujio's sword is also extremely powerful. Every time the sword is struck, the ghost will scream. Ziguisha was soon slashed by Nanfeng with many scars. A trace of surprise flashed in Catherine's beautiful eyes, and many thoughts flashed through her mind. There are special laws in the town of despair, and the people inside can only exert less than 30% of their strength. Why can the south wind move so fast? And his strength is also terrifyingly strong. His strength improved too quickly. Nanfeng didn't think he was very powerful. He fought Ziguisha for more than 10 rounds, and finally found the right opportunity and kicked Ziguisha into the wall. Wow! The hut shook for a while, as if it was in danger of collapsing at any time. Nanfeng looked back at Catherine. You could help me. Catherine, I'm observing your evil sword skills. Nanfeng rolled his eyes. He was a very poor swordsman in warding off evil spirits. Heal you. Ziguisha's sharp voice reached everyone's ears. He tore open the belly of the female ghost and crawled out. Ziguisha was about the size of a 3 or 4-year-old child. His pupils were glowing red, and his body was covered in thick yellow-green foul-smelling liquid. I want to kill you. Ziguisha's eyes burst out with red light, and he walked towards Nanfeng and others step by step. Nanfeng glanced at Catherine. Stop watching the show and kill him together. Catherine nodded. Give me the sword. Nanfeng did not hesitate and threw the sword in his hand to Catherine. This sword is very powerful, but Nanfeng is not used to it. It might as well be a kick with a 43-yard foot that would be more lethal. With the sword in hand, Catherine's strength instantly increased to a new level. She stepped forward with her sword, and the demons she killed were retreating one after another. Nanfeng was not idle either. When he found the right opportunity, he rushed forward and kicked him twice, treating the ghost as a ball. On the ground, the severed head of the female ghost demon looked at this scene angrily. How dare you hurt my son? How dare you hurt my son? Nanfeng turned around and kicked the female ghost's head out of the window. Goodbye. But Nanfeng didn't expect that this kick would cause them big trouble. The female ghost's head fell onto the street, and she let out an extremely angry scream. Ho ho ho! The terrifying monster on the other side of the town immediately looked up to the sky and roared 3 times in response to the scream. Then, the terrifying monster came running in big strides. The entire town of despair began to shake slightly, as if there was an earthquake. A look of panic flashed across Yen Nu's pretty face. No. The terrifying monster is coming. Nanfeng and Catherine also showed solemn expressions. Before the evil spirits of the mother and child are solved, another terrifying monster comes. Catherine made a quick decision. Let's go and change places. Catherine has been in the town of despair for 5 days, and she has seen with her own eyes the power of the terrifying monster. Needless to say, Nanfeng and Yen Nujio were chased for 2 streets by the terror beast last night, so they naturally understood how terrifying the terror beast was. The 3 of them rushed out of the door and ran to the house in the distance, regardless of whether they were children or ghosts. Ziguisha screamed sadly. These 3 people killed his mother and still wanted to run away. He wants to avenge his mother. The Ziguisha took 2 more bites of the mother Guisha's body, regained some form, and chased the Nanfeng trio. No. Ziguisha is catching up with him. He is so fast, Yen Nujio said in shock. Nanfeng slowed down, landed behind Yen Nujio, and said, Catherine, you take her away first. I will stop this brat. Catherine frowned. She didn't understand why Nanfeng wanted to save this girl. Covetous for beauty? Shaking her head, Catherine felt that Nanfeng was not this kind of person. Based on her understanding of Nanfeng, she guessed that this girl still had value. Otherwise Nanfeng would have left her aside long ago. Let's go find the safe house first. Catherine took Yen Nujio's little hand and ran away. Behind him, Ziguisha was already chasing him. His body is thin and agile like a monkey. But in Nanfeng's eyes, Ziguisha was not fast enough. He saw the right moment and kicked Ziguisha back with a powerful volley. Nice shot. My kick is more than enough to join the national team. Nanfeng was very satisfied with his kick, but there was no extra time for him to be narcissistic. The huge size of the terrifying monster had already appeared in Nanfeng's field of vision. Nanfeng quickly ran away. When passing by a small house, a small white hand stretched out from the door and waved to Nanfeng. This way. This is Yen Nujio's voice. Nanfeng dodged and got into the hut. This is a hut free of weird monsters and very safe. Catherine put her finger to her mouth and whispered, stop talking. The town outside was also very quiet. Others also knew that the terrifying monster was nearby, and no one dared to speak. Only Zimu Guisha was left screaming unwillingly. But soon, the voice of Zimu Guisha also disappeared. Nanfeng estimated that they were treated as dinner by the terrifying monsters. More than half an hour passed, and when there was no movement outside the house, Nanfeng said in a low voice, "He must have left." Catherine and Yen Nugio nodded, and their tense bodies relaxed at the same time. It's safe for now. At this time, Nanfeng found the opportunity to ask Catherine something. "Catherine, I remember you were in the Wadika Empire, right? How did you get here?" Catherine whispered, "The town of despair is connected to all parts of the world, and people from anywhere may appear here." Nanfeng was stunned. This desperate town still has such a function? He suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Yen Nugio. "No wonder you don't know the Crow King or the 5 Ingjiang monsters. It turns out you are not from the Falling Sun Empire." "I never said I was from the Falling Sun Empire." Yen Nugio spread her hands. "I come from the Haoyu Empire. I am the youngest daughter of the current head of the Yin family." As she spoke, Yen Nugio raised her head proudly, revealing her fair neck, as if to say, "You didn't expect my status to be so noble, right?" Chapter 411. The terrifying monster is the divine weapon? It was obvious that the two aliens, Nanfeng and Catherine, did not know how noble and powerful the Yin family was. Yen Nugio was immediately discouraged when she saw the two people's indifferent expressions. "I have forgotten that you are the chosen ones. I don't know how influential the Yin family is in the Haoyu Empire." Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. "Oh, judging from your tone, you are still the daughter of a big family?" Yen Nugio snorted. "You don't even know how big my family is." "How awesome my dad is." Nanfeng asked with interest. "Is your father very powerful? How many levels is it?" Yen Nugio put her hands on her hips. "My father is a level 44 super strong man." "His? A level 44 strong man? That's really awesome." But Nanfeng would never give in. He chuckled. "Level 44? Not bad. But compared to Xiao Tang, it's still a little behind." Yen Nugio suddenly became unhappy. "Who is Xiao Tang? Can he be as powerful as my father? You must have made this person up casually." Nanfeng sneered. "Xiao Tang? You don't even know?" "Tang Chungyun. I often drink with him. Sword Emperor Tang Chungyun." Yen Nugio's eyes widened. "Do you know the Sword Emperor Tang Chungyun? Real or fake? How can this be his?" It can scare even Yen Nugio. It seems that Tang Chungyun's reputation is quite prominent. He's too boastful. Nanfeng nodded guiltily. "Shh. Don't talk about this kind of thing everywhere. Little brother Tang. Don't you? He likes others to talk about him behind his back." Yen Nugio nodded. "Don't worry. I won't make it public. This little girl is really innocent. You can believe it." Nanfeng secretly laughed twice. Yen Nugio spoke again. "By the way, my father has wanted to visit Lord Sword Emperor a long time ago. Can you mention it to him next time you see him?" Nanfeng laughed twice. Okay. What's your father's name?" "I'll write it down." Yen Nugio said solemnly. "My father, Yen Xuanying, is the contemporary head of the Yin family in the Haoyu Empire." "What? Your father's name is Yen Xuanying?" Nanfeng was startled and stood in awe. "I was the one who was abrupt just now. Although I have never met your father, I know from this name alone that your father must be a great hero." Yen Nugio smiled sweetly. "Of course. My father is very powerful." After chatting for a few more words, everyone brought the topic back on track. Nanfeng looked at Catherine. "Do you have any clues about the divine weapon hidden in the town?" Catherine shook her head. "I have searched the entire town, but there is no clue. I suspect that there is no magic weapon here at all." Yen Nugio retorted. "Impossible. There must be one here. I have seen relevant ancient books in the family library." Catherine's voice was cold. "Then where did you say it was?" Yen Nugio opened her mouth and closed it again. She really didn't know where. Catherine whispered, "If you want to go out, you have to wait until the town closes itself." Nanfeng scratched his head anxiously. "When will this happen? I have to go out if I have something urgent." After learning that Tian Yuan and Diyuan were two brothers last night, Nanfeng had a premonition that something was wrong. If he guessed correctly, the reason why the two brothers let him go was because they were prepared to take a long time to catch the big fish. They want to catch more chosen ones in one go. It's a pity that Nanfeng is now trapped in the town of despair. The chat panel cannot be opened, and there is no way to contact the brothers outside. Nanfeng must find a way to leave here as soon as possible, and go out to remind the brothers in Nancheng not to go to Black Crow City in the near future. Because the two brothers Tian Yuan and Diyuan are very likely waiting for them to fall into a trap in Black Crow City. Yen Nugio saw Nanfeng's eager expression, hesitated for a while, and said, I have an ancient book at home, which records some content about a desperate town. There is a sentence in it. It will circle around the town over and over again. I guess it here refers to the divine weapon hidden in the town. Nafeng yelled, No wonder you have been circling the town today. I thought you were beaten by a ghost. Catherine pondered, I actually have a guess. Is it possible that the natal magic weapon will only appear at night? When Nafeng heard this, his eyes lit up. Yes. Everyone goes out to look for the divine weapon during the day, but no one has found it for 100,000 years. Doesn't that mean that it can't be found during the day? The natal magic weapon will only appear at night. It will circle around the town over and over again. Yen Nugio murmured these two sentences repeatedly, and suddenly she felt excited. At night, there was indeed something spinning around in the town. The three of them looked at each other and thought of an answer at the same time. The terrifying monster only appears at night, walking around the town. Horror World of Warcraft perfectly matches these two pieces of information. In other words, as long as we kill the terrifying monster, we can obtain this divine weapon? Nafeng licked his lips, thinking about the feasibility of this idea. He has not officially fought against the terrifying beast, but in Nanfeng's heart, he does not think he can defeat the terrifying beast. I don't know why, but once he looks into the eyes of the terrifying monster, he will feel a strong sense of fear in his heart. Yen Nugio said with some frustration, Over the years, countless people have thought about killing the terrifying monsters, but no one has succeeded. Is that okay with just the three of us? Catherine also shook her head. I don't have a divine weapon, so the possibility of killing it is very small. The same goes for the South Wind. Without Barret, he would have no confidence. At this moment, Soyana's weak voice sounded in Nanfeng's ears again. I can help you summon your natal magic weapon, but it will take up to 30 seconds. Nafeng was delighted that Soyana was able to help. 30 seconds is not a long time, but Nafeng is full of confidence in his natal magic weapon. 30 seconds is enough for Nafeng to beat the terrifying monster into sieves. Nafeng said in a deep voice, You guys hide here while I go out to deal with the terrifying monsters. Yen Nugio frowned. Are you crazy? Catherine also frowned and looked at Nafeng. Nafeng didn't waste any time, opened the door, and walked out of the hut. A real man never uses his words. His strength will prove everything. Nanfeng's anger sank into his dantian. He put his hands in front of his mouth like trumpets, and shouted loudly, Horror monster! You are stupid! The sound spread throughout the town. Roar! The terrifying monster, who didn't know where it was wandering, looked up to the sky and roared in response. Everyone can hear from this terrifying roar that the terrifying monster is angry. What idiot is yelling? Don't want to live anymore? It's not that he doesn't want to live anymore. He wants to drag us to death together. Shh! Stop talking. The terrifying monster is coming. The survivors hiding in various houses all closed their mouths and hid by the windows looking out at the street. They really wanted to see how the terrifying monster tore Nafeng into pieces. Ho ho ho! The huge body of the terrifying monster soon appeared in Nanfeng's field of vision. Nafeng took a deep breath and whispered, Soyana, come on! Summon my divine weapon. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Soyana didn't reply. Nafeng panicked. Soyana? Hello? Are you there? Chapter 412 I Decide My Dreams. No matter how the south wind called, Soyana remained silent. She disappeared? Ho ho! The distance between the terrifying monster and Nafeng was less than 50 meters. Nafeng didn't dare to stand where he was, so he turned around and ran away. He planned to lure the terrifying monster away first, so as not to affect Catherine and Yen Nugio. But the terrifying monster in a furious state is much faster than Nafeng. In just 10 seconds, the distance between them was less than 10 meters. The huge claws of the terrifying monster reached forward and hooked Nanfeng's calf. The south wind made a loud sound, and the dog fell and ate its shit. Oops. Nafeng looked up and saw that the claws of the terrifying monster were already hanging above Nanfeng's head and were about to fall. Alright. Soyana's voice rang in Nanfeng's ears. Nafeng seemed to have grasped the last straw, and Barret appeared in his hands in an instant. But it's still too late. The claws of the terrifying monster have fallen. At that time, the sharp claw was only 0.01 centimeters away from my eyes. At the critical moment, Nafeng was quick to think and poured all the magic power into the frozen ring. Frozen for thousands of miles. Nanfeng's bet was right. Soyana not only unlocked his natal magic weapon, but also unlocked all the equipment on her body. with the south wind at the center. Extremely cold air quickly surged to all sides. The claws of the terrifying monster were frozen into ice in an instant, followed by its body and head, and finally its tail. This is the first time Nanfeng has used the active skill of Frozen Ring in actual combat. When fighting against the Crow King before, Nanfeng originally wanted to try this skill, but who knew that the Crow King was too impatient and was beaten to death by everyone in Nancheng. So he had no choice but to give up. But this time, the effect of Frozen Ring made Nanfeng very satisfied. S-level equipment is awesome. Click. Click. Suddenly, the ice on the terrifying beast began to break. Nanfeng hurriedly kicked his legs and slid back a certain distance. At the same time, he switched the barret in his hand into a golden gatling. Die to me. Ta-ta-ta-ta. 6 thick and large gun barrels rotated, and countless golden bullets hit the body of the terrifying monster. The entire town of Despair echoed with Gatlin's terrifying roar. With the improvement of strength and natal magic weapon, the current golden Gatling can fire 50 bullets per second, and its lethality is extremely amazing. Even a terrifying monster with rough skin and thick flesh could not last for 10 seconds. Boom! The terrifying monster's already damaged body fell to the ground with a bang. The light in its eyes gradually dimmed. It whimpered twice, and died. In terms of awesomeness, it has to be my Gatling. As soon as the terrifying monster died, Nanfeng's tense nerves relaxed. It was really dangerous just now. He was almost beaten to pieces by the terrifying monster's claws. Thanks, Suana. Nanfeng put away Gatling and walked towards the body of the terrifying monster. Although you arrived a little late, you were in time. You didn't mean to be so timely on purpose. Did you? Suana said nothing. Nanfeng rummaged over the body of the terrifying monster, his expression gradually becoming serious. He didn't find the natal magic weapon, and he didn't even find any trace of the existence of the natal magic weapon. This is just a ferocious beast with pretty good strength. How about it? Did you find it? Not far away. Catherine and Yen Nugio strode over. Nanfeng shook his head helplessly. We didn't find it. Our guess was wrong. How can it be? Yen Nugio's eyes were a little confused. In this small town, besides the terrifying monsters, who else would revolve around the town again and again? The three of them were lost in thought. Indeed, besides the terrifying monsters, who else is there? Suana, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said softly, I found it. Nanfeng was stunned, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Have you found it? Where? Catherine and Yen Nugio both looked over in surprise. Nanfeng waved to them and walked aside alone. Suana's voice was very soft. In addition to the terrifying monster, there is another thing that will also rotate around the town. There is still one? Nanfeng was about to ask what it was, but suddenly he saw the shadow under his feet, and an idea flashed in his mind. Moon! That crescent moon in the sky. To be precise, only the moon is rotating around the town over and over again, and the terrifying monsters can only be considered wandering around the town. Suana, it seems you have thought of it too. Nanfeng nodded. It may indeed be the moon. No wonder no one has been able to find the divine weapon hidden in the town for 100,000 years. After entering the town, everyone's strength will be suppressed, and they will not be able to fly at all. Even if someone guessed that the moon was the natal magic weapon, it would be of no use, as they would not be able to get it at all. Thinking of this, Nanfeng's eyes narrowed, and he was ready to spread out the devil's wings and fly to the moon. Unfortunately, 30 seconds have passed. His divine weapons and equipment were no longer available for use. Damn it. How can I take off the moon now? Nanfeng scratched his hair, but couldn't think of a way. Suana spoke softly. Do you want me to help you again? Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. Can you still take action? Yes. But this is the last time. Suana's voice was almost inaudible. Nanfeng had to be very focused to hear her clearly. After this time, my spiritual thoughts will dissipate. Hearing this, Nanfeng nodded solemnly and said, Okay. I owe you a favor. Suana, no need to owe me a favor. If I help you this time, I will thank you for bringing my statue to World Zero. This time, you probably won't break your promise. Nanfeng gave a wry smile. And after all that, if he still didn't bring the statue out, then it would be a bit of a bad character. Nanfeng nodded and said, Don't worry. I won't break my promise this time. Time is suspended at this moment. At this moment, the town of Despair fell into a state of time stop. Everyone maintained their previous actions, unable to move, except Nanfeng. This, Nanfeng was stunned. Soyana's faint figure condensed out of thin air and appeared in front of Nanfeng. Remember what I said? Here is a dream. The thing that creates dreams is the crescent moon in the sky. In other words, it is the master of this dream. Next, I will use the power of the dream god to turn things upside down and make you the new owner of this dream. Nanfeng was a little confused. What's the use of this? Soyana said calmly, your dream is yours to decide. Nanfeng also had a very strange feeling in his heart. With a thought in his mind, the town of despair instantly changed its appearance and turned into the appearance of Nancheng. His thoughts moved again, and the town changed again, turning into a tourist attraction across the Qianlong kingdom. As soon as he thought again, the town became empty, leaving only those survivors who entered the town, standing motionless. This world is completely under my control. This feeling feels like I am the creator god here. Chapter 413, Divine Thoughts That Give Birth to Emotions? This mysterious feeling made Nanfeng a little immersed in it. From the side, Soyana's weak voice sounded, I don't have much power left. You'd better hurry up. Nanfeng took a deep breath, stopped being playful, and decided to do business first. With a thought in his mind, he floated up and flew quickly towards the crescent moon in the sky. As the new owner of this dreamland, Nanfeng reached the edge of the moon easily. As the distance got closer, Nanfeng realized that the crescent moon was very small, only as big as his fingernail. But when I looked up in the town of despair, the crescent moon seemed huge. Is this the divine weapon hidden in a desperate town? Nanfeng stretched out his hand and gently picked off the crescent moon. There was a trace of confusion in his eyes. I felt a familiar power in this divine weapon. This power seems very similar to my own divine weapon. Soyana replied, of course. All the divine weapons of the Chosen Ones are derived from his power. Nanfeng naturally knew who Soyana was referring to. No wonder the natal magic weapon cannot be destroyed. Who can destroy something belonging to the creator god? Maybe only he can do it. So that's it. Nanfeng nodded, held a crescent moon with 2 fingers, and looked at it carefully. Is this your natal magic weapon? Soyana, yes and no. Ah? Nanfeng was stunned. Yes means yes. No means no. What does yes and no mean? I'll explain it to you later when I have the opportunity. Soyana didn't want to dwell too much on this issue. Oh well. Nanfeng shrugged and suppressed the curiosity in his heart. Now that I have obtained this divine weapon, how can I leave here? Soyana, this is your dream, and you are the master of this dream. Nanfeng understood that as long as he wanted, he could leave here and wake up at any time. Nanfeng looked at the people in the desperate town below and said, what about them? Will they leave here too? Soyana, yes. Where they come in, they go back. Nanfeng nodded and asked again, what about you? Soyana, I can no longer leave. In a few moments, I will disappear completely. The south wind is silent. He sensed something was wrong. Before, Soyana would always talk about my spiritual thoughts. But this time, Soyana was talking about me. This ray of spiritual thought seemed to give birth to a trace of her own emotions. However, this trace of emotion will soon dissipate along with this ray of spiritual thought. Soyana, it's time for you to leave. Nanfeng was silent for a moment and nodded. After leaving, I will bring your statue to World Zero as soon as possible. Soyana said calmly, okay. Then we should meet again soon. After saying that, Soyana's figure became fainter and fainter, gradually disappearing in front of Nanfeng. Nanfeng took a deep breath and slowly woke up from his dream. In his ears, he could hear Soyana's faint voice, goodbye. Uh-huh. Nanfeng suddenly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a clear river. In the river, the body of a white-haired old woman was floating. It was Grandma Lin. Have you started falling into a dream from here on out? Nanfeng's eyes were a little confused, as if he hadn't fully woken up from his dream. He stood there stunned for a long time, and then he remembered that he had something important to do. Open the panel and enter Handsome Guy's group. Nanfeng, everyone. Brothers, listen to me. Never go to Black Crow City. Judge Shen, Why? Southwind? You're not in Black Crow City. Are you? Judge Shen, yes. Suzerain asked me to deliver the seeds. Suzerain, the hybrid rice we have developed needs to be planted in a large area to have enough data to support it. Black Crow City controls the surrounding villages, which is just right. So I asked Shenpan to send some seeds there. What's wrong? Knowing that Shenpan was really in Black Crow City, Nanfeng's expression became slightly serious. It's okay. Don't be too nervous. Shenpan, just do as usual and don't show any abnormality. There may be experts in Black Crow City watching you. Who is in Nanchung now? Open the teleportation array. Shinpian. If you find an opportunity, just teleport back. Judge Shin. Okay. It is unlikely that the two brothers Tian Yuan and Di Yuan would attack Shinpan alone. And with the existence of the teleportation array, Nen Feng was not particularly worried about Shinpan's safety. After all, the teleportation array only takes more than a second to teleport people away. After settling the matter, Nen Feng sent another message to Catherine Wiener. Na Feng, are you here? You should also have come out of Despair Town. Right. Catherine quickly responded with a message. Well, how did we get out? When Na Feng became the master of the dream, the entire town was in a state of time stop. Catherine felt her eyes blur and left the town of Despair inexplicably. Na Feng pondered for a moment. I don't know. Maybe the town of Despair just closed down. He didn't want to say too much. Some things were too troublesome to explain. Catherine Wiener, well, I went to upgrade. The two quickly ended their brief chat. Na Feng stood there for a while, thinking about what to do next. If nothing else, there must be many strong men secretly watching Black Crow City. Hum. You want to catch us all? Right. Wait for someone in my south to level up a few more levels. Then go back and kill them all. Na Feng patted his butt, figured out the direction, and walked into the depths of the ancient forest. In his right hand, he was also playing with a crescent moon. Go back to 1 day ago. In the turbulent formless sea, there is a small boat dancing in the sea. On this small boat, there was a little girl who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old. No matter how strong the waves on the sea were, there was no fear on the little girl's face. The wild waves are a kind of viciousness. The wild waves are roaring again and again. The wild waves are wild. The girl on the boat is Xiaonan. She was gnawing on a roasted chicken leg in the wind and waves, humming a song she didn't know who she had learned from someone. It was going to be a pleasant afternoon. But Xiaonan's face suddenly darkened. Brother is missing. The telepathy between her and Nen Feng suddenly disappeared. And this time point happened to be the time when Nen Feng entered the town of Despair. He should still be alive. But where? Xiaonan frowned. And the roasted chicken drumstick in her hand no longer smelled good. After thinking about it, Xiaonan turned around and looked at the invisible continent, and murmured, I remember Sister Yurin said that my brother has been active near Black Crow City recently. Can you encounter danger in such a small place? Well, forget it. Let Xiao Tang go. Maybe he can help me. Xiaonan raised the colorful stone and blew lightly. At the same time, the Tang family was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Tang Chongyun, who was meditating in the secret realm, suddenly opened his eyes. Black Crow City? It's that place where birds don't poop again. Tang Chongyun frowned, not wanting to go. Compared with the prosperous imperial capital, Black Crow City is simply a smelly ditch. But Xiaonan had already spoken, and Tang Chongyun couldn't refuse. Tang Chongyun's lifespan is running out, and he is counting on Xiaonan to help him advance to another level and live for thousands more years. I can only take one more trip. Chapter 414 Shinpian is in danger. The edge of the ancient forest. After leaving the town of Despair, Na Feng quickly rushed into the forest and began to hunt the nearby ferocious beasts. He could guess that there must be many powerful people watching him secretly. As long as he dares to show his face, he will be in danger. Therefore, Na Feng must seize the time to improve his strength. As for Soyana's statue, Na Feng decided to wait until night to get it. The afternoon passed quickly, and Nanfeng's experience value had risen to 67%. One step closer to the level 35 mark. But during this time, Na Feng always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something very important. What did I forget? I'll pick up Soyana's statue when I return to Nanchung tonight. I have also reminded the brothers about the situation in Black Crow City. Is there anything else that I haven't remembered? Na Feng felt itchy and a little uncomfortable. He racked his brains for a long time and didn't realize it until he accidentally stepped on a pile of cow dung. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for Na Feng to step on cow dung. He will definitely detect it in advance and avoid it. But this is clearly not normal. He was blinded by bad luck. Na Feng looked down and saw that he was indeed wearing a lucky amulet around his neck. Na Feng finally remembered that before entering the town of Despair, he was saving up his character and preparing to open the orange treasure chest, etc. Did entering the town of Despair consume all the character I had accumulated? Na Feng pondered. In the town of Despair, he gained an unowned divine weapon, This is more precious and rare than S-level equipment. To a certain extent, this is indeed an explosion of character. After thinking about it, Nanfeng decided to build up his character again before opening the orange treasure chest. After all, the number of orange treasure chests is extremely rare, and there is only one of them. It would be a big loss if S-level equipment is not opened. It's another boring time to save character and hunt ferocious beasts. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Nanfeng's tactical watch made 2 beeps that only he could hear. Nanfeng opened the panel and saw a message from Su Zuren. Su Zuren, Nanfeng. Shenpan hasn't returned to Nancheng yet. I suspect he is in danger. Nanfeng, huh? Why didn't you say this earlier? Su Zuren, half an hour ago. Supervisor Shen was still chatting with us in the group. He didn't look like he was in danger, so I didn't take it to heart. Who knew he would suddenly lose contact? Nanfeng's face darkened. He entered the handsome guy's group and looked through the messages Shenpian had sent before. Judge Shen, brothers, I will teleport back now. Who can open the door to pick me up? Shenpian, well, after thinking about it, I actually don't need to go back in a hurry. I'm quite safe now. No one is watching me. I'll continue to stay here to explore information. Judge Shen, brothers, I saw that guy named Wencheng sneaking to meet someone. I'll follow him to have a look. Don't worry. I will run away if there is danger. Judge Shen, it's okay. He just went to play games with the girls in Zui Shengming Death Building. Judge Shen, what? You don't know about the Tower of Dreams of Life and Death? This is the largest club in Black Crow City. When you come to Black Crow City next time, I'll invite you in to have some fun. This was all the information sent by Judge Shen throughout the afternoon. The last message was sent by Shenpian more than half an hour ago. The building of drunken life and dream of death. Wencheng. Nanfeng murmured in a low voice. He had left Black Crow City to Wencheng as a last resort. And Nanfeng didn't think Wencheng was a trustworthy person. Both sides are just using each other. But I didn't expect that only a few days later. Wencheng rebelled again. As expected, Shenpian must have seen Wencheng meeting a strong man. Maybe that strong man was Tian Yuan or Di Yuan. This also caused changes in their plan. So they had to take action in advance and arrest Shenpan first. Shenpian's profile picture is still on, which means he is not dead yet. Well, they want to force me to show up and go to Black Crow City to save people. In the blink of an eye, Nanfeng had already guessed everything. He sent a message in Handsome Guy's group. Nanfeng, Shenpan is in danger. Brothers, get ready. Let's go rescue him. Xiao Luo, got it. Su Zuren, I'll shake people. Nanfeng stopped Su Zuren. Don't worry. I'll go first to see how many people there are and what their strength is. If the gap is too big, then we must choose to avoid the edge temporarily. Everyone was silent. Temporarily avoiding the edge means selling Shenpian and letting Shenpian die. But this is the only solution. We can't let all the brothers in Nancheng die with Shenpan. Right? Su Ming, this kid Shenpan is really worrying. Nancheng has called him back a long time ago. And he still wants to go find out information. Huang Yuanming, when I rescue him, I will scold him to death. R. Cheng Mo, Nanfeng. I am relatively close to Black Crow City. I will fly there first. And then you can teleport here. Nanfeng, okay. Nanfeng turned off the panel, sat on the floor, and began to close his eyes and rest. Today's Black Crow City is a huge trap, and there are countless strong men lurking around it. This trip to Black Crow City will be very dangerous. But the South Wind had to make a trip. Even if Shenpan can't be rescued, he still has to go. Time passed quickly, and half an hour later, Cheng Mo sent another message. Cheng Mo, Nanfeng. I'm here. Please teleport over. Nanfeng opened the teleportation array and teleported over instantly. The scene in front of him changed instantly. Nanfeng looked around and found that he was standing on a hillside. Cheng Mo was next to him, and he said, Here! Black Crow City is on the right. Hearing this, Nanfeng looked to the right and saw the looming outline of Black Crow City at the end of his field of vision. Nanfeng was stunned. So far away? Cheng Mo spread his hands. Didn't you say there are masters in Black Crow City? I was afraid that if I got too close, they would find me. Nanfeng nodded silently. It's good to be cautious. But this? Isn't that too cautious? You just wait here. I'll go over and check the situation first. If a fight breaks out later, I may not have time to talk in the chat channel. Nanfeng said, pointing to the sky. Pay attention to the sky above Black Crow City. If there is a grenade exploding in the air, it means that the opponent's strength is average. Just wave someone over to help me. If I shoot Gatling in the sky, that means the idea is bad. Having said this, Nafeng glanced at Chung Yamo. Then don't come here. If you come, you will die. Chapter 415 Meet Earth Element again. Chung Yamo looked at Nafeng silently and asked, What about you? What would you do? Nafeng waved his hand. I will find a way to escape. You don't have to worry about me. After saying that, Nafeng shook his head and strode towards Black Crow City, leaving only an extremely great figure behind Chung Yamo. My back must be so handsome, Nafeng thought in his heart, and speeded up a bit. About 20 minutes later, Nafeng had arrived at the edge of Black Crow City. There was a patrolling Black Crow guard passing by the path in front of him. That's about it. Nafeng stopped, and after confirming that there was no one around, he whispered, Hey, is there anyone? Can you hear? 1 second. 2 seconds. Suddenly, a rhythmic coughing sound came from the tactical earphones into Nanfeng's ears. Cough. 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 The corners of Nanfeng's mouth twitched, and he could tell that this was Shenpien's voice. Judge Shen probably found it difficult to speak, so he kept coughing in response to Nafeng. But does this guy need to keep coughing? I feel like my lungs are about to explode. Nafeng shook his head and whispered, Stop coughing. Brother, just stay well, and I will find a way to save you. Shenpian was still coughing. Nafeng rolled his eyes and ignored him. He circled half a circle around the edge of Black Crow City and whispered again, Hello. Hey. Can you hear? After a moment, Wang Defa's half-surprised and half-joyed voice came out. Master? Is it you? Master? Where are you? When he left Black Crow City last time, Nafeng gave Wang Defa a tactical headset and asked military advisor Wencheng to take care of him and train him well. Of course, this is just an excuse on the surface. Nafeng kept Wang Defa with Wencheng just to monitor Wencheng. Nafeng said, Are you safe now? Is there anyone around? Wang Defa responded hurriedly, There is no one. I am safe. Nafeng, let me ask you. One of my brothers came to Black Crow City today. Where is he now? Wanda was stunned. Didn't he go back before dark? Nafeng hummed, Where is Wencheng? I asked you to spy on him secretly. Did you find anything? Wang Defa thought for a while and said, I didn't find anything. But Mr. Wencheng is quite nice. He takes me to eat and drink spicy food every day. And he also gives me money. Well, it seems that this kid has been confused by Wencheng's sugar-coated bullets. This is normal. Wang Defa was deceived by Nafeng before, so his IQ is definitely not much higher. Military advisor Wencheng relied on his brains to make a living. So didn't he just take care of Wang Defa casually? Nafeng knew that if he continued to ask, he would not get any more information. So he said, You find a hidden place to hide now. I will become like you and sneak into Black Crow City. Wang Defa immediately agreed, Okay. Master, I will hide now. Nafeng waited for a while, guessing that Wang Defa should have hid. So he lightly clicked, Tactical Mask. His face was distorted, and soon turned into Wang Defa's appearance. Call. Nafeng took a deep breath, changed into a set of inconspicuous clothes, and walked into Black Crow City from the city gate. As soon as he entered Black Crow City, the huge city gate behind Nafeng closed with a bang. In the attic directly in front, military advisor Wencheng smiled at Nafeng. You are here. Nanfeng's expression changed slightly. He had already guessed that he wouldn't be able to hide for long and would be discovered soon. But I didn't expect it to be so soon. He just walked into the city gate. Behind Wencheng, a young man came out with a smile. Famous hero. We meet again. It is indeed the earth element. Nafeng sighed. This guy really came to approach him on purpose. Nafeng thought this guy was a nice guy before. Diyuan snapped his fingers, and 2 Black Crow guards came out, escorting a man covered in wounds. There is a famous hero. Are you here to save him? Diyuan chuckled. Who is this man with wounds all over his body but Shenpian? Shenpian raised his head in pain, and when he saw Nafeng, he couldn't help shouting, What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to run away? Nafeng was stunned. When did you tell me to run? Judge Shen, that cough I made just now. That's Morse code. Didn't you hear it? What I coughed was K and P, which when translated means run fast. Nafeng stood messy in the wind. Be sick. Who among the young people really knows Morse code? Morse code? Interesting. Diyuan chuckled and said, Is this a unique code among you chosen ones? Can you teach me? This way I can trick more chosen ones into coming. Nanfeng said. Okay. You release the person first. And I will teach you. Neither of you can leave here today. As he said that, Diyuan suddenly asked with interest. I'm curious. Have you guessed that we are ambushing in Black Crow City? How did you know? Nanfeng's face was calm. You let him go first. And I will tell you. Diyuan shook his head helplessly. That won't work. My original plan was to capture more than 10 chosen ones at once. But you have disrupted it. Therefore, you both must die here. Nanfeng had already said this. So there was no need to continue the negotiation. He immediately hit Barrett, raised his hand, and shot. Call out. The bullet shot towards the earth element like lightning. Diyuan smiled and stood motionless. Behind him, a blind man with white pupils took a step forward and caught the bullet with his bare hands. Blind Tianyuan. Nanfeng's face was solemn. It was over now. Before, he and Long Wudi teamed up and could only escape in the hands of Tianyuan. Now that Long Wudi is not here, what can Nanfeng do to fight Tianyuan? Judson shouted at the top of his lungs. Leave me alone and run. Ahem. Nanfeng glanced at Shenpan one last time, gritted his teeth, unfolded the devil's wings, and flew out of the city. Diyuan showed a malicious smile. Tianyuan. Follow up. Don't kill him directly. There will definitely be other chosen ones who will come to help him. We used him as bait and fished slowly. Tianyuan's face remained calm as he floated slowly, chasing the south wind. When Supervisor Shen heard what Diyuan said, his eyes immediately turned red, and he wanted to reach out and touch the tactical earphones to tell Nanfeng the news. But Diyuan didn't give him this chance. He struck out Shenpian's hands with 2 palms in a row. Still want to tip off the news? Do you think I will give you this opportunity? Diyuan chuckled and looked at the 2 chasing figures on the horizon. Don't worry. I won't kill you now. When I capture all your companions, I will kill them one by one in front of you. Hee hee. They died to save you. When Judge Shen heard this, he spat out a mouthful of old blood and his eyes were about to burst. Chapter 416 Shen punishes Xiao Luo, and both of them die. Call out. Call out. 2 figures streaked across the sky. Nanfeng, who was flying in front, glanced back at Tianyuan, who was following closely behind, and narrowed his eyes slightly. This old blind man hasn't moved forward at full speed yet. Does he want to use me as bait? Nanfeng thought for a moment, took out Gatling from his backpack, and fired at Tianyuan. Golden magic bullets pierced the sky. Block. Tianyuan's face remained calm, and a black chess piece condensed between his index and middle fingers. He gently dropped the chess piece, and a big black mountain appeared in front of him, blocking all the bullets that were fired at him. Tianyuan's strength is much stronger than Nanfeng. He can't blow up this black mountain. Fortunately, Nanfeng's goal had been achieved. He made a prompt decision, put away Gatling and fled quickly. In the other direction, Cheng Mo, standing on the top of the mountain, saw golden bullets in the sky. According to what Nanfeng said before leaving, shooting Gatling into the sky means that the enemy is too strong and needs to be temporarily avoided. But Cheng Mo didn't want to do this. He opened the panel and told all the brothers in Nancheng about the current situation. Cheng Mo, the south wind allows us to avoid the edge temporarily. What do you think? Wu Yuan ran. Nancheng said he has a way to escape. I think we should support him and stop holding him back. Wang Yuanming, what about Shenpan? Don't care about him? Su Ming Mada. What the hell does he do? Who asked this kid to seek death? You deserve to die. Xiao Luo, I have arrived outside Black Crow City. Let me see if there is a chance to rescue Shenpian. Su Zuran, we can't always let the south wind protect us from wind and rain. Leave one person in Nancheng to take care of you, and the other brothers will all gather outside Black Crow City. Receive. In an instant, one after another white light lit up. It has been almost a month since the large-scale beast tide, and there are now more than 180 chosen ones who have reached level 30 in Nancheng. These 180 people were all teleported to Cheng Mo's teleportation array. This is an extremely powerful fighting force. Su Zuran looked around and said in a low tone, everyone, be careful. Once the blood volume is too low, don't hesitate to teleport back immediately. Saving Shenfan is important, but your own lives are more important. Everyone nodded. Set off. Under the moonlight, everyone in Nancheng hunched over and groped toward Black Crow City with ease. Neither of them noticed that there were 2 pairs of eyes looking at them not far away. Ha! Diyuan is right. These chosen ones will really stupidly sneak into the trap. The Black King shook his head slightly, seeming to find this group of chosen ones very ridiculous. Next to him, a big dog stuck out its tongue and said angrily, "They are as stupid as dogs." "Don't say that. You are still very smart." The Black King touched the big dog's head, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, more than 180 chosen ones came this time, and they must be caught today. Big Dog said in confusion, "I heard that the chosen ones are extremely capable of escaping, so it's probably impossible to catch them all." "Right. With Formation Master Tian Yuan here, nothing is impossible." The Black King sneered. "Let's go. Let's get out from behind and cut off their retreat first." The other side, when he learned that Judge Shen was in trouble, Xiao Luo stopped hunting ferocious beasts and started rushing to Black Crow City. As soon as he arrived near Black Crow City, he saw Nan Feng and Tian Yuan flying out one after the other. Nan Feng lured away a strong man. "I wonder how many strong men are left in Black Crow City," Xiao Luo murmured, leaning closer and closer. He tapped the tactical earphones and whispered, "Judge Shen, can you hear me?" At this time, Shen Fan had just had his hands broken and was in great pain. Hearing Xiao Luo's voice, he quickly lay down on the ground, curled up in a circle in pain, and then took the opportunity to tap the tactical headset. Cough. Shen Pan didn't dare to cough too much because he was afraid that Di Yuan would notice something unusual. Xiao Luo heard Shen Pan's response and asked in a low voice, "How many strong men are there in the city?" "You cough as many times as there are." Judge Shen gritted his teeth and coughed violently. Cough, 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 cough. He didn't want Xiao Luo to risk his life to save him. Xiao Luo was silent for a while and said, "I will definitely go in and rescue you. You'd better give me the correct information and don't let me make wrong judgments." Judge Shen sighed, knowing that he could not persuade Xiao Luo to retreat, so he could only cough lightly. Cough. In his opinion, only Di Yuan can be considered a strong person in Black Crow City today. Others, such as the Black Crow Guard, are only around level 30 at most, and they don't have their own divine weapons yet, so they don't pose much of a threat. Xiao Luo nodded and said softly, "Get ready. I will come to rescue you now." After that, Xiao Luo lost his voice. Shen Pan took a deep breath and observed the surrounding situation with his peripheral vision. Di Yuan and others were watching the battle in the air attentively, and no one paid any attention to Shen Pan for the time being. "This is an opportunity." Shen Pan gulped, his eyes wandering, looking for the best escape route. "What are you looking at?" Suddenly, Di Yuan's voice sounded in Judge Shen's ears. Shen Pan was startled and looked up at Di Yuan, only to find that Di Yuan was looking at him with a half smile. I am thinking, how can I save my life?" Judge Shen looked at Di Yuan in a flattering manner. "I know the stronghold to several chosen ones. Let me tell you. How about you let me live?" "Ha ha ha." Di Yuan burst out laughing. He squatted in front of Judge Shen and patted Judge Shen's face gently with his hand. "You are waiting for people outside the city to save you." Judge Shen's expression changed drastically. Di Yuan chuckled and said, "In fact, the moment the famous hero appears, I can kill you, because I am most afraid of long nights and many dreams. But I suddenly noticed that there is a chosen one approaching quietly outside the city. He seems to be here to save you too. So I deliberately kept you alive to see if I could catch people outside the city." Unexpectedly, he actually came. Shen Fan's eyes widened, and he looked at Di Yuan in horror. You, this person is so vicious." Judge Shen was about to remind Xiao Luo, but it was too late. A sharp sword energy cut open the city gate. A tall figure walked slowly from outside the city. Shen Fan stood up suddenly and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother Luo, run!" Snapped. Di Yuan slapped him out. Shen Pian's neck rotated 180 degrees to his back. Ho ho! A low groan came from his throat, and the light in his pupils gradually dimmed. At the gate of the city, Xiao Luo, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, had an extremely cold face. He and Di Yuan looked at each other, their eyes full of murderous intent. "I remember you." After saying that, Xiao Luo took a step back and retreated tens of meters in an instant. "You've come, but you still want to leave?" Di Yuan laughed several times, jumped into the air, and chased Xiao Luo. When it comes to speed, how can Xiao Luo compare to Di Yuan? In just 10 seconds, Di Yuan caught up with Xiao Luo and slapped Xiao Luo on the back. Puff! Xiao Luo opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood, then plunged his head into the soil, losing his breath. Chapter 417, Chasing and Intercepting. Oh, remember me? Just you? Di Yuan looked at the corpse on the ground and smiled disdainfully. What I am least good at is hand-to-hand combat. You can't even catch my palm, and you dare to say harsh words to me? But the smile on Di Yuan's face quickly faded. He saw the corpses on the ground turned into pieces of dust, floating into the air in the wind. This is... Di Yuan was stunned for a moment, then reacted. This is not a real person. This is a clone. He turned around sharply and looked at the Black Crow city behind him. In that attic, Shen Pian, who was slapped to death by him, has disappeared. The Black Crow guards in the attic were also dying and injured. Di Yuan stood there, silent for a long time, and suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting. This is what makes it interesting. That's how fun it is. Go back a few minutes. After communicating with Judge Shen, Xiao Luo did not take action personally. Instead, he created a clone and asked the clone to break open the city gate. Xiao Luo himself turned on his stealth cloak and ran as fast as possible to hide in the mud pile under the city wall. It was precisely because of the stealth skill that Xiao Luo disappeared from Di Yuan's perception for a moment. The clone he left behind became Xiao Luo's perfect substitute, and his every move was sensed by Di Yuan. Later, Di Yuan was led out of the city by Xiao Luo's clone. Xiao Luo himself seized this opportunity, climbed over the city wall, and rushed into Black Crow City, and rescued the dying Shen Fan. At this time, Xiao Luo was carrying Shen Pan and running wildly in Black Crow City. Sentence! Sentence! Xiao Luo shouted in a low voice. Eat some qi and blood fruit quickly. As a chosen one, Shen Pian's physique is very strong. Even if his neck is broken, he can still breathe. It's just that Shen Pan is not far from death. In his current state, let alone eating, he can't even move his hands. His health points were still dropping and were about to return to zero. Xiao Luo gritted his teeth, quickly rushed into a dark alley, and opened the tactical panel. Sui Han, teleport over quickly. He placed Shen Pan on the ground and put the teleportation array aside at the same time. He separated into 30 clones and scattered them around, running around in Black Crow City. Letting Sui Han teleport here is actually a very dangerous thing. With Di Yuan's terrifying strength, he could wipe out the three of them with just a move of his fingers. At that time, it is very likely that Shen Pan will not be able to save the life, but will bring Sui Han in instead. But Xiao Luo couldn't possibly watch Shen San die in front of him, so he could only take a gamble. With a flash of white light, the choppy Sui Han was quickly teleported over. She saw the situation here clearly at a glance, and quickly released several healing spells in an attempt to revive Shen Pian. But Shen Pian's neck was broken, and his health continued to drop. And it dropped faster and faster. The treatment technique was equivalent to inserting an oxygen tube into him. It could barely hang on Shen Pian's life, but it couldn't save him at all. As long as Sui Han's healing technique stops, Shen Pian will still die. Xiao Luo said in a deep voice, "How is it? Can it be done?" He still had one sentence left unsaid. If he couldn't be saved, he would give up Shen Pan and teleport away from here with Sui Han. Sui Han nodded and said softly, "Cover me." She was seen holding her staff high and chanting deep and obscure spells in a low voice. After chanting for 30 seconds, Sui Han stopped and pressed the staff against Shen Pan's body. A steady stream of golden light poured into Shen Pan's body. A layer of dense beads of sweat appeared on Sui Han's forehead, and she whispered, "Quick, twist his neck back." Xiao Luo nodded and quickly put Shen San's neck back in place. Shen Pian's declining health finally stopped. He took a few deep breaths and coughed loudly. "Brother Luo. Miss Su." Xiao Luo interrupted him. "Stop talking nonsense. Teleport back to Nancheng." This time, Shen Pan did not dare to hesitate at all, and directly opened the teleportation array and returned to Nancheng. Xiao Luo turned to look at Sui Han. "You also go back to Nancheng, and I will inform the others." Before Xiao Luo finished speaking, his eyes suddenly froze, and he looked into the air. Tian Yuan, who was still fighting fiercely with Nan Feng, suddenly broke away from the battle and dived towards the ground. When Sui Han saw this, his expression changed. "In that direction, brother, and the others are all over there." Xiao Luo quickly sent a message to the handsome guy's group, "Run." No one answered. Xiao Luo opened the teleportation array, but found that he could not teleport to Su Zern and others. Oops. Xiao Luo took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "You go back to Nancheng. I will go over and help." Sui Han wanted to say something else, but Xiao Luo looked at her seriously. "Don't come back. Nanchung needs someone alive. After saying that, Xiao Luo swooped out and rushed outside Black Crow City. Sui Han bit his lip. His eyes slightly red. She opened the teleportation array, hesitated again and again, and finally chose to teleport back to Nanchung. There are thousands of ordinary people in Nanchung, and they are all relatives and friends of Nanchung's chosen ones. Sui Han's own parents, grandparents, are also among them. Xiao Luo was right. Nanchung needed someone alive. 1 minute ago, it was over Black Crow City. Tian Yuan, who was fighting fiercely with Nanfeng, suddenly broke out and forced Nanfeng back. The last time we fought, your strength was less than 1/10 of what it is now. Tian Yuan sighed softly. The chosen one is indeed the chosen one. It is no longer easy for me to kill you now. Tian Yuan focuses more on defense and control, and is not good at offense. That's why he has been unable to capture Nanfeng. But even so, this brief confrontation left Nanfeng covered with wounds. Nanfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, held on to bear it tightly, and sneered. Keep coming! I can fight you until dawn! Tian Yuan shook his head. If I kill you, I can only get one divine weapon, which is a waste of time. With that said, Tian Yuan turned around and swooped down into the woods below. His voice came from afar. In comparison, the following 182 natal weapons are more important. Nanfeng gritted his teeth and activated the Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon. I haven't let you go yet. Wow! Electric light flashed, and a light blue light beam as thick as an arm hit Tian Yuan's back. Tian Yuan's face remained calm, and he didn't look back. He raised his hand and dropped 2 chess pieces. The 2 mountains overlapped and completely blocked the Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon. What a powerful divine weapon! Tian Yuan couldn't help but sigh. He quickly landed on the ground and unfolded a huge black and white chessboard with himself as the center. Suzerain and others were all enveloped by the black and white chessboard. The black and white threads intertwined like a huge net, trapping them all in it. Chung Mo reacted the fastest and immediately opened the teleportation array. But he couldn't teleport out. Damn it. Trapped. Mata. Is this blind man a strong man above level 40? Don't mess up. He's only one person, so we may not have a chance to get out. When everyone heard this, their spirits perked up. Yes, there are more than 180 of us, but we can't beat you. But then, a chuckle came from behind them. Haha. He is not alone. The Black King appeared behind everyone in Nanchung with his big dog. Wang Yuanming gritted his teeth and said, It's okay. 2 people and 1 dog. We also have a chance. In the distance, a slightly frivolous voice came. What about me? A young man walked out of the woods. It was Di Yuan. The Black King of Tian Yuan and Earth Yuan adds a big dog. How to play with this lineup. Chapter 418 Leaving Seclusion. Lu Daqiang. The ancient forest. Within the mist. In the southern city. Shenpan, who had just teleported back from Black Crow City, glanced at the reluctant Guliang. Where are the others? Guliang did not go to the battle with everyone, but stayed in Nanchung to pick up everyone when they came back. They seem to have gone to Black Crow City, but I don't know the details. Guliang touched his bald head, a little absent-mindedly. During this time, he was focused on hybrid rice, and was not very concerned about other things. By this time, he still didn't know what Suzerain and others were going to Black Crow City for. He thought they were going to encircle and suppress the ferocious beasts. Did they go to Black Crow City too? Shenpan became anxious upon hearing this, and quickly opened the panel, preparing to tell his brothers to retreat. But it's too late. Xiao Luo had already called in the group a few seconds ago, but now no one has come back. It's over. Shenpan sat down on the ground, his face full of decadence. He finally realized what a big mistake he had made today, just because of his arrogance. I don't know how many Nanchung brothers will die in Black Crow City tonight. What on earth did I do? Shenpan was so scared that his whole body was shaking. He was really afraid. Afraid that Nanchung's brothers would die because of him. Another flash of white light flashed from Guliang's teleportation array. Suihan walked out with red eyes. She glared at Shenpan with angry eyes, as if she wanted to cut him into pieces. Sorry. Judge Shen lowered his head, not daring to look into Suihan's eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene was extremely solemn. Guliang touched his bald head and was a little confused. He still didn't know what happened. Crunch. At this moment, a wooden door was suddenly pushed open from the inside, making a creaking sound. The three of them turned around and saw a man with disheveled hair walking out of the hut. This man's beard was extremely long, almost reaching his waist, and it was unkempt, like a handful of withered weeds on a meadow in winter. His face was full of vicissitudes of life, as if he had experienced countless things, and his eyes were deep and full of experience. Judge Shin tilted his head and looked at this man blankly, feeling that he looked familiar. But for a moment, I couldn't remember who he was. Judge Shin, don't you remember me? The man with the vicissitudes of life spoke first, his voice low and hoarse. Hearing this voice, Judge Shin finally confirmed the identity of the person in front of him, Lu Daqiang, the king of logging. Lu Daqiang. Judge Shin said in shock, Brother Chong? Have you finally defeated your demons? We all thought you were dead. The corners of Lu Daqiang's mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. Yes. I finally defeated my inner demons and came out. Su Yihan looked at Lu Daqiang's appearance and wondered, how did you become like this? His hair and beard are so long. He looks like a wild man. Lu Daqiang shook his head gently. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. I already know the situation in Black Crow City, and I have to rush over to join the battle now. It's a pity that I couldn't fight side by side with my brothers in the large beast tide. This time, I want to make up for my regrets. After that, Lu Daqiang took out the teleportation array and teleported away with a whoosh. Only Shen Pian and others were left standing there in confusion. Didn't he just come out of seclusion? Why would you use a teleportation array? Who did he teleport? Brother Luo? Is he really Lu Daqiang? I feel like his momentum is so powerful. One thought after another appeared in Xiao Luo's mind. Lu Daqiang defeated his inner demon 3 hours ago. The challenge of his inner demons is extremely difficult. More difficult than any of the chosen ones. Lu Daqiang is not good at fighting. He was able to reach level 30 only by knocking experience orbs. This also made Lu Daqiang's inner demon extremely powerful. So powerful that he had no possibility of defeating it. Among his inner demons are endless tree demons. Every tree demon is several times stronger than Lu Daqiang. In other words, Lu Daqiang can't even defeat a tree demon. But if he wants to defeat his inner demon, he needs to kill all the tree demons here. The good news is that in the space challenged by the inner demon, Lu Daqiang will be thirsty, hungry, tired and in pain. But he will not die. He relied on his immortality to chop down the tree demons he saw with one axe. This cut lasts for 10 years. At that time, Lu Daqiang didn't know that the flow of time in the inner demon space was different from the outside world. 10 years have passed in the inner demon space. But only 10 days have passed in the outside world. He chopped non-stop for 10 years. And finally, there was only the last tree demon left in the entire inner demon space. But this tree demon is the most powerful tree demon. Its trunk can be repaired infinitely. No matter how Lu Daqiang cuts it, the tree demon will be restored to its original state in an instant. Lu Daqiang had been chopping for a full year, but he failed to make a single scar on the trunk. Lu Daqiang was desperate. He gave up cutting down trees and began to look for other ways out of this space. This search lasted 3 years. Lu Daqiang was desperate again, because this space was a closed loop and there was no way out. At this time, Lu Daqiang had been in the inner demon space for 14 years, and he was going crazy. His hair was long enough to mop the floor, and his beard was also long, messy and knotted. He was on the verge of collapse every day. He wanted to commit suicide but couldn't. 2 more years passed like this. Suddenly one day, Lu Daqiang looked at the last tree demon, and he realized clearly as long as the tree trunk can be cut off with an axe, it will have no chance of recovering on its own. But how easy is it? Lu Daqiang sat cross-legged in front of the tree demon, closed his eyes, and kept simulating in his mind how to cut it off with an axe. This sitting lasted for 10 years. At this point, he has been in the inner demon space for 26 years, and 26 days have passed in the outside world. On this day, Lu Da opened his eyes fiercely, his eyes like lightning. He stepped forward, drew the axe from his waist, and slashed horizontally. The axe that had not been unsheathed for 10 years now blossomed with a sharp edge that could open the sky. With one move of the axe, the tree demon was cut off. The inner demons that had trapped him for 26 years disappeared at this moment. The scene in front of Lu Daqiang changed, and he returned to the small house that was both familiar and strange to him. He sat in the hut, and was in a daze for a long time before he recovered. I finally succeeded. However, 26 years have passed, and things have changed in the outside world. Right? Are the brothers from back then still alive? How many people can remember me? Lu Daqiang did not rush to leave the hut, but opened the panel and began to look through various chat records. Then he was surprised to find that only 26 days had passed. He is not out of touch with the world. However, Lu Daqiang was not happy for long. From the chat messages in the group, he learned that the brothers in Nancheng were now in danger. He immediately privately chatted with Xiao Luo and expressed that he wanted to teleport there. Before Lu Daqiang was about to leave, he heard the conversation between Shenpan, Suihan and others outside the house. So he went out to say hello. After that comes the events of the opening scene. Outside Black Crow City, Xiao Luo, who was running wildly, suddenly stopped and opened his teleportation array. White light flashed. An unkempt man with vicissitudes of life, with hair that could drag the floor, walked out of the teleportation array. Chapter 419. After 20 years of chopping down trees, he came out of seclusion to kill Tian Yuan. Xiao Luo looked at the savage in front of him and said with some uncertainty, "Are you, Lu Daqiang?" Lu Daqiang smiled and nodded. "I haven't been out for a long time. My hair and beard are a bit long. By the way, Brother Luo, let me lend you a short sword." Xiao Luo was a little confused, but he still handed his purple gold short blade to Lu Daqiang. Lu Daqiang took the knife, slashed it twice, and shaved off his messy hair and beard. What a superb technique! Xiao Luo was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that Lu Daqiang would become so much stronger after defeating his inner demon. But, don't you have an axe? Why are you using my knife? Xiao Luo was confused. Lu Daqiang touched his bald head and felt much better. He said, "My axe has not been unsheathed for 26 years. It must be used in key places." "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Xiao Luo shook his head, took back his purple gold short blade, and ran forward. "Let's go! It's important to save people first. By the way, you are only level 30. Can you do it? Otherwise, don't come." Lu Daqiang smiled and followed him. "Brother Luo, don't look down on me. Now I am definitely better at cutting down trees than you." Tens of kilometers outside Black Crow City, Tianyuan's black and white chessboard enveloped the 182 chosen ones in Nancheng. The three black kings of Tianyuan and Diyuan formed a triangle, surrounding them in the middle. Diyuan looked at the people in Nancheng, as if looking at countless wealth. "Just do it. Kill them directly to avoid accidents. What are you doing in such a hurry? You have to have some confidence in our combination." The Black King chuckled and said, "Negotiate the terms first. I want 5 natal magic weapons." Diyuan's eyes turned cold. He raised the price on the ground? "We were talking about 3 pieces before." The Black King shrugged. Who knew they would come so many in one breath? "Then I don't have to give a little more? It's tiring to kill so many people." Diyuan snorted. 5 pieces. 5 pieces? Go first." Diyuan didn't want to drag it out any longer. He wanted to hold these divine weapons in his hands before he could feel at ease. Wait! In the sky, Nanfeng, covered in injuries, swooped down with gritted teeth. He landed on a hill in the distance, took out the teleportation array, and placed it at his feet. "Are you sure you want to kill them?" Nanfeng spoke in a low voice, inciting the magic power in his body to spread his voice far away. Everyone present turned their attention to Nanfeng. "Nanshan, don't worry about us. Just leave." "That's right. Leave quickly and remember to avenge us, Brother Nanfeng." "Let's go!" Looking at this scene, Diyuan suddenly rolled his eyes and became aware of the plan. There is a famous hero. Compared with him, I want your natal magic weapon more. Diyuan smiled and said, "How about we make a deal? Trade your life for the lives of 10 of them. And you choose 10. Nanfeng turned his head and looked at everyone in Nancheng. Everyone here is a familiar face to Nanfeng. Su Zuran, Su Ming, Wu native Huang Yuanming, Yuran Yunfei. But Nanfeng still shook his head. "I won't change." Diyuan was slightly stunned, but he didn't expect Nanfeng to answer so decisively. "They came here to save you, and your words hurt their hearts too much. Or, you don't believe me? Diyuan, I never lie to my friends. And you, the famous hero, you can be regarded as one of my few friends. How about this? Trade your life for 20 of them? Don't change." Nanfeng looked calm and shook his head. "Let alone 20 of them. Even if they trade me for all of them, I won't trade them." Diyuan was startled. He didn't expect Nanfeng to give such an answer. Nanfeng's voice was low, and he spoke slowly. "They and I have only known each other for 2 months. Would you risk your life for someone you just met 2 months ago?" Diyuan curled his lips and said nonchalantly, "Forget it if you don't change." Tian Yuan. Black King. Do it. Before you do anything. I have a few more words to say. Nefeng said loudly. Kill them! You three and I will have a life or death relationship. You should know how quickly the strength of the Chosen One improves. Maybe in a few months, I will be strong enough to fight you. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? The three people from Diyuan looked at each other, and couldn't help bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. You want to threaten us? The Black King laughed and said, You must know that if we dare to kill the Chosen One, we cannot be afraid of your revenge afterwards. I thought you could name the flowers. Not interesting. Diyuan shook his head and said with a smile, By the way, there are two people sneaking closer. Please come out too. I have discovered you a long time ago. As Diyuan finished speaking, two figures walked out of the woods. It was Xiao Luo and Lu Daqiang. In the black and white chessboard, Su Ming yelled, You too, Shabi. What are you doing here? Are you going to die? Ah? Su Zurin's face was no longer calm. Let's go. Let's go! Leave us alone. The Black King sneered. You are here and still want to leave? Do you really not take us seriously? Tian Yuan looked calm. Are you still thinking about saving people? You are so naive. Who will die if you don't die? Diyuan sighed. If you insist on sending two more, then I can only accept it. Do it. Diyuan didn't want to delay it any longer because he had a vague feeling of panic. If you continue to delay, something might really happen. Do it. Almost at the moment when Diyuan said the words, Take action, Nefeng also shouted loudly and blurted out the word, Take action. You have to take action. Then do it. Nefeng carried the RPG rocket launcher on his shoulders in an instant. A missile trailing flame shot out. Xiao Luo held the purple gold short blade tightly with both hands and looked solemn. The 30 clones he had separated from before returned to their places at this moment. Tiangang returned to its position, and the space was shattered. Xiao Luo slashed out with his sword. From top to bottom, the sword was fierce. His sword and the missile launched by Nefeng all hit the same point on the black and white chessboard. This is a full blow from the two strongest people in Nancheng. But this blow only opened a hole in the black and white chessboard. The chessboard quickly began to heal at a rate visible to the naked eye. Nefeng gritted his teeth, took out Gatling, and prepared to increase the firepower to tear open the hole. But Lu Daqiang took the lead and pulled out the axe from his waist. Between heaven and earth, a faint light flashed. This axe cut out a ray of light in the dark night. Lu Daqiang's bald hair was shining. He stood there with high spirits and said loudly, It took 20 years to chop down trees, and I will cut off Tian Yuan. Brother Nefeng, I have been chopping down trees for more than 20 years before I mastered this most powerful axe. What do you think? A crack appeared on Tian Yuan's black and white chessboard. But in just a moment, the crack disappeared. Lu Daqiang was stunned on the spot. He can't cut this chessboard. Inside the chessboard, Tian Yuan, whose pupils turned white, sneered, Level 30? What are you pretending to be? Chapter 420 Poisonous Poison Master, Diyuan. Lu Daqiang's powerful axe successfully opened a crack on the chessboard. Tian Yuan saw this and sneered, You're just a level 30 waste. What are you pretending to be? However, in fact, Tian Yuan's heart has already set off a storm. A level 30 chosen one could actually break through his proud defense. In Tian Yuan's heart, he always believed that Long Wudi and the famous heroes were the most powerful ones among the chosen ones. But he didn't expect that there would be masters among the chosen ones. The big bald man in front of me could break through his defense with an axe at level 30. So when he reaches level 40, he still has to chase after the Emperor of the Falling Sun Empire to hack at him. As expected of the chosen one, he is indeed so terrifying. On the other side, Lu Daqiang took back his axe and let out a long sigh. Theoretically, the chessboard is also made of wood. But I couldn't split it open with just one axe. Alas, the gap is still too big. Xiao Luo, brother, this chessboard is made of magic power, and its core is a divine weapon. Lu Daqiang blocked his ears in time. I can't hear you. I said it's made of wood, and it's made of wood. Lu Daqiang is most confident only when he is chopping wood. On the black and white chessboard, the crack is slowly closing. Seeing this, Nefeng in the distance quickly switched out Golden Gatling and fired at the crack. Quick! Take this opportunity to teleport away. When cracks appear on the chessboard, the formation is no longer complete. The people in Nancheng, who were enveloped by the chessboard, found that they could use the teleportation array again. Go quickly! Su Zurin roared loudly. took out the teleportation array and placed it at his feet. Then slashed a sword energy at Tianyuan directly in front. The remaining people also reacted very quickly. They all released their strongest blow, and then hurriedly teleported back to Nancheng. Within the chessboard, more than 80 people escaped in less than 2 seconds. When Yuan saw this, his voice was cold. I knew you were good at running, but I didn't expect you to be able to run so well. I was careless this time. Let the rest of you stay. Both Tianyuan and Diyuan were very confident in the black and white chessboard, believing that after being trapped by the chessboard, these chosen ones would never be able to escape. So what if a crack was created on the chessboard? It only takes a few seconds for the crack to heal. In just a few seconds, where could these chosen ones go? But they don't know that each of the chosen ones has a teleportation array that can teleport thousands of miles away in an instant. It was precisely because of this information gap that everyone in Nancheng was given 2 seconds to live. In just 2 seconds, nearly half of the brothers fled back to Nancheng. Unfortunately, it will be difficult for the remaining people to leave. Tianyuan ignored the various attacks that came at him, and the magic power surged in his body, condensing a black chess piece in his hand. The chess pieces turned into black mountains and appeared above everyone's heads, trying to suppress them directly. Before the mountain fell, a huge pressure hit everyone. Puff! Wow! Everyone in Nancheng spurted out a mouthful of blood, unable to withstand the pressure, and knelt heavily on the ground. Some of the weaker ones were actually crushed into blood mist by this heavy pressure. Su Ming's face turned red, and he used all his strength to put the big shield on his head. I hold up my giant shield. To the top of the sky, a huge shadow of a shield appeared above his head, like the heaven of salvation, blocking all the heavy pressure released by the mountain. Let's go! Su Ming's veins popped out all over his body, and he roared heartbreakingly. The blood vessels in his body began to burst, and his bones made a crunching sound as they were crushed inch by inch. This mountain is too heavy for him to bear. Walk! Suzerain roared, gritted his teeth, and entered the teleportation array. The others looked sideways, and their eyes were red. But their reason told them that they must leave, because this is Su Ming's life passage for a second or two in exchange for his life. No one can leave. The Black King and the dog, who had been paddling on the edge to watch the show, finally moved at this time. If you don't move, it's okay. If you don't take action, this group of chosen ones will be gone. The big dog ran out wildly, and a vicious dog pounced on the food, biting off the neck of a chosen one. The chosen one died, and a lavender divine weapon slowly floated out. The big dog held this divine weapon in his mouth and looked at the Black King excitedly. Master, I got one. Get it and leave. The Black King killed a chosen one with one palm and took away his divine weapon. Let's go. Don't bother anymore. After getting the divine weapon, Black King did not hesitate and immediately turned around and left. The potential of this chosen generation is too terrifying. Let's leave quickly and find a place to hide. The big dog didn't understand the Black King's brain circuit very well. It wondered, why should we leave? They have great potential. So why not kill them all? If we kill them all, will the two brothers let us go? The Black King said coldly. Remember, never trust humans. Don't you even trust me? The big dog secretly thought in his heart, not daring to say more, and hurriedly followed the Black King to escape from here. At the same time, the south wind in the distance was still carrying Gatlin, shooting at the cracks. As long as this crack remains, the people inside the chessboard will still have a chance to escape. Inside the chessboard, Tiyuan did not go to kill Su Ming and others, but flew towards the south wind quickly. I said, I want your natal magic weapons even more. Tiyuan chuckled and looked at Nanfeng. Nanfeng had a cold face and was about to retreat when a sharp pain suddenly came from his body. This feeling is as if the internal organs have been pulled out and beaten with sandbags. It hurts. It hurts so much that I twitch. From the corner of his eye, he saw Xiao Luo, Lu Daqiang, and the remaining brothers in Nancheng, all rolling on the ground in pain like him. How is this going? Soul attack? The earth element was approaching, and Nanfeng had no time to think about it. He touched the silver ring on his index finger with his thumb and shouted, frozen for thousands of miles. The low temperature quickly swept across the surrounding area, and the sky was filled with frost. Tiyuan cautiously stopped outside the frozen range and did not approach rashly. He looked at Nanfeng with a smile on his face. Do you know? In the imperial capital, they all call me Poison Master. Before the battle even started, I had already dispersed the poisonous mist. covering a range of over 1,000 meters. If you absorb the poisonous mist, you will all die, including those who escaped. It's a pity that they don't know if their natal magic weapon will be picked up by some lucky person. Nanfeng's pupils shrank sharply. Everyone will die. Then wouldn't it be completely pointless for him to risk his life to save others? Seeing that Nanfeng was distracted, Di Yuan's eyes flashed with cold light, and he took action decisively. Others ran away. But the famous hero in front of him, Di Yuan would never allow him to run away. He must take possession of such a powerful divine weapon as his own. Between heaven and earth, a fierce sword light flashed. This knife was cut from tens of thousands of meters away, cutting through the shackles of space in an instant, and fell between Nanfeng and Di Yuan. The 3 fingers of Di Yuan's right hand were neatly cut off. Half a second later, Di Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He retreated hundreds of meters, and returned to Tian Yuan's chessboard. He looked into the distance in horror, and uttered 2 words from his mouth, Sword Emperor. Chapter 421. This poison cannot be cured. The King of Swords. Tang Chongyun? In the chessboard with intertwined black and white lines, Tian Yuan and Di Yuan could no longer remain calm, and looked into the distance with wary expressions. A figure was reflected in Tian Yuan's white pupils. This figure is tens of thousands of meters away. He is not tall, and has gray hair. But he is full of energy, and does not look old at all. The old man was strolling in the courtyard, walking slowly and leisurely. His steps were very slow, but it only took him 3 steps to reach the black and white chessboard. This person is none other than Sword Emperor Tang Chongyun. Is he the Sword Emperor Tang Chongyun? Nanfeng looked at the visitor, with a flash of doubt in his heart. What is he doing here? Is it also to snatch the divine weapon of destiny? A strong man of this level doesn't have this need. Right? Nanfeng didn't think deeply. He winked at the remaining brothers, and signaled them to run away quickly. Upon seeing this, Tian Yuan and Di Yuan glanced at Tang Chongyun, and then at each other, preparing to take action again to kill the remaining chosen ones. But the Sword Emperor snorted lightly, and Tian Yuan and Di Yuan immediately gave up the idea. Tang Chongyun, what do you want to do? Tian Yuan's face regained his composure, and he said, Cut off 3 of my brother's fingers. Do you know the consequences? Anyone who is familiar with Tian Yuan knows that he usually calls Di Yuan by his first name and rarely calls him brother. Once the word brother comes out of his mouth, it means Tian Yuan is angry. Tang Chongyun raised his head slightly, glanced at the 2 of them, and said with a cheerful smile, I didn't even use the knife just now. Upon hearing these words, Tian Yuan immediately swallowed the anger that had already surged into his throat. Yes, Tang Chongyun didn't even move his sword just now. He just used 2 fingers to cut out a stream of sword energy. If he had used the knife, Di Yuan would be a dead man now. Tang Chongyun has shown mercy. Di Yuan's face turned slightly pale. He mobilized his magic power to seal the severed parts of the 3 fingers. He looked at Tang Chongyun coldly. Humph. You didn't use the knife? Then you should use the knife. I'm standing here. Do you still dare to kill me? The kid's tone is really harsh. But I, the old man, have a lot of experience, and I won't argue with you. Tang Chongyun waved his hand, turned his head, and looked at Nanfeng happily. This must be Mr. Nan. Right? Mr. Nan? Nanfeng was stunned for a moment. Then he endured the overwhelming pain in his stomach and said, Do you know me? Tang Chongyun smiled and waved to Nanfeng. A strong wind came, and the toxins in Nanfeng's body were blown out of the body in an instant. My stomach doesn't hurt. I just feel relaxed. Nanfeng, who was originally depressed, suddenly became energetic. Thank you, Lord Sword Emperor. Nanfeng gave a fist-cup salute. I wonder if you can help my friend detoxify. Tang Chongyun shook his head gently. I was asked to come here to help you, and I have no control over other people. When Nanfeng heard this, he couldn't help but show a disappointed look on his face. Tang Chongyun then said, To detoxify, you need a poisoner. The poisoner is here. Why don't you find him? Nanfeng turned his gaze to Di Yuan, who also looked at Nanfeng with a gloomy face. Want to detoxify? Okay. Let your friends come back, and I will help them detoxify. Di Yuan sneered. Nanfeng ignored him and asked Tang Chongyun, Lord Sword Emperor, did you just say that you were entrusted by someone to help me? I wonder if I can ask you to kill these 2 people in front of me. Before Tang Chongyun could answer, Di Yuan burst out laughing, his tone full of sarcasm. What a joke. Do you think he dares to touch me? Nanfeng turned to look at Tang Chongyun curiously. The 2 brothers Tian Yuan and Di Yuan are at least level 41 and level 42 in strength. The Sword Emperor is a super strong man at level 45. What can he not dare to do? Could it be that there are masters behind these two brothers? Tang Chongyun had some helplessness on his face. If the old man was a loner, he would just kill him. But now that the old man has a big business and many children, he really doesn't dare to touch them. Nan Feng understood that Tang Chongyun was afraid of implicating his family members and descendants. It seems that the power behind these two brothers is indeed extraordinary. And even a strong man like Tang Chongyun is afraid of him. Nan Feng nodded and looked at Tian Yuan and Di Yuan indifferently. I remember this grudge. You should live well until I come and kill you with my own hands. After saying that, Nan Feng bowed slightly to Tang Chongyun, opened the teleportation array, and returned to Nancheng. The other chosen ones, who were still alive, had already returned to Nancheng before him. But dozens of corpses and their natal magic weapons were still left behind on the black and white chessboard. Di Yuan's eyes were cold as he looked at Tang Chongyun. Because of you, I have lost nearly 100 divine weapons. Please think about how to explain it to the Emperor. Tian Yuan looked neither happy nor sad, and said in a deep voice, You cut off 3 of Di Yuan's fingers, and I will report the truth to the Emperor. You Tang family. Just wait. Tang Chongyun was cheerful and ignored the threats from the two brothers. Don't just move the Emperor out at any time. This will really drive the old man into a panic. The old man will chop down the Emperor as well. In the worst case, everything will be destroyed. Di Yuan shouted angrily. Bold! How dare you disrespect the Emperor? I think you are. Tang Chongyun flicked his wrist, and a long rusty knife appeared in his hand. The majestic killing intent soared into the sky. Tian Yuan and Di Yuan were shocked. Not daring to continue fussing, they put away their natal magic weapons all over the ground, and fled away with a whoosh. When the two of them were far away, Tang Chongyun put away his long knife and shrugged. You are so cowardly. How dare I kill you? I am such a big Tang family. Can I just say I don't want it? Sighing, Tang Chongyun knew that he had completely offended these two brothers tonight. Offending them would be tantamount to offending the Emperor of the falling Sun Empire. I put the entire Tang family's future on her. I don't know if it's right or wrong. Tang Chongyun muttered a few words in a low voice, and then walked towards Black Crow City, preparing to stay in the city for a few days. Within the fog, Nancheng. As soon as Nan Feng teleported back, he saw everyone in Nancheng rolling on the ground, dying of pain. Their health points are dropping at an extremely exaggerated speed. Heal quickly. Holy light chain. Mass purification. The Nani Suihan looked nervous, dripping with sweat all over her body, and kept unleashing various skills. A large group of priests also came to Dragon City, and they were constantly releasing their skills to increase the health of everyone. No. The poison in them is too terrible, and there is no way to dispel it. Are you still thinking about dispersing? They are losing blood faster and faster, and we can't milk them at all. Think of a way. Think of a way. Yes. There are priests in other Dragon Kingdom cities. Call them all to come and help. Nan Feng looked at the familiar faces lying on the ground with a heavy heart. The earth element is so poisonous that it will be difficult for these people to survive. South Wind. Elder brother. An inaudible voice came from Nanfeng's feet. You ran? Nan Feng quickly squatted down and helped Yuran up. Her face was frighteningly white, and her originally delicate facial features were now twisted in pain and squeezed together. Do I want to die? Yuran whispered softly. Her black hair fell down, completely covering her ears. An idea flashed in Nanfeng's mind, and he laughed and said, No. None of you will die. Nanfeng took out the cross-world pass from his backpack, which he had not used for a long time, and teleported back to world number 9 with a whoosh. If there is anyone else in this world who can save Yuran and the brothers in Nancheng, that certain red star woman without ears is definitely one of them. The scenery in the eyes of the South Wind changed, and in a blink of an eye, I returned to the original world number 9 and appeared in the hut. A terrible repulsive force filled Nanfeng's body, seeming to squeeze him out of this world. Puff. Nanfeng was actually suppressed by this force, and spat out a mouthful of blood. This world can no longer accommodate me. I must leave quickly. Nanfeng took a sharp breath, rushed out of the hut, and ran towards the outside of Nancheng. At this time, there are still hundreds of chosen ones in world number 9 who have not reached level 30. Most of them are the chosen ones from world number 113 and world number 381. They are also seizing the time to upgrade recently and prepare to go to world number 0. As soon as Nanfeng's hut was opened, 2 chosen ones looked over. Huh? Aren't you the boss of Nanfeng? Why did he come back? Damn it! Nanfeng turned into an afterimage and rushed out of Nancheng in an instant. Wherever he passed along the way, the space began to collapse, which shows how repulsive world number 9 is to the south wind. Nanfeng didn't waste a second and came to Suana's statue. A soft red light flashed in the statue's eyes, and Suana said softly, "Come on." Nanfeng carried the statue on his shoulders, took out the cross-world pass, and returned to World 0 with a whoosh. Suana? Chapter 422 Big Dream. Who wakes up first? World number 0. Nancheng. The south wind suddenly disappeared in full view of everyone. Before they could react, Nanfeng kicked open the door of the hut and rushed out of the house. On his shoulders, he also carried a dark statue that was 1:1 taller than a human being. The chosen ones in Nancheng are all familiar with this statue. Sui Han frowned slightly. This statue, wasn't it placed outside the city before to ward off evil spirits? Why did you move her here? Mediterranean Gu Liang's eyes flashed, and he suddenly realized, I know. This statue can not only ward off evil spirits, but also eliminate poison. Everyone in Nancheng, who was lying on the ground in pain, all looked over after hearing these words, their eyes full of expectation. Their current state is too painful. If they don't force the poison out of their bodies, they will die in pain here. Nanfeng placed the statue on the ground, stood in front of Suana, and said in the calmest tone possible, "Help me." Suana. Help you with what? Suana's tone was very calm. Help you save them? Sorry. I don't have this ability now. Naturally. Nanfeng didn't believe this. You are the god of dreams. A real god. You can definitely save them. Dream? There was a hint of surprise in Suana's tone, but she soon returned to calm. It's not impossible to save them. Please do 3 things for me. 3 things? Isn't this equivalent to owing Suana 3 favors? This woman is raising her price from the ground up. Nanfeng secretly complained a few words and frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. Suana seems very strange. Wondering why I know she is the dream god? Could it be that? An idea flashed in Nanfeng's mind, and he thought of a possibility. The ray of spiritual thought that Suana had in the town of despair may have completely disappeared. How thorough! So thorough that the memory of that ray of spiritual thought has not been synchronized with Suana's body. That's why Suana is confused. Why do I know she is the dream god? Thinking of this, Nanfeng immediately took the initiative in speaking, "This price is too high. These people on the ground are not worth the 3 favors I owe you. Let's do this. I have a treasure here. I will give this treasure to you. You owe me 3 favors. How about it?" Suana was shocked when she heard this, and was almost amused by Nanfeng's words. Are you out of your mind? What baby haven't I seen? What baby is worthy of the 3 favors I owe you? Nanfeng didn't say anything, but took out a crescent-shaped object the size of a fingernail from his backpack. This is the fragment that Nanfeng obtained in the town of despair, which is suspected to be Suana's divine weapon. Nanfeng tried it several times, and found that the fragment was like a toy in his hands, and had no effect at all. Of course, this is not Nanfeng's own divine weapon after all, so it's normal that he can't use it. Instead of letting it sit in your backpack and gathering dust, why not send it as a gift to Suana? Suana was silent for 2 seconds and then spoke softly. Do you think this little moon is worth the 3 favors I owe you? Nanfeng was stunned. Shouldn't this little moon be the fragment of Suana's divine weapon? Why doesn't she feel any excitement at all? Looking at the crowd of people on the ground wailing in pain, Nanfeng did not dare to bargain too much. I will use this fragment in exchange for their lives. And no one owes anyone. Suana said softly, I don't. Nanfeng spoke decisively, interrupting Suana. If someone dies in front of me tonight, you will never get this fragment. Suana paused. I don't? Probably not helping you. Right? Give me the little moon first, so that I can save them. Nanfeng was not afraid of Suana's cheating, so he immediately placed the little moon in the right hand of the statue. I don't know if it was an illusion, but at this moment, Nanfeng felt that the statue had a little more vitality, as if it had come to life. Nanfeng, it's your turn. Suana responded softly, and the crescent-shaped fragment emitted a gleam of light. Then, a soft voice spread throughout Nancheng. Big Dream, who will wake up first? The voice is melodious and graceful, with a lingering sound. Those chosen ones, who were poisoned, fell into a deep sleep in an instant. In the dream, they returned to a few minutes ago, and appeared in the woods outside Black Crow City. But this time, before Tian Yuan laid down the black and white chessboard, they all took out the teleportation array and returned to Nancheng. This time, They weren't poisoned. Uh-huh. Xiao Luo was the first to wake up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and stood up like a carp. I'm ready. Xiao Luo rubbed his belly and said in shock. Later. Lu Daqiang, Cheng Yamo, Xiao Angran and others also woke up one after another, with expressions of surprise and uncertainty. They were still in agony just now, but as soon as they closed and opened their eyes, the poison in their bodies was gone? Damn it. All my injuries are healed. Su Ming stood up with a shocked face, touching left and right. A little unbelievable. He was seriously injured tonight. So serious that it was almost impossible to save him. 3 or 4 priests milked him hard, but they couldn't stop his health from falling. Su Ming had already thought about the suicide note in his mind, but just when he regretted not having the chance to write it out, he came back to life again. What's the situation? My stomach doesn't hurt anymore. I seem to have had a dream just now, in which we were not poisoned. I had the same dream. What was going on? Can anyone give an answer? No need to think about it. It must be Nanshan who saved us. Nanfeng looked at the lively people in front of him and was secretly shocked. It was just a dream that all the injuries and poison on their bodies were healed without treatment. What kind of heaven-defying ability is this? Exchange dreams and reality? In the dream, they were not injured or poisoned, so their bodies in reality would not be injured or poisoned. Doesn't that mean that no matter how injured Suana is, as long as she closes her eyes and has a good dream, she can return to her peak? Nanfeng turned his head and looked at Suana blankly. Is this the dream god? A little too outrageous. Right? Suana spoke softly, her tone a little tired. I want to rest. Don't call me for 100 years. Nanfeng curled his lips. You are the god of dreams. How can such a small thing allow you to rest for 100 years? I do not believe. Suana laughed at herself. Dream god? Oh! The god of dreams has fallen for more than 100,000 years. After saying that, Suana became silent again. Nanfeng stood there, looking at the statue in front of him, lost in thought. Yes, Suana has been dead for more than 100,000 years, and now she only has a trace of spiritual thoughts left to survive. So, how powerful must be the one who can make the dream god fall? Chapter 423, Go away. You are no longer welcome in Nancheng. Late at night, Nancheng. In the hall of the city lord's mansion. Everyone in Nancheng gathered here, their faces looking very heavy. Tonight's battle in Black Crow City was the heaviest casualty since the founding of Nancheng. A full 78 chosen ones died in battle. What makes Nanfeng most angry is that their sacrifices are meaningless. Fortunately, Suana came to the rescue at the last moment and saved the remaining nearly 100 chosen ones who were poisoned. Otherwise, Nanfeng will become a mere commander. Snapped. Nanfeng smashed the table in front of him with one palm, and sawdust flew in the hall. Have I ever told you to stay in Nancheng and not come out? Nanfeng's face was gloomy, and his words were full of anger. What are you thinking in your heads? Rushing out to die? Ah? Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look into Nanfeng's eyes. Su Zuren's eyes were blank. He opened his mouth slightly, and murmured, I'm sorry. It was me who killed them. Nanfeng shouted angrily, I'm sorry? What are you sorry for? You are in charge of everything big and small in Nancheng. Do you know how much your brothers trust you? Can you think about them before you make a decision? Their lives matter. Su Zuren lowered his head. His eyes dimmed, and silently endured Nanfeng's wrath. Nanfeng took a deep breath, and then let out a long sigh. It was indeed Su Zuren's decision that Nancheng came out tonight. But the root of the problem still lies with Judge Shin. If he hadn't insisted on staying in Black Crow City to collect information, nothing would have happened tonight. Nanfeng turned his eyes and saw Shen Pian sitting slumped in the corner. His lips were slightly open, looking lost, staring blankly at the ground, not knowing what he was thinking. Shen Wan. Nanfeng spoke softly. Everyone also turned their heads and looked at Shen Pan. Shen Pan seemed to be frightened. His heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly looked up. Nanshan, I. The corner of his mouth twitched, trying to explain what happened today. But he kept asking me for a long time. But no one came up with an explanation. In the end, Judge Shin curled up his lips and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. I'm sorry. You don't have to say sorry to me. Nanfeng shook his head. No matter how sorry you are, your dead brothers will never come back. Shen Pian stared at Nanfeng blankly, and suddenly had a premonition of something, and his body began to tremble slightly. Let's go. Shinpan. Leave Nanchung. Nanfeng's eyes gradually turned cold. Nanchung. You are no longer welcome. Shinpian's heart ached. As if he had lost the most important thing in his life. He was out of breath for a moment. And said tremblingly, No. No, don't drive me away. I will avenge my dead brothers. Don't drive me away. Please. Please. I know I was wrong. Nafeng turned his back. Stopped looking at him. And strode out of the hall. Ding! In Shinpian's ears. An emotionless electronic synthesized sound came. Nanchung, City Lord Nanfeng has driven you out of Nanchung. Shinpan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. All the strength in his body was drained away in an instant. And he collapsed softly on the ground. In the hall, the remaining chosen ones looked at Shinpian unbearably and hesitated to speak. In the end, everyone still left the City Lord's hall silently one after another without saying any words of comfort. That night, the entire Nanchung was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. No one knows when Shinpan left Nanchung. And no one knows where he went. He just disappeared. Early the next morning, the south wind that had been sleeping all night opened the door of the hut. He didn't stop in Nanchung and strode out of the city. Staying in Nanchung, he really didn't know how to face the relatives of the brothers who died last night. Nanfeng chose to escape. When he walked to the central square of Nanchung, Nanfeng saw the graceful Yuran, standing next to Soana's statue, wiping the dust on the statue. What are you doing? Nanfeng walked over slowly and asked. Yuran turned around and saw Nanfeng, smiled slightly and said, I saw that this statue was a little dirty, so I wanted to clean it up. She saved us last night. Nanfeng nodded slightly and said, I am ready to leave Nanchung. From now on, the matters in Nanchung will be discussed by you, Su Zuran, and Xiao Aran. Yuran raised her eyebrows. Nanfeng was trying to reduce Su Zuran's rights. She worried, Me? I may not have this ability. Nanfeng patted her shoulder. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Yuran pondered for a moment. Then nodded, Okay. By the way, Xinwan has disappeared, and I don't know where he went. Nanfeng had a stern face. No matter what he does, it has nothing to do with us outside. Don't say that. Everyone knows that you drove Shinpan away because you wanted to protect him. Yuran chuckled and said, Alas. Otherwise he would definitely collapse if he faced the families of his dead brothers every day. Still protecting him? I want to beat him to death. Mentioning Shinpan, Nanfeng got a little angry. And he took 2 deep breaths before calming down. Over there with the family members, you can find a way to comfort them. I'm leaving first. Having said that, Nanfeng left Nanchung in a hurry. He was really not good at dealing with these things. Before walking out of Nanchung, Nanfeng looked back at the statue. Soana seemed to be sleeping and unresponsive. She said last night that she would sleep for 100 years? Hee hee. Even the dogs didn't believe it. Nanfeng curled his lips and quickened his pace. Outside the current fog, there are no chosen ones in Nanchung. Nanfeng had no way to teleport out, so he had to take the risk and enter the fog again. This risk must be taken because there are not enough ferocious beasts in the mist for Nanfeng to upgrade. He has never been so eager to improve his strength. He couldn't help but want to kill Tian Yuan and Earth Yuan with his hands. After killing so many of my brothers, you still want to live? Nanfeng's eyes are fierce. No matter how powerful the forces behind you are, I will blow you all up to the sky. A few hours later, the south wind, which was moving at full speed, arrived at the edge of the fog. He raised his head and looked at the endless fog, and murmured, The fog is getting lighter and lighter. If the concentration of the fog was 100% when we first came to World Zero, then the concentration now is only 60% at most. Perhaps after a while, this fog will completely dissipate, and the chosen ones can go out as they please. But they will also lose this natural protective umbrella. I must become strong enough before the fog dissipates. There is not much time left for me. Chapter 424 Chicken Coop. The dragon is invincible? The south wind walked into the heavy fog and soon got lost in it. His eyelids became heavier and heavier, and a strong feeling of exhaustion filled his heart. I don't know how long it took, but the scenery in front of Nanfeng suddenly changed, and he came out of the heavy fog. He was standing alone in the middle of nowhere. Huh? I didn't faint. Nanfeng was a little surprised. The last time he walked into the fog, he had been sleeping for 2 days. This time, although he was exhausted, he still managed to stay awake. Is it because he is stronger than before? Or is it because the fog is not as thick as before? These 2 possibilities flashed through Nanfeng's mind. Whatever the reason, this is good news. At least from now on, When the chosen one comes out of the fog, the danger will not be as great as it was at the beginning. Shaking his head, Nefong took a look at the surrounding environment. The vegetation here is lush, full of vitality, and the sound of insects is endless. I don't know which barren mountain it is. This shouldn't be the ancient forest. Nefong knelt down, picked up some soil, and looked at it carefully. The soil in the ancient forest is gray-brown, but the soil here is yellower and very soft. The soil quality is so different. It should be far away from the ancient forest. Was he transported to an unknown place? Nefong frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. That's fine, because his current strength is not enough to go head-to-head with the two brothers Tian Yuan and Yuan. It would be a better choice to grow here for a while, and then kill them back after a few months. I wonder if there are many ferocious beasts here. Nefong controlled the Hummingbird 2 reconnaissance aircraft and searched for traces of the ferocious beast in the surrounding area. The reconnaissance plane flew high into the sky and transmitted the surrounding scenes to Nanfeng's eyes. There are mountains here, and the mountains are endless and endless as far as the eye can see. Before Nefong had time to take a closer look, a snake with wings flew over from a distance. Stab! The flying snake was extremely fast and swallowed the Hummingbird 2 reconnaissance aircraft into its belly in one swish. Damn it! Nanfeng's lips twitched, and he quickly took out Barrett. The reconnaissance plane is so small that you can eat it too. Crazy hungry? Nefong aimed at the flying snake in the sky. Before he could shoot, a huge shadow enveloped him. Roar! A dragon that looked like a dragon from Western mythology descended from the sky, and with a wave of its sharp claws, it caught the flying snake. Then, the demonic dragon flapped its huge wings and flew away. The strong wind stirred up by the flapping of the wings blew up the sand, gravel and fallen leaves on the ground, and the south wind made it difficult to open one's eyes. Floating cloud beast : Before the magic dragon flew away, Nefong threw out a eye of insight. But what he saw was a series of question marks. So strong? It had been a long time since Nefong had seen a beast full of question marks. He squinted his eyes slightly and looked into the distance, watching the floating cloud beast fly further and further until it disappeared. This mountain seems to be more dangerous than the ancient forest. Nefong became cautious. Without the reconnaissance plane, he could only explore on his own. Fortunately, except for the flowing cloud beast that looks like a demonic dragon, the other ferocious beasts here are not very strong, and their levels are almost all between level 30-35. The ferocious beasts in this level range cannot provide Nefong with much experience. A bit of a trap. Nefong randomly found a direction and walked in this direction while hunting the ferocious beasts. He needs to go to an area with a higher level of ferocious beasts. It was noon in a flash. Call out! Nefong pulled the trigger and killed the pangolin in the distance with one shot. He whispered in a low voice, Mater. The level of the ferocious beasts here is even lower. Wrong direction. He lowered his head and glanced at the amulet hanging around his neck, suspecting that it was because of this thing that he had such bad luck. Once I accumulate enough character and open the treasure chest, you can retire. The orange treasure chest that Xiaonan gave to Nefong before. Nefong hasn't opened yet. As his strength increases, his efficiency in saving character becomes less and less. Nefong stood there, hesitating whether to turn back or not, when he vaguely heard the crackling sounds of fighting in the distance. Anyone? Nefong cheered up. If someone is nice, someone can ask for directions. And hearing the fighting sound so fierce, there must be something exciting to watch. He groped his way towards the direction where the sound came from. Halfway through, he remembered that his face had not changed yet. It's better to be cautious when going out. Nefeng's face squirmed slightly, and after a few seconds, he turned into Wang Defa's appearance. The face-changing function of tactical mask is so powerful that even the unique pointed ears of the people of the Falling Sun Empire can be transformed. Okay, you can just wander around. After putting on a good disguise, Nefong ran forward in large strides. He quickly found his way to the battlefield. There were two teams of people fighting fiercely here, and bodies were already lying on the ground. The group of people who had the upper hand all had pointed ears, and were obviously from the Falling Sun Empire. One of the men wearing heavy armor said in a deep voice, "Why bother to resist? You must die here today." Nefong looked at the other group of people. This group of people do not have pointed ears. On the surface, they are not much different from the Blue Star people. They were wearing uniform clothes. They should be from a certain family. And there was a strange symbol embroidered on the clothes, which seemed to be some kind of writing. with the help of the creation god system. Nan Feng immediately understood the meaning of this symbol translated into Chinese. This symbol is the word yin. Yin family? Yin Nujio. That yin family? It can't be such a coincidence. Right? Nan Feng had no intention of taking action. He and Yin Nujio met by chance. And they were not ready to help her family. If Yin Nujio herself was here, Nan Feng might consider whether to help. The Yin family was now at a disadvantage. With only 7 people left, 6 of them protected a richly dressed man in the middle, trying to cover his retreat. But there are still more than 20 people on the side of the Falling Sun Empire, and it will be extremely difficult for the Yin family to break out of the siege. The man in gorgeous clothes stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and said in a feminine voice, "You want money? I have already given you all my belongings. Why do you need to kill them all?" On the side of the Falling Sun Empire, the armored man snorted coldly, "Humph! Who doesn't know that you, the Yin family, will retaliate? I can't sleep unless I kill you." Nan Feng, who was hiding in the dark, suddenly realized that what was going on here was a drama of robbery, murder and goods taking. He rolled his eyes and thought about the possibility of taking advantage of others. But he soon gave up this idea. This group of people from the Falling Sun Empire were very strong, and more than half of them were above level 35. The middle-aged man wearing armor had a strong aura, and he probably looked like level 38-39. Coupled with the tacit cooperation of this group of people, it is not easy for Nan Feng to take advantage of the enemy by himself. It's a pity. Nan Feng smacked his lips. A windfall just passed by. At the same time, the Yin family's defense line was breached, and 5 more people died in the blink of an eye. Only the feminine man who spoke just now and a chicken coop-headed guard were still struggling to their death. The Jiwoda guard was very strong. With his own strength, he blocked the siege of more than a dozen people and covered the feminine man's continuous retreat. This chicken coop looks familiar. Nan Feng stared at the chicken coop guard for a while. His hair was messy, and he looked slovenly. Nan Feng thought about it for a long time, but couldn't remember who it was. But the more he looked at it, the more familiar he became. Jiwoda seemed to feel Nan Feng's gaze. Faced with the siege of more than a dozen people, he still took the time to glance at Nan Feng. Their eyes met, and Nan Feng immediately recognized the owner of these eyes. Is it possible to be invincible? Although his face was completely different from the face Nan Feng was familiar with, Nan Feng was still convinced that this chicken coop head was Long Woody. What's going on? We haven't seen each other for half a month. Is my brother Long so rubbish? Chapter 425. His name is Akun, and my name is Azu. What is Long Woody doing here? Nan Feng scratched his head, a little confused. As a talkative person, Long Woody has been in the chat channel a handful of times recently. The last time Nan Feng chatted with him was 7 or 8 days ago. Nan Feng originally thought that Long Woody was brewing something big, but he didn't expect that he would be here as a guard for others, or work as a guard for a man. Brother Long, you are the Lord of Dragon City, the strongest among the chosen ones this year. How can you be someone else's bodyguard? It's a loss of face. It's really a loss of face. No matter how bad I am, I can't be someone else's bodyguard. Nan Feng smacked his lips and whispered. These words came out clearly from Long Woody's tactical headset. Long Woody glanced at Nan Feng calmly, and he was kicking the person in front of him 20 or 30 meters away. The middle-aged man wearing heavy armor had a serious look on his face. Humph. I didn't see that you were hiding your strength just now. With that said, the armored man strode forward and punched Long Woody in the head. Long Woody crossed his hands to block the punch, but he let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back. Nan Feng was stunned. Is this man in armor so powerful? Can he actually knock back Long Woody with one punch? But when he saw Long Woody's eyes were calm and unfazed, he knew that Long Woody was deliberately showing weakness. Akun, how are you? Seeing that Long Woody was injured, the feminine man picked up his orchid fingers and asked worriedly. Long Woody pretended to be in pain and rubbed his arm, and said in a deep voice, Boss, there are too many of them. I might not be able to defeat them if you don't pay more. Add money? The feminine man was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly and said, Akun, as long as you can take me out of here alive, your salary will be increased 5 times, no, 10 times. Snort. Still want to leave here? Are you living in a dream? The armored man was not prepared to give the two a chance to talk. He strode forward and struck hard. Long Woody frowned slightly, took a step forward with his right foot, and knocked the armored man away with a powerful and heavy iron mountain support. 10 times? Long Woody turned around with a confused look on his face. You heard wrong. I said 50 times. The feminine man saw the hope of survival and decisively increased the price. In front of life. Money is a trivial matter. 50 times, okay. Long Woody pondered. But I alone am not sure I can take you out of here alive. I have a brother nearby. And if I join forces with him, it will definitely be okay. But my brother, he is very jealous that I can become your bodyguard. Boss. So, how could the feminine man not understand what Long Woody said, a cun? No need to say more. Let your brother be my guard. I will give him the same high salary as you. Thank you, boss. Long Woody nodded with satisfaction. Then looked in the direction of Nan Fong, showing a playful smile. Don't want to be a bodyguard? I prefer you to be the one. Nan Fong froze on the spot. He was watching the show here. But why did he become that sissy bodyguard inexplicably? Nan, don't want to be someone else's bodyguard. Do you have any helpers? The armored man who was knocked out just now said in a deep voice. You go kill Yin Mingzhi and leave this chicken coop to me. Yes. All the armored man's men responded in unison. And then started to kill the feminine man. As for the man in armor, he shouted loudly and rushed towards Long Woody. Long Woody tapped the tactical headset and whispered, Brother Fong, leave those little losers to you. Is that okay? Nan Fong shrugged. Brother Long has already spoken. So it must be no problem. But let me say it first. I am not that sissy bodyguard. No matter how bad I am, I will not be a bodyguard for others. Long Woody raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? The salary he just offered you is 50,000 copper coins a month. Take less? Nan Fong was shocked. Is this sissy so rich? He immediately picked up Barrett and shouted, Bold thief! How dare you hurt my lord? Call out! Call out! Call out! 3 magic bullets roared out, killing a minion on the spot. The armored man's pupil shrank sharply and shouted loudly, There is a hidden weapon. In the southeast direction. Kill him first! In an instant, 5 minions came to kill Xiang Nan Fong. Upon seeing this, the armored man returned his attention to Long Woody, drew out the mace he carried with him, and rushed over with all his might. Long Woody dodged every attack from the armored man by dodging left and right. He didn't fight back, but used his nimble body skills to tease the armored man. On the other side, 5 minions were shot in the head one by one before they even got close to Nan Fong. When the other minions saw this, their expressions immediately changed. What kind of hidden weapon is this? It's so terrible. It's fast, powerful, and has explosion and penetration effects. They have never seen such a hidden weapon before. This is no ordinary hidden weapon. This must be a divine weapon. One of the minions reacted and shouted in horror. He may be a strong man above level 40. Everyone, run! As soon as they heard that Nan Fong might be a 40-year-old warrior, the group of minions were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They didn't care about the armored man and scattered in all directions. Damn it! Who allowed you to run away? The armored man looked angry and cursed secretly. But now the situation is reversed, which is very unfavorable to him. And he does not dare to fight. The man in armor swung his mace fiercely, forcing Long Woody back a few steps, then turned around and ran away. Nan Fong turned the gun, aimed Barrett at the armored man's head, and whispered, What's the matter? Brother Long? You can't even keep this guy? Long Woody quickly replied in a low voice, Don't kill him yet. Keep it for use. Fine. Nan Fong shifted his aim, and fired several shots while aiming at the armored man's body. The fleeing armored man sneered, That's it? With this accuracy? How could it be possible for a level 40 expert? Those losers were frightened to death by him. But the man in armor was not ready to fight back. He jumped and disappeared from everyone's sight. The originally lively scene fell silent in just a few seconds. The feminine man Yin Mingzhi stayed where he was, and had not yet come to his senses. Half a minute ago, his heart was filled with despair, and he felt that he was going to die today. Unexpectedly, the situation at the scene changed so quickly. He only heard the sound of, Bold thief! How dare you hurt my lord? Followed by a series of screams and screams from the minions. When he reacted, he saw the armored man running away without looking back. A kun! A kun! Yin Mingzhi walked up to Long Woody in a series of small steps. Was the master of concealed weapons just now your friend? Long Woody nodded and pointed at Nan Fong. Yes. That's him. Nan Fong had already put away Barrett and came out of the darkness. Yin Mingzhi picked up the orchid finger, bowed slightly to Nan Fong, and said, "I wonder what you call me." Nefong glanced at Long Woody and coughed lightly. "I'm Yinzu. I'm Brother Kun's good brother. You can just call me Azu." "A Kun? Azu?" Yanmingja murmured in a low voice. "With the help of you two, I will definitely win this family test." Chapter 426 takes both sides. Hearing Yanmingja say that he was a sleeping dragon and a phoenix, the corner of Nanfeng's mouth twitched slightly. Times are changing, and that word is not a good word now. But looking at Yanmingja's expression, it didn't look like he was mocking Nanfeng and Long Woody. It should be that the translation of the Chuangshi God system is not accurate enough. From this point of view, the Chuangshi God is not omniscient and omnipotent. Long Woody scratched his head and said, "Boss, it's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Let's leave quickly." Hearing this, Yanmingja suddenly came to his senses. Yes. Let's go to Luyun City quickly. There are strong men from the Yin family in this city. We will be safe when we get there. Long Woody escorted Yanmingja and ran away along a path. Luyun City? What is this place? Never heard of it before. Nanfeng murmured, looking down at the corpses on the ground, and quickly took off 2 sets of relatively clean clothes. One set is the clothes of the Yin family's guards, and the other is the clothes of the Falling Sun Empire. After doing this, Nanfeng stalked after Yanmingja, acting as a conscientious bodyguard. About half an hour later, the 3 of them climbed over 2 mountains and came to a dirt road. This dirt road has obvious traces of artificial construction. It curves forward in the endless mountains and does not know where it extends. Yanmingja breathed a sigh of relief. This is the official road of Luyun City. Along this road, we will reach Luyun City soon. With that said, the 3 of them quickened their pace. There were gradually more and more people on the road. Nanfeng saw many people over 2.5 meters tall. Long Woody saw some confusion on Nanfeng's face and explained in a low voice, "Those are people from the Wadika Empire." Vadakar, also known as the Empire of Giants, was a very warlike empire. Nanfeng nodded clearly and asked, "Is this the territory of the Wadika Empire? Why did you come here?" Long Woody shook his head. "This is the Sun and Moon Mountains, which belongs to the junction of the 3 kingdoms of the Wadika Empire, the Halyu Empire, and the Fallen Sun Empire. There are many ferocious beasts and rich resources in the Sun and Moon Mountains, and all 3 empires want to bring them into their own territory. However, the strength of the 3 empires is not much different, and they have become a tripartite force. No one dares to take the first step, for fear of being taken advantage of by a third party. Therefore, the Sun and Moon Mountains have become a neutral zone, where people from the 3 empires can hunt ferocious beasts and obtain resources." "Is that so?" Nanfeng asked again. "What is the situation in Luyun City?" Long Woody answered, "Luyun City is located in the center of the Sun and Moon Mountains. It is a city established by 3 empires. Every 5 years, the 3 empires will join forces to organize a trial, which is what Yanmingja calls the family test. Whichever person from the empire can win the trial will be temporarily appointed as the Lord of Luyun City and receive a lot of benefits. This is probably the situation in Luyun City. And there are still some messy things. I will tell you in detail when I have time that day." The 2 of them were whispering next to each other in the back, which had long attracted Yanmingja's attention. When Yanmingja saw the 2 of them being so close, not only did he not stop him, but he showed an ambiguous look. Nanfeng and Long Woody were so moved that they both had goosebumps all over their bodies. They quickly separated and stopped talking in private. Continuing forward, more than 2 hours later, a huge city appeared in Nanfeng's field of vision. "Damn it! So big?" Nanfeng exclaimed. "This Luyun City stands in a basin, surrounded by mountains towering above the clouds, surrounding it in the middle. But this basin is so huge that the south wind can't even see the end of it. In comparison, Black Crow City is small and pitiful. The difference between Black Crow City and Flowing Cloud City is equivalent to the difference between basketball and basketball court. There is no comparison." A trace of surprise also flashed in Long Woody's eyes. It was obviously his first time coming to Luyun City. "Come on. Let's go into town." Arriving within the boundaries of Luyun City, Yanmingja felt relaxed. He held his head high, held up his orchid fingers, and walked briskly. Nanfeng and Long Woody glanced at each other and followed. The 3 of them walked down a long and gentle slope and arrived at the basin. A city defense force wearing uniform armor was patrolling outside Luyun City and passed by not far from Nanfeng and the others. Nanfeng was secretly shocked. The leader of this patrol team's aura was not weaker than that of the Crow King. Can a strong man of this strength only be a patrol captain in Liyun City? What an exaggeration. The captain felt Nanfeng's gaze, turned his head, and glanced at Nanfeng indifferently. Nanfeng hurriedly withdrew his gaze, looked at his nose and his heart. He stopped looking around and followed Yin Mingzhi into the city obediently. Perhaps because they saw the word Yin on Long Wudi's clothes. The city defense troops at the city gate did not check the three of them, and just said, okay. Liyun City was even more lively. Nanfeng was like a handsome young man from the village entering the city, looking around with curiosity on his face. Yin Mingzhi led the two of them around the city, and arrived at the Yin family's mansion. As one of the four most powerful families in the Haoyue Empire, the Yin family naturally has territory in Liyun City, and the territory is quite large. Master Mingzhi. The guard at the door saw Yin Mingzhi and hurriedly came to greet him. Yin Mingzhi nodded and said softly, "Take me to see Mr. Liu." After thinking for a while, he looked back at Long Wudi and Nanfeng. "Akun. Azu. I'm going to meet Li Yi to report on the itinerary. You must be tired too. I will ask my servants to arrange for you to rest first." Long Wudi smiled and said, "Boss, Azu is new here. I'm going to take him around the city without rest." "That's okay too." Yin Mingzhi thought for a while, but didn't stop him. Long Wudi stretched out a hand. "Boss, please advance this month's salary. I want to go to the trading market to find a useful weapon." Yin Mingzhi was happy and ordered his servants to fetch 10 red stones, and gave 5 to each of Nanfeng and Long Wudi. This stone is also the common currency of World Zero, and each stone is equal to approximately 10,000 copper plates. You should be careful. There are many strong people in this city. Don't provoke others at will. After leaving these words, Yin Mingzhi walked into Yin Mansion alone. Watching Yin Mingzhi disappear into the Yin Mansion, Long Wudi looked at Nanfeng and whispered, "Let's go. Walk around and remember the terrain first." Nanfeng hummed, and Long Wudi quickly circled around and wrote down several iconic locations. Liyunzhuang Black Gold Casino, One Wa Building, Rhine Exchange Market. That's almost it. Let's do this for now. Long Wudi glanced at the time and said, "Brother Feng, let's go out of the city to find the bandits at noon." Nanfeng was stunned. "Huh? Why go to them now?" Long Wudi, "Of course. It's the Black and the Black. Do you know how much money they robbed Yin Mingzhi? Almost 1 million copper coins." Nanfeng took a breath of air. "Then why did you stop me at noon? I can kill them on the spot." Long Wudi shook his head and said, "Yin Mingzhi was there at that time. If he killed them, wouldn't Yin Mingzhi take the money back again?" Nanfeng wiped his neck with a fierce look. "Nai Zut. You're so dumb." Long Wudi looked like he hated iron and said, "Kill Yin Mingzhi. Where will you get your salary in the future? I found you an iron rice bowl. But you want to destroy my iron rice bowl? Oh." Nanfeng suddenly realized that Long Wudi wanted to take advantage of both sides. Taking Yin Mingzhi's salary. He still wants to steal Yin Mingzhi's money. "It turns out you are such an invincible dragon. I always thought you were a gentleman. But I didn't expect you to be worse than me." Nanfeng licked his lips and thought of another question. "If we leave like this, what will happen if Yin Mingzhi can't find us later?" Long Wudi shrugged. "Don't worry about him. We have already received this month's salary. And it will be the same if we come to him next month." Nanfeng was suddenly in awe. "Well, you dragon is invincible. You not only eat both sides, but you also get paid and don't work." Chapter 427, Taking Advantage of Others. Inside Liyun City, under a certain bridge, Long Wudi took off his wig, and at the same time tore off a human skin mask from his face. He has returned to his original handsome appearance, and is no longer an ugly guy with a slovenly look on his head. When Nanfeng saw this, he was a little frightened. "Brother Long, where did you get this wig and human skin mask? Your Dragon City's technology tree is already this high? Can such a thing be produced? Today's Dragon City cannot build these things. I got them in Ningxing." Long Wudi put these disguise props into his backpack and said, "Don't underestimate the natives of this world. They are not fools." Nanfeng nodded. "Really? World Zero is just a bit similar to the ancient times of Blue Star. But it does not mean that the natives of this world are mentally retarded. If they can develop such a large civilization, they must have great wisdom among them. It's not surprising that the indigenous people can make something like a human skin mask." Long Wudi took off the Yin family clothes and put on a pair of very sparse and ordinary clothes. He looked at Nanfeng. "Didn't you also wear a human skin mask, and you still asked me this question?" "Oh, this is not my character mask." Nanfeng stretched out his hand and tapped the tactical mask, and his face squirmed slightly and returned to its original appearance. This is really high-tech. Long Woody twitched the corner of his mouth and sounded envious. Is this also your natal magic weapon? Na Fong chuckled and quickly changed his clothes. Without further ado, let's leave quickly. It will get dark soon. Neither of them was a person of ink. Now that they had made up their mind, they left as soon as they said it. People were coming and going at the city gate, but the two of them did not attract anyone's attention and quickly left Liyun City. After leaving Liyun City, Na Fong raised his head and glanced at the sky. It's getting dark. Let's fly there. I wonder if the bandits have gone far. No. Can't fly. Long Woody quickly stopped Na Fong. And flying in the sun and moon mountains was no different from seeking death. Why? Na Fong said, and suddenly thought of that dragon-like ferocious beast. Could it be because of the flowing cloud beast? Right. Long Woody nodded and replied. I don't know the specific reason. I only know that whenever there are creatures flying in the sun and moon mountains, they will be chased by flowing cloud beasts. Flowing cloud beast is the overlord of the air here. Is that so? Na Fong was thoughtful. Flowing cloud beast, flowing cloud city. There must be some relationship between the two. It can't be that the three empires came up with this name just to gain popularity for floating cloud beast. Right? While Na Fong was thinking wildly, Long Woody's voice sounded in his ears. Let's go. Let's speed up and try to get back before early morning. Na Fong asked, do you know the specific location of those bandits? Long Woody nodded, of course. Otherwise how could I let them leave? Na Fong said no more and followed Long Woody all the way over the mountains and ridges to where the bandits were hiding. On the way, perhaps because he felt a little bored, Long Woody started to chat with Na Fong when he had nothing to say. While chatting, Long Woody suddenly thought of something. By the way, I heard that you, Na Chung, were in big trouble last night? Mentioning this, Nanfeng's face immediately darkened. Well, he was ambushed by 3 natives and suffered heavy losses. By the way, you also know one of them. The blind man who knows how to play chess that we met before. It's him. Long Woody's eyes narrowed slightly, and he snorted coldly, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. The two didn't talk much on this topic. Long Woody felt that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, so he used his talkative nature and began to give Na Fong instructions on how to run. Brother Fong, you should pay attention to your rhythm when running. And you can't run hard with a sigh of relief. Yes. Touch the ground on your toes and pay attention to the amplitude of your arm swing. Look ahead. Observe obstacles in advance and plan the route forward. He appeared on the left side of Na Fong for a while, and on the right side of Na Fong for a while, nagging and pointing. Na Fong held his breath and was speechless. My current physical fitness is similar to that of a little Superman, and my speed is no less than that of a supercar with full throttle. Do I still need to pay attention to my rhythm? But there is no way. Who can make Long Woody faster? Whatever he said was what he said. Na Fong couldn't refute it. However, according to Long Woody's instructions, Na Fong did feel that his pace was lighter and his speed increased by 1 point. It's getting dark. Na Fong, who was running wildly, suddenly raised his eyebrows and saw corpses lying on the ground not far ahead. A place like this for fighting at noon. It took them more than 2 hours to escort Yanmingzhi from here to Liyun City. Now without Yanmingzhi as a turtle, Na Fong and Long Woody returned here in less than half an hour. Left. Long Woody turned around and ran to the left. There were still about 10 minutes to go. Na Fong followed Long Woody, secretly frightened. How did Long Woody know the location of those bandits? And so specific? Could it be that he installed a locator on the bandit? 10 minutes flew by. Long Woody slowed down and stopped in the shade of a tree at the foot of a large mountain. Arrive? In the mountains? Na Fong also stopped and looked up at the mountains in front of him. Well, it's halfway up the mountain. Long Woody licked his lips. This should be their base camp. From this job, it is estimated that the profit will be more than 1 million. Na Fong rubbed his hands excitedly. Then what are you waiting for? Let's get to work. Long Woody nodded. I will take the lead, and you will cover me from behind. Call out. After saying that, Long Woody turned into a small whirlwind and rushed up the mountain with a swishing sound. The south wind followed closely behind. But before they climbed up for a while, they heard roars coming from the mountains. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! 2 people are going up the mountain. Alert! Alert! Na Fong smiled slightly. It seemed that the security here was quite tight. Much better than Black Crow City. If encountering this situation normally, Na Fong would definitely choose to retreat. Retreat to a distance and use Barrett to kill these bandits. But it was different today. With Long Woody blocking the way. The south wind was not weak at all. How dare you, a little bandit, act arrogantly in front of my brother Long. Long Woody didn't pause at all, and rushed all the way to the mountainside. There is a natural cave halfway up the mountain. The entrance is more than 10 meters high and looks very atmospheric. Inside the cave, a torch was lit every few meters, and the weak light barely illuminated the cave. At this time, a large number of bandits had gathered at the entrance of the cave. They were holding sharp weapons, wearing armor, and with fierce smiles on their faces, looking at Long Woody and Nafong on Gangshan Mountain. I wonder what you two are doing here late at night. A dull sound came from the depths of the cave. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to shake slightly, making regular vibrations. A strong man about 3 meters tall and weighing at least 500 kilograms walked from the depths of the cave step by step. He was naked and covered in scars, looking very scary. Needless to say, this strong man must be from the Vadakar Empire. Only the people of the Vadakar Empire can grow so big. You disturbed my rest. Can you two withstand my anger? The strong man's tone was solemn, and his eyes flashed with fierce murderous intent. Nafong looked the strong man up and down and whispered, "He is not level 40, so there is nothing to be afraid of." Long Woody chuckled, "Even if you are level 40. Don't be afraid." Nafong was stunned. What did this mean? Can you, Long Woody, defeat a level 40 strong man? Is it too bloated? Don't be afraid even if you are level 40. Long Woody paused for a second and continued. We are running fast. His tonnage looks very heavy at first glance, and he will definitely not be able to catch up with us. South Wind. Chapter 428. The Female Boss. An unknown mountain. Halfway up the mountain, the strong man who was nearly 3 meters tall looked at Long Woody with a sneer on his face. Ha ha ha. You said I can't catch up with you? Do you overestimate yourself? Or underestimate me? The minions next to him all spoke in agreement. Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look at the thighs of our second boss. How could these strong muscles, these bulging veins, and this terrifying explosive power not be able to catch up with you two thin dogs? That is, if our second master kicks us, even the Luyan beast will be kicked to death. Brothers, stop talking nonsense and tie them up first. The bandits brandished their swords and smiled evilly as they slowly surrounded Nafong and Long Woody. Nafong stood behind Long Woody and lowered his voice. Brother Long, what do you say? How many do you need me to hit? Long Woody clenched his fists and made a clicking sound. The corners of his mouth raised, and he smiled confidently. It's up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a sonic boom exploded in Nafong's ears. Bang! Where Long Woody was standing, a terrifying wave of air arose. As the airwaves passed by, Nafong subconsciously narrowed his eyes. He saw Long Woody turning into a phantom and galloping out, arriving in front of the second master in an instant. Long Woody's starting speed has exceeded the speed of sound. What a catapult start! This sudden attack made the second master's face change slightly. But his speed was not slow either, and he immediately punched out his fist as big as a sandbag. An unknown person. Come here to die? The second master sneered. The smile on Long Woody's face did not change. His speed did not change, and he directly bumped into the second master's fist. Boom! A muffled sound spread across the mountains and fields, startling countless birds. The second master looked shocked, subconsciously took a step back and retracted his right fist. The burst of pain from his fist made him feel unreal. His hand seems to be broken? It all happened so fast, from start to finish in less than 0.5 seconds. From the perspective of a bystander, it was as if Long Woody couldn't stop the car and bumped into the second master's fist. Nafong was stunned, and his index finger that was about to pull the trigger stopped unconsciously. Brother Long, are you referring to the gods and demons of Ganshi? After being stunned for a moment, the surrounding bandits all burst into enthusiastic laughter. It makes me laugh so hard. Someone actually fist bumped themselves? I'm not bragging. I saw the second master punch the Luyan beast to death with my own eyes. This kid was dead. This idiot's skull should be broken. Right. Amid the laughter of the crowd, Long Woody touched his somewhat red forehead and grinned. I don't feel any pain. What about you? The second master's face was gloomy, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. I don't feel any pain either. As he spoke, the second boss gritted his teeth and punched out with his right fist. This punch carried a biting wind and hit Long Woody's head directly. He still couldn't believe it. His fist was not as strong as Long Woody's head. This time, Long Woody did not continue to use his head to force the attack. He gave a low shout and fired a punch. How explosive is the inch punch? Decades ago, there was a martial arts master in Blue Star. When he was only 2.54 centimeters away from his opponent, he punched with a terrifying force of about 156 pounds. Long Woody's current physical fitness has long surpassed that of the martial arts master. The power of his punch is simply impossible to estimate. Boom! There was a deep muffled sound, and everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat, as if they had been hit by a hammer. Nanfeng looked forward and found that only Long Woody was left among the two sides who had just fought. The second in command, who was nearly 3 meters tall, is gone. Long Woody turned around and said with a smile, "Brother Feng, I'll leave this to you. I'll go and get rid of that stupid guy." Uh-huh. After Long Woody finished speaking, he turned into a phantom and rushed into the cave. It turns out that in that fight just now, Long Woody actually knocked the second in command, who weighed more than 500 kilograms, back to his home with one punch. The bandits around obviously didn't expect that things would develop to this point. You looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing what to do for a while. Ahem. Don't be nervous. Everyone, the eldest boss and the third boss, are both inside. That kid is dead. Yes. Yes. The boss is still here. What are you afraid of? Let's arrest this guy now, and go back later to take credit, the bandit said, sneering and leaning towards Nanfeng. Of course, there were also a few smarter bandits who realized that Nanfeng might not be easy to deal with. So they quietly retreated to the back, ready to run away at any time. Why? You look down on people, don't you? Nanfeng used the Desert Eagle in his left hand and the Netherworld Thorn in his right hand to attack the bandits. Boom! Boom! Uh-huh! Uh-huh! Guns roared and swords flashed. 3 minutes later, Nanfeng eliminated the group of low-level bandits and strode towards the cave. My melee ability is still not very good. If it were Xiao Luo, he would be able to resolve the battle in 2 minutes. Nanfeng murmured in a low voice. But it's much better than before. Well, when you have time, you can let Long Woody teach me. Deep in the cave, noisy sounds reached Nanfeng's ears. Nanfeng increased his speed and soon reached the depths of the cave and saw Long Woody. The space here is very large, about nearly 1,000 square meters, and the height is more than 30 meters. It looks like a small half of the mountain has been hollowed out. The cave is a little dark, lit by torches. The torch was held by a large group of bandits. Their faces were excited. They were shouting and roaring. In the center of this group of bandits, Long Woody was fighting fiercely with the bandit's second in command, with fists hitting the flesh and making loud bang sounds. But the second master was clearly no match for Long Woody. His right hand had been broken by Long Woody. His chest was dented, and his ribs must have been broken. There are quite a lot of people here. Nanfeng licked his lips, climbed to a protruding rock with mountain climbing claw, took out Gatling and aimed at the bandits below. Stop it all. Nanfeng mobilized the magic power in his body and shouted loudly. The bandits calmed down and all turned their heads to look at Nanfeng. Nanfeng coughed lightly and said in a deep voice, "Listen. You are already surrounded by me. Immediately put down the weapon in your hand. Hold your head and squat down." Silence. There was silence in the cave for 2 seconds, and then a burst of disdainful ridicule broke out. Where did Shabi come from? One man surrounding us all? This guy is mentally ill. Who is going to kill him? Come on. Don't disturb us while we watch the 1v1 battle between real men. Nanfeng's face froze. It doesn't give you any face at all. Does it? Then don't blame me, Nan, for not giving you face. Nanfeng felt cruel, and the 6 barrels of Gatling's guns began to rotate. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Golden magic bullets roared out, and in just a moment, more than a dozen bandits were blasted into blood mist. The bandits below were so frightened that they almost peed their pants and screamed. Run quickly. There are experts. Oh my God. He really surrounded us. Ah. In the midst of the chaos, a stone hit the south wind with the sound of wind. Nanfeng's pupils shrank sharply. The power of this stone is extremely terrifying and cannot be intercepted forcefully. His feet slipped, and he jumped off the protruding rock. Boom! The stone hit the place where he was standing just now, creating a bottomless pit, which made Nanfeng take a breath of air. If he was hit by a stone, wouldn't it make a big hole? You too. Have you had enough? A cold voice came from all directions, making it impossible for him to tell where the owner of the voice was. Long Woody looked at the dying second master at his feet, retracted his fist, and chuckled. You are the first master, right? Do you dare to come out and fight me? Why not? The cold voice sounded again. Don't waste time. You two come together. Among these bandits, a beautiful figure slowly walked out. Na Fong did not expect that the leader of this bandit group was actually a woman. And she was also a very beautiful woman. The female boss? It seems she hasn't reached level 40 yet. Na Fong walked to Long Woody and said softly. Long Woody nodded and replied, well, she is only one step away from level 40. If we arrive later, we will be in danger. The headmaster glanced at Na Fong and Long Woody indifferently. One is level 34, and the other is level 35. Hey, if I kill you too, it will be as easy as killing 2 ants. Long Woody chuckled and said, what if there are more than 2 of us? Saying that, Long Woody clapped his hands. The shadow of the boss suddenly stood up and grabbed her neck from behind. This is the invincible dragon pet, Shadow of the Night. Chapter 429 Female Boxer Man Ning. In the dim cave, the battle is about to break out. Shadow of Night emerged from the shadow and grabbed the boss by the neck. The headmaster's expression remained unchanged. His graceful body twisted slightly, and he punched the back. Boom! A dull impact sounded, and Shadow of Night flew backwards for dozens of meters, hitting the wall of the cave with a bang. Click, click, click. The wall was instantly covered with dense cracks, and tiny sandstones fell from the top of the cave. The punch from the female boss is so hard. Na Fong secretly smacked his tongue. If this punch hit him, his internal organs would probably be exploded. Good punch. The moment Long Woody took action, he had already rushed over. He knew that Shadow of the Night was no match for the master, but he didn't expect that he couldn't sustain even one move. Such a handsome way to appear. But he was defeated by the boss with one punch. Where does this put Long Woody's face? In just an instant, Long Woody had arrived in front of the boss, and his right uppercut came out of his hand. The punching wind is fierce. The headmaster's face darkened slightly. His left arm was folded and lowered, preparing to use the strong Olecranon bone to receive Dragon Invincible's punch. Her right hand was not idle either, and she punched Long Woody in the face. Long Woody quickly raised his left hand to block. Boom! Another dull crash sounded, echoing in the empty cave. Long Woody and the headmaster snorted at the same time. In the first confrontation between the two, both sides had a preliminary assessment of the other's strength. The strength is comparable. Long Woody immediately changed his tactics. His fists were pounding at the female leader as fast as lightning, throwing out a series of shadows. The female headmaster's eyes were focused, and her hands were as fast as lightning, catching every punch of Long Woody. In terms of speed, the two are equally matched. The corners of Long Woody's mouth raised slightly, and while punching, he chuckled and said, "It's interesting. It's been a long time since I met a woman who is as good at boxing as you are." The female leader's voice was cold. "I still have some strength left." As she spoke, the female leader's speed and strength increased by 2 points. "I left 3 points." The speed of Long Woody's punches also increased. The two of them swung out a series of afterimages, and the dull sound of punches boomed in the cave. The bandits in the cave all looked at this battle between strong men with excited faces. Their faces flushed. Although they couldn't see anything clearly, it didn't stop them from thinking that the two people fighting were awesome. "Master! Come on! Kill him! Kill him! Don't talk nonsense. That guy is pretty good. I think he can be our second in command." The bandits surrounded Long Woody and the headmaster, discussing with each other excitedly. And no one paid attention to Na Fong. Na Fong carried Gatlin, with a melancholy look on his face. "Is someone like me so unlucky? No one made a move on me. Since you don't do anything." Na Fong glanced at the bandits with an unkind expression, and then put Gatlin away. "Then I won't do anything." He silently retreated for a distance and stood together with the bandits, leaving the battlefield in the middle to Long Woody and to Dongjia. A bandit approached Na Fong with great interest. "Friend, what is the origin of that boy who came with you? And he is so powerful? You can actually fight with our boss back and forth?" Na Fong held the Desert Eagle in his hand and started talking nonsense. "Oh, he is my apprentice. As the saying goes, a strict teacher produces a good disciple. With a master as powerful as me, it is normal for him to be good." "Are you his master? Then aren't you more powerful than him?" A trace of confusion flashed in the bandit's eyes, and he murmured in a low voice, "Is our village going to change its boss? Who wants to be the boss of your cottage?" Nanfeng looked at the bandit speechlessly and asked doubtfully, "You don't seem to be worried that your boss will lose? Aren't you afraid of death? If the boss loses, he loses. Why don't we just change the boss? Our village has changed 3 bosses this year," the bandit said and glanced at Nanfeng. "What does this have to do with me? Is it possible that you want to kill minions like us? We will all be your subordinates from now on. How about you kill your own people?" Nanfeng pondered for a moment and felt that what the bandit said made sense. There is no need to take action against these bandits. Anyway, they are just standing by and watching the fun. And they are not a threat. Then I'll just watch the fun, Nanfeng thought, and turned his gaze to the center of the battlefield. Long Woody and the female leader's punches were getting faster and faster. And there were afterimages everywhere they looked. Of all the people present, only Nanfeng could barely see the movements of the 2 men. In these tens of seconds, Long Woody had switched several punches. What was surprising was that the female leader actually caught every punch. However, Nanfeng could still see that Long Woody had the upper hand, because Long Woody became more and more excited as he fought, and each punch became harder and harder. On the other hand, the female head of the family looked solemn, and her arms had begun to tremble slightly. It was obvious that she couldn't bear Long Woody's iron fists. The most important thing is that Nanfeng discovered that Long Woody had not used his natal magic weapon yet. He completely suppressed the female boss with his own strength. So outrageous. Nanfeng frowned. Can he fight beyond level 4 without using his natal magic weapon? Without his natal magic weapon, Nanfeng is like a tiger without its claws. Its strength is directly reduced by half. It is estimated that it will be difficult to fight beyond level 1. But Long Woody can surpass level 4. And it seems to be done with ease. It has to be said that sometimes the gap between people is wider than the gap between people and dogs. Nanfeng sighed. At the same time, the battle between the 2 sides began to come to an end. The female boss could no longer keep up with Long Woody's speed, so she could only relieve the pressure by constantly retreating. She quickly retreated to the wall, with no way to retreat. Boom! Long Woody's fist kept enlarging in the eyes of the headmistress, then hit her ear and hit the wall. Cracks as thin as a finger soon spread all over the wall. Wow! Stones of different sizes fell from the top of the cave, and the entire cave began to shake slightly, as if there was a tendency to collapse. No, the hole is going to collapse. Run! The boss actually lost? It's time to change the boss again. There was slight chaos in the cave for a while, and as the cave stopped shaking, the chaos quickly subsided. The female headmistress looked at Long Woody in confusion, not expecting that she would be defeated by him. She was defeated head-on in the boxing field where she was best at it. This fight made me feel so comfortable and happy. It's a pity that your boxing skills are not very interesting. Long Woody exhaled softly and asked, "What's your name?" "I." The female head of the house focused her eyes on Long Woody's face and whispered, "Man Ning. Everyone calls me the female boxer Man Ning." "What? Money?" Nanfeng just walked over, and his eyes lit up when he heard this. What a good name. Your name means you are very rich. Chapter 430, The Darkened Version of Xiaonan. Man Ning? I know you are rich just by hearing your name. Nanfeng strode over, raised the Desert Eagle, and aimed at Man Ning. Robbery! Robbing the bandit leader in his den? When Man Ning heard this, her face turned blue, and she looked at Nanfeng unkindly. I have nearly 100 people here, and you are only 2. Are you robbing me? Nanfeng. Don't think that I don't understand the rules. If I beat you, we will be the masters of the village. They are all my younger brothers now. Man Ning sneered. He was the one who defeated me. What does that have to do with you? Nanfeng curled his lips. You don't think I can't beat you, do you? Man Ning's strength is only a little stronger than Crow King, so Nanfeng still has no problem handling her. Seeing that Nanfeng didn't look like he was joking, Man Ning's smile gradually faded, and she felt a little confused. Under level 40, Man Ning was confident that few people could be better than her. Unexpectedly, I met 2 of them today. Man Ning's eyes passed between Nanfeng and Long Woody, and landed on the group of bandits in the distance. This group of minions gathered together in 2s and 3s and watched the excitement, with no intention of coming to help. In fact, this is normal, because Man Ning has only been the boss for a month and a half, and has no feelings for these minions. To the bandits, it doesn't matter who becomes the master of the village, as long as he can lead them to grab money. He is an excellent master. Seeing that no one was willing to come forward to help, Man Ning could only exhale and said, "Come here to rob. You are in the wrong place. This village is full of desperados. After they finish their work, the first thing they do is go to the surrounding cities to spend all their money. Drinking and drinking. You want to get money here? Hee hee. If you can find a copper plate, you are considered good." When Nan Feng heard this, he looked at Long Wubai. "At noon today, someone in your village robbed the Yin family of nearly 1 million copper coins. I don't believe you spent it all so quickly." Long Woody said, "I won't ask for more. You can keep the Yin family's things intact. Just give it to me." When Man Ning heard this, her expression was startled. "Why didn't I know about this? Did you find the wrong village? There are many copycats around here." Seeing that Man Ning's expression didn't look like she was lying, Nan Feng couldn't help but turn her gaze to Long Woody. "You're looking in the wrong place? One day you will overturn your car. Are you kidding? Can I overturn my car?" Long Wubai waved his hand at Nan Feng. "It's impossible to find the wrong place." Xiao Hei followed them all the way back. The little black in his mouth is Shadow of the Night. At noon, Nan Feng and Long Woody defeated the bandit. And Shadow of Night got into the shadow of a bandit and followed him all the way here. This is also the reason why Long Woody can find this place accurately. "Yes. How could you overturn the car?" Na Feng's eyes swept around the group of bandits. And soon he saw an acquaintance. "Look, that man in armor. He was the one who robbed Yan Mingzhi at noon." Long Woody looked over and indeed saw the familiar figure of the armored man among the bandits. He? The third boss? Man Ning also followed the gazes of the two people and looked over, her face darkening. "You dare to break the rules in the village. You are really looking for death." Man Ning ignored Nanfeng's Desert Eagle and strode towards the armored man. It's not that she looks down on Nan Feng. It's that she doesn't know what the Desert Eagle is. If Man Ning knew that this thing could make a hole in her head in an instant, she would definitely stand there obediently and not dare to move. When the armored man saw Man Ning approaching, he immediately knew that the matter had been exposed, turned around and ran away from the cave. "Humph. You broke the rules and still want to leave." Man Ning kicked off her slender legs and caught up with the armored man in an instant, slapping him on the back. Puff! The armored man spat out a large mouthful of blood and rolled on the ground several times. There were cracks in the armor behind him. "Master, have mercy on me. Have mercy on me." The man in armor hurriedly got up from the ground and begged Man Ning for mercy. Man Ning said coldly, "You don't want to hand over the goods? Are you going to keep it for yourself?" The armored man shook his head repeatedly and explained, "How dare I? I just forgot." "Forgot? Humph." Man Ning snorted coldly. "You robbed the Yin family's goods? The Yin family of the Haoyu Empire?" The armored man looked a little ugly and nodded slightly. "I saw that the Yin family didn't bring many guards, so they just wanted to eat the goods. But I didn't expect 2 of them to escape. Are you a fool? Can you let 2 of them escape?" Man Ning's face turned dark. "Now that the masters of the Yin family are here, you can figure it out yourself. From now on, you are no longer the third boss of the village. And it has nothing to do with me." Man Ning decisively carried out justice with the armored man. In her eyes, Nan Feng and Long Woody were strong men sent by the Yin family to find trouble. And she is just a bandit. How dare she compete with a behemoth like the Yin family? "No, master, you have to save me." The man in armor climbed forward and wanted to hug Man Ning's thigh. But Man Ning kicked him away. "She can't save you. So I can save you." Long Woody walked over slowly. "Where is the goods? Hand them over and I will spare your life." The armored man glanced at Long Woody, his eyes slightly stern. "I can't live if I hand it over. Right? I'm the only one who knows where the thing is now. Unless you." Long Woody didn't wait for the armored man to finish speaking, and kicked out a whip kick, knocking the armored man's head around twice. His neck had been completely broken. Ho ho. The armored man made several low sounds in his throat. And then he died. Nan Feng was shocked. "Did you kick him to death? Don't you want anything?" Long Woody waved his hand and strode out of the cave. "It doesn't matter. I know where the things are hidden." When Nan Feng heard this, he quickly followed. Behind Nan Feng, Shadow of Night turned into a dark shadow, like a dragon swimming on the ground, and swished into the shadow of Long Woody. Man Ning watched the 2 people striding away one after another, and couldn't help but froze on the spot. Just left like this? Outside the cave. Long Woody paused for a moment, then ran wildly in one direction. Nan Feng followed closely. "Brother Long, do you know where the thing is?" Yes. Xiao He got into the shadow of the armored man and followed him here. Long Woody explained. The armored man hid something on the way. And Xiao He saw it. Oh, so that's it. Nan Feng said oh. And then asked in his soul. So, why are we coming to this cottage? Why don't we just go to the place where we hide things? Long Woody smiled awkwardly and said, Uh-huh. I overturned. I didn't expect Xiao He to be so stupid. I asked him to follow the armored man. But he only followed the armored man and didn't care about anything else. Nan Feng nodded. After all, he is just a shadow. He doesn't have a small head. It's normal to be a little naive. In the shadow of Long Woody, Shadow of the Night heard what Nan Feng said, and immediately came out of the shadow angrily. His jet-black body squirmed, and finally transformed into a well-behaved little girl. Nan Feng was stunned on the spot because Shadow of the Night turned into Xiao Nan. Toy a little bit. The blackened version of Xiao Nan spat at Nan Feng, and stuck out her little tongue and kept saying, a little bit. 3 black lines appeared on Nan Feng's forehead. Chapter 431 The Natal Magic Weapon is upgraded. Class B is superior. Xiao He, don't be rude. Long Woody scolded Shadow of Dark Night in a low voice. Shadow of Dark Night pouted, and turned into a ball of black mist in a grieved manner, getting into Long Woody's shadow. Even Xiaonan's aggrieved look was perfectly imitated by Shadow of the Night. Nan Feng clicked his tongue in amazement. Brother Long, this pet of yours is amazing. He can change anything? Long Woody, yes. His imitation ability is very strong. He can turn into the other person's appearance just by looking at him. What a strange thing. It's a pity that he has an obvious shortcoming. No matter how he changes, he is still a dark mess. Nan Feng shook his head with some regret. Otherwise, he would become a different beautiful lady every day. Wouldn't he be happy in heaven? Long Woody. The two soon came to a hidden valley and stopped under the third big tree on the left. Yanminger's things were buried here. The third boss just found a place to bury something worth nearly 1 million. Nan Feng was a little confused. Who would come here in this barren mountain and wilderness? Long Woody quickly dug out 10 boxes of the same style from under the tree. This is the Yin family's goods, which contains various rare materials and treasures, as well as some special products of the Haoyu Empire. Long Woody explained that Yanminger came to Liyun City to take part in the family examination and delivered a batch of goods on the way. Unexpectedly, he was robbed by bandits on the way. Nan Feng Wuyu, he was robbed not because you wanted to take advantage of others. If Long Woody didn't hide his strength, how could those bandits steal this batch of goods? Don't talk nonsense. This place is deserted. This batch of goods is ownerless. We picked it up. How can we blame others for it? Long Woody opened 10 treasure boxes, which contained various items. The skull of the purple lion, the guts of the cold snake, the teeth of the gale leopard. There is also silver frost orchid, Sirius ghost branch purple light grass. Nan Feng scanned the area with Eye of Insight, and found that many of them were things he had never seen before, or even heard of. Long Woody quickly rummaged through it, picked out a few items, and put them in his backpack. Then looked at Nan Feng. Why are you still standing there? See if there is anything you can use, and take it quickly. We took the rest to the black market, sold it, and split the money equally. I don't know what these things are used for. Nan Feng flipped through it casually, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he found a box filled with energy crystals. Nan Feng just needs this thing to upgrade his natal magic weapon. Is there such a good thing? It has been a long time since he last upgraded his natal magic weapon, because he was missing an energy crystal. Now, with energy crystal, Nan Feng has all the materials to upgrade his natal magic weapon. Ding! Your natal magic weapon has been upgraded to level B. Born Divine Weapon. Weapon name, Rare Arsenal. Current grade, B grade superior. Type Backpack. Attribute, Backpack grid plus 3000. Materials required for upgrade, Unparalleled Secret Gold, Tianmo Yao Yin. As the level of the natal magic weapon increases, more equipment will be unlocked. The following equipment upgrades for you. Hummingbird 2 Reconnaissance Aircraft, Peregrine Falcon I Reconnaissance Aircraft. The flight speed of your reconnaissance aircraft is greatly increased. Run fast. Hoo hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. Gain new skills. Weakness Penetration. You can see through every weakness of the target. Can only be used when equipped with AR Tactical Mask. Duration 30 seconds. Cooling time 10 minutes. Get new accessories. Shotgun Expanded Magazine now. Your shotgun can load 5 bullets. Maybe one day, you will use the shotgun as a Gatling. After more than half a month, Nanfeng's natal magic weapon was finally upgraded again. This improvement is pretty good. Especially this new accessory, shotgun expanded magazine. Which makes Nanfeng very satisfied. Before this, because the shotgun had too few bullets, Nanfeng was often reluctant to use it, causing the spray gun to be kept in the backpack to gather ashes. But now there will be no more such troubles. The reconnaissance aircraft was upgraded to the Peregrine type, which greatly increased the movement speed, which is also very good. Nanfeng originally wanted to test how fast the new reconnaissance plane was, but suddenly remembered that the reconnaissance plane was taken away by the flowing cloud beast during the day and had to wait 24 hours to regenerate. So he had no choice but to give up. Not bad. Not bad. Another big improvement. Nanfeng glanced at the information about the natal magic weapon and murmured. To continue upgrading, he needs the unparalleled secret gold and the demonic demon flame. He rummaged through the remaining boxes and did not find these two items. Feeling slightly regretful, Nanfeng is still thinking about getting to another level. Seeing this, Long Woody asked, "What level is your natal magic weapon?" Nanfeng, Class B Superior. What about you? Peak B level. Long Woody said, "You can basically buy all the materials that can be named in the auction house in Liyun City. We can go shopping tomorrow." Nanfeng was stunned. Is there such a thing? Doesn't that mean that as long as I have enough money, I can upgrade my natal magic weapon to S level or even higher in one go? Long Woody shook his head. You think too simply. To upgrade the natal magic weapon to a level, what is needed is not materials. Nanfeng, don't want materials? What does that require? Long Woody made a gesture of wiping his neck. He needed to kill someone. Deep in the mountains, a middle-aged man dressed in the Yin family's clothing was running through the rugged mountains and finally stopped in front of a huge cave. It should be here. The middle-aged man muttered to himself and strode into the cave. There was some noise deep in the cave, which made the middle-aged man a little upset. He quickened his pace and soon came to a very empty cave. There was a large group of bandits chattering around a woman. The woman in the middle of the crowd was Man Ning. She had just had a fight with Long Woody. Before she could catch her breath, she saw a middle-aged man walking towards her. The word Yin on the middle-aged man's clothes made Man Ning's heart skip a beat. Another strong man from the Yin family? So who were those two people just now? Man Ning had a vague feeling in her heart. Maybe the man in front of her was the real Yin family, and the two just now were fake. Who is the boss here? The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. His voice was not loud, but every bandit could hear him clearly, as if he was speaking directly into their ears. The bandits turned their heads and looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had an invisible aura that made the bandits feel panicked. Bandits, who have always been on the edge of life and death, are still very sensitive to danger. They immediately realized that the middle-aged man in front of them was many times more powerful than their boss. Man Ning's face was solemn, and she walked forward slowly. Are you? Call out. The middle-aged man took a step forward and came to Man Ning. He reached out and strangled her neck. Don't act stupid. Hand over the things and I will leave you a complete body. Man Ning was shocked. She found that she couldn't break free from the middle-aged man's hand. This man is a strong man above level 40. Just now, someone pretended to be from the Yin family and took away. Man Ning was choked by the man and felt very uncomfortable. It was difficult to speak. The middle-aged man frowned slightly when he heard this. Looking at Man Ning's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. Then who could be pretending to be a member of the Yin family? Lin? Zhao family? Countless thoughts flashed through the middle-aged man's mind, and he felt a little irritated. He threw Man Ning away with a flick of his hand. Boom! Man Ning hit the wall, and the dense cracks in the cave instantly filled the entire cave. Click, click, click. After a violent shaking, large rocks fell from the top of the cave, and the bandits below scurried away. Run! The hole is going to collapse. Rush out. The bandits got into a mess and tried to break out of the cave. But the middle-aged man did not intend to let these bandits go. He drew out the sword from his waist and slashed them horizontally. The sword light flashed, and all the bandits present were cut in half by this sword. Damn it if you dare to get your hands on things belonging to the Yin family. The middle-aged man silently put away his sword and strode out of the cave. He stayed at the entrance of the cave for a moment, and then looked to the northeast. It should be in this direction. The middle-aged man dodged and disappeared. Less than 20 seconds after he left, the mountain made a loud bang and collapsed in half. The cave halfway up the mountain was also completely buried. 2 hours later, A huge boulder was lifted, and Man Ning slowly walked out dragging her injured body. Her neck was crushed by a middle-aged man, and she was just a few inches away from death. Fortunately, she used the secret technique to save her life and used the turtle breathing skill to barely deceive the middle-aged man and survive. Although her life was saved, Man Ning's strength was greatly damaged. Originally, she was only one step away from level 40. After this battle, she had to practice for a long time before she could return to the top. Hey, it's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Man Ning bit her lip, thought for a moment, and decided to go to Luyun City. She knew that the man just now would probably go to Luyun City as well. But there is no way. Luyun City is the city closest to her. Her current condition is too bad, and she will probably die on the way. She will not be able to go to other cities. So she can only fight. As long as she enters Luyun City, she will be safe. The Yin family will not kill people in the city. Otherwise, other empire families will definitely use this as an excuse to suppress the Yin family. And the Yin family will suffer more losses. The Yin family is such a big family, and they won't care too much about a small person like me. Man Ning murmured, gave herself some psychological comfort, and walked towards Luyun City. Late at night in Luyun City, the city gates were still open and bustling with activity. There were many people going in and out of the city gate. Nanfeng and Long Woody mingled among the crowd and walked in without attracting anyone's attention. They came to an uninhabited bridge and prepared to disguise themselves. Nanfeng tapped tactical mask lightly, and his face squirmed a few times. And then it turned into Wang Defa's appearance. Changing faces so quickly? If you have technology, you are awesome. Long Woody took out the human skin mask enviously, and put it on his face for a long time. Then he took out a chicken coop wig and put it on his head. Akan and Azu are back again. Chapter 432 meet the Sword Emperor again. Late at night, Nanfeng and Long Woody returned to Yin Mansion. Yin Mingjur had already informed the guards at the door, and took the two of them to the guest room to rest. The two people's rooms are next to each other, which is not bad. Even if something unexpected happens, they can take care of each other. Azu, go to bed early. Long Woody scratched his head and walked into his room. Nanfeng looked around and noticed that there were several pairs of eyes staring at him in the dark. Probably the Yin family's guards. It seems that the Yin family's security work is very good. Nanfeng strode into his room without looking too much. This room is really nice. Nanfeng walked around the exquisitely decorated guest room and quietly put a tea set into his backpack. His own cabin is still minimalist, and it's time to add some furniture to decorate it. Thinking of the hut, Nanfeng suddenly realized that his hut had not been upgraded for a long time, and it was still grade C. In fact, it's not just Nanfeng. All the Chosen One's huts are still stuck at sea level, including Long Invincible. Upgrading the hut to level B requires a material called swamp gas, which no one has yet. Judging from the name, swamp gas should be biogas. Everyone knows where there is biogas. But the key is that there is no way to extract and store it. This also caused everyone's cabins to be stuck at level C. Fortunately, now, the Chosen Ones no longer rely on cabins so much. And it doesn't matter whether they upgrade or not. If you have time to look for swamp gas, you might as well spend some time looking for upgrade materials for your natal magic weapon. By the way, I got a lot of materials tonight. I asked my brothers in Nancheng if they need anything. Nanfeng and Long Woody each shared half of the Yin family's 10 large boxes of materials before they had time to process them. Instead of selling it for money, it is better to improve the strength of the brothers. Nanfeng opened the panel and asked among the handsome guys group. After the natal magic weapon reaches B level, the materials required for upgrading each chosen one will be different. Some people need fire attribute materials. Some people need water attribute materials. Nanfeng is more awesome. He wants materials with all attributes. Su Ming, what? Do you have the Emperor Turtle SH? Foster father. I want. Wu Yuanran, Southern God. I want a lark tail. Yuran, I want fire phoenix feathers. Nanfeng quickly traded these materials to them. And there was still a lot left in his backpack, waiting to go to the black market to exchange for money someday. There were still more than 2 hours before dawn. So Nanfeng chatted with everyone in the group for a while. Nanfeng, where is Xiao Luo? Why haven't you seen him speak? Su Zuran, he entered the fog in the evening. And there is no news yet. Nanfeng was shocked. Have you entered the fog? The fog is so dangerous. Why would he go in there? If you think of it, teleport me directly. Huang Yuanming, Now the fog is getting lighter and lighter. There is no danger anymore. And many chosen ones have walked out. Wu Yuanran, Chung Mo, and Xiao Aran also entered the fog. I don't know where they will be teleported. Yuran, I heard that the people in the Wadika Empire are as strong as cows. I hope Xiao Luo can teleport there. I want to go there and have a look. Nen Feng had a dark look on his face. And just as he was about to say something, Xiao Luo, who had been silent all this time, suddenly appeared. Xiao Luo, I'm really impressed by the horse-riding guy. Huang Yuanming, what's wrong? Brother Luo? Where was it teleported? Is there any danger? Xiao Luo, it's not dangerous. I teleported to the vicinity of Black Crow City again. Gone. Everyone. The original world of number 0 is very large. And each empire has its own characteristics. Everyone wants to experience different customs and customs. Unexpectedly, Xiao Luo was so disappointed that he returned to Black Crow City. I don't know if this is good luck or bad luck. Nefeng, then you have to be careful. Don't run into those two brothers Tian Yuan and Yuan again. Xiao Luo, don't worry. I won't go to Black Crow City. I will go directly to the ancient forest to hunt ferocious beasts. Nefeng suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of one thing. Wait. Xiao Luo. I'm going to Black Crow City. You open the teleportation array. Xiao Luo was a little confused. But he didn't ask any more questions and opened the teleportation array. Nefeng, well, Huang Yuanming. Teleport to me. Otherwise, I won't have the coordinates sent back later. The teleportation array is very convenient. But there is a big problem. That is, it can only be transmitted between people in the same city. Long Wudi was not Nanchen's chosen one. Nefeng could not teleport to him. So he had to call a brother from Nancheng. Huang Yuanming quickly teleported over and looked at the room with some surprise. Nanshen. This is. As soon as he opened his mouth, Long Wudi opened the door and barged in. What are you doing? Teleporting people here at this time? There are many experts out there watching us. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and surrounded our room with my true energy. Otherwise, Long Wudi glanced at Huang Yuanming and said, Huh? Brother. You are Huang Yuanming. Brother Huang. Huang Yuanming looked at Long Wudi in confusion. Who are you? Long Wudi took off his chicken coop wig and took off his human skin mask. It's me. Long Wudi. Don't you recognize me? Huang Yuanming looked surprised. Brother Long? Didn't expect to see you here. The two people used to brag and share stories they had just made up in the Cross-World chat channel, and even worshipped each other online. But this was the first time they met. Nefeng saw that the two-story kings were about to start boasting again. So he quickly said, Brother Long, I am going to Black Crow City and will be back soon. After hearing this, Long Wudi waved his hand casually. It's okay. You can go. Brother Huang and I will have a good chat here. Seeing that the two people were completely ignoring him, Nefeng shook his head helplessly and teleported to Xiao Luo. Brother Huang, sit down quickly. Long Wudi said enthusiastically. You said last time that you had delivered takeout before. Those female anchors opened the door to get takeout without wearing clothes. Let's talk about it in detail. Oh, don't worry. I'll make a pot of tea first, and we'll talk slowly. Long Wudi was about to make tea, but found that there was no tea set in this room. He instantly guessed what was going on. Brother Feng. How could he take such a small advantage? Really? With that said, Long Wudi took out a tea set from his backpack, which was exactly the same as the original one in the room. In the woods less than 50 kilometers outside Black Crow City, the teleportation array in front of Xiao Luo lit up with white light, and Nefeng teleported over. Xiao Luo asked, What are you doing in Black Crow City? Nefeng, I'm looking for someone, but I don't know if he's still here. The person Nefeng is looking for is none other than Sword Emperor Tang Chongyun. If it hadn't been for the Sword Emperor's action, Nefeng might have been dead now, and even Nanchen's brothers would have died cleanly. He wanted to thank Tang Chongyun in person, and if possible, ask about Xianan's whereabouts. Xiao Luo didn't ask any more questions, nodded and said, Then be careful. I'm going to upgrade. He put away the teleportation array and ran quickly into the depths of the ancient forest. 10 minutes later, Nefeng arrived outside Black Crow City. The city gate was not closed, and there were no Black Crow guards at the gate. So Nefeng walked in casually. There is no one to maintain order. The Crow King is dead. Military advisor Wencheng is dead. And Black Crow Peak has not sent anyone to take over Black Crow City. The current Black Crow City is leaderless. and chaos is normal. Ne Feng took a few steps forward and heard the voice of Sword Emperor Tang Chungyun in his ears. Mr. Nan? On the left. Chapter 433 Shaonan 100,000 years ago. Mr. Nan? This way. Ne Feng looked to the left, and the sound came from this direction. There is a small building on the left, and an old man with gray hair is standing on the second floor, looking at Ne Feng with a smile. Ne Feng jumped up to the second floor, held his fist in a salute, and said, "Greetings to the Sword Emperor. Mr. Nan, you don't have to be polite. Just call me Xiao Tang," Tang Chungyun said with a smile, without any airs on his body. If there were any juniors from the Tang family here, their jaws would probably drop when they saw this situation. Their ancestor of the Tang family was so polite to a young man. Do you still call him Mr. Nan? Who is this young man? Well, what Tang Chungyun said made Ne Feng a little confused as to what to do. You can't really call him Xiao Tang, right? That Ne Feng is a bit too disrespectful. If Lord Sword Emperor doesn't mind, I dare to call you Mr. Tang. Okay? Ne Feng thought about it for a moment and then said, "Ha ha ha. It's all fine. Mr. Nan is free to call me whatever you want." Tang Chungyun smiled and said, "I have lived for more than 1,800 years and no longer care about these vain things." More than 1,800 years old. Ne Feng was secretly shocked. Do all people in this world live such long lives? But looking back, Shaonan may have lived for 200 to 300,000 years. There is nothing surprising about this 1,800-year-old old man. Mr. Tang, the main reason I came back this time is to thank you in person. Ne Feng bowed slightly and said solemnly, "Thank you, Mr. Tang, for your help. I will remember this favor. If you find it useful to come to my South Wind place in the future, please feel free to ask. Where is Mr. Nan?" Tang Chungyun waved his hand nonchalantly. "I told you. I am here to be entrusted by others. You don't owe me anything." Ne Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, understanding the meaning of Tang Chungyun's words. With Tang Chungyun's status and strength, he didn't need Ne Feng to owe him a favor because he looked down on him. What Tang Chungyun wants is the favor of the person who entrusted him to come to Black Crow City. "I have a question. I wonder if I can ask it," Ne Feng said cautiously. "You want to ask? Who asked me to come here? Right?" Tang Chungyun smiled and said, "In fact, you should have some guesses in your mind. Is it Xiao Nan?" Nan Feng's tone was not entirely sure. Tang Chungyun nodded slightly. "Sure enough. It's the little girl Xiao Nan. It seems that this girl still has her brother in her heart. Not bad. Not bad." Ne Feng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and continued to ask, "Mr. Tang, can you reveal Xiao Nan's identity to the younger generation?" Tang Chungyun pondered for a while and then slowly said, "I don't know much. So it shouldn't matter if I tell you. The history of our Tang family can be traced back to 100,000 years. Even longer than the history of the falling Sun Empire. 100,000 years ago. It was a time of troubled times. There was a young man who rose up in troubled times and single-handedly established the current Tang family. He is the first head of our Tang family, Tang Kong. There is an ancient book in the library of the Tang family, which records the life and deeds of this ancestor of the Tang family. Ancestor Tang Kong was at level 47 at his peak, and he was truly one of the few top beings in the entire world. Every one of the powerful people who can reach this level is a genius that is rare to see in 1,000 years. But according to records in ancient books, Patriarch Tang Kong was not a genius. He was very ordinary and had mediocre talent. The reason why he was able to achieve what he did at that time was entirely because of one person. Hearing this, Ne Feng already had vague guesses in his mind. Tang Chungyun paused for a moment and continued, "There are very few records in ancient books about that person. They only said that Patriarch Tang Kong was one of her followers. We don't even know whether the other person is a boy or a girl. Patriarch Tang Kong never mentioned her in front of others. Ancestor Tang Kong died 80,000 years ago. Since his death, our Tang family has been exploring that period of history, wanting to know who that person was. It's a pity that for 100,000 years, we only know that she is not the chosen one, and we don't know any other information. About 30,000 years ago, that is, my wife's grandfather's generation, the Tang family gave up the idea of looking for that person, because no one can live for 70,000 years. Continuing to search is just a waste of time. By my generation, the records in ancient books have been treated as legends. But I never expected that just over half a month later, that person would suddenly appear outside the Tang family's gate." Ne Feng recalled briefly. And it was true that more than half a month ago, he and Xiaonan walked into the fog and were teleported to different places. It turns out that Xiaonan was teleported to the Tang family at that time, which was really good luck. But there is a question that Nafeng didn't figure out. You just said that your Tang family doesn't even know whether the other person is a boy or a girl. So how did you determine that Xiaonan was that person? Tang Chungyun smiled and said, Ancestor Tang Kong once left a gray stone as an heirloom of the Tang family. At the same time, he also left an ancestral precept: when the gray stone lights up with colorful light again, she will come back. Greystone, colorful light. Nan Feng nodded. The last time I saw Xiaonan, she was indeed holding a luminous stone in her chubby little hand. It should be an heirloom of the Tang family. Tang Chungyun only knew so much about Xiaonan's identity. The key information Nan Feng extracted from it was that Xiaonan 100,000 years ago was very awesome. And one of her followers was level 47. Not much else. This information is not very useful to Nan Feng, because Nan Feng has long known that Xiaonan is very good. She might even be at the same level as Soyana, and have a level 47 follower. Isn't that normal? The sky is slightly white. Seeing that there was still some time, Nan Feng took the opportunity to ask another question. Mr. Tang, can you tell me about the two brothers Tian Yuan and Diyuan? Heaven and Earth? Tang Chung turned around and glanced at Nan Feng. Before you reach level 45, I don't recommend you to provoke them. Level 45? Nan Feng was startled and said, Isn't that true? Those two brothers are level 45? I think they are at least level 41 or 42. Tang Chungyun, the strongest person in the current Falling Sun Empire, is the current emperor. He is also level 45 like me, but he is more powerful than me. The two brothers Tian Yuan and Diyuan have a close relationship with Emperor Zun. Diyuan and Dizun were born on the same day. They grew up together, and their relationship was so good that they could wear the same pants. Tian Yuan is Diyuan's biological brother, but he is 80 years older than Diyuan. He was once the emperor's teacher and protector, and now many people in the imperial capital respect Tian Yuan as the emperor's teacher. Emperor Zun is extremely talented. In just over 20 years, his level surpassed that of Tian Yuan. After that, he advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching level 45 and becoming the most powerful person in the Falling Sun Empire. If you want to touch the two brothers Tian Yuan and Diyuan, you must take Emperor Zun into consideration. Nan Feng nodded silently. It turned out that there was such a big backer behind Tian Yuan Diyuan. Chapter 434 Akun. Azu, are you there? Nan Feng originally wanted to ask about Emperor Zun, but Tang Chungyun was unwilling to say more, so Nan Feng could only give up. The sun rose slowly. Nan Feng took a look at the time and prepared to leave. Tang Chungyun saw this and said, I will stay in Black Crow City in the near future. If Mr. Nan encounters any difficulties, you can come to me. Nan Feng clasped his fists. Then thank you very much, Mr. Tang. Boom! Bang! There was a sound of smashing not far away. It seemed that two groups of people had a dispute and started fighting. The unmanaged Black Crow City is gradually becoming chaotic. Nan Feng rolled his eyes and said, Mr. Tang, do you think the bandits from Black Crow Peak will come back to take over Black Crow City? Tang Chungyun smiled and said, It depends on my face. Hiss, so arrogant. But think about it. No matter how powerful Black Crow Peak is, it is just a bandit village. How can it compare to the Tang family? A super family with a heritage of more than 100,000 years? To put it bluntly, with one strike from Tang Chungyun, all 7 hills of Black Crow Peak would be reduced to ruins. Tang Chungyun guessed Nanfen's little thoughts and said with a smile, Mr. Nan, if you want Black Crow City, you can feel free to let someone take over. With this old man sitting here, no one dares to cause trouble. As if feeling that his words were too absolute, Tang Chungyun added, unless the emperor comes in person. But he shouldn't be so boring. With Tang Chungyun's words, Nan Feng felt relieved. He immediately called Su Zern and others to prepare to restart the Nanchung No. 2, plan to build Black Crow City into the second Nanchung. After a brief explanation, Nan Feng quickly opened the teleportation array and teleported back to the Yin Mansion in Liyun City. In the guest room, Long Woody and Huang Yuanming ignored the teleported south wind and chatted animatedly. Long Woody, it was too late. But it was too late. Seeing that the situation was very unfavorable, I spun around in circles for 2.5 weeks and stunned 2 people. Then I burst out at an unprecedented speed and passed 3 people. Finally, I jumped into the air with a big jump. Nan Feng pricked up his ears, listening to this situation. Is Long Woody telling his 1v5 story? Hurry up and hear what's going on. Dragon Invincible, jump into the air. catch the ultra-long distance pass from his teammates, and perform a violent dunk to kill the opponent. Southwind? Wang Yuanming clapped his hands. That's awesome. Brother Long. You could dunk when you were in elementary school? Awesome. Awesome. Really awesome. Long Woody laughed and said, I practiced boxing when I was 3 years old. My legs when I was 5 years old. And I went to the grave to catch ghosts when I was 7 years old. Something as simple as dunking a basketball is just a matter of time. Wang Yuanming was surprised. Oh, Brother Long. Can you still catch ghosts? Is there really a ghost in the blue star we used to live in? Long Woody waved his hand. No. I just went to practice my courage. But once I went to the tomb, I encountered a very scary thing. It was a dark and windy night. Ahem. Nafone coughed twice, interrupting the two of them. This is so talkative. Oh, Brother Feng is back? Long Woody came back to his senses and glanced out the window. The sky was slightly white. Well, it will be dawn so soon. Wang Yuanming also came to his senses. Nanshan is back? Then I should go before anyone finds me. Long Woody, okay. Let's talk next time when we have a chance. Wang Yuanming, it's necessary. I'm still waiting to hear the horror stories you encountered when you went to the tomb. The two of them said goodbye reluctantly, as if they were old friends they hadn't seen for many years. After Wang Yuanming teleported away, Long Woody also put away the tea set and returned to his room. Brother Feng, pay attention to your disguise. I'm going back first. Nan Feng hummed, tapped the tactical mask, and turned into Wang Defa's appearance. Nan Feng was the only one left in the room. He walked to the window and looked out the window. When we were in Black Crow City just now, the sun had already risen, but it was still dawn here in Liyun City. It seems that Liyun City is to the west of Black Crow City, if the direction in which the sun rises in this world is also defined as the east. It wasn't completely bright yet, so Nafone lay on the bed, ready to rest for a while. What to do today? Staying in Liyun City. There is no way to hunt ferocious beasts and level up. Well, you can go to the auction and see if you can buy the materials to upgrade your natal magic weapon. If there is something going on with Yanmingzhi, then I won't go either. Unless he pays more. Why am I so bad now? It must be because I stayed with Long Woody for a long time. Nafong yawned as he thought about it, feeling a little sleepy. Thinking about it carefully, he hasn't slept for a long time. Although he can be full of energy without sleeping now, he always feels that something is missing. People still need to rest. Anyway, I have nothing to do now, so just relax for a while. Nanfeng lay down on the bed and began to fall asleep. Next to him, Long Woody also yawned. Why did he suddenly start to feel sleepy? Long Woody sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and slowly fell asleep. Nanfeng's dream was filled with chaos. He slept very soundly, entering the deepest level of sleep, and his 5 senses were completely isolated from the outside world. In this case, even if someone from outside gives Nafeng a big blow, Nafeng may not be able to wake up. A beautiful figure floated by in Nanfeng's dream. Her facial features are exquisite, and her face is cold. She is Suana. Suana glanced at the south wind in her dream and ignored it. Instead, she turned around and pushed away the boundless energy of chaos, drifting into the distance. She drifted from Nanfeng's dream to Long Woody's dream. Long Woody in the dream was still sitting cross-legged, maintaining the posture of practicing. Suana came behind Long Woody, stretched out her long white index finger, and pressed it on the Biwi point on the top of his head. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Long Woody frowned and his body trembled slightly, as if he was struggling with something. Suana sighed, retracted her finger, and murmured, "The will is too strong." She didn't stay too long, turned around and drifted back to Nanfeng's dream. Nafeng still slept like a dead pig, motionless. Suana stood there and hesitated for a while, then shook her head. She didn't have enough potential, and she was destined to fail to become a god. Apart from them, there is only one candidate left. After thinking about this, Suana opened her palm, revealing a crescent-shaped fragment. She controlled the fragments to flick in the air, opened an unknown entrance, and walked in alone. The place she went to was called the Land Abandoned by God. The moment Suana left Nanfeng's dreamland, Nafeng woke up suddenly and sat up from the bed. What's going on? How could he suddenly be so sleepy? Click. The door opened, and Long Woody, who was holding a chicken coop on his head, walked in with a solemn expression. Brother Feng, it seems like someone attacked us just now. Long Woody looked around cautiously, and I fell asleep inexplicably. In my dream, I felt someone wanted to control me. I am about the same. Nefong thought for a moment. Could he be from the Yin family? Long Woody, it's possible that the masters of the Yin family are testing our background. I'm afraid they already know the identity of our chosen one. A cold light flashed in Nonfin's eyes. What should I do? Fight out? Long Woody pondered for a moment and shook his head. No. He can quietly put us to sleep. And we are certainly no match for him. Into sleep, in a dream? An idea flashed in Nonfin's mind. And he seemed to have thought of something. But he was not sure. Long Woody, in this way. I will wrap the two of us with my true energy. Block outside perception. And try to see if I can slip out. Just as he said, a large amount of protective energy surged out of Long Woody's body, wrapping him and Nefong tightly. The two of them climbed out of the back window quietly, climbed over the wall, and successfully left the Yin mansion. It's about 8 o'clock in the morning. After resting for a night, Yin Mingzhi came to the backyard guest room full of energy. I heard that in this big test, the first competition is to hunt ferocious beasts, and each heir can only bring 3 helpers below level 40. Ha! I don't even need 3 helpers. With Akan and Azu here, 2 are enough. Akan, Azu, have you gotten up? Hello? Anyone there? Chapter 435. The food crisis is becoming more serious. Luyuan City. 2 carefree young men were wandering on the street. Nefong was holding a bunch of newly bought barbecue skewers in his hand and eating them with gusto. Brother Long. Did the Yin family not notice that we ran away? Long Woody shrugged. Who knows? It has been more than 2 hours since they escaped from Yin Mansion, and the Yin family has not sent anyone to look for them until now. This actually left Nefong and the others a little confused, although they have returned to their original appearance. There are so many experts in the Yin family that they cannot be found. Right? It can only be said that maybe the Yin family was not prepared to find them at all. Brother Feng, there is a Tingyun Huashang store in front of you. Let's go buy 2 sets of clothes. Long Woody pointed to a shop not far away. Nefong didn't know why. Why buy clothes? Long Woody looked incomprehensible. People depend on their clothes. You know? He strode into the shop called Tingyun Huachang. Tingyun Huachang is a well-known clothing store in the Falling Sun Empire. Its chain stores are open in all cities in the Falling Sun Empire. Long Woody had seen it when he was in Ningxing. Unexpectedly, Luyuan City also has their chain store. As soon as you step into the shop, you will be greeted by all kinds of gorgeous clothing, which makes people dazzled. The 2 guests, a young lady who looked like a shop assistant, came up to them with a smile. When she saw Nefong and Long Woody, both of whom were in tatters, her smile immediately disappeared. What do you like about the 2 of them? Feel free to take a look. The clothes here were in line with the aesthetics of the people of the Falling Sun Empire. But Nefong couldn't appreciate it. So he asked without interest, are there any overalls? Carrying overalls? The clerk was confused by Nonfing's question. It seems that there is no more. Nefong waved his hand slightly disappointedly, walked out of the shop, squatted at the door, and continued to eat skewers. Long Woody walked around the shop twice and said, Beauty, which is the most expensive piece of clothing in your store? The shop assistant was startled and thought to herself, did I make a mistake? Is this man in front of me a rich man? Thinking of this, a smile bloomed on the face of the shop assistant again, and she pointed to a fox fur coat hanging on the wall. Sir, this is the treasure of our store. Its raw material is the fur of the 6-tailed snow fox, which is jointly produced by 12 top masters. Long Woody interrupted the young lady and asked, how much will it cost? Please give me a price. Is this about to be sold? The clerk suppressed her inner excitement and replied, this, Snow Fox's reincarnation. Our price is 298,000 copper plates. Sir, if you really want it, I can apply for it here, give you a 10% discount, and give it to you. Long Woody slowly stretched out a finger. 10,000. I will take it directly. Shopkeeper? Southwind? You are a dragon invincible. Jiangzi bargains? The smile on the shop assistant's face froze again. I'm really sorry. Sir, this price is not acceptable. No. Forget it. I don't want it anymore. Long Woody shrugged, patted his butt and left. Nefong flicked the finished skewers away and followed Long Woody, leaving only the shop assistant in a mess. Nefong, Brother Long, what are you doing? Long Woody said nothing, turned and walked into a deserted alley. Shadow of the Night emerged from his shadow and transformed into a black fox fur coat, draped over Long Woody's shoulders. no matter the style or details. They are exactly the same as the treasure of Tingyan Washangli store. The only difference is that the store's treasure is white, while the one on Long Woody's body is pitch black. Can your pet still play like this? Nanfeng was shocked. This has too many functions. Right? Long Woody smiled, straightened his hair, and transformed into the young master of a wealthy family. How else to say that people rely on clothes and Buddhas rely on gold? With this outfit, the next thing is easy. Long Woody visited several stores and disposed of all the stolen goods he got last night. The owners of those shops all thought that Long Woody was the son of a certain aristocratic family, and they were very willing to bid. Near noon, Long Woody carried a large sum of money and went to a small noodle shop with Na Feng and ordered 2 bowls of flamed chicken noodles. Long Woody, make a small profit and reward us both with a bowl of noodles for lunch. Na Feng, small profit? You've made hundreds of thousands. So why don't you treat me to a meal? From what you said, shouldn't I keep this money to buy you materials at the auction? Long Woody lowered his voice. I asked about it. There will be an auction in 7 days. There are many good things. Maybe there will be the materials you want. That's pretty much it. Na Feng picked up the chicken noodles and took a bite. Oh, it tastes good. The two of them ate heartily. But before they had finished eating half of it, Long Woody's face suddenly darkened. Brother Feng, the situation is not good. Na Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and looked around calmly. Well, no danger found. He wondered, what's wrong? What's wrong? Long Woody said in a deep voice. Some ordinary people in the fog have begun to feel hungry. So fast? Na Feng quickly opened the panel and entered the cross-world chat channel. The chosen ones from various countries are discussing this matter at this time, and the chat channel is in chaos. Suzerain, preliminary estimates suggest that about 0.2% of ordinary people are beginning to feel hungry, of which we people from the Dragon Kingdom account for the majority. Lin Mimi, we have a large population in the Dragon Kingdom, so there is nothing we can do about it. Sakura Saburo, Humph. Yu Longcheng and Nancheng have a lot of food in reserve. Don't think we don't know. Neil, friends from the Dragon Kingdom, please give me some food. My grandfather has fainted from hunger. He will die if he doesn't eat. Shang Shui Chun, ha ha ha. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are selfish. Do you expect them to hand over their food? Xuanqing, please don't talk to Sakura and the dog. Sakura Yudo, Baga. You are the dog. Edward, fortunately. We have Queen Catherine. She has been preparing food for the residents of Oroville for more than half a year, and she can't finish it. Cui Yingjun, food shortage is a common crisis for all Blue Star people. We must work together to overcome this crisis. Neil, yes. Yes. Cui Yongjun, can you give me something to eat? My grandpa is starving to death. There was a brief silence in the chat channel. Whoever spoke now would be chased by the man named Neil for food. Nowadays, major cities have more or less food reserves, so it's not impossible to give some to Neil. But the problem is, if you give it to Neil, more people will come to beg for food. There are nearly 2 billion ordinary people in the fog. Who can afford to support so many? As time goes by, more and more people will feel hungry. And Na Feng can already foresee that many people will starve to death. But Na Feng had no choice but to try his best to get more food, so that at least the relatives and friends of Nancheng brothers would not go hungry. He couldn't do more. Chapter 436, Suiana resurrected through corpse? After eating the noodles, Nan Feng and Long Woody squatted at the entrance of the alley, quietly watching the streets with people coming and going. Brother Long, how much money do you need to save these 2 billion people? After a long while, Nan Feng suddenly said, why don't we change our careers and become bandits, specializing in robbing the young masters from big families who come out for training? My requirements are not high. I will make 1 order a month and get him 1.8 million copper coins per order. How can I do that? Not flattering? Long Woody pondered for a moment, seeming to be thinking about the feasibility of this idea. But soon, he shook his head. Brother Feng, do you know what the cheapest food in the world is? Nan Feng said he didn't know. Dragon Invincible, it is the meat of a ferocious beast called Meatball Beast. Meatball beasts are low-level beasts, large in size and abundant in number. Their whole bodies are covered in meat, but their meat is unpalatable. Most of the people at the bottom of this world rely on the meat of meatball beasts as their staple food, which is similar to the rice we used to eat. If we only consider survival, then each person only needs 5 copper coins per day to have enough food. 5 coppers per person per day. Na Feng silently calculated it in his heart and sighed. Regardless of other things, there are nearly 10,000 ordinary people in Nanchang now. Assuming 10,000 people, each person consumes 5 copper coins per day. Then the daily consumption is 50,000 copper coins, which is 1.5 million copper coins per month. Even if Na Feng changed his career and became a bandit and could issue orders every month, 1 million copper coins apiece, that would still not be enough. Of course, the other chosen ones in Nanchang will definitely be able to get some food more or less. So there should be no problem in ensuring the food supply in Nanchang. As for the rest, Na Feng is really powerless. In comparison, Long Woody's pressure was even greater. His sword eyebrows were already knitted together, and his face was filled with sadness. This was the first time Na Feng saw Long Woody showing such an expression. Before this, no matter what difficulties he encountered, Long Woody always smiled and looked confident. Brother Long, don't be too stressed. You just need to consider Dragon City. Let people in other cities figure out their own solutions. Na Feng comforted. Hearing this, Long Woody became even more worried. Brother Feng, do you know how many people there are in Longcheng? There are more than 300,000 chosen ones in Dragon City alone. Their relatives and friends add up to more than 2 million people. There are more than 2 million people. And it costs me 10 million copper coins a day. Do you think I can be less stressed? Na Feng took a breath of air. He almost forgot that there are more than 400 Dragon Kingdom war zones in World Number 1. Most of which are active soldiers, which can be called the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom. In the 30 days that we just crossed over, many people died in these more than 400 war zones. But Long Woody also allowed the families of those dead soldiers to join Dragon City, which resulted in the number of ordinary people in Dragon City reaching outrageous. Long Woody continued, in fact, it is not difficult to feed these 2 million people. All we need is to mobilize all the more than 300,000 chosen people in Dragon City to hunt down the ferocious beasts. But if all 300,000 chosen ones come out of the fog, they will definitely be chased by the indigenous people. I can't even imagine how many casualties there will be. There are not many chosen ones who have come out of the fog now. They are scattered all over the world. Many local strong people are too lazy to look for them, and they may not be able to find them. But when 300,000 chosen ones came out in one go, the situation was different. How can those natives who have been stuck at level 39 their whole life resist the temptation of their natal magic weapon? Long Woody raised his head, squinted his eyes slightly, and looked at the sun hanging above his head, and murmured, it would be nice if there was a place where the malice towards the chosen one was not so great. Nanfeng's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, Black Crow City. Black Crow City? Long Woody turned to look at Na Feng. Na Feng thought for a while, and told Long Woody everything related to Black Crow City, including the fact that the Sword Emperor Tang Carrier would be stationed in Black Crow City to provide protection for the chosen ones. Long Woody didn't ask why the Sword Emperor did this. This was Nanfeng's secret, and he wouldn't ask any more questions. According to you, Black Crow City is indeed a good place. Long Woody mused. And it is close to the ancient forest. And there are enough ferocious beasts. The brothers can not only improve their level, but also obtain food. Na Feng nodded, yes. I also remembered one thing. There are brothers in Nanchang who are cultivating hybrid rice, potatoes, and other plants. We are preparing to try planting them near Black Crow City. This is good news. After all, hunting ferocious beasts is not a long-term solution. Farming is the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Long Woody touched his chin and thought. But he still had to pay attention to safety. It's not that I can't trust the Sword Emperor, but with so many chosen ones gathered together, it's hard to guarantee that they won't attract more powerful ones, such as Emperor Zun. Na Feng, this is easy to solve. Anyway, everyone has a teleportation array. You can go back to sleep in the fog at night. There is no need to stay outside. The two of them agreed that this idea was feasible. But the more detailed matters are not something they have to consider, leaving it to the people below to discuss slowly. In the mist, Longcheng and Nancheng quickly took action. Each side sent a group of people and began to discuss specific details. Luyuan City. Na Feng felt relaxed. Although he was not able to save everyone, he at least helped Longcheng and saved at least 2 million more ordinary people. The merit is immeasurable. In fact, Na Feng has another way, which may be able to save all these 2 billion people. And that is to ask Suana to help. Suana has made it clear before that she has the ability to save everyone. And Na Feng has indeed thought about asking her for help. But what happened this morning made Na Feng hesitate. Being able to quietly let Long Woody and I fall asleep is something that most people simply cannot do. There may be strong people in the Yin family who can do it. But until now, The Yin family has not sent anyone to come to us, indicating that this matter is most likely not done by the Yin family. Then it's just her. Nan Feng looked calm and glanced at Long Wudi from the corner of his eye. Long Wudi said that someone wanted to control him in his dream. Could it be Suanna? What does she want to do? Turn Long Wudi into a puppet? Or maybe she wants to resurrect the corpse? Nan Feng was startled by his idea. If this is the case, wouldn't Long Wudi be very dangerous? After all, Suanna is a god. Even if she has fallen now, and only a ghost is left, she is still a god. Who knows if she has any hidden strength? Who knows what other methods she hasn't used yet? Is it even possible that the current Long Wudi has been resurrected by Suanna? Thinking of this, Nan Feng glanced at Long Wudi again. Long Wudi turned his head sharply, and their eyes met. Nanfeng's heart skipped a beat, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. After a while, Long Wudi tightened his clothes, took half a step back, and slowly said, "Brother Feng, why do you keep peeking at me?" Chapter 437. 2 weeks later. Late at night. Black Crow City. Since the death of Crow King and military advisor Wencheng, the order of Black Crow City has been on the verge of collapse in a short period of time. And murders and looting are happening all the time. Those serious hunters and serious businessmen all took the time to choose to run away from Black Crow City to avoid being the one who was robbed. In just a few days, the population of Black Crow City decreased by about 1/3. The originally bustling street gradually became deserted. But this situation did not last long. Those who were still stranded in Black Crow City suddenly discovered that a lot of strange people appeared in Black Crow City every day. This group of people appear during the day and disappear at night, like a group of ghosts who are not afraid of the sun or the moon. It is very strange. What's even more strange is that from time to time, some strange syllables will pop out of these weirdos' mouths, such as F***CK, alien, etc., which makes the locals in Black Crow City scratch their heads. 2 weeks have passed since the day Nan Feng and Long Wudi discussed solving the food problem. In the past 2 weeks, the chosen ones from Nancheng and Dragon City used Black Crow City as a springboard to occupy all villages and towns within 100 miles. Some of the chosen ones went to the ancient forest to hunt ferocious beasts and obtain food. Others are looking for fertile soil to prepare for large-scale food cultivation. Many people in Black Crow City had guessed these strange people who suddenly appeared. It is the chosen one. But they were unable to pass on the news because Black Crow City was now on lockdown. Under the North City Gate, there are 2 groups of people at war with each other, and they may start fighting at any time. One of them is all the chosen ones, including those from Dragon City and those from Nancheng. The other party is the native of World Zero. A large number of melon-eating people gathered around them. From the expressions of the people, it was easy to see that they very much hoped that the 2 parties would have a fight. "You intruders! Why don't you let us out of the city?" a hunter shouted angrily. "I have grown up in Black Crow City since I was a child. I can leave whenever I want and come in whenever I want. What qualifications do you have to stop me?" On the other side, Huang Yuanming came out and said loudly, "Black Crow City is now under our control. We have the final say on who can enter and who can leave." Huang Yuanming's words were a bit too arrogant. The indigenous people's anger suddenly surged into their foreheads, and they took out their weapons and started to fight. These intruders are too arrogant. Teach them a lesson. This is our city. Why should they have the final say? It is simply the opposite of Tiangang. Beat. Fight. There were only a dozen of them, so they were scared. The onlookers were booing, and some of them were grumpy and were ready to take action. Huang Yuanming saw this and said calmly, "Want to fight? I urge you to think twice." As he spoke, he threw out a disc with a 6-pointed star array engraved on it. Swish, swish, swish. Figures flashed, and the chosen ones came out of the teleportation array one after another. In just a few dozen seconds, more than 300 chosen ones stood in front of Huang Yuanming, and there are more than 300 strong men above level 30. This terrifying formation made the natives look fearful, and their fierce momentum suddenly dropped. Damn it. Why are these invaders so powerful? Yes, any one of them is above level 30, which is terrifying. What are you afraid of? We have Fire Fist Barber here. He broke through to level 35 in retreat some time ago. He can fight 10 with 1. After hearing this, everyone looked at Barber in the crowd. Barber originally mingled with the crowd, wanting to keep a low profile and see if he could rush out of Black Crow City in the chaos. But he didn't know that he was called to the table. He glared at the person who had just spoken and said in a deep voice, "Don't panic. Everyone. As long as I am here, there is nothing to fear from these intruders. He just took a general look and found that although there were many people in this group of chosen ones, most of them were level 30 or 31. The leader with the iron rod was only level 32, and there was still a big level gap between him and him. If a fight really breaks out, Barber can guarantee he can run away. Thinking of this, Barber felt relieved. He took 2 steps forward and looked at Huang Yuanming. Are you in charge? I want to negotiate with you. Can you keep your word? Negotiation? Huang Yuanming scratched his head and thought for a while. Then sent a private message to Nafeng, Nanshan. Someone here in Black Crow City wants to negotiate with you. Will you come? Uh-huh. The next second, Nafeng, who was far away in Liyun City, teleported to Huang Yuanming. Who wants to negotiate with me? What to talk about? Nafeng glanced at the natives in front of him, and his eyes rested on Fire Fist Barber. This guy looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen him before. On the other hand, Barber, the moment he saw Nafeng, his body was shaking like a sieve, and he stammered yes. A famous hero. Oh, you know me? Nafeng raised his eyebrows. Do you want to negotiate with me? Barber shook his head wildly. No. No. I was passing by. Nafeng didn't bother to talk to them anymore. He was so angry that he said in a deep voice, Everyone, I know you are very dissatisfied with the closure of the city, but there is no other way. Letting you leave will bring us disaster. You have 2 choices now. Either stay in Black Crow City and wait for us to leave, or die now. With that said, Nafeng had already taken out Gatling and aimed at the crowd in front of him. Barber turned around and left without saying a word. Seeing that Barber had left, the others did not dare to stay here and bring trouble to themselves. So they left one after another. One of the hunters who had a slight relationship with Barber quickly caught up with Barber. Brother Barber, you seem to be afraid of that person just now. Who is he? Is it awesome? Barber glanced at him. You should know that I suffered a serious injury 2 months ago and almost died. Right? The hunter nodded. Of course I know. Your potential exploded at the critical moment of life and death. You broke and then stood up again. You were promoted to 2 levels in a row. It spread throughout the circle. Barber said melancholy. It was the man just now who almost killed me with 1 punch. What? The hunter was stunned. You are Fire Fist Barber. And his fists are even more powerful than yours? Barber shook his head slightly, not wanting to say more. The hunter continued, but after you were injured, you leveled up 2 levels in a row and are now a level 35 strongman. He may not be your opponent. Right? What's the use of upgrading 2 levels in a row? Barber sneered. You were not in Black Crow City some time ago, so it's normal that you don't know who he is. Have you heard of the name Famous Hero? The hunter was shocked. A famous hero? The famous hero who killed the Crow King. Shh. Don't say more. Barber made a silence gesture with a fearful look on his face, and looked back, fearing that Nafeng would catch up. On the other side, after Nafeng solved the commotion at the city gate, he quickly arrived at the temporary office in Black Crow City. Suzerain is reporting on the results of the past 2 weeks. We currently have planted a total of 2,000 square meters of potatoes, 3,000 square meters of rice, and 20,000 square meters of rice. We expect to harvest the first batch in 1 month. There is still too little land, and we dare not continue to expand. It is too dangerous. There are a lot of ferocious beasts in the ancient forest, enough for 50,000 chosen ones to upgrade continuously. So there is no need to worry about the level. The mood of the residents in Black Crow City is relatively stable for the time being. But if they continue to be locked up, something will definitely happen, and they must find a way to solve this problem. As of this morning, the food shortage problem has become increasingly serious. It is estimated that 3.1% of ordinary people have begun to feel hungry, and the number of people who have died of starvation has reached 17. Hearing this, Nafeng frowned. Is someone starving to death now? So fast? Suzerain explained. Some old people and children who have no relatives or friends have no source of food and can only starve to death. Nafeng sighed slightly and asked, how are Nanshan's food reserves? Suzerain, very sufficient. But Dragon City has too many people and a huge food shortage. It may be difficult to survive this crisis. Nafeng waved his hand. We don't have to worry about it. There are invincible dragons in Dragon City. With that said, Nafeng glanced at the time and said, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Brother Long is still waiting for me to fight the boss. Chapter 438 Purple Mist Restricted Area. hunting the Rib Demon Bear. In the woods outside Liyun City, Chung Yamo took out the teleportation array and placed it in front of him. The next second, Nanfeng walked out of the teleportation array. What's going on over there in Black Crow City? Chung Yamo looked at Nanfeng. A bunch of noobs were causing trouble, and it has been resolved. Nanfeng answered, turned around and looked around, asking, where are Longwoody and the others? Have you found any trace of the Rib Demon Bear? Chung Yamo shook his head. The Rib Demonic Bear is nearby, but the specific location has not been found yet. If it weren't for the no-fly rule here, I would have dug it out long ago. Nanfeng, it's okay. It can't run away. Let's go and join Longwoody and the others. The two briefly exchanged a few words, and then ran in the direction of Longwoody and others. 2 weeks ago, after Nanfeng and Longwoody left the Yin family, they did not stay longer in Liyun City, but left Liyun City directly. During this period, Chung Yamo Xiaoying ran, a native witch, and some strong men from Dragon City also teleported over one after another, and everyone hunted ferocious beasts around the Sun and Moon Mountains to improve their levels. To outsiders, they look like a team of hunters who specialize in hunting ferocious beasts, and no one has yet doubted their identity. There are many ferocious beasts in the Sun and Moon Mountains, which are no less than those in the ancient forest. There are ferocious beasts above level 40 in several restricted areas, which are extremely dangerous. The Rib Demonic Bear that Nanfeng and the others are looking for now is a level 40 ferocious beast. In the past 2 weeks, Nanfeng's level has reached level 35 and is about to reach level 36. Originally, with his current level, he would not provoke a ferocious beast above level 40. But Longwoody heard a piece of gossip, saying that killing Rib Demonic Bear could obtain Heavenly Demon Demonic Flame, which immediately made Nanfeng's heart flutter. Tian Mo Yao Yen. That is the material Nanfeng needs to upgrade his natal magic weapon. Nanfeng and Longwoody discussed it and felt that with their strength, it would not be a big problem to kill a level 40 beast. So they began to inquire about the traces of the Rib Demonic Bear. In the end, they spent 100,000 copper coins and bought a piece of useful information from the Hunter Hall. A hunter had seen a Rib Demonic Bear near the Purple Mist restricted area in the Sun and Moon Mountains. Nanfeng and others rushed to the Purple Mist restricted area without stopping. They were very lucky and found the Rib Demonic Bear on the edge of the restricted area. The two sides started fighting without a word of nonsense. But this Rib Demonic Bear was very cautious. After a few head-on blows with Longwoody, and when he found that he couldn't take advantage, he immediately fled deep into the penalty area. Without hesitation, everyone rushed directly into the restricted area and began to search for traces of the Rib Demonic Bear. During this period, due to the incident in Black Crow City, Nanfeng went back and quickly came back to continue hunting the Rib Demonic Bear. Boom! Boom! The sound of fighting came from ahead. Nanfeng and Chung Yamo looked at each other, increased their speed to the extreme, and rushed forward. After passing through a forest, their eyes suddenly opened up. I saw a 2 to 3 ton, crazy demon bull beast running with all its strength, using its sharp horns to push against the dragon invincible in front of it. Longwoody did not dodge. When the crazy demonic ox beast got closer, he grabbed one of the horns with one hand and threw it over his shoulder, knocking the crazy demonic ox beast to pieces. Boom! Afterwards, Longwoody punched the crazy demon bull beast on the head and sent it to the west. Brother Feng, has Black Crow City taken care of it? Longwoody calmly put the body of crazy demonic ox beast into his backpack, and then turned to look at Nanfeng. This level 38 crazy demon bull beast is a relatively common ferocious beast in the Purple Mist restricted area. Nanfeng has killed 2 of them before, and the experience points are quite high. Yes, it's done. Nanfeng nodded. Where are the others? I asked them to search separately, trying to find the Rib Demon Bear as soon as possible. Longwoody paused and continued. In this Purple Mist restricted area, purple miasma will appear from time to time, which is extremely poisonous. We must quickly kill the Rib Demon Bear and then leave here. The reason why the Purple Mist restricted area is called a restricted area is because of the elusive purple miasma. This purple miasma appears without warning, is completely random, and is so horribly poisonous that even a small sip will kill you. Don't think that just holding your breath will make it okay. The purple miasma is also extremely corrosive. If it touches the body even a little bit, it will start to fester, making it extremely painful. Even the most experienced hunter in Liyun City would not dare to enter the purple mist restricted area easily. Nanfeng and the others relied on the teleportation array to escape. So they were confident. Beep beep beep. Nanfeng's tactical watch made a sound that only he could hear. He opened it, and saw that it was a message from Xiao Aran. Xiao Aran, found it. Coordinates. Come quickly. Nanfeng was overjoyed, and looked at Long Woody. Found the coordinates. Long Woody nodded. Let's go. I'll ask the other brothers to come over. Everyone soon joined Xiao Aran. A total of 7 people. In addition to Nanfeng, Long Woody, Chung Mo, Xiao Angren. There are also 3 flying eagles. Crazy wolves and black dogs from Dragon City. Flying eagle, Mad Wolf and Black Dog are just code names. Not their real names. When they were at Blue Star, they were Long Woody's comrades and subordinates. And now they are no exception. When Xiao Aran saw that everyone was here, he pointed to a giant tree a few hundred meters away. Have you seen that tree hole? The ribbed demon bear is inside. The giant tree has a diameter of 7 or 8 meters, and a height of more than 100 meters. If placed on Blue Star, it would be the undisputed king of trees. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the World Tree. But in World Zero, this is just a fairly well-developed tree. This giant tree has a large hole in its trunk that serves as a natural habitat. This should be the home of Ribbed Demonic Bear. Long Woody twisted his neck. I'll take care of it. Brother Feng will provide remote support. And the others will hold the line. Receive. The 3 of them. Flying Eagle, Crazy Wolf and Black Dog, said in unison, and then spread out to guard their own direction. Ribbed Demonic Bear is a level 40 ferocious beast after all. When its bear claws come calling, no one except Long Woody can withstand it. To deal with the Ribbed Demonic Bear, the real main force is Nanfeng and Long Woody. Others only need to ensure that no other ferocious beasts come to interfere with the battle. Nanfeng set up Barrett and started charging a blow. Light blue light flashed around the gun body, indicating that the power of this gun was extraordinary. Brother Feng, are you ready? Long Woody said softly. Well, let's do it. As Nanfeng finished speaking, Long Woody burst out, turning into a shadow and rushing towards the giant tree 100 meters away. Roar! In the tree hole, Ribbed Demonic Bear, sensed the approaching danger, raised his head and roared, and rushed out of the tree hole. Oncoming is Long Woody's iron fist. Boom! Long Woody punched Ribbed Demon Bear in the stomach. Ribbed Demonic Bear flew out upside down and hit the trunk of the giant tree hard, causing the giant tree to shake. It shook its head, and before it could recover, a light blue beam of light mixed with traces of arcs had already struck. Stab! The light beam directly penetrated Ribbed Demonic Bear's left eye. Blood surged, and severe pain stimulated Ribbed Demonic Bear's nerves. Charged attack, the fully charged, Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon, is so terrifyingly powerful. Ouch! The Ribbed Demonic Bear was in severe pain, and extremely high-temperature black flames erupted from its body. Long Woody, who was about to pursue the victory, hurriedly retreated 10 meters away to avoid being burned by the dark flames. This is, Nanfeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Demon Yao Yen. Chapter 439 Purple Miasma. The body-protecting black flame of Ribbed Demonic Bear is what Nanfeng needs to upgrade his natal magic weapon, Heavenly Demonic Flame. Tianmo Yao Yen is also known as Void Fire. This kind of flame can continue to burn without a medium, and is extremely difficult to extinguish. Some powerful men will purify Tianmo Yao Yen, and then refine it into their own body-protecting divine fire, which can be used both offensively and defensively. It is very powerful. However, this refining process can take anywhere from a few months to years, or even decades, and is extremely time-consuming. Fortunately, Nanfeng doesn't need to think about this. He is the chosen one. As long as he kills the Ribbed Demonic Bear, Heavenly Demonic Flame will explode directly without purification or refining, which is very convenient. This is where the chosen one shines. After all, he is the one chosen by the Creator God. In the purple mist restricted area, Ribbed Demonic Bear's left eye was bleeding. It looked at Long Woody with its other eye fiercely, waved its bare paw and threw out a ball of black fire. Long Woody quickly dodged to avoid getting burned. In the distance, Nanfeng opened fire, one shot after another, pouring magic bullets on Ribbed Demonic Bear. Chung Mo on the side was not idle either, controlling the flying sword to shuttle back and forth, each sword striking the Ribbed Demonic Bear vitals. Roar! Ribbed Demonic Bear let out an earth-shattering roar, and strange and weird lines lit up on its body. Its defense seemed to have increased dozens of times in an instant. Nanfeng's magic bullets couldn't even penetrate its fur. Long Woody said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. His state can only last for 5 minutes." Before coming, they had already found out clearly the habits and abilities of Rib Demonic Bear, and they were not panicking at all now. Rib Demonic Bear, which was in a super defensive state, roared and rushed towards Long Woody, wanting to deal with this powerful enemy first. But Long Woody would not give it a chance to get close. He would circle around a few big trees and treat the bear as a dog for a walk. Crazy Wolf praised, "What a trick for King Chin to circle the pillar." Nanfeng didn't stop pulling the trigger, aiming at the demon bear's right eye and shooting non-stop. Rauscher, Rib Demonic Bear, S defense is super high now, but his fragile right eye keeps getting shot, and he can't bear it anymore. It made a sharp turn, gave up its pursuit of Long Woody, and turned towards the south wind to kill. Spread. Nanfeng reminded Chung Yamo, and Xiao A ran beside him, and launched his flying claws to climb up a giant tree. Chung Yamo stepped on the flying sword and flew to the other side with Xiao A ran. Of course, Chung Yamo only dared to fly at low altitude to avoid attracting the more powerful, flowing cloud beast. Rib Demonic Bear, seeing that he couldn't catch anyone, he roared angrily and prepared to escape deeper into the restricted area. Don't let it get away. Long Woody used his whip kick to break the large tree that was more than 1 meter thick and 10 meters high next to him. Then he kicked the tree away with a flying kick and directly hit the Rib Demonic Bear. Rib Demonic Bear, as thick bear paws hugged the tree that was flying rapidly, and flames erupted from its body, burning the entire tree to ashes in a few seconds. A thick smoke floated into the sky above the purple mist restricted area. Freeze bomb. Nanfeng saw the right moment and fired a freezing bullet to see if he could extinguish the demonic fire on the demonic bear. But the freeze bomb was instantly evaporated by the demonic fire and turned into water vapor. Roar! The demon bear roared loudly again and continued to run deeper into the restricted area. Flying Eagle, Mad Wolf, Black Dog and 3 others hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. But the demon bear was protected by Tianmo Yao Yin, so they did not dare to get too close. So they could only try to hold back the demon bear as much as possible. Drink. On the other side, Long Woody picked up a purple rock weighing 7 to 8 tons, jumped 10 meters high, and smashed the boulder at the demon bear. Crazy Wolf gave a thumbs up. What a move. Taishan Meteor Pendant. The demon bear had no time to dodge, and was crushed under the purple rock. I saw the demonic fire outside its body soaring, and it only took a dozen seconds to burn the boulder. Yes, it burned directly. What a powerful demonic fire. Nanfeng exclaimed. After such a pull, the lines on the body surface of Rib Demonic Bear gradually dimmed, and its defense began to decline rapidly. Long Woody shouted, "Good opportunity. Take action. Take advantage of his illness and kill him." A few people used their tricks and threw their skills on Rib Demonic Bear for free. The demon bear howled in pain and continued to run away with his head in his hands. Woo woo. Tweet. After all, this Rib Demonic Bear is a level 40 beast with a high IQ. It runs around in the restricted area, leading Nanfeng and others to the territory of other beasts. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen ferocious beasts began to besiege Nanfeng and others. The most terrible thing is that there is a level 40 Wind Fang demon among them. Drink. Long Woody jumped up high and gave Fengya demon a series of kicks in the air. His legs quickly turned into afterimages, and he kicked out dozens or hundreds of kicks at this moment. Mad Wolf clapped his hands. What a move. 9 Heaven's Thunder kick with 2 feet. Thane glared at him. Stop flattering. Why don't you come over and help? Nanfeng looked solemn, took out Gatling and fired at Rib Demonic Bear. The demon bear was hit by bullets and scurried away, constantly dodging back and forth between various bunkers. Gatling's dense bullets were half dodged by it. Maid, is it so difficult to kill? Nanfeng cursed secretly and took a look at the attributes of Rib Demonic Bear. It still had more than 20% of its health left. It was indeed a level 40 ferocious beast, with rough skin and thick flesh. It had been chased and beaten for so long, but it still had so much blood. Brother Long, let's retreat. We can't kill this guy today. With more and more ferocious beasts gathering around, Nanfeng had no choice but to retreat and go back to make long-term plans. Long Woody said solemnly, "It's time to withdraw." Nanfeng followed its gaze, and found that the road he came from was filled with thick fog and purple mist. It's purple miasma. It really rains all night, and night when the house leaks. Nefong threw a few grenades, temporarily suppressing the surrounding ferocious beasts, and said, "I will cover. You teleport away first." The three Feying glanced at Long Woody, saw Long Woody nodded, and immediately teleported away. Chung Mo and Xiao Ren did not hesitate, and immediately teleported back to Nanchung. "Brother Long, what should we do?" Nanfeng looked at Long Woody. "There are only 2 of us left in Liyun City. If we teleport back, it will be troublesome to come back here again." Long Woody smiled. "Then don't go back. Let's go. Kill the Rib Demon Bear first." Nanfeng laughed. "That's exactly what I meant." The 2 of them ignored the other ferocious beasts, and went straight towards the seriously injured Rib Demonic Bear. Roar! A trace of confusion and panic flashed in Rib Demonic Bear's eyes. It didn't understand why these 2 skinny monkeys had to kill it. What is the hatred and grudge? Could it be that the 2 female monkeys it ate the day before yesterday were their mistresses? With such doubts in mind, Rib Demonic Bear dragged his broken body and continued to escape deep into the restricted area. Chapter 440. The Big Guy in the Penalty Area. Call out. A big bear with black flames all over his body was running wildly through the forest. The flames on its body ignited the dead leaves at its feet, and set fire to the surrounding branches. This black demonic fire swelled up when the wind blew, and in a very short period of time, it burned all the nearby towering trees to ashes. Call out! Call out! Behind the big bear, there were 2 figures chasing after him. It was Nanfeng and Long Woody. Boom! Nanfeng raised his hand and pulled the trigger, shooting Rib Demonic Bear in the thigh. Rib Demonic Bear's feet gave way, rolled twice on the ground, got up and continued running. It doesn't have much health left. "Brother Feng, your marksmanship is not good. Can you hit its weak point?" Long Woody pointed at the side. Rib Demonic Bear's body surface was always burning with demonic flames, which made Long Woody dare not fight in close quarters, so he could only act as the commander of the spring water for a while. Nanfeng curled his lips. "Isn't it okay if I hit its legs? Didn't you notice it was a lot slower? Its legs are so fat that bullets cannot penetrate them." "What kind of weakness is that?" As Long Woody said, he kicked the boulder at his feet with his right foot. Rubbles flew everywhere. Long Woody reached out to grab one of them, and flicked it with his finger. "Call out!" The stone shot out, and hit the balls of Rib Demonic Bear. Rib Demonic Bear let out a miserable howl, which sounded very painful. Long Woody said calmly, "Did you see it, Brother Feng? I want to beat its eggs." South Wind. Good guy. This is really inappropriate. Speaking of weaknesses, though, Nanfeng remembered that he had gained a new skill after upgrading his natal magic weapon some time ago, weakness penetration. He hasn't used this skill in the past half-month, because his current attack power is so high. He can kill most ferocious beasts with one shot without hitting the weak points. In addition, Nanfeng has been hanging around with Long Woody during this period. Even if he encounters a rough-skinned beast, he still can't withstand Long Woody's 2 punches. Therefore, the weakness penetration skill seems very useless, and was almost relegated to the sidelines by Nanfeng. Just trying this skill, with a thought in his mind, Nanfeng decisively activated weakness penetration. In an instant, Nanfeng seemed to have entered a state of absolute concentration, and horizontal and vertical light blue grid lines appeared in front of his eyes. He focused his attention on Rib Demonic Bear, and small red dots of different colors appeared on Rib Demonic Bear's neck, the back of his head, his heart, his balls, and his lower back. These small red dots are the weaknesses of Rib Demonic Bear. The darker the dot, the more fatal the weakness is. That's it? Nanfeng was speechless. Who doesn't know that these parts are weaknesses? This skill is indeed a big useless. He was about to complain when he suddenly discovered that the lower back of Rib Demonic Bear was actually red and black. The midfielder is the most fatal weakness of Rib Demon Bear. Nanfeng's spirit was shaken, and he immediately raised Barrett, took aim, and shot. Penetrating bullet. Brother Feng, you missed the target. Long Woody just glanced at the trajectory and judged that the shot was crooked and could not hit the ball. This shot indeed did not hit the balls, but accurately hit the lower back of Rib Demonic Bear. The magic bullet penetrated the thick bear's skin and strong bear meat, and finally shattered the hard spine. Roar! Rib Demonic Bear looked up to the sky and roared, then fell to the ground with a bang. The demonic fire on his body gradually extinguished. This shot killed it. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 36. Hearing the sound of the system, Nafeng grinned. What about Brother Long? Can I take this shot? Long Woody was stunned for a moment. As if he had not expected this situation, its waist was actually more fragile than its balls. Nafeng turned his head and glanced at Long Woody while the duration of weakness penetrating was not over yet. The result of this glance surprised Nafeng. This man has no weaknesses. Even the fragile eyes, throat, heart and other parts did not show red dots. Long Woody's whole body seemed to be like an iron bucket. Impregnable. He is worthy of being the strongest chosen one. Nafeng didn't notice that there was a small, faint, almost invisible red dot at the knee of Long Woody's right leg. He just sighed, then withdrew his gaze, and quickly ran towards the body of Rib Demonic Bear. Ding! You get Demon Bear Meat, 100. Ding! You get Complete Demon Bear Hide, 1. Ding! You get Tianmo Yao Yen, 1. Ding! You get... Sure enough, there is Tianmo Yao Yen. Nafeng smiled slightly. With Timo Yao Yen, as long as he gets unparalleled secret gold, his natal magic weapon can be upgraded again. Nafeng quickly cleaned up the battlefield, threw all the things exploded by the demon bear into his backpack, and prepared to share the loot with Long Woody after it was safe. Brother Long, it's time for us to go. Nafeng took a look around, and saw that this place was already deep in the purple mist restricted area, and the purple miasma had spread all around, making it very dangerous. A few minutes ago, there was a ferocious beast following behind them, wanting to treat the two of them as dinner. But now, those ferocious beasts following behind have disappeared. Long Woody also observed the surrounding environment and said calmly, the miasma has blocked the way we came. We must either teleport back or continue forward. Nafeng lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, I want to move on. What about you? Long Woody nodded. Me too. Today, they are the only two people left near Liyun City. It would be very troublesome to teleport back to Liyun City now. And Nafeng didn't want to leave. The two of them went to an auction in Liyun City last week. There are various precious materials in the auction, including the unparalleled secret gold that Nafeng needs to upgrade his natal magic weapon. It's a pity that this thing is too expensive. Nafeng and Long Woody cannot afford it with their combined wealth, so they can only watch the unparalleled secret gold being bought by others. Fortunately, the auction staff told them that there will be unparalleled secret gold in the next auction. This is why Nafeng doesn't want to leave Liyun City. Come on, let's look forward. Long Woody spoke and prepared to take the lead. Don't worry, I'll explore the path first. Nafeng took out the Peregrine I reconnaissance aircraft and controlled it to fly forward. After the upgrade, the reconnaissance plane was more than 10 times faster, almost comparable to Long Woody running at full speed. The reconnaissance plane shuttled back and forth in the forest, avoiding the purple miasma and looking for a way out. There isn't much miasma ahead, so you can walk. The two followed the reconnaissance plane and moved forward cautiously. Along the way, you can see various bones from time to time. These are ferocious beasts that accidentally touched the purple miasma and were corroded into white bones. Because it was too quiet, the chatty dragon Woody couldn't stand it any longer, so he started looking for words. Brother Feng, do you know how the miasma is formed? Nafeng shook his head in confusion and said, I don't know. When I was in class, I was waiting for the end of get out of class. And then after class, I was waiting for the end of class. How could I remember this knowledge? Long Woody talked eloquently. Miasma is formed by the fermentation of animals and plants in the forest after they decay, and the main components are methane and carbon dioxide. Of course, there must be other ingredients in the purple miasma here, and it may even be elements that are not in the periodic table of elements. Long Woody kept talking. From miasma to poisonous gas. From poisonous gas to degrade products. From degrade products to fraud. From fraud to the years he spent undercover in a Burmese store. Nafeng didn't say a word, but listened to Long Woody's sputtering words for more than half an hour. Suddenly, Nanfeng's expression changed when he saw the footage coming back from the reconnaissance plane ahead. Almost at the same time, Long Woody stopped making up stories. His eyes condensed, and he looked forward. He sensed danger. Long Woody said softly, there seems to be a big, powerful guy in front of us. Really? Nafeng let out a breath. Guess what my reconnaissance plane saw? Chapter 441, Playing with the Fart. Nafeng, Brother Long. Guess what I saw? You'd never guess. I cannot guess it. Could it be Long Woody pondered for a moment. Ultraman? South Wind. I saw a bug. Nanfeng's hands drew a big circle in the air. So big. To be precise, it was a ferocious beast very similar to a stink bug, but an enlarged version. The head of this ferocious beast is narrow and pointed, in the shape of an inverted triangle, with a strong carapace on its back, and its abdomen is full of dense holes, which are used for farting. This bug is so big it's as big as a football field. From time to time, some purple gas will be emitted from the hole in its abdomen, which will float far away with the wind. Nanfeng's expression changed slightly, and he said, Brother Long, I know where the purple miasma in the restricted area comes from. Seeing Nanfeng's behavior, Long Woody guessed a good deal. You mean, these purple miasmas are the farts of stink bugs? Nanfeng nodded stiffly, feeling as if he had eaten shit. After playing in other people's farts for a long time, anyone else would feel uncomfortable for a while. It seems that this stinky bug is the big boss in the purple mist restricted area. Long Woody put his hands behind his back and chuckled. Brother Feng, do you dare to come with me and try the strength of this stinky bug? Why not? Nefeng also smiled and said, It's just a stinky fart bug. Can it still make fun of its fart? The ribbed demonic bear, just now was very stingy, and did not explode the treasure chest, which made Nanfeng a little unhappy. This stinky bug shouldn't be so stingy. Right? The two said no more, and continued to move forward. Strangely, the surrounding purple miasma became thinner and thinner. Nefeng thought for a moment, and guessed the reason. This stinky bug has a very high IQ. It first releases purple miasma to surround the entire restricted area, and then slowly shrinks the encirclement, driving the ferocious beasts over for it to eat. It is a very good predator. Now Nefeng and Long Woody are equivalent to the food that it has driven over. A few minutes later, the two of them saw the hill-like body of the stink bug from a long distance away. Long Woody threw a pupilla of insight from the air. Purple Evil 9 flavored insect king, A series of question marks made Long Woody lose his initial calmness. And he said with a cautious face, Brother Feng, we may not be able to handle this stinky bug. Nefeng nodded slightly, but it seems we can't retreat. Behind them, a thick purple miasma was coming, blocking all their escape routes. Just as Long Woody was about to speak, his heart suddenly jumped, the hair on his body exploded, and a strong sense of crisis came over him. Without any hesitation, Long Woody pushed out with a palm, pushing Nefeng away. He himself jumped more than 10 meters high and jumped onto the branch of a big tree. Puff! Almost at the same time, the fart bug let out a stinky fart, and the purple gas was like an arrow from the string, spraying towards the place where the two of them were standing. So close. Nefeng was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. If Long Woody hadn't pushed him just now, this big stinky fart would have collapsed on his face. Brother Feng, teleport away. I have a way to leave. On the tree, Long Woody shouted loudly, kicked his legs on the tree trunk, and was already above the stink bug. Ha! Long Woody, who was in midair, gathered all his true energy on the soles of his feet, and slammed them down like a meteor. What a move. The Taishan meteor pendant. I don't know if he was infected by the mad wolf, but at such a critical moment, Nefeng still had the heart to flatter him. Boom! A violent impact. Sound like thunder. A layer of air waves suddenly exploded, blowing away all the surrounding purple miasma. Wherever the air wave passed, boulders shattered and trees broke. But such a powerful blow only slightly bent the 6 legs of the stink bug, and the hard carapace on its back was intact. Minus 0.03. Oh ha ha. Seeing this situation, Nefeng knew that something was wrong. So he immediately took out the teleportation array and prepared to run away, so as not to delay Woody here. But the stink bug has no intention of letting the south wind leave. The purple miasma next to Nefeng turned into a big hand and slapped it over. The teleportation has a forward motion of a few tenths of a second, and these few tenths of a second are enough for this big hand to slap Nefeng's body. With the strength that the stink bug showed just now, this slap can still turn Nefeng into a muggle? With his mind racing like lightning, Nefeng made an instant decision to give up the teleportation and rolled forward to barely avoid the palm. The big hand formed by the purple miasma refused to give up and continued to chase the south wind. Nefeng did not dare to stay, and ran around as fast as possible to avoid the purple miasma. Brother Long, my life is in danger. Quick help! Nefeng shouted at the top of his lungs. Just run for a while, and think of it as exercise. Long Woody has no time to care about Nefeng now. His situation is more dangerous than Na Fong. The two tentacles on the stink bug's head were like two deadly little leather whips, beating Long Woody constantly. These two tentacles are so powerful and heavy that they can produce a sonic boom every time, which is extremely terrifying. If you are hit by these tentacles, it will not be as simple as the skin and flesh being ripped open. It will be directly drawn into a pulp. Long Woody concentrated on dodging back and forth within a few inches. He could barely dodge every attack from the tentacles, but he couldn't spare any time to continue attacking the stink bug. On the other side of the south wind, the situation is not optimistic either. More and more purple miasma attacked him. Some turned into dragons and snakes, and some turned into tigers and leopards. They were intercepted in front and pursued by soldiers behind, making Nanfeng's space for movement smaller and smaller. The most disturbing thing is that the attacks of the stink bugs are so intensive that they don't even have a chance to teleport away. The situation is not optimistic. Mud. This guy can really pull off all the stops. Na Fong gritted his teeth, knowing that if he continued to drag on, there would be only death. He has one last way to survive now, and that is to heaven. The sky is the only place without purple miasma. There shouldn't be any flowing cloud beasts around here. Right? Take a gamble, Brother Long. Go to heaven. The devil's wings behind Na Fong quickly spread out, flapped their wings, and flew high into the sky. Squeak! Seeing Na Fong trying to escape, the stink bug immediately let out a sharp cry. The scream was so penetrating that Na Fong felt like his eardrums had been shattered, and drops of blood came out of his ears. But he quickly came to his senses and looked down. Long Woody was also distracted by the cry just now, and was almost slapped on the buttocks by the tentacles. Fortunately, he reacted in time, and a dry land onion rushed into the sky. Under his feet, the stink bug's two tentacles stretched out long, and they were about to grab Long Woody's ankle. A missile struck at extremely high speed. RPG. Yeah. Na Fong carried a rocket launcher on his shoulder, and a human cannon hit the tentacles of the stink bug. Minus 0.024%. Although this rocket launcher failed to cause much damage to the stink bug, it successfully paused its tentacles. In just this moment, Long Woody had soared into the sky and was out of the attack range of the tentacles. Squeak! The duck that reached the mouth flew away, and the stink bug became furious. The carapace on its back moved to both sides, revealing the thin wings underneath the carapace. Na Fong was shocked. Oh no! This guy can fly! Long Woody said solemnly. There are worse things. Look over there. Na Fong glanced in the direction where Long Woody was looking. I saw a small black dot on the horizon, flying towards them. In Nanfeng's eyes, this black spot is growing rapidly. So fast! So fast! What a speed! Na Fong quickly saw the true face of this black spot. Floating Cloud Beast. Chapter 442 Flowing Cloud Beast. More than one. There are 5 extremely dangerous restricted areas in the Sun and Moon Mountains, and the Purple Mist restricted area is one of them. If Purple Evil 9 Fragrance Insect King is the overlord of the Purple Mist restricted area, then Luyun Beast is the overlord of the entire Sun-Moon Mountain range. Why is the Sun and Moon Mountains prohibited from flying? It's because of Floating Cloud Beast. As long as there is a creature that dares to fly over the Sun and Moon Mountains, Floating Cloud Beast will fly over and kill it immediately. There are rumors that when Emperor Zun had just reached level 45, he came to the Sun and Moon Mountains and fought with a Floating Cloud Beast for 3 days and 3 nights. They fought for 3 days, and it rained heavily for 3 days, but in the end it was nothing. Some people say that Emperor Zun had the upper hand, but was unable to kill Floating Cloud Beast in the air. Some people also say that Emperor Zun suffered serious internal injuries in this battle and managed to escape. But there was no possibility of a breakthrough, no matter who loses or wins this battle. After this battle, Flowing Cloud Beast is still hovering over the Sun and Moon Mountains and is still the king here. This is enough to prove its power. At this moment, facing the Floating Cloud Beast, flying rapidly towards him, Na Fong felt his whole body trembling slightly. It's not that Na Fong is trembling in fear. It's the body's instinctive reaction to death. His body was reminding him that if he didn't leave, he would really die. Run! Long Woody's voice was like thunder, exploding in Nanfeng's ears. Na Fong came back to his senses and immediately increased his speed to the extreme, and he and Long Woody fled in the opposite direction of Luyun Beast. But comparing their speed with Flowing Cloud Beast, it's like paper planes compared with fighter jets. The gap is huge. Fortunately, The stink bug below also flew up at this time. Its small mountain-like body completely blocked Nanfeng and the two of them, making it the first target of Luyan Beast. Roar! In an instant, Flowing Cloud Beast flew close and let out a roar. Its sharp front paws penetrated deeply into the bug's head, taking it higher into the sky. Squeak! The stink bug let out a loud roar, which was actually true, and used its tentacles to whip the Floating Cloud Beast hard. Balls of purple mist spurted out from the hole in the stink bug's abdomen, surrounding the Floating Cloud Beast. These two Overlord-level ferocious beasts just started fighting in the air. Call out! Call out! After Nanfeng and the two left the Ziwu restricted area, they immediately fell to the ground. They raised their heads and looked at the battle in the sky, their hearts still beating fast. What a risk! If the stink bug hadn't attracted the attention of the Flowing Cloud Beast, we would have been dead. Long Woody exhaled softly. Even if he was as powerful as him, he was still a little scared at this time. Nanfeng nodded in agreement, but soon became confused. Didn't the Flowing Cloud Beast have level 45? Why can this stinky bug fight with it back and forth? After the previous fight, Nanfeng estimated that the stink bug's level was at level 4243, which should be far inferior to the Floating Cloud Beast. But judging from the battle in the air, these two ferocious beasts were fighting back and forth, and they were evenly matched. It is unlikely that there would be a winner in a short time. Long Woody also had the same doubts. Could it be that the rumors were false? In fact, Floating Cloud Beast doesn't have level 45 at all? Boom! Boom! Thunder roared, and the originally cloudless sky became covered with dark clouds in a short period of time. Thunderbolts fell from the sky one after another and struck the stink bug. Gigi! The stink bug became furious and sprayed out more purple gas, dyeing half of the sky purple. The fight between the two sides became more intense, and just the aftermath of the battle shook the surroundings to pieces. Nanfeng and Long Woody's expressions changed slightly, and they quickly retreated a few kilometers and found a safe place to continue watching the battle. Brother Long, do you think they will both suffer losses in the fight and then be taken advantage of by us? Nanfeng has begun to look forward to what good things Luyan Beast will reveal. Brother Feng, you are overthinking. Will such a good thing be our turn? Long Woody said, pointing in the direction of Luyan City. Call out! Call out! Call out! Only 3 small black dots were seen, flying quickly from Luyan City. Those who dared to fly to the battlefield at this time must be the top experts in Luyan City. Nanfeng estimates that these 3 people are at least level 43 or above. It's a pity that I couldn't pick it up and missed it. Nanfeng looked at Long Woody. Shall we retreat? There's no use staying here anymore. Can. Long Woody nodded. No matter how the next battle develops, it has nothing to do with these 2 rookies in their 30s. The 2 of them took advantage of the chaos and ran quickly towards Luyan City. Halfway through the run, I suddenly noticed another small black dot flying from the horizon. This small black spot was extremely fast, flying over the heads of Nanfeng and the others, causing a gust of wind. Nanfeng's pupils suddenly opened and he said in shock, "What the heck? This? Why is there another Flowing Cloud Beast? Are there 2 Floating Cloud Beasts in the Sun and Moon Mountains? Or," Long Woody murmured softly, "there are actually a group of Flowing Cloud Beasts." The 2 looked at each other, both frightened by this idea. They raised their heads and looked far into the distance, looking at the battlefield at the end of their field of vision. Under the siege of the 2 Floating Cloud Beasts, the stinky but bug quickly fell into a disadvantage. It didn't dare to continue fighting and wanted to fall from the sky and return to the ground. But Flowing Cloud Beast would not let it go so easily. After another melee, the wings of the stink bug were torn to pieces. One of the tentacles on its head was bitten off, and its body was covered with scars. Dark green blood flowed down like a waterfall. The stink bug exchanged his injuries for a glimmer of hope, and fell to the ground with a bang, splashing dust all over the sky, like a beautiful mushroom cloud. The 2 Flowing Cloud Beasts circled in the air several times and roared several times, seemingly declaring their dominance in the air. After a while, seeing that the stink bug had no intention of going to heaven, the 2 Floating Cloud Beasts flapped their wings and left. Nanfeng was stunned. "Hey, are you talking about the rules? Do we really only kill those in the sky?" Long Woody touched his chin and said in a deep voice, "That stinky bug must have been seriously injured. Should we go back and kill it?" "Brother Long, calm down." Nanfeng stopped him and said, "Have you forgotten the 3 people who just came out of Luyan City? 2 The two of them didn't stay any longer and quickly returned to Luyun City. Inside Luyun City. The battle outside the city just now has become the subject of discussion among the residents in the city. You can hear keyboard warriors expressing their opinions everywhere in the streets. The flowing cloud beast is really so powerful. It deserves to be the overlord of the sun and moon mountains. Pink. Pink. What do you know? If you ask me, the hill beast is no worse than the flowing cloud beast. In a one-on-one situation, the hill beast is definitely more powerful. Silly bird. That's the purple evil 9 fragrant insect king. A giant mountain beast. You know nothing about it. Do you understand? I'm happy to call it a hill beast. Does that have anything to do with you? Please stop arguing. I have a friend who is a level 40 expert. He said that the flowing cloud beast is powerful in the sky. But the insect king on the ground is even more powerful. Hee. You have a friend who is level 40. So you can make a friend out of nothing. Right? My cousin once had a fight with the insect king. The pest control team goes out with all its strength. Now call on 2 powerful teammates above level 40 to go to the purple mist restricted area to hunt down the seriously injured 9 fragrant insect king. What level are you at? I'm 28. As they walked along the street, various high-pitched conversations reached Nanfeng's ears, which made him laugh out loud. Smiling, Nanfeng caught a glimpse of a familiar face not far away from the corner of his eye. Chapter 443. Me? I'm an alien. Nanfeng glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw an unfamiliar acquaintance standing on the corner of the street. This person has a feminine face and always subconsciously raises his orchid finger when speaking. He is Nanfeng and Long Wudi's boss, Yan Mingzhi of the Yan family. Yan Mingzhi was followed by 6 powerful guards. These guards looked fierce and looked like they were not easy to mess with. Brother Long, our boss has changed his bodyguard. Nanfeng turned around and said to Long Wudi, we are going to lose our jobs. Unemployment? Non-existent. Long Wudi said calmly. At the end of the month, I will beat up his bodyguard, and we will have a job. South Wind. This Long Wudi is really not a human being. Nanfeng wondered. Is it too much for you to trick Yan Mingzhi like this? Apart from being a big girly, there's nothing else to him. Right? Long Wudi sneered. You must be looking down on him too much. This kid often drugged his guards and bent those strong men, which was a lot of fun. Nanfeng was stunned. He didn't expect Yan Mingzhi to be such a person. Fortunately, I only served as his bodyguard for 1 day. Huh? Etc. Nanfeng looked at Long Wudi with an unseemly look. Brother Long, could you have been drugged by him too? When this topic was mentioned, Long Wudi's face suddenly darkened. He had actually drugged my water. Oh, Nanfeng's eyes widened with surprise on his face. What next? What happened then? Then? Oh, I discovered him when he was administering the medicine. And I didn't even take a sip of the water. Long Wudi regained his calm expression. And that night, I covered his face, put him in a sack and beat him up. If he hadn't been in desperate need of a serious identity at that time, do you think he would still be alive today? He would be thankful to God if I could save his life. What's the problem with cheating him out of some money? Nanfeng was a little disappointed that he didn't hear the plot he imagined. But think about it. Yan Mingzhi, that little bastard, still wants to drug Long Wudi. If Long Wudi punched him, he would owe Long Wudi 9 lives. When you say that, I receive his monthly salary of 50,000 copper coins. And I feel no pressure at all. As he said that, Nanfeng glanced sympathetically at the tall and thick man next to Yan Mingzhi. These guys probably can't escape Yan Mingzhi's clutches. Right? When Nanfeng was thinking about what might happen at night, a beautiful figure appeared in his field of vision. Huh? Yan Nujio? Nanfeng murmured. Who is Yan Nujio? Are you also from the Yan family? Long Wudi heard Nanfeng's low murmur and asked. Yes. That's the beauty in front of Yan Mingzhi. Nanfeng nodded. Why did she come to Luyun City? Oh, she's still a pretty girl. Long Wudi chuckled and said. She seems to have an unusual identity. How did you meet her? It's a long story. She seems to have had a quarrel with Yan Mingzhi. Let's go over and see what's going on. Nanfeng and Long Wudi swayed closer, and the tactical earphones had completely transmitted the conversations of several people into their ears. Yan Mingzhi spoke softly and looked at Yan Nu's petite girl unkindly. There are bad people everywhere in Luyun City. This is not the place you should come to. Go back quickly. Yan Nujio sneered. Brother, I'm not a child anymore. Do you want to trick me into going back with such stupid words? Yan Mingzhi picked up the orchid finger and snorted. I tell you, it's useless for you to stay here. The quota for this big family exam is mine. Even if my eldest brother comes, he can't take it away. Let alone you. A little girl. Yen Nugio followed suit and picked up her orchid finger. Oh! Third brother. Whose mother are you talking about? I didn't hold my orchid finger while I was talking. A trace of anger flashed in Yen Mingzhi's eyes, and he glared at Yen Nugio coldly. You don't seem to have many people under your command. Right. Tonight's King of Fighters martial arts show. You wait for me. After that, Yen Mingzhi left angrily, with the strong man behind him. Third brother. Walk slowly. Yen Nugio waved her hands lively, and watched Yen Mingzhi leave. After Yen Mingzhi was completely out of sight, the smile on Yen Nugio's face faded, revealing a trace of sadness. The conversation between the two was incomplete, without beginning or end, and Na Feng was slightly confused. On the contrary, it was Long Wudi. He heard some clues from the words of the two people. Long Wudi said, Brother Feng, do you remember what I mentioned before? The Yen family's family exam? Na Feng recalled for a moment, nodded and said, Are you talking about the trial jointly organized by the three empires? Every 5 years, the three empires will join forces to organize a trial. Those who participate in the trial are all direct descendants from major families, and the final winner can become the acting city lord of Liyun City for a period of 5 years. This reward is extremely attractive to all major families. Therefore, every time there is a trial, each major family will send their best juniors to participate, hoping to win the trial. There are many rules for the Dragon Invincible trial, the most important of which is that all participants must not exceed level 40. Why the South Wind? Long Wudi explained that if there were no restrictions on strength, then every trial would be attended by the heads and elders of each family. A strong man of that level wouldn't be able to flatten Liyun City in a fight? 2. Na Feng understands. Doesn't that mean that every city lord of Liyun City has not exceeded level 40? Long Wudi nodded. After all, he was the acting city lord. He was only responsible for taking care of trivial matters in the city. It didn't matter if he was not strong enough. In fact, to put it simply, this so-called trial is to change the city owner every 5 years, so that all major families can make money in Liyun City. Because the order of Liyun City is mainly maintained by the efforts of the major families. Liyun City is located at the junction of the three kingdoms. It was jointly established by the Falling Sun Empire, the Wadika Empire, and the Halyu Empire. Its main purpose was to curb the barbaric development of the ferocious beasts in the Sun and Moon Mountains. But the problem also arises. With such a big Liyun City, and so many ferocious beasts around, who will defend the city? What? You said that your Halyu Empire will send heavy troops to guard it. That won't work. Who knows if you want to occupy Liyun City? I think it would be better for our Falling Sun Empire to send heavy troops to guard it. But in this way, the other two empires had opinions again. The three empires had been wrangling over this matter for more than 10 years, and finally made a decision to let each of the major families of the three empires send some masters to take charge of Liyun City. As for the reward, it is a trial every 5 years. Each major family relies on their abilities. Whoever can become the temporary city lord can make a lot of money for 5 years, and make a lot of money. After Long Wudi's explanation, Na Feng finally had a certain understanding of this trial. In this year's trial, in addition to hunting ferocious beasts and finding treasures in town management ruins, there is also a martial arts competition. The venue for the martial arts conference is the King of Fighters Arena. How are you, Brother Feng? Are you interested in attending? Nan Feng was stunned and looked at Long Wudi. Should I participate? I'm not a descendant of any major family. How can I participate? Someone in my south is an alien. Chapter 444, directing a scene in which a hero saves a beauty. The Liyun trial is usually called the Liyun City Lord Election Conference by the residents of Liyun City. If you want to become a qualified city lord of Liyun City, you need to possess a very important ability, which is to win people's hearts. Therefore, this competition in the King of Fighters arena is not about the strength of the major contestants, but about the strength of their followers. Each contestant can lead 6 followers to compete, and the level of these followers cannot exceed level 40. In fact, at the beginning, winning over strong people was also one of the test questions in the trial. Whoever can attract more strong people to follow him will be more likely to become the city lord of this term. But later on, each major family secretly trained experts to help their own contestants. And this question gradually changed its flavor, and no longer appeared in the form of an exam question. After Long Wudi's explanation, Na Feng guessed what he was thinking. You mean, we become followers of Yen Nugio, and help her win the position of city lord this time? It's not us. It's you. Long Woody smiled slightly. Brother Feng. People cannot hang themselves on the same tree. You go help Yin Nujio. And I'll help Yin Ninger. Wouldn't this double the probability of winning the position of city lord? Long Woody's words sounded reasonable at first. But after Na Feng thought about it for a moment, he felt that it didn't make sense. Brother Long, what if there is a super master next to another contestant, and neither of us is his opponent in a duel? If Na Feng spreads his hands, won't we all be eliminated? So unstable. The corners of Long Woody's mouth raised. He was very confident that this was not possible. No one below level 40 could beat me. But Brother Feng, you? What do you mean? You look down on people? Nanfeng's face darkened. You go and help Yin Ninger. And I'll go and help Yin Nujio. I want to see which of them can take the position of city lord. Ha ha ha. That's settled then. Long Woody laughed. Why don't we also make some bets? If anyone loses, they can perform a talent at the other side's gate. Whether it's singing, dancing or playing basketball. Wow. Are you playing so big? Come on. Just bet. Na Feng accepted the gamble without hesitation. It's normal for him to lose to Long Woody. The worst he can do is go to the gate of Dragon City and sing, Chicken, you are so beautiful. But if Long Woody loses to him, and I am so stupid, won't the South Wind be able to blow for a lifetime? Bet. You have to bet. The two made a bet and parted ways immediately. Long Woody put on a chicken coop wig and turned into a Kun to find Yin Ninger. Na Feng followed Yin Nujio secretly, thinking in his mind about how to create a perfect encounter. Nan Feng and Yin Nujio met in the town of despair. To be honest, they have experienced life and death together, so their relationship is not bad. But the embarrassing part is that when they first met, Yin Nujio was hiding in the small house preparing to attack Na Feng. The south wind at that time was not used to it, and the little beauty was kicked 5 meters away, and she fell to the ground. It is said that women hold grudges the most. If Yin Nujio is resentful about that kick, wouldn't Nen Feng appear in front of him at this time just to give her away? There are many experts from the Yin family in Liyun City. While hesitating, Na Feng noticed a few passers-by on the street, staring at Yin Nujio passing by with lustful eyes. It's no wonder that they were there. Yin Nujio's figure was indeed very tall, with a bulging front and back, a slim waist and long legs. A man would have to look at her twice. Seeing this, Nen Feng took it into consideration and walked towards the passers-by. A, B, and D. Brothers, I have 10,000 copper coins here, and I would like to ask some of you for help. Nanfeng's idea is very simple. That is, to invite these passers-by to tease Yin Nujio, and then he will make a brilliant appearance, drive these passers-by away, and successfully encounter Yin Nujio. An old-fashioned hero saves the beauty scene. Several passers-by were jealous when they saw the money, and with Nanfeng's assurance that they would not do anything harsh, they embarked on this task. They collected the money and quickly accelerated their pace to catch up with Yin Nujio. But Yin Nujio in front suddenly turned around and entered an alley, and these passers-by hurriedly followed. Nanfeng's expression changed. Something seemed wrong. He hurriedly ran towards the alley. But before he reached the entrance of the alley, he heard screams reaching his ears. These screams were obviously the voices of those passers-by. The extra performer Na Feng hired with money was beaten. What kind of plane? Nen Feng walked into the alley quickly, and before he could see clearly what was going on inside, a fist hit him in the face. Ouch! Na Feng took half a step back and used a wild horse party main move to block the punch. He had recently been hanging out with Long Woody for half a month and learned a lot of fighting skills. At this time, he reacted subconsciously to the sudden attack. Block one punch and get another. The opponent threw a left hook, fast and hard, trying to break Nanfeng's chin with this punch. But Na Feng was faster. His Desert Eagle was already on the opponent's forehead, and the trigger was halfway pulled. Only then did Na Feng see his opponent's face clearly. Man Ning? It's you? The two sides slowly stopped and avoided a bloody incident. The woman standing in front of Na Feng, with a cold face, was none other than the female head of a village outside Liyun City, the female boxer Man Ning. Na Feng was very impressed by this woman, because there were really not many women who boxed in this era. Man Ning stared at Na Feng and took 2 steps back calmly, with a hint of vigilance in her beautiful eyes. She remembered Na Feng. Half a month ago, Na Feng and Long Woody went to her cottage and beat her up. Women are all vengeful, and Man Ning will never forget the faces of the two of them in her life. Especially Long Woody, who beat her up. Na Feng ignored Man Ning's unkind gaze and looked behind her. On the ground behind Man Ning, the people he hired lay scattered on the ground, wailing in pain. Fortunately, they were in the city and Man Ning didn't do anything heavy-handed. Otherwise these guys would probably end up here. Yin Nujio stood aside, holding a sword in one hand and looking at Na Feng blankly. It's you. Lu Xiaobu, Yin Nujio exclaimed. Na Feng was stunned for a moment, then reacted and smiled awkwardly. When he was in Despair Town before, Na Feng adhered to the principle of not reporting his real name when he went out and lied that his name was Lu Xiaobu. Unexpectedly, Yin Nujio took it seriously. Na Feng soon regained his calm expression and said calmly, "It's Yin Nujio. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here." Man Ning sneered. "What a coincidence. I watched you follow the boss all the way here." Na Feng glared at Man Ning, thinking about whether to kill the female boxer with one shot. Is it possible to say this? It makes me look like a crazy person. Wait, boss? Na Feng reacted and looked at Man Ning. Did you call her boss? So she is the bandit leader? What kind of bandit leader? There was a trace of confusion in Yin Nujio's eyes. By the way, you actually know each other? The world is so small. You can meet people you know wherever you go. This world is really small. I also know your third brother Yin Mingzhi. And I robbed his goods and asked him to get his wages. Na Feng complained silently in his heart. Lu Xiaobu, thank you for saving me last time in Despair Town. Yin Nujio stepped forward and said happily, I didn't expect to meet you here. By the way, can you do me a favor? Na Feng felt happy, having already guessed what kind of help Yin Nujio wanted from him. But on the surface, Na Feng remained calm and frowned slightly in embarrassment. Asking me for help? My appearance fee is very expensive. It doesn't matter if Yin Nujio looks proud. I have money. With that said, Yin Nujio told Na Feng about tonight's competition at the King of Fighters arena, and invited Na Feng to become her follower. Na Feng half-heartedly agreed, and took the opportunity to ask for a 6-figure appearance fee. Both parties reached a cooperation very happily. If I had known that Yin Nujio was so easy to talk to, why would I have created a plot about a hero saving a beauty? Na Feng felt a little guilty as he looked at the extras who fell to the ground. But who told them to stare at Yin Nujio lustfully? Deserve it. With such a powerful follower as Na Feng, Yin Nujio is certain to win the position of Lord of Liyun City. Then it's settled. Let's go. Shibu, come back to Yan's house with me first. Yin Nujio's eyes were filled with smiles. These assassins might have accomplices. We shouldn't stay here for a long time. Let's leave quickly. Na Feng nodded slightly awkwardly. You go first, and I will come to the rear. After Yin Nujio and the others walked out of the alley, Na Feng took out another 10,000 copper coins and distributed them to the extras on the ground before chasing after them. You guys did a good job. Don't do it next time. Chapter 445, this is the middle score. Liyun City. Yin Mansion. Na Feng followed Yin Nujio and stepped into the Yin family's mansion again. Just like last time, Na Feng could feel the scrutinizing eyes coming from secretly. Looking back and forth on his body, these were the eyes of the Yin family's secret guards. There are secret guards placed everywhere in Yin Mansion, monitoring every corner of the house. Almost no one can sneak into the Yin Mansion under the noses of these secret guards. Man Ning, take Lu Xiaobu to the guest room to rest first. Yin Nujio looked at the two of them and said in a clear voice, I'll go find my 7th uncle and grandpa and report Lu Xiaobu's participation information. 7th uncle and grandpa? Na Feng raised his eyebrows, and a bold idea came to his mind. Yin Nujio, your 7th uncle and grandpa shouldn't be called Yin Xiaolu, right? Yin Nujio looked at Na Feng like she was looking at a fool. Are you stupid? My 7th uncle and grandpa must be called Yin Shichi, and Yin Xiaolu is my 6th uncle and grandpa. Na Feng was speechless for a moment, and it took him a long time to hold back a sentence. There are so many famous people in your family. If Na Feng remembers correctly, Yin Nujio's father's name seems to be Yin Shuangying? One Yin Xiaolu and one Yin Shuangying. TSK. The Yin family has a promising future. Na Feng was sighing with emotion when another group of people came in at the gate, and the leader was Yin Mingzhi. Behind Yin Mingzhi were 6 strong men with bruised noses and swollen faces, as well as Long Wudi with a chicken coop on his head. As expected of the Lord of Dragon City, he did what he said and really beat up these strong men. Na Feng and Long Wudi glanced at each other, and then looked away calmly, so as not to be noticed by others. Oh, my little sister is back too? Yin Mingzhi seemed to be in a good mood. He glanced at Yin Nujio with a smile, and then at Nanfeng. Is this your new follower? TSK. He's not a pretty boy. Is he? Nanfeng chuckled and retorted. Not as pale as yours. Yin Mingzhi's face darkened. This is the Yin family. How dare you talk to me like this? Tired of living? Isn't it okay for me to say that your face is pale? Nanfeng spread his hands, took 2 steps to the side, and stood behind Yin Nujio with a pale face. Is it a curse word? Isn't it? Yin Nujio. Your little face is also very white. Yin Nujio smiles with eyes full of thanks. A fierce light flashed in Yin Mingzhi's eyes, and he spoke in a feminine tone. Little girl, this follower of yours is really sharp-tongued. I hope his strength can be as powerful as his mouth. Yin Nujio chuckled and said, Third brother, don't worry about me. How come these followers assigned to you by the family were beaten into pig heads? So poor. The 6 strong men behind Yin Mingzhi had livid faces, and they all cursed the chicken coop next to them in their hearts. But they only dared to curse in their hearts. It was impossible to take action. Just now, it was this chicken coop who beat 6 of them with only 1 hand. The most terrifying thing is that this chicken coop is only level 37, and all 6 of them are level 39. This chicken nest head is simply inhuman. His follower was beaten. Not only was Yin Mingzhi not angry, but he happily held his orchid finger and said with a smile that you don't have to worry about the 3rd brother. You should take care of yourself. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Long Wudia Kun. You go to the guest room to rest first, and I'll go find my 7th uncle. So, Yin Mingzhi and Yin Nujio went to find their 7th uncle and grandfather together. Nanfeng Mining and Long Wudi, who transformed into a Kun, went to the guest room to rest first. When you arrive, you can stay in this room first. Man Ning took Nanfeng to the door of a guest room, then turned around and went back to her room. Hey, beauty, don't leave. Let's talk. Nanfeng suddenly reached out and grabbed Man Ning's wrist and pulled her into the room. You want to do it? Before Man Ning finished speaking, Nanfeng raised the Desert Eagle and aimed at her. After robbing the Yin family's things, how dare you sneak into the Yin family? Are you very brave? Nanfeng's tone was cold. Half a month ago, Nanfeng and Long Wudi were cheating and stealing Yin Mingzhi's goods. Man Ning knew this very well. Once she reveals this secret, Nanfeng's situation will definitely be very dangerous. So he planned to take the first step and deal with this hidden danger. Man Ning sneered, and it was you who grabbed the things. Right? The person who pretended to be the Yin family swallowed the Yin family's goods, and now sneaks into the Yin family. You are really brave. The atmosphere in the room became deadlocked. After a while, Nanfeng put down the Desert Eagle and said, I don't understand what you are talking about. He waited again and again, but still didn't take action. This is the Yin mansion, and Man Ning is a follower of Yin Nujio. If she is killed now, Nanfeng will no longer be able to stay in the Yin family. Then didn't the bet between him and Long Wudi end before it even started? No. I can't sing. Chicken, you are so beautiful. In public. Taishi is dead. Nanfeng thought this and looked at Man Ning with an evil look. You should know in your heart what you should say and what you shouldn't say. I don't care what your purpose is for sneaking into the Yin family, as long as it doesn't affect me. We do not offend the river. Man Ning looked cold and stepped aside. Nanfeng gave up his position, and Man Ning walked out quickly. Brother Feng, why is that little girl here? As soon as Man Ning left, Long Wudi's subtle voice came from Nanfeng's tactical earphones. Nanfeng tapped the tactical earphones and whispered an unclear answer. I just warned her, so she shouldn't dare to talk nonsense. That would be great if the dragon is invincible. The 2 of them didn't talk much. They stayed in their respective rooms to rest and quietly waited for dark. Not long after, Yin Nujio came to the door of the room with brisk steps. Lu Shibu, Man Ning, we are ready to go. Hearing this, Nanfeng put the tea set on the table into his backpack, opened the door, and walked out. Man Ning also walked out of the room at the same time. Yin Nujio said that the martial arts tournament will begin soon. Let's go to the King of Fighters arena first. I will tell you the rules of the martial arts tournament on the way. The 3 of them walked out of Yin Mansion and got into a luxurious unicorn carriage. On the way, Nanfeng learned the rules of this martial arts competition due to Yin Nujio's explanation. To put it simply, tonight's martial arts tournament is an arena battle. There are a total of 8 arenas in the King of Fighters arena, each one numbered 18. Whoever can hold the ring for half an hour will become the ring master and advance to the next round. In other words, 8 champions will be decided tonight. And these 8 champions will go through knockout rounds in the next few days. And finally 1 to 8 will be selected. There are a total of 4 test questions in the Flowing Cloud trial, including treasure hunting in the ruins of the Ferocious Beast Hunting Tournament and city management. Each test question will earn different points based on the ranking. After the 4 test questions, the person with the highest points can become the current city lord. Yin Nugio said softly that the martial arts competition is the second question. We must win at least the top 3 to be qualified to compete for the final city lord position. Well, this is the second question? Is the hunt for ferocious beasts over? Nen Feng looked at Yin Nugio and had a bad feeling in his heart. How many points did you get for the first question? Yin Nugio rubbed her little hands in embarrassment. Hee. 3 points. Is 3 points high or low? Nen Feng continued to ask. How many points does the current first place score? How many points does the last one get? Well, currently the first place gets 10 points, and the last place gets 0 points. Yin Nugio looked serious. 3 points is neither a high nor a low score. It should be considered a middle score. Right? Chapter 446, Who do you think is the dwarf? I only got 3 points for the first question. Nen Feng pondered slightly. This score is indeed not high. But fortunately there are 3 questions later. Nen Feng still has a chance to catch up later. By the way, who is number 1 now? Nen Feng asked. Hearing this question, a flash of anger flashed across Yin Nugio's pretty face. It was the Venu family of the Wadika Empire. He also injured my followers. Otherwise my score would not be so low. Nen Feng breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. That was okay. As long as the first place is not Yin Mingzhi. Otherwise how could he beat Long Wudi? No chance at all. Is this okay? How is this okay? Yin Nugio said unhappily. We will definitely meet followers of the Venu family tonight. You two are the focus. If anything happens, I will be responsible for it. Later, Nen Feng learned from Yin Nugio what happened in the first question. The first question is about hunting ferocious beasts. As the name suggests, contestants from each major family will hunt ferocious beasts within the range defined by the organizer, and the one with the highest score in the end wins. The number of ferocious beasts hunted and the level of the ferocious beasts will all affect the score. This year, the Yin family originally sent only Yin Mingzhi to compete. The 6 followers of Yin Mingzhi were all masters that the Yin family had carefully trained for many years. Yin Nugio secretly came to compete because she was too bored staying at home. Because she came so suddenly, the Yin family could only temporarily find 6 people to become Yin Nugio's followers. Although these 6 people are also level 39, they are considered weak in the same level. They cannot beat anyone. In the first question, Yin Nugio and her 6 followers were lucky enough to surround a level 37 ferocious beast. But just when they were about to kill this ferocious beast, the contestants from the Venu family suddenly came out, snatched Yin Nugio's trophies, and seriously injured the 6 followers. This also caused Yin Nugio to leave the game early and only scored 3 points. What's even worse is that because all 6 of her followers have lost their combat effectiveness. If new followers cannot be found in time, Yin Nugio will be eliminated directly. The Yin family originally did not want Yin Nugio to continue competing, so they did not help her find followers again. Yin Nugio could only wander around the city alone, looking for followers, and she found one man Ning. Then, there was the south wind. At this point, Yin Nugio said solemnly, I only have 2 of your followers, while the other contestants have 6 followers. You need 2 against 6, which is very dangerous. If you feel you are outmatched, don't force yourself to give up. Just give up when it's time. Don't worry. No matter what the outcome is, I won't give you any less of the money I should give you. Man Ning nodded coldly and said nothing. Nanfeng's attention was completely attracted by a strange point. You just said that you would add 6 level 39 masters to beat up a level 37 ferocious beast. Level 37 ferocious beasts also need to be besieged? Wouldn't it kill you just by blowing on it? Yin Nugio's eyes widened. What are you talking about? The ferocious beasts of the same level are several times more powerful than humans. We can hunt down a level 37 ferocious beast without any injuries. It's already pretty good. Okay. Nen Feng took out his ears and wondered if he had too much earwax, causing hearing problems. Man Ning next to her glanced at Nen Feng and guessed something. According to legend, only those strong men with their own divine weapons can hunt ferocious beasts of the same level. She didn't know if it was true. Oh, Nen Feng suddenly realized. I almost forgot. 99% of these locals don't have any magic weapons or equipment. They are about the same as the chosen ones with nothing on but their buttocks. Maybe even worse. A naked chosen one might not be able to beat a ferocious beast of the same level. Man Ning lowered her head and said with some disappointment, I have been stuck at level 39 for many years. It is because I don't have the magic weapon of my life that I have been unable to break through. Yin Nujio gently patted Man Ning's shoulder and raised her chin proudly. If I can sit on the position of city lord this time, I will help you get a magic weapon of your destiny. Man Ning smiled slightly and thanked her. So that was settled. Nanfeng looked at this female boxer, who always maintained a cold look, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that she was also a scheming woman. The unicorn carriage galloped in Liyun City for a while, and stopped at the gate of the King of Fighters arena. Nanfeng got off the carriage and looked up at the two 30-meter-high gates in front of him, feeling a little shocked. The gate alone is as high as 10 stories. Higher than the city gates in Nancheng. Find a chance next time and take it back for him. Nanfeng thought silently in his heart. Look! Another contestant is here. And she is a woman. It's Yin Nujio from the Yin family. I heard that all 6 of her followers were seriously injured in the last test question. Shouldn't they be eliminated? Don't you understand this? Did you see the man and woman beside her? That was the follower Yin Nujio had just found in the past 2 days. Hey, 6 won't work. What's the use of 2? If I read it correctly, that man seems to be only level 36? I guess she just came here today to fool around. Outside the gate of the King of Fighters arena, a dense crowd of onlookers was already standing, pointing at Nanfeng and the other 3. Yin Nujio whispered, Don't pay attention to these people. Let's go in. Yin Nujio opened her slender white legs and strode towards the martial arts arena, followed closely by Nanfeng and Man Ning. A capable woman who looked like a reporter came forward with a professional smile. Hello, Miss Yin. I am a reporter from Liyun Daily. Can I interview you? Yin Nujio shook her head and walked straight past the female reporter. Sorry. I have to go in. The female reporter followed Yin Nujio reluctantly, spouting a string of questions. What are your thoughts on today's martial arts tournament? Do you think you could become one of the 8 champions? You only have 2 followers. Do you have great confidence in them? Or are you just a failure? What do you want to say to Vanyuking, who eliminated you from the previous question? Yin Nujio turned a deaf ear and strode inside. Nanfeng whispered that there were reporters here. The female reporter saw that Yin Nujio was not getting enough of her, and she saw Nanfeng's lips moving slightly. So she quickly came over. Hello. I think you were talking about something just now. Do you have anything harsh to say to Vanyuking before the game? Nanfeng's mouth twitched. This female reporter is good. She actually mastered the rhythm, which is one of the essence of being a reporter. What harsh words does he have to say before the game? He didn't even know who Vanyuking was. Ha! I heard that someone wants to say harsh words to me. Hearty laughter suddenly came from the distance, and a 2.8-meter tall man strode over with 6 other 2-meter tall men. They were like 7 little giants, each weighing more than 500 kilograms, and the ground shook slightly when they walked. This is a person from the Venu family of the Wadika Empire. That 2-meter 8-meter tall giant is Venu Qing, a contestant of this year's competition from the Venu family. Vanyuking came to Nanfeng and the others, lowered his head, and looked at them with disdain. You cute dwarves. You'd better go home and find your mother. This is not the place you should be. Hey, I have such a bad temper. Nanfeng's anger suddenly rose. Who do you think the dwarf is here? Isn't it amazing how tall you are? Facing Vanyuking's extremely aggressive gaze, Nanfeng stared back without fear. The dwarf is cute, isn't it? When the game starts, I will hit the 6 followers behind you who are shorter than me. The female reporter's eyes lit up. Isn't the smell of gunpowder here? Write it down. Write it down. Tomorrow's Liyun Daily headline will be there. Chapter 447 Lend me some money. Faced with Nanfeng's harsh words, Vanyuking smiled disdainfully. In his opinion, such cruel words have no effect on him at all. Behind Vanyuking, his 6 followers laughed. One of them came forward and said mockingly, Children, my 10-year-old son is a head taller than you. As he spoke, he reached out his hand to touch Nanfeng's head. It's so sad that your son will soon be without a father. Nanfeng sneered and struck out with his right hand like lightning. The opponent also turned his palm into a fist in an instant and punched Nanfeng hard. Boom! A muffled sound echoed at the entrance of the martial arts arena. Some low-powered melon eaters at the door immediately saw stars in their eyes, and their eardrums were about to be shattered. Nanfeng had already considered this situation, so he only used 3 points of force in the punch just now. Otherwise, many passers-by would have been killed or injured. Mad? Are you crazy to do something outside the martial arts arena? They don't take care of us theatergoers at all. I want to complain. Ah? What are you talking about? Why can't I hear anything? The weaker melon eaters covered their ears and backed away, fearing that Nafeng and the two would continue to fight, and the aftermath of the battle would shock them to death. Those who stood still and did not move were all very powerful, at least level 30 or above. Stop. In the King of Fighters arena, an old and indifferent voice sounded. Nafeng's heart skipped a beat, and he sensed a hint of danger. The owner of this voice is very strong, at least level 40 or above. He gave up his plan to continue attacking and silently took a step back, standing behind Yin Nugio. Yin Nugio did not blame Nafeng for taking action rashly. She looked at Van Yuking and said coldly, Van Yuking, see you in the ring? Van Yuking snorted coldly, ignored Yin Nugio, and looked at Nafeng twice more. Let's go! Yin Nugio led Nafeng and Man Ning into the martial arts arena quickly. After they walked away, Van Yuking asked the people around him in a low voice, Asamu, how strong is that person? The strong man who just had a fight with Nafeng said in a deep voice that he was very powerful. He was able to take a punch from me at level 36. It was simply unbelievable. It seemed that this sentence was a bit too presumptuous. So Asamu added that I only used 5 points of strength just now. Level 36. Van Yuking sneered several times. He turned out to be the Chosen One. Van Yuking immediately guessed the identity of the Chosen One of the South Wind. If this was the territory of the Wadika Empire, Van Yuking would definitely attack Nafeng and steal his divine weapon. But this is Luyan City, the junction of the three empires. There are many major families in the city, and there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It is not a wise choice to take action in the city. Moreover, not everyone wants to be the enemy of the Chosen One. Half a month ago, the Zhao family of the Falling Sun Empire publicly stated that they would not be enemies of this generation of Chosen Ones, and sincerely invited the Chosen Ones to visit the Zhao family. There are also some families that have even secretly reached cooperative relationships with some of the Chosen Ones. In this delicate situation, Van Yuking would definitely not attack Nafeng rashly. The next question, treasure hunting in ruins, may be an opportunity. Van Yuking led his followers into the martial arts arena and murmured in a low voice. The female reporter watched everyone go in, already thinking about tomorrow's headlines in her mind. If Yin Nugio wins, then the title should be shocking. The little dwarf angrily beats up the giant, and his small body can burst out with great power. If Van Yuking wins, the title will say that this is the giant. Research shows that the Vodikars are the race closest to God. No matter what the result is tonight, the heat will be there tomorrow anyway. Inside the King of Fighters arena, the huge martial arts arena was filled with people. The surrounding auditoriums were already full of spectators, whispering among themselves and discussing tonight's competition. Nafeng discovered that there were Black Gold Casino signs everywhere in the martial arts arena, and Black Gold Casino staff were reporting odds in real time. Many viewers had the mentality of having fun and placed some bets, hoping to win a little money to spend. Of course, there are also the kind of dog gamblers who make big bets and want to get rich overnight. But this kind of dog gamblers usually don't end well. The three of them from Nafeng didn't stay any longer and went straight to Yin Nugio's exclusive preparation hall. The tournament is about to begin. Did you see the ring in the middle of the martial arts arena? Yin Nugio pointed to the 8 arenas in the middle of the martial arts arena and explained that there were 8 arenas in total. The contestant, who ranked 18th in points from the previous question, was the original champion of these 8 arenas. After the game starts, everyone can challenge the champion at will. The winning party will become the new champion. The losing party will step down. If they still have fighting strength, they can continue to challenge. The contestant who successfully defends the ring for half an hour becomes the final winner and advances to the next round. The rules of the competition are very simple. Just a very ordinary ring battle. It's just that this is a team arena battle. A battle between followers and followers. 6 versus 6. This not only tests the individual strength of the followers, but also tests their cooperation with each other. Of course, Yin Nugio's team is special. She only has 2 followers, so she needs 2 to fight 6. Nafeng asked if he could advance to the next round by holding on for half an hour. Wouldn't that allow cheating? For example, Nafeng first stood in a ring, and then Long Woody and his team came up to challenge. Nafeng first defeated the other 5, and then fought with Long Woody for 300 rounds. If he delayed him for half an hour, wouldn't he be able to win the game easily? Yin Nugio knew what Nafeng was thinking and said that in the beginning, There were indeed families who took advantage of this loophole and used the rules to win. But the rules of the competition were soon changed. No matter how long the battle lasted during the challenge, it would only count for a maximum of 5 minutes. Even if two teams fight for a whole day and night, it only counts as holding the ring for 5 minutes. And now the organizers are very strict. If someone is found to be cheating, they will be eliminated directly. That's it. Nan Feng nodded slightly. Yin Nujio continued, we only have 2 people on our side, so we are at a huge disadvantage. I suggest you not rush to the field yet, and let them fight first. When they are all tired and have little fighting power, you can pick a relatively weak champion and challenge them. This way our chances of advancement will be slightly greater. Nan Feng and Man Ning nodded at the same time. This was indeed a good idea. There were still 10 minutes left before the start of the game. Nan Feng was just about to close his eyes and rest for a while to prepare for the next battle, when Long Woody's voice came to his ears. Brother Long Woody Feng, are you there? Nan Feng tapped the tactical earphones and lowered his voice. I'm here. What's wrong? Long Woody, are you in the preparation hall? Come to the bathroom. I have something important to discuss with you. Nan Feng stood up calmly and prepared to go out. Yen Nujio asked in confusion. Lu Shibu, where are you going? The game is about to start. Nan Feng coughed lightly, and I went to empty my stomach of the food in my stomach. After saying that, Nan Feng hurried out and ran to the public toilet. Snapped. Opening the door of the public toilet, Nan Feng saw Long Woody with a chicken coop on his head, studying the small advertisement on the wall with his hands behind his back. What happened to Nan Feng? Brother Long, why are you looking for me? Long Woody turned around and asked me to lend me some money with a serious look on his face. Chapter 448. The game begins. Nan Feng challenges Long Invincible. Lend me some money. Long Woody looked at Nan Feng seriously. Nan Feng raised his eyebrows and already guessed what Long Woody wanted to do. Are you going to be a gambling dog? Long Woody shook his head. This is not called gambling, but guaranteed profit without loss. Don't say it. Really don't say it. Nan Feng nodded slightly. With Long Woody's strength, becoming one of the 8 champions, isn't that just a matter of sprinkling water? Can this be called gambling? This is called financial management. Nan Feng immediately took out all the money he had on him, which he had saved to by the unparalleled secret gold. During the recent period, Nan Feng and Long Woody have hunted many ferocious beasts outside the city and made a lot of money, coupled with the money they got from other channels. The two scraped together and barely scraped together 1.3 million copper coins. Not bad. Brother Long, what are Yanmingzher's odds now? Nan Feng asked. Long Woody thought about Yanmingzher. His odds of advancing seemed to be 113 to 1. Not much. The odds are 113. Nan Feng did some quick mental arithmetic. Then the 1.3 million principal can only earn 1.69 million? A bit less indeed. After a pause, Nan Feng asked again. What about Yen Nujio's odds? Long Woody stretches out 5 fingers and loses 518 to 1. His, more than 5 times the odds. Nan Feng was a little excited. If he won, it would be equivalent to 5 times the principal. Long Woody chuckled and said that according to the professional evaluation of Black Gold Casino, Yen Nujio, who only has 2 followers, has almost no chance of promotion. So her odds are very high. Nan Feng is about to head out. So what are you waiting for? The game is about to start. Let's hurry up and place our bets. Long Woody waved his hand. Don't worry. I've already inquired. You can place bets after the game starts. And I also found out that the odds at Black Gold Casino change in real time. We can completely control the odds, play at the highest point, and get rich overnight. Nan Feng is slightly confused about controlling the odds. How do we control it? He really doesn't know much about gambling. When he was at Blue Star, he only worked as a gambling dog in Hintang. He had never even touched playing cards in real life. With Nanfeng's experience, he really couldn't figure out how to control odds. We can do this and this. And then hey. Long Woody leaned into Nanfeng's ear and told him his plan. After hearing this, Nan Feng exclaimed, It's awesome! It turns out you can still play like this. Brother Long, you are really awesome. You can think of this trick in such a short time? Awesome. Nan Feng admired him from the bottom of his heart. Long Woody waved his hand calmly. The more experience he has, the more he will naturally know how to do it. Do you still remember what I told you, that I was an undercover agent in a Burmese store? I have seen countless scams, but this one is far from powerful. Of course, I don't care if I bet on dogs until I lose everything. I have strong self-control and am not afraid. Okay. Without further ado, the game will start soon. You go back first and leave the rest to me. Nanfeng nodded and quickly slipped out of the public toilet. In Yen Nujio's exclusive preparation hall, Yen Nujio patted her chest and looked at Nanfeng with a slight blame. I thought you ran away from the battle. That's not the case. I, Lu Shibu, rely on my integrity to travel around the world. Since I have accepted your commission, how can I escape from the battlefield? After a pause, Nanfeng added, Besides, you haven't paid me yet. Yen Nujio. Man Ning interrupted the two of them with a voice. Okay. Let's enter the field and the game begins. At this time, contestants were already entering the martial arts arena one after another with their followers. Nanfeng and the other three also strode out. The King of Fighters martial arts arena is very large. There are 8 arenas in the middle. Each arena is as big as half a football field. Each arena is shrouded in a powerful defensive formation. Attacks below level 40 cannot break this defensive formation. This is used to prevent the aftermath of the battle from rushing into the audience. Jiao Xiao. Come on. Jiao Xiao. Come on. Van Yuking. Go. 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 I have put all my wealth on you. Hurry up and start. Why haven't you started yet? I can't wait. Waves of shouts came from the audience. And the atmosphere at the scene was slowly reaching a climax. The 18 people who took the first test question were already on the stage. Nanfeng saw that Long Wudi was also on one of the stages. He couldn't help but his face darkened. And he asked in a low voice how many points Yen Nujio and Yen Mingjor had now. Yen Nujio opened her red lips slightly. What's wrong? Nanfeng took a deep breath. It was nothing. Just a little tired. Sure enough, betting on dogs leads to nothing in the end. He shouldn't have agreed to the bet with Long Wudi. Quiet. Suddenly, an old and indifferent voice echoed throughout the martial arts arena. The audience members sitting in the auditorium closed their mouths and looked at the sky above the martial arts arena. An old man with wrinkles on his face sat cross-legged in the air. He looked so sleepy that everyone who looked at him was afraid that he would fall from the sky. Next, I will announce the rules of tonight's martial arts competition. The old man took out a piece of parchment and read it word for word at an extremely slow speaking speed. The rules of the competition are similar to those mentioned by Yen Nujio, except for a few more restrictions, such as not being able to kill the opponent, admitting defeat, not continuing to attack, not deliberately delaying time, etc. After the old man finished reading the contents on the parchment, he waved his hand, and a large white mist appeared over the martial arts arena. In the white mist, the scenes on the 8 arenas were clearly projected. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. Is this an IX Ultra Clear Giant Screen Cinema? In this way, the entire martial arts arena audience can clearly see the situation in each arena. The old man in midair glanced around the martial arts arena with his cloudy eyes, and then said indifferently that the competition had begun. As these 4 words fell, the entire martial arts arena erupted into fierce shouts and roars. Yen Nujio looked at Nanfeng and the two of them. Remember the tactics I just mentioned, and let them fight first. You wait until they have no fighting ability before you come on stage. Do you understand? Man Ning nodded and understood. Nanfeng didn't answer and strode towards the center of the arena. Other followers also entered the arena. And together with the 8 in the ring, there were a total of 33 teams on the field. They represent more than 20 large families in the 3 empires. The competition has just started now, and no one is in a hurry to get on stage, but wants to wait for others to make the first move. The situation was temporarily frozen. When the audience saw this, they started shouting and cursing. Fight quickly. We paid money to watch you fight, not to watch you glare at us. Arena number 7 is so weak. No one dares to challenge it. If they don't even dare to go on stage to challenge, then it's a shame, and they can just let the 8 people on the stage advance. Gentlemen, refund your ticket. On the ring, Van Yuking's follower Assam smiled contemptuously and said, You all don't even have the courage to challenge on stage? Are you just waiting to reap the benefits? What a bunch of cowards. Then just hold off. Anyway, I will advance in half an hour. As he was talking, Asamu saw Nanfeng in the crowd and immediately shouted, Hey, that little dwarf over there. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Do you dare to come up and challenge our team? Nanfeng glanced at Asamu and sneered in his heart, If I don't beat the shit out of you later, you'll be considered clean today. But Nanfeng doesn't plan to take the stage to challenge Assam now. He needs to act according to Long Woody's plan and control the odds first. I saw Na Feng striding towards arena number 5 and taunting loudly. You are Yan Mingzhi's followers. Right. Humph. Your boss was rude to me during the day. And now I want to teach you a lesson. On the ring, the 5 big men except Long Woody were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? You're a level 36 guy. And it's okay to just stay on stage. How dare you go on stage and challenge? Man Ning also panicked. Quickly came behind Na Feng and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Are you crazy? Na Feng grabbed Man Ning's wrist with his backhand, and without saying a word, he jumped onto the ring with her. I want to challenge arena number 5. Na Feng raised his hand and shouted. Allow. The old voice echoed in the martial arts arena, and the defensive formation of arena number 5 instantly lit up. Ho ho. Someone is on stage. The fight has started. The fight has started. Sit down quickly. Let me see. Hey. Are these followers of Yan Nujio? Challenging followers of Yan Mingzhi? Aren't they from the same family? Is this an internal fight? Is this trying to delay time? Referee. I report them for cheating. Chapter 449 Lianshan Hero Lu Xiubu. Are they trying to stall for time? Referee. I report them for cheating. Seeing the civil war in the Yan family, there was a lot of discussion in the audience, and some even wanted to report it. But the old man in the air didn't open his eyes and ignored the voice below. Before there is conclusive evidence, the old man as the referee will not interfere with the progress of the game. On the 5th stage, seeing that Na Feng really dared to challenge on stage, Yan Mingzhi's 5 followers were stunned. Is there really a stupid green iron-headed baby in this world? Behind Na Feng, Man Ning broke away from Na Feng's hand with a pale face. Madman. Na Feng ignored Man Ning, stepped forward extremely arrogantly, stretched out his fist, and said provocatively, I want to fight. 10. Individual. Magic power surged in his chest, and these words soon spread throughout the martial arts arena. Such powerful and arrogant words made the entire martial arts arena fall silent. After a moment, an audience member raised his middle finger. You almost scared me. There are only 6 people on the field. Where are you going to fight 10? I laughed and thought I was a master, but I didn't expect that I couldn't count. One thing to say. He was really confident when he said this, and he didn't feel like a rookie. Yan Mingzhi came to Yan Nujio's side with a gentle face. Little sister, although we are always noisy, we are a family after all. How can you let your followers challenge me? Isn't this making wedding clothes for others? Right. 7th uncle and grandpa? Behind Yan Mingzhi, there is a middle-aged man wearing Yan-style clothing. This person is Yan Shuqi, the 7th uncle and grandfather of Yan Mingzhi and Yan Nujio. He is the person in charge of the Yan family's affairs in Liyun City. He is responsible for all matters of the Yan family in Liyun City, big and small. Yan Shuqi looked calm and said softly, Jia, you have a bit of a childish temper. The 7th uncle, Yan Nujio, immediately started acting coquettishly, holding Yan Xiaoqi's hand and shaking it around. It was all because the 3rd brother always bullied me, and I was so angry for a while. Yan Xiaoqi nodded slightly and looked at Yan Mingzhi. You have to give in to your sister more in the future and don't let others see the joke. Yes, 7th uncle and grandpa. Yan Mingzhi's face froze, and he could only agree. And Yan Nujio snorted softly and looked towards the number 5 arena with a trace of worry in her eyes. She didn't know why Na Feng came on stage to challenge. Is this different from what was agreed before the game? But she had no way to ask Na Feng now, so she could only bear the blame first. On arena number 5. Except for Long Woody, the other 5 people gathered around him laughing. Just you? 10 more? Since you want to seek death, don't blame me for being rude. Hey! Eat me first. Without saying a word, one of the strong men raised his knife and slashed at Na Feng's neck. This knife was extremely fast, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that he didn't hold back at all. But in Na Feng's eyes, his speed was still too slow. I saw Na Feng retracting his fist, clasping his hands together, and shouted loudly, Kill! The earth explodes, and the stars explode. Boom! An extremely violent explosion resounded throughout the sky. A small mushroom cloud rises slowly with the south wind as the center point. Ah! My ears! Tinnitus? Damn it! What the hell? What kind of trick is this? Its power is so amazing. Na Feng only made one move, and all the spectators were shocked, and they screamed in surprise. Everyone stood up one after another, and looked at the ring with wide eyes. Even the followers on other rings also looked here. The breeze blew by, and the mushroom cloud quickly dispersed. Na Feng, who was standing in the middle, had his hands behind his back. His expression was calm, and he looked very distinguished. The distance between Man Ning and Na Feng was not too far, and the aftermath of the grenade explosion slightly injured her. And the 5 strong men surrounding Na Feng fell to the ground and vomited blood, unable to stand up. Among them, the strong man holding the knife was the most seriously injured. He tremblingly spat out a sentence. "You. Not useful. Boxing?" After saying that, he tilted his head and fainted. "With fists? Oh, I'm not a primitive person." At that moment, Na Feng detonated 4 grenades directly, and a wave of nuclear bombs came with amazing power. But he still saved a trick and detonated it when the 5 people were still more than 10 meters away from him. Otherwise these 5 big men would definitely be blown into a pulp. Defeat 5 people with 1 move. There are still 5 level 39 masters. Damn. That's awesome. Who is this person? So powerful? I know that he is a follower of Yin Nujio, named Lu Shibu. Quick! Yin Nujio must have advanced. Go and place your bets. Damn it. I made a big bet on Yin Mingzhi. Isn't it going to be in vain? After Nanfeng's blow, the atmosphere in the auditorium instantly reached a climax, and various screams continued. Yin Mingzhi's face turned livid. Little sister, what a great trick to find such a strong person. Yin Nujio was also shocked by Nanfeng's strength, but she did not show it, but said with a smile, "Third brother is joking. Didn't you call me a pretty boy during the day?" Yin Shuqi on the side looked slightly condensed, and said in a deep voice, "Is he the chosen one?" Yin Nujio's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly explained, "No. Grandpa's 7th. He just got a divine weapon by luck." "Is it?" Yin Shuqi's face returned to calmness, and he didn't say much. On arena number 5, 5 seriously injured strong men were taken away for treatment by the doctors on the field. The challenge continued. On Yin Mingzhi's side, there is still 1 guard left. On Yin Nujio's side, there were Nan Feng and Man Ning. The chicken coop head dragon Wu Wei, who had been watching the show before, slowly walked forward, folded his hands on his chest, and said with a smile, "The strength is good, but you won't be able to use the move just now for a second time in a short time." "Right." Na Feng put his hands behind his back. His eyes were deep, and he said calmly, "Even without the trick just now, I can easily take you down." "Okay." Finally, we have an interesting opponent. Long Woody clasped his fists with his hands, and asked Duan Kun in Sensha Sui, "Please give me some advice." Na Feng didn't know how to answer the question for a moment. His brain was spinning rapidly, and he said, "Lu Shibu, the hero of Liangshan. Please enlighten me." Both of them used magic when they spoke, and the audience present could hear their conversation clearly. Wow, they both talk like masters. Where is Sensha Sui? Does anyone know? Where is Liangshan? Never heard of it. Mata. There is so much nonsense. Should we fight or not? In my opinion, Duan Kun is destined to lose. Lu Shibu is below level 40, so it is probably difficult to find an opponent. While the audience was discussing, Na Feng and Long Wudi were already fighting with fists and kicks. 2 afterimages came and went in the ring, and the dull collision sounds one after another echoed throughout the entire martial arts arena. Most of the audience couldn't clearly see the 2 people's movements, but that didn't stop them from applauding. Is the first game today so exciting? The tickets are worth it. Unexpectedly, the strength of Sensha Sui Duan Kun cannot be underestimated. I thought Lu Shibu was already invincible, but I didn't expect Duan Kun to be able to fight him back and forth. Is there anyone who can see clearly? Who has the greater advantage now? Advantage? If you look at the casino handicap, whoever has the lower odds will have a greater advantage. Black Gold Casino sends experts to take charge in order to evaluate the winning rate and adjust the odds in real time. At this time, a man wearing a straw hat strode to the Black Gold Casino handicap and looked at the latest odds table. Chapter 450. Both sides suffer? In the martial arts arena, a young man wearing a straw hat looked at the latest odds table. Yin Mingzhi, 148. Yin Nujio, 116. Not long after the game started, Yin Nujio's odds dropped from 518 to 16. This shows that in the opinion of the casino staff, Yin Nujio has a high probability of being promoted. On the contrary, Yin Mingzhi's followers suffered heavy losses. The possibility of promotion was much smaller. and the odds instantly soared to 48. If it weren't for Long Woody's strong performance, the odds would have doubled. Odds of only 48? The people at this casino are very cautious. The Straw Hat Man murmured in a low voice, turned around and walked away. If Nafong were here, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. Isn't this the Flying Eagle of Dragon City? In fact, not only Feying, but also Black Dog, Blue Wolf, Venomous Scorpion and others also came to the martial arts arena. They were all brought here by Long Woody in the public toilet. This group of Dragon City masters are now distributed in various places in the martial arts arena, implementing Long Woody's next plan. On the 5th stage, Nat Fong and Long Woody come and go. The fists are fierce. Brother Fong, please try harder, Long Woody whispered. The old man in the sky is a master. Don't let him see it. Damn. I've tried my best. Nat Fong gritted his teeth and said, how about I take out Gatling and fight you? Melee combat is Nanfeng's shortcoming. If it were someone else, Nat Fong might still be able to fight with the suppression of his equipment and level. But his current opponent is Long Woody. Without using his natal magic weapon, Nat Fong would be just dreaming if he wanted to defeat Long Woody. Long Woody suddenly approached Nat Fong and whispered, take a grenade and throw it into my pocket. Are you crazy when Nat Fong is shocked? My grenade is very powerful. While they were talking, the two of them did not stop punching and kicking, and waved out after images. Ola! 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 Seeing that Long Woody didn't seem to be joking, Nat Fong immediately stuffed a grenade into his trouser pocket with lightning speed. Bang! At this moment, Long Woody suddenly slapped Nat Fong on the chest with a heavy palm. Nat Fong groaned and his whole body flew out like a cannonball. Puff! Blood spurted all the way. Yen Nujio, who was watching the battle, exclaimed Xiao Bu. Yen Mingzhi's frown finally relaxed. And I knew a Kun could do it. The audience looked towards the ring and burst into cheers. Look! That chicken coop is going to win. Come on. I just bought the Anujiang. A total of 10,000 copper coins. Don't panic, brothers. Yen Nujio still has a follower here. The iceberg beauty has not moved from beginning to end. Maybe she is the real master. At this time in the ring, Long Woody crossed his arms over his chest, raised the corners of his mouth, showing a crazy and cool expression. Uh-huh. But that's it. You fell down before I could do anything. After saying that, Long Woody looked at Man Ning proudly. Next is you. Man Ning's face was cold, and she seemed unfazed. But in fact she was already complaining inside. She was already injured. But she was shocked by Nanfeng's earth explosion star just now. And her injuries were aggravated. How could she fight Long Woody? Ahem. I haven't lost yet. Don't underestimate me. Soulless. Nan Fong coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and stood up tremblingly. Long Woody didn't know how much force he used in that palm just now. Nan Fong didn't feel much pain, and his health points didn't drop too much. He just kept vomiting blood and couldn't stop. You are so injured. Why are you still here? Seeing Nan Fong stand up, Long Woody smiled disdainfully. How much do you pay per month? Do you need to work so hard? Nan Fong covered his chest and roared angrily. As long as I beat you, the boss will definitely give me more money. Ah! Fuel consumption follows. Nan Fong looked ferocious and punched Long Woody in the air. Boom! Where Long Woody was, a violent explosion suddenly occurred, and a miniature mushroom cloud appeared. What? Lu Xiaobu actually still has the strength to fight? It feels like this Earth explosion star is not as powerful as the first one. He is probably at the end of his strength. Ness. Lu Xiaobu is going to win. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. According to the law of smoke without injury, Duan Kun will definitely be able to withstand this blow. The audience whispered. And Yen Nujio and Yen Mingzhi also looked towards the ring nervously. When the smoke dissipated, Long Woody still appeared in front of everyone with his arms folded across his chest. The clothes on his body were in tatters, only covering his key parts. Strangely, his chicken coop head remained intact and was not affected by the explosion at all. Look! I just said Duan Kun is okay. Too fierce. These two people are too fierce. Where did the Yin family find these two perverts? Wait! Look! Duan Kun is vomiting blood. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Long Woody's face. Sure enough, blood flowed from the corner of Long Woody's mouth, and the contemptuous expression on his face slowly turned into shock, confusion and unwillingness. How? Possible. After saying these last words, Long Woody fell to the ring with a bang and fainted. Damn it. It looks like the real thing. Nefeng took a long breath and looked at the old man in the sky. The old man opened his cloudy eyes, took a look at the situation on the ring, and said indifferently, Yen Nugio. Win. Yeah. Yen Nugio clenched her pink fists and murmured in a low voice. More money. I must give Shiobu more money. Yen Mingzhi. Livid-faced girl. What are you so happy about? We both suffer losses. Are you happy to make wedding clothes for others? Yen Nugio quickly put away her smile. Indeed. She didn't know what Nefeng was thinking. With such strength, why did he have to challenge Yen Mingzhi's team? Now that both of their teams have suffered losses, they probably won't be able to advance. They are simply losing blood. I will definitely be scolded by my father when I go back. Thinking of this, Yen Nugio suddenly wilts. A team of doctors quickly rushed to arena number 5, preparing to treat the injured Long Woody. But as soon as Long Woody opened his eyes, he got up from the ground unsteadily. I didn't need treatment. Once he is treated by a doctor, Long Woody will be disqualified from the competition. Then won't the half-day drama between him and Nefeng be in vain? You sure? A doctor looked Long Woody up and down. Sure. Long Woody stood up and walked slowly down the ring. I want to continue the game. In the audience. What? Duan-kun still wants to continue playing? 5 of his teammates have been disqualified from the game. And he is the only one left who is injured. Who can he beat? I'm going to lose money. I bought all of Yen Mingzhi. I take back what I said before. They definitely did not join forces to cheat and delay. They really fought. Both sides were injured. And the injuries were serious. The 2 teams of the Yen family basically missed the chance to advance. In the stands, Yen Shichi's face darkened slightly. Originally, there were 2 masters, Lu Xiaobu and Duan-kun. So these 2 teams were guaranteed to advance. As a result, he started fighting with his own people? Jiajiao, go back and face the wall for 3 days. And take a good look at it. Yen Shichi said calmly. Oh, I know about my 7th uncle and grandpa. Yen Nu lowered her head coquettishly. When Yen Shichi saw this, he turned around and left the martial arts arena without saying anything. There is no need to continue watching the next game. Lu Xiaobu and Duan-kun are both seriously injured and will definitely not be able to hold on. Yen Shichi sighed and said that the position of City Lord this year has no chance for our Yen family. Chapter 451. How about giving me the ticket stub? In the arena. Just now, the 2 teams of the Yen family played too fiercely, and the other teams were watching the fun and did not take action. Now that they have finished playing, other teams are preparing to take the stage to challenge one after another. If you delay any longer, time is almost up. This Lu Xiaobu is pretty good. Brothers, go up and meet him. When someone is injured, do you challenge him? Not really a man. Let's challenge the Ning family. We challenge the Vanu family. Soon, challengers appeared in all 8 arenas. On arena number 5 where Nefeng was, 6 followers from the Ning family were getting ready to go. As soon as the old man in the sky announces the start, they will rush forward and beat Nefeng violently, without holding back at all. Seeing that the 6 followers were all looking at him with unkind eyes, Nefeng silently took 2 steps back and stood behind Man Ning and went to deal with him. Man Ning shook her head. I am a woman. Nefeng was stunned. You Man Ning actually punched your own teammate? She is indeed a female boxer. However, Nefeng is a person who has experienced strong winds and waves. He replied expressionlessly. What's wrong with the woman? Can't women win against men? Are you discriminating against women? Man Ning was stunned. Are you saying I discriminate against women? I am a woman myself. Are you sick? Nefeng, since you don't discriminate against women, then go up and deal with them. Otherwise we will lose. Anyway, Nefeng won't do anything again in this fight. He is seriously injured now. Man Ning was speechless. Can she be blamed for losing? You, Lu Xiaobu, are so powerful. If you don't waste your time, wouldn't you be promoted casually? Because of personal grudges, he has to challenge the equally powerful Jiwoda Duan-kun. Now it's better. Both sides will suffer. Right? Now let me, a weak woman, fight 6 strong men. Are you a human being? But it was useless to think any more at this time. The challenge had already begun, and the 6 followers on the opposite side had already rushed over quickly. Man Ning sighed slightly, clenched her hands into fists, and faced him with cold eyes. Don't worry about this woman. Deal with Lu Xiaobu first. The person at the front yelled. Southwind? Man Ning? Whose followers are you? Is it discriminating against women? You look down on women. Right? Can you handle my punch? Man Ning's pretty face immediately dropped. And she punched one of them hard. The two men fought one-on-one, while the other 5 teamed up to attack Na Fong. For a moment, swords flickered, and the ring was soon cut into pits. There was no restriction on weapons in this martial arts tournament. On the number 4 ring next door, followers of the Lin family took the stage carrying 3 oversized siege crossbows. But 15 seconds after the battle started, the followers of the Vanu family on the opposite side rushed over and smashed the 3 siege crossbows to pieces. After all, this siege crossbow was not a divine weapon and could not withstand the barbarian collision of the 6 giants. This also shows from the side that the martial arts competition still depends on your own strength. And opportunism is useless unless you can resist an atomic bomb and come to power. Returning to arena number 5. Na Fong was dodging everywhere under the siege of 5 followers of the Ning family, looking very embarrassed. Unacceptable. While hiding, Na Fong shouted, "What kind of skills do you have in bullying the wounded? You have the ability to bully women." The 5 followers of the Ning family twitched their mouths. Bullying women is not their skill. Right? Their captain took the time to look at the battle on the other side, and found that Man Ning was holding down her teammates and beating them violently. She was still talking about my 20-year punch. Can you catch it? The captain said solemnly that the woman was pretty good. So he quickly dealt with Lu Xiaobu, and then went over to help. Clear. The 5 members of the Ning family were even more ruthless. Na Fong gradually began to be unable to withstand the attack. He was stabbed several times, and was bleeding. If someone looked carefully, they would find that these swords did not hit the vital points, because Na Fong took them deliberately. Haha. My knife is poisonous. He could only hold on for another 10 seconds at most. A Ning family follower laughed. Nan Feng's face turned dark immediately. You're still cheating on Madu when he beats 1 out of 5. Right? Can you do something as shameless as quenching poison on a knife? Are you so judgmental? Strange. It's been more than 10 seconds. Why hasn't he fallen yet? The follower asked doubtfully. People and their constitution cannot be generalized. Na Fong snorted coldly. When I was extremely angry, I mixed rice with kudarajai and ate 3 large bowls of it in one go. Everyone in the Ning family was shocked. The heartbroken grass could easily poison even ferocious beasts over level 30. Let alone people. I didn't expect that Lu Xiaobu's poison resistance was so high. Just as they were about to continue taking action, they saw Lu Xiaobu foaming at the mouth and raising his cutting board with slurred speech. Writing softly, the old man in the sky opened his eyes slightly and spoke indifferently. In arena number 5, Ning Wuxuang wins. Na Fong gave in. There was an uproar in the audience. Damn. I just bet 200 copper coins. And the yen Nugio I bought advanced. Just stop talking for 200 coppers. Okay. I bet a full 2,000. It's a pity that with the strength of Lu Xiaobu and Duan Kuan, the 2 teams of the Yin family could have advanced steadily. But they didn't expect that they would start fighting among themselves. It feels numb. 2 sand beeps. There was a lot of cursing in the audience. Mostly from the gambling dogs. No way. Who doesn't curse when they lose money? With such high quality, it is impossible to become a gambling dog. Hey, man. A man in a straw hat walked up to a gambling dog with a smile, put his arm around his shoulders, and said very familiarly, "Brother, seeing that you are so uncomfortable, why don't you place a bet less?" When this was mentioned, he became angry. The gambling dog immediately exhaled the fragrance of flowers and started playing Allegro. The straw hat man listened to his scolding with a smile. And then he said, "Brother, do you want to get some blood back?" Return blood? The gambling dog was stunned for a moment, looking up and down at the man in the straw hat. How could he recover his blood? I have no money anymore. Haha. Of course I'm not asking you to continue betting. The straw hat man smiled and said, "That's right. Did you lose the ticket you just placed? After placing a bet at Black Gold Casino, the staff will give you a ticket stub, which states how many bets were placed at what time, who won, what the odds are, and the casino's special anti-counterfeiting logo. There is no such thing as real name authentication in this world. To redeem the prize after placing a bet, you need to use this ticket stub. In other words, Black Gold Casino recognizes the ticket but not the person. As long as you have the ticket stub, you can redeem the prize, and they will not investigate where the ticket stub came from, as long as you don't grab it in front of the staff. That's fine." When Gambling Dog heard this, he nodded and was still there. What's wrong? The man in the straw hat showed a kind smile like this. You see, Yan Nugio and Yan Mingzhi basically have no chance of promotion. There is no use keeping your ticket stub. Why don't you give it to me? Chapter 452 Two Actors. I'll send you, Beep. But get out of here, Beep. Do you think I'm a fool? If the gambling dog pushes the straw hat man away, I won't even give it to you even if I throw it into the cesspit. When a dog opens its mouth, it is a song of birds and flowers that contains a lot of meaning. Deliver? How is it possible to send it? The game is not over yet. Duan Kun and Lu Xiubu are both resting on the court. They may still be able to fight. How could he give the ticket stub to others? What if there is a miracle? What if there is a comeback? Isn't it about the 1 in 10,000 chance when betting on dogs? The straw hat man was not angry and said with a smile, I know what you are thinking. But I can only say that this chance is very slim. Let's do this. I don't want you to give it away for free. I'll take back your ticket stub at a discount. How about that? Recycling at a 10% discount? The gambling dog took a look at his ticket stub. He bought Yan Nugio to advance. When he placed the bet, the odds were 2.3 to 1. And he bet 5,000 copper coins. If you recycle it at a discount, it would be 500 copper plates. Gambling dog looked at the center of the martial arts arena, where Lu Xiubu was lying in a big character on the aisle between the rings, foaming at the mouth and twitching from time to time. It looked like he was poisoned. Without the help of a doctor, he would definitely not be able to recover in a short time. The woman who was with Lu Xiubu was average in strength. The probability of this team advancing is indeed very slim, and it can even be said to be completely impossible. Should I bet on the 1 in 10,000 chance? Or sell it to this straw hat man at a 10% discount? The gambling dog's heart became entangled. Brother, 500 copper coins is a lot. You can take these 500 copper coins and go to the Black Gold Casino to play other games. Maybe you can win it back. The straw hat man understands the psychology of gamblers very well, and his words speak to the heart of this gambling dog. The gambling dog immediately raised his head proudly. Who are you looking down on? At that time, the gambling king Lu Daozai could win 37 million with 20 copper plates. Although I, Qian Laosan, could not compare with him. I could win 5,000 copper plates with 500 copper plates. Isn't that easy? The straw hat man nodded. That's for sure. Who in Liyun City doesn't know Qian Laosan? Come! Here is 500 copper plates. The two completed the transaction very happily. Qian Laosan took the 500 copper plate and asked with some confusion, Brother, Yan Nugio's team will definitely not advance to the next level. Why do you still want to take back her ticket? The man in the straw hat said with a smile. I'm not afraid of your jokes. I like to bet big. In this kind of game that seems certain to lose, I want to buy him to win. Qian Laosan was in awe and gave a thumbs up. Brother, you are awesome. But in his heart, Qian Laosan had already laughed out loud. You are a fool. And if you gamble big, you will lose all the bitter tea seeds. Brother, I'm leaving first. The man in the straw hat smiled and left here to find the next gambling dog. Qian Laosan sighed slightly and murmured, this kind of gambling will definitely not be successful. So it is wise to stop in time. Looking at the 500 copper coins in his hand, Qian Laosan showed a happy smile. On the other side, the straw hat man put away the ticket stub and calculated silently in his mind. He bet 5,000 copper coins, with odds of 2.3. If Yan Nugio advanced, he would get 11,500 copper coins. But the actual cost of the straw hat man is only 500 copper coins. That works out to an odds of 123. The straw hat man looked at the handicap of the Black Gold Casino. Even now, Lu Xiubu was seriously injured and Yan Nugio's odds were only 6.2 to 1. This shows that the masters at Black Gold Casino have figured out that Nan Feng and Long Wudi were not seriously injured. Otherwise the odds would definitely go up. At this time, if a large amount of money pours into the handicap, it will definitely attract the attention of the Black Gold Casino. They could quickly guess that Nan Feng and Long Wudi were deliberately controlling the odds to make a big profit. It's a pity that Long Wudi has already considered this level. So after he brought Fei Ying and others, he did not let them directly place bets at the handicap, but used a very small amount of money to buy the ticket stubs from those betting on dogs. This is the true purpose of Long Wudi. As expected of the leader of the Dragon Army, this wave is completely in the atmosphere. The flying eagle wearing a straw hat secretly said to himself and continued to collect the ticket stubs from the gambling dogs. Long Wudi thought carefully, but there was one thing he didn't consider, and that was how big the handicap was tonight. There are hundreds of thousands of spectators in this King of Fighters martial arts arena. Even if only half of the people place bets, that's still tens of thousands of people betting on dogs. This also includes some wealthy gamblers, who can bet hundreds of thousands or millions with a wave of their hands. When Longwoody smashed the more than 1 million copper coins in, it would at most create a splash and not attract the attention of the casino. However, there is also an advantage to buying ticket stubs from gambling dogs. That is, the cost is extremely low. After conversion, the odds are at least above 15. And the highest odds can even be as high as 4,050. It's just a bit troublesome, requiring Fei Ying and others to run around and recycle it everywhere. But trouble? What does it have to do with my dragon and the invincibility? I just need to hand over the task and that's it. Fei Ying and the others will naturally complete the task. In the martial arts field, Longwoody, who was holding a chicken coop on his head, was vomiting blood while scanning the battle situation on the field. Except for Arena Number 1. The other 7 arenas are all fiercely fought. Arena Number 1 belongs to the Tang family. The followers of the Tang family are recognized as the strongest in terms of hard power. So no one comes on stage to challenge. Arena Number 5 has changed hands 3 times. And the current owner only has 4 minutes and 12 seconds to defend the ring. It is still early to successfully defend the ring. The penultimate ring is Number 7, which has also changed hands twice. The current ring owner holds the ring for 6 minutes and 17 seconds. There is still a lot of time left for Fei Ying and the others, Longwoody secretly thought, and then glanced at Nafeng lying on the ground not far away with his peripheral vision. Still twitching? What the hell are you doing? But he stopped frothing, and his acting skills weren't too exaggerated. Longwoody commented silently in his heart. It wasn't that Nafeng didn't want to foam at the foam, but that he really couldn't spit it out. The foam he was spitting out was the fruit drink that the 2 engineering men in Nanchung had just come up with recently. This fruit drink tastes good, but it has a lot of foam. A bit like beer. On the ring just now, Nafeng took a mouthful of it in his mouth, purred twice, and then vomited and foamed for 5 minutes. He really tried his best. I acted so hard. So when we divide the spoils, we must divide it into 60%. No, 70%. Nafeng thought this and twitched again. Man Ning, who was standing nearby, saw this and said coldly, "You are too poisoned and can't fight anymore. Just admit defeat." "Cut." "Don't." Nafeng quickly grabbed Man Ning's ankle. "I'll be fine later. Don't admit defeat." Ma duh. Pretending to be so similar. Even his teammates were deceived. As for poisoning, the follower of the Ning family didn't know what kind of inferior poison was applied to the knife. But Nafeng didn't feel poisoned at all. Could it be that the poison has expired? In other words, is expired poison no longer poisonous? Or is it more poisonous? Chapter 453, It's Broken. This guy came for my people. In the stands of the martial arts arena, Yin Nujio's tone was a little anxious. "Xiao Bu, if it doesn't work, forget it. We won't fight." "No! Who do you think can't do it?" Nafeng gritted his teeth and sat up with great effort. "I promised you that you would advance. So how could you give up so easily?" Ouch. These words are a bit disgusting. Nafeng even got goosebumps when he said them. Then, Yin Nujio heard this, bit her red lips, stretched out her little fist to cheer Nafeng up. "No matter what the result is, you must give Xiaobu more money." Added hard. Yin Nujio thought in her heart. "Little sister, don't be fooled by some people's rhetoric," Yen Mingzhi reminded him coldly. Although he and Yin Nujio don't have a good relationship, they are family after all. Brothers and sisters. This Lu Xiaobu talks so disgustingly. He is obviously greedy for the girl's body. Despicable. As an elder brother, he couldn't let his sister fall into the hands of a gangster. Otherwise wouldn't it be a disgrace to the Yin family? But he guessed something wrong. Nafeng didn't come for Yin Nujio. He just wanted to make money. After reminding Yin Nujio, Yin Mingzhi walked to Longwoody and asked softly, "Kun, how are you? If it doesn't work, let's forget it. Your health is important." Longwoody looked straight at him and said in a deep voice, "Boss, I have a forbidden technique that can return you to your peak in half an hour at the cost of burning your life. There should be no problem in advancing. But the cost is a bit." As Longwoody said, he rubbed his index finger with his thumb and made a gesture to add money. Yen Mingzhi shook his head. "Don't force yourself. For me, promotion is not that important." Longwoody's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. This guy is coming for my people. This is so disgusting. Can you please stay away from me? Long Woody looked serious and had to advance. How could I lose to that guy? Yan Mingjie followed Long Woody's gaze and found that he was staring at Nan Feng not far away. It turns out that he didn't want me to lose to my little sister. Yan Mingjie finally understood Long Woody's good intentions. Okay. Akun. Just try your best. Don't be too forced. Yan Mingjie said softly. You don't have to worry about money. I have plenty of money. With Yan Mingjie's words, Long Woody felt slightly relieved and began to close his eyes and adjust his breathing. When Yan Mingjie saw this, he stopped disturbing Long Woody and retreated silently. Nanfeng's grenade caused a lot of damage to Long Woody. On the one hand, it was because Long Woody had planned to get injured to make the scene look more realistic. On the other hand, Long Woody underestimated the power of the grenade and only used his true energy to protect important parts, resulting in the injury being more serious than expected. Fortunately, this level of injury did not have a big impact on Long Woody, and it was easy for him to advance. The battle continues in the 8 arenas. People are constantly being knocked off the ring and eliminated from the competition. Soon, the old man in the air said indifferently that the number 1 ring defense was successful. Tang Xiaobao advanced. When everyone present heard this, they all looked towards arena number 1. The followers of the Tang family are recognized as the strongest team this year, and 3 of them have already stepped into the level 40 threshold. It can be said that as long as they can obtain the natal magic weapon, they can immediately reach level 40. This also resulted in that from the beginning of the game to now, no team has come on to challenge the Tang family. The Tang family also enjoyed their leisure time. After standing on the ring for half an hour, they successfully defended the ring. The Tang family is really fierce, and other contestants don't even dare to challenge them. Aren't you talking nonsense? Of course. Pick the persimmons that are soft to pinch. If I had known earlier that I would bet on the Tang family, I would definitely make a profit without losing anything. The odds of the Tang family are 101 to 1. And you can only earn 1 copper plate from 100 copper plates. What is there to bet on? That is, you still have to worry about whether they will overturn. Nanfeng looked towards arena number 1. 6 followers of the Tang family had already walked off the arena, leaving only Nanfeng's 6 figures behind. Is it Tang Qingyun's Tang family? Nanfeng pondered. Sword Emperor Tang Qingyun. I didn't expect the new generation of his family to be so strong. When you are free in the evening, you can go back to Black Crow City and have a chat with Tang Qingyun. If he wants the position of city lord, then Nanfeng will naturally do his best to help. After all, Tang Qingyun had rescued more than half of the chosen ones in Nancheng, so this favor must be repaid. While thinking about it, the Lin family on the 3rd stage also succeeded in defending the ring. 2 contestants have already advanced, and the remaining 6 promotion places are still up for grabs. Nanfeng is not in a hurry. The other 6 arenas are still fiercely fought, and the champions are constantly changing. Every time the challenger is changed, the timer will start again. Man Ning looked at the situation on the court and whispered, Have you noticed? These people are conserving their strength and not going all out. Once they find that they can't beat the opponent, they will immediately admit defeat. Nanfeng nodded. This is right. Trying your best from the beginning will only hurt both sides and then be eliminated by other teams. It turns out you know. Man Ning glared at Nanfeng. Then you risked your life as soon as you came up? Don't guess what the strong man from the south wind is thinking. As time passed, 2 more teams successfully advanced. In the remaining 4 arenas, the fighting became even more intense. Often, as soon as one team finishes playing, the next team comes on the field immediately, without giving the champion a little rest. Moreover, these people are very thieves. They don't care about anything after coming on the field, and directly attack one person with fire, destroying one first and then going on. Then they will choose to continue playing or admit defeat based on the situation on the court. After doing this several times, more and more people were eliminated, and basically there were only 2 or 3 people left in each team. Cough. The sound of Long Woody's cough came from the tactical earphones. Nanfeng looked over with his peripheral vision and saw Long Woody getting up and stretching his muscles before walking to the number 8 arena. Man Ning was stunned. Duan Kun came on stage again? Did he recover so quickly? Nanfeng also stood up, twisted his neck and walked away. And we went too. Man Ning was shocked and asked, Are you still going to fight Duan Kun? Crazy? Oh, no. Nanfeng looked at the number 5 arena where the Venu family was. And this time it was a weaker one. Weak. Man Ning was helpless as she watched Nanfeng walk towards the number 5 arena step by step. This Lu Shibu. She really holds a grudge. Yanmingzhi mocked him. And he started fighting with Yanmingzhi's followers as soon as he came up. Vanyuking had a little conflict with him. And now he is going to beat up Vanyuking's followers again. This guy is so narrow-minded. Look! Duan Kuan is on stage. Lu Xiubu also came on stage. It seems that they are in good spirits. Hey! I've seen it a long time ago. They weren't seriously injured. The look just now was just an act. These two people were very scheming. Deliberately showing weakness to the enemy. And then reaping the benefits after the other teams were almost beaten. From this point of view, they have a high chance of advancing. Damn. Didn't you tell me earlier? I just sold my ticket stub to a guy in a straw hat at a 10% discount. Damn. I sold it too. In the audience, those gambling dogs who sold their ticket stubs finally reacted. Yelled and stood up. Looking for the straw hat man. But in such a large martial arts arena, there are hundreds of thousands of spectators. And there are ghosts wherever they can find them. Chapter 454 Becoming the Champion. In the King of Fighters arena, there were continuous shouts and curses from the audience. Those gambling dogs, who sold their ticket stubs, wanted to kill all the guys wearing straw hats. Kill! Kill them all! The yelling and cursing became louder and louder. And some spectators even started to fight, which had seriously affected the order in the martial arts arena. Seeing this, the old man in the air whispered 4 words. Don't make any noise! These words spread throughout the martial arts arena instantly, suppressing the restless hearts of the gambling dogs. The betting dogs all know better than to continue yelling anymore, because this old man in the sky really knows how to kill people. On the 5th stage, when Vanyuking's followers saw Nanfeng walking onto the ring, their eyes showed solemnity. They watched the previous battle between Nanfeng and Long Wudi from beginning to end. The strength shown by Nanfeng made them feel troublesome. Don't worry. He was injured by Duan Kuan just now, and his strength must be greatly reduced. Asamu comforted his teammates. The 4 of us joined forces. But we can't defeat him as a dwarf? The challenge continues until now. And there are only 4 followers of Vanyuking left. Man Ning looked at the 4 giants opposite and said in a deep voice, I can handle the one on the far left. Then he'll leave it to you. Nefeng twisted his neck and made a clicking sound. There were 4 people on the opposite side and 2 of us. The advantage was mine. I want to challenge arena number 4. The old man in the air nodded gently. As his words fell, Vanyuking's 4 followers roared loudly and rushed over like 4 tanks. Nafeng sneered. And without dodging, he hit him head on. Don't think that being tall and strong is a big deal. Today I will let you know what attribute suppression is. What does Lu Xiaobu want to do? A head-on confrontation with the Vodakars? He's crazy. It turns out that he is a reckless man who has no strength but no brains. Nefeng could not hear the chatter in the audience. Running at full speed, he crossed half the arena in 1 second and collided head-on with Asamu. Boom! A dull sound. Nefeng pressed his head against Asamu's abdomen, and the terrifying impact made his whole body bend like a shrimp. Vomit. The churning feeling in his stomach almost made Asamu vomit out everything he had eaten during the day. Keep your mouth shut. Nefeng pushed his palm against his jaw, pushing up Asamu's chin to prevent him from vomiting all over himself. Die, little dwarf. Asamu's other 3 teammates strode over, trying to save people. Nefeng reached into his arms and quietly took out the desert eagle. Call out! Call out! Call out! Call out! For consecutive shots, hitting the knee. Boom! 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 4 of Vanyuking's followers fell to their knees one after another, and then burst into screams. Ah! It hurts! My knees are shattered. What kind of skill is this that can break my hard as iron knees? This is not a skill. This is a hidden weapon. He has hidden arrows in his sleeves. How despicable. In just a few seconds, all 4 of Vanyuking's followers were injured. Nefeng put his hands on his hips and looked down at the 4 people kneeling in front of him. Who did you just call the dwarf? Asamu gritted his teeth and glared at Nefeng fiercely. You are so powerful. We admit defeat. Nefeng originally wanted to make up for it, but after hearing Asamu's words, you are awesome, he had no choice but to give up. The opponent gave Nefeng the highest praise, and kicking him again seemed a bit excessive. That's all. Let them go. The adults do not remember the faults of the villain. The 4 followers of the Vanu family walk down the ring with livid faces. Although they can walk quickly with only 1 leg. If they continue to fight, they are asking for trouble. The gap in strength is too big, but they still have this self-awareness. Asamu could tell that Nafeng was not serious at all. In arena number 5, Yen Nujio wins. With the sound coming from the air, Nafeng has successfully become the champion of Arena number 5. Next, he only needs to stick to the ring for half an hour to advance. I didn't even have a chance to take action. Man Ning walked to Nafeng, her tone a little unhappy. She felt like she was just a make-up. Dispensable. Nafeng raises his eyebrows and leads you to win. Isn't it? Then you come and fight the next challenger. And I will cheer you on. Man Ning choked. Then exhaled, but it was useless. Man Ning has a clear understanding of her own strength. And her boxing skills are more suitable for single combat, launching a violent attack on a target. But once there are more than 2 opponents, she will be unable to cope with them. Damn it. Lu Xiaobu actually won? What a dog. Hurry! Lu Xiaobu won the game with overwhelming force. Lu Xiaobu's strength was so terrifying. You see? Duan Kun is going to win too. Dude, did you just see Asabi wearing a straw hat? What? That way? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Brother Ong. Listening to the sounds coming from the audience, Nafeng looked towards arena number 8. On the 8th stage, Long Woody punched hard and beat the shit out of the followers of the Ning family. This Ning family member is so tough. Why don't you admit defeat after being beaten like this? As soon as Nafeng sighed, he found that all the jaws of the Ning family's followers had been removed by Long Woody. They kept talking, but they couldn't say the words, admit defeat. Man Ning frowned slightly. Duan Kun was so ruthless. Don't let your opponent admit defeat, but destroy him alive. My brother Long is not this kind of person. Nafeng lowered his head and thought for a moment. And then he quickly remembered. Long Woody came out of the fog for the first time and was transported to Ningxing in the Falling Sun Empire. The Ning family is the local leader of Ningxing, the largest and most powerful family in Ningxing. Nafeng still remembers that Long Woody said that he was rescued by Zhao Yao, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family in Ningxing. However, after the Ning family found out that he was the chosen one, they went straight into the Zhao family. Zhao Yao was also in that battle and was shaken to death by the aftermath of the battle. The reason why Long Woody was so cruel to the Ning family was probably because he met his old enemy. On the 8th stage, Long Woody stepped on the arm of one of them, then grabbed his forearm and forced it upwards. Do you want to admit defeat or not? I ask you whether you admit defeat? The followers of the Ning family opened their mouths wide. Ah! 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 His saliva drooled all over the floor. But he couldn't say those 2 words. You won't admit defeat. Right? Then don't blame me for being cruel. Long Woody snorted and used his right hand to forcefully break the opponent's hand off. Then, with piercing screams, he walked towards the next follower of the Ning family. If I remember correctly, this person's name should be Ning Xiang. He was the one who gave me the medicine in Ningxing before. Long Woody's eyes were cold, and he quickened his pace towards Ning Xiang. Ning Xiang looked into Long Woody's cold eyes and trembled with fear. You must admit defeat as soon as possible. Otherwise you will be beaten to death. Ning Xiang thought like this and tried to put his chin on it. But Long Woody crushed the jaws of several of them, causing comminuted fractures. Without the help of a doctor, there is no possibility of recovery. In desperation, Ning Xiang can only use his own unique skill ventriloquism. I saw his belly bulging and contracting, and he made a sound. We recognized it. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, Long Woody rushed forward and volleyed hard. Ning Xiang drew an arc in the air, flew out with a whoosh, and hit the protective cover of the ring. Unable to get down. Chapter 455-136. Horrible odds. After Long Woody severely repaired everyone in the Ning family, he easily won the position of the leader of the number 8 arena. The remaining teams that had not yet been eliminated did not dare to go on stage to challenge him. Isn't this Duan Kun too cruel? It really beats people to death. What do you know? This is called killing a chicken to scare the monkey. You see? No one dares to challenge him. Then isn't he guaranteed to be promoted? Damn it. My ticket stub. Go and find out where this Duan Kun comes from. Can he kill indiscriminately beyond the level? By the way, check out Lu Shibu too. I reckon he's the chosen one. Impossible. I have never seen him use his natal magic weapon. Don't you? The Zhao family have a good relationship with the chosen one? Ask them if they know this guy named Duan Kun. I asked, but no one knew me. The entire martial arts arena was full of voices of conversation. Most of the people talking about it were about Duan Kun and Lu Shibu. There was also a small group of people who were looking for a man wearing a straw hat. Time passes slowly. No one dared to challenge the number 8 arena occupied by Long Woody. It can be said that a promotion spot has been locked. On the Nanfeng side, after taking care of the Venu family, they defeated 2 teams one after another. In order to advance as quickly as possible, Nanfeng could only learn from Long Woody and ruthlessly destroy all challengers. Although Nanfeng struck hard, it did not damage their foundation. Under the treatment of doctors, within 10 days and a half, these people can return to their peak and be vigorous and vigorous. Successfully defended the number 5 ring. Yan Nujio advanced. Yan Mingzhi successfully defended the number 8 ring and advanced. As the old man in the air finished speaking, Nanfeng and Long Woody both advanced. They didn't linger much and strode out of the ring and headed to the preparation hall. Yeah. 1. I really didn't see the wrong person. Yan Nujio jumped up happily and ran to the preparation hall happily. Well done. Kun. Yan Mingzhi clenched his fists excitedly and followed Yan Nujio towards the preparation hall. After Yan Nujio entered her exclusive preparation room, she found Nanfeng sitting on a recliner with a weak look on her face. Shibu, are you okay? Yan Nujio put away her smile and asked with concern. It's okay. I'm just injured and need to take a rest. Nanfeng said weakly. You go out first and let me rest here alone for a while. Yan Nujio thought for a moment, nodded and said, You have a good rest. We won't disturb you anymore. Man Ning, let's wait outside. Man Ning glanced at Nanfeng in confusion. This man was so excited when he got off the ring just now that he could hardly hold back his lips. Why did he wilt as soon as he returned to the preparation hall? There is a problem. Absolutely there is a problem. But she wasn't prepared to ask any more questions. After all, Nanfeng had just taken her to lie down and win. The two walked out of the preparation hall and guarded the door. A few seconds later, Yan Mingzhi next door was also kicked out. The 2 brothers and sisters of the Yan family looked at each other, but neither of them spoke. In the preparation hall, Nanfeng jumped up from the recliner and opened the window on the other side. Outside this window is the emergency exit, and generally no one will come here. At this time, Long Woody, whose whole body was wrapped in true energy, was already waiting outside the window. Hurry, hurry, half for each person, and redeem the prize quickly. Long Woody came in through the window, took out a thick stack of ticket stubs from his backpack, and gave half of it to Nanfeng. Then, he spread his true energy and enveloped the entire room. The two took out the teleportation array, and the chosen ones from Nancheng and Longcheng began to teleport over one after another. Su Ming, Wang Yuanming, you two climb out of the window first to look out for your brothers. The others each took a few ticket stubs, went out through the window, turned left and entered the martial arts arena, found the handicap of the Black Gold Casino, and quickly redeemed their prizes. Remember, don't crowd into one handicap to claim your prizes. Come back immediately after redeeming your prize. Don't linger. One person can only claim the prize once. So don't go there again to avoid being remembered by the casino people. After briefly explaining the precautions, Nanfeng and Long Woody began to distribute the receipts quickly. The chosen ones who received the ticket stubs quickly climbed out of the window, looked for the handicap, and started to redeem their prizes. In the martial arts arena with hundreds of thousands of spectators, hundreds of people suddenly appeared, without attracting anyone's attention. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 1,000 ticket stubs had been successfully redeemed. After sending back the last brother from Nancheng, Nanfeng and Long Woody let out a long sigh of relief and smiled at each other. I'll go back first to avoid being discovered by Yan Mingzhi. Long Woody took his true energy back into his body and prepared to climb through the window and return to Yan Mingzhi's preparation hall. When we turned back, we slowly divided the spoils. South wind travels. After Long Woody left, Nanfeng closed the window, tidied the room, and then opened the door unsteadily. Yan Nujio, who was guarding the door, looked over at Xiaobu. How is your injury? It's okay. My body is in good shape. Nanfeng patted his chest confidently, then coughed twice. Is this okay? Yan Nujio said decisively. Let's go back to the Yan family first. The Yan family has very powerful doctors who can help you heal your injuries. Nanfeng asked slightly hesitantly. What should we do here? It doesn't matter. We have already advanced, and we will just wait for the game in 3 days. Okay then. Cough cough. Nanfeng pretended to cough twice and followed Yan Nujio out of the King of Fighters arena. If you do something bad, you must leave the scene of the crime as soon as possible. Walking out of the gate of the martial arts arena, Nanfeng saw Long Woody and Yan Mingzhi, who had also just gotten into the carriage. It seems that Long Woody's thoughts are similar to Nanfeng's. Back at Yan's house, Nanfeng took a bath and lay on the bed comfortably, opening the chat channel. The chosen ones from Nancheng and Dragon City were chatting animatedly. It's so cool. This money is like picking it up for free. You can exchange a piece of tattered paper for a lot of copper coins. I have a big business to recruit partners, and they are required to make counterfeit money. Ha ha ha. I made a lot of money tonight. And at least, I won't have to worry about food and drink for a year. What on earth are you people from the Dragon Kingdom doing tonight? Will you die if you reveal it? It turns out it's so easy to make money. At the same time, Suzerain also sent a private message. Suzerain finished counting, and a total of 21.86 million copper coins were redeemed in Nancheng. Looking at this number, Nanfeng took a breath of cold air. He quickly sent a private message to Long Woody. Brother Long, how much money did you exchange over there? Long Woody quickly replied with 25.01 million. What about you? The two exchanged data, and the total amount of prize redemption was as high as 46.87 million. And their principal is only about 1.3 million. The odds are as high as 136. So scary. Chapter 456 Yan Shichi's Thoughts. I made more than 40 million in one night. The chosen ones in Nancheng and Longcheng were all immersed in a festive atmosphere, as if it was the new year. Some chosen ones with active minds have already begun to study the ticket stubs of Black Gold Casino, decipher their anti-counterfeiting signs, and prepare to give people in this world a little surprise. The chosen ones from other countries were also infected by the festive atmosphere and chatted animatedly in the chat channel. Archie, does anyone know about the Zhao family in the Falling Sun Empire? I met the head of the Zhao family the day before yesterday. He was very enthusiastic and invited me to visit the Zhao family. Sakura Taro, the Zhao family has also sent people to invite us. I guess they want to win over us. The chosen ones. Edward, we don't necessarily have to fight to the death with the indigenous people. Win-win cooperation is the way to go. Martin, do you have any friends in the Hallyu Empire? I'm in danger and need help. Miles Solomon, I discovered a secret place in the ancient forest. There may be some good things there. Is there anyone who wants to come and hunt for treasure? Catherine Wiener, location. Even Catherine, who rarely sleeps in groups, came out to chat a few words tonight. Nanfeng was still a little surprised. Did he remember that Catherine was not in the Wadika Empire? Why did you go to the ancient forest again? Nanfeng jumped up from the bed and came to a wall in the guest room, where a map of the three empires hung. The center of the map is the Sun and Moon Mountains, and Luyun City is located in the Sun and Moon Mountains. The Falling Sun Empire, the Bright Moon Empire, and the Wadika Empire were located in three directions of the Sun and Moon Mountains, forming a tripartite formation and surrounding the Sun and Moon Mountains. Nanfeng quickly found the ancient forest on the map. In the middle of the ancient forest, a large area was painted with white paint, with a small text written on it, Forbidden Area. Do not approach. Speaking of which, it seems that no locals have ever walked into the mist. Do you not want to go in? Or can't you? Nanfeng lowered his head and thought for a while, then put the question aside. He continued to look at the map. The ancient forest covers a large area, 80% of which is located in the Falling Sun Empire, and the remaining 20% is located in the Wadika Empire. It seems that Catherine should be in the ancient forest on the Wheatkar Empire side. I don't know if the secret place Miles mentioned is far from Black Crow City. If it's close, I can join in the fun. Well, I have to bring Brother Long with me. For such a good thing. We can't forget our brother. Nanfeng thought for a while, sent a friend request to Miles Solomon, and then waited for the other party to agree. This wait is just one night. Quack quack. As soon as the sky dawned, the duck-rat beasts kept in the yard of Yin Mansion began to crow. World number 0 has their own alarm clock, which is the duck-rat. This ferocious beast will scream at dawn, and then stop talking for a whole day, which is very magical. It's like a morning wake-up service specially customized by the Creator God for the people of World 0. Nanfeng, who hadn't slept all night, opened the door expressionlessly. You Miles Solomon. Why don't you add me as a friend? Today you are ignoring me. But tomorrow, I will make it impossible for you to reach your heights. The more Nanfeng thought about it, the angrier he became. He turned around and wanted to knock on Long Woody's door and ask him to go out for breakfast together. But he suddenly realized that he and Long Woody were not the same people now. There were many secret guards in the Yen Mansion. As soon as Nanfeng went out, he felt 7 or 8 eyes staring at him. If he knocked on Long Woody's door at this time, he would definitely be suspected. So Na Fong kept walking, passing directly by Long Woody's room, and then walked to Man Ning's door. Boom, boom, boom. Man Ning was wearing thin pajamas and opened the door with a gloomy face. Is something wrong? It's obvious that this chick has a lot of energy to wake up. Na Fong stared at the other person's eyes and said slowly, I'll give you a chance to treat me to breakfast. Man Ning tugged at her clothes and said in a bad tone, Watch your eyes. After saying that, Man Ning closed the door with a bang. Na Fong shrugged. As expected of a bandit, his temper was still so explosive. Isn't it just staring at Xing Tian's eyes one more time? As for closing the door so hard, the door was almost torn down. Shaking his head, Na Fong could only wander out of Yin Mansion alone and found a breakfast restaurant to prepare for dinner. In the Yin Mansion, a secret guard watched Na Fong walk out of the Yin Mansion, and then quickly came outside the study. Enter. As soon as the person in the study spoke, the door of the study slowly opened. The secret guard quickly walked into the study and found that Yin Nujio was also in the room. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to look further, and said, Master Qi, Lu Xiaobu has left Yin Mansion. Yin Shuqi, who was sitting on the main seat, put down the Book of Ancient Times in his hand and asked, Where did you go? Well, probably going out for breakfast, the secret guard said, and added, I have asked number 2 and number 3 to follow. Well, go down. Yin Xiaoqi waved his hand and signaled the secret guard to go out. After the secret guard left, Yin Xiaoqi looked at Yin Nujio. Where did you just say? Yes. You and Lu Xiaobu met in Despair Town? Yes. 7th uncle and grandpa. Yin Nujio nodded and told everything she knew very obediently. She didn't dare to hide it. I know he is the chosen one. But not all chosen ones are bad people. At least Lu Xiaobu is a good person. He also saved past me. Jiajiao. Throughout history, all those who believe in the chosen one will not end well. Yin Shichi sighed. Yin Nujio retorted, How could that be? Lu Xiaobu is not that kind of person. I believe him. Yin Shichi preached, You are still young and lack experience. This guy. You can't tell. Yin Nujio put her hands on her hips, pursed her lips and snorted, Am I not sure? What about Dao Huang Tang Chengyun? Lu Xiaobu said that Lord Sword Emperor and him are close friends. Ah? Do you believe this kind of nonsense? Yin Shuqi smiled and shook his head. Who is the Sword Emperor? How could he become friends with a chosen one of unknown origin? It is true. Yin Nujio was a little anxious. Lu Xiaobu also said. Yes. He also said that he calls Lord Sword Emperor Xiao Tang. Jiajiao. Please don't make me laugh. Yin Shuqi picked up the Book of Ancient Times again. Okay. You go back first and call your third brother Yin Mingzhi over. Why do you want me to call? Yin Nujio pouted. A little unhappy. By the way, Grandpa 7th. Can Lu Xiaobu continue to compete? Yin Shuqi pondered for a moment, nodded and said, Let him continue to compete. Remember to reward him more when you look back. And don't treat others badly. Yin Nujio nodded happily. Okay. Thank you, Uncle 7th. With that said, Yin Nujio jumped out and ran out. The chosen one, Yin Shichi murmured. Although he didn't know what Nanfeng's ulterior motives were, Yin Shuqi had decided to make good use of Nanfeng's strength to help the Yin family win the position of city lord this term. Of course, after living for so many years, Yin Shuqi knows one truth: you cannot hang yourself from a tree. So he planned to use Duan Kuan together. That chicken coop leader Duan Kuan is so good at fighting that even a fool can see that he is also the chosen one. Let two extremely powerful chosen ones work for their Yin family. It's exciting just thinking about it. Chapter 457, Betray Na Fong? In the guest room of Yin Mansion, Man Ning was woken up early in the morning. She went back to bed and tossed and turned for a long time without falling asleep. She could only sit up angrily and prepare to get up. As soon as she got dressed, a steady voice sounded behind her. Got up. Hearing this voice, Man Ning's heart skipped a beat, and she turned around stiffly. There was a middle-aged man sitting on a chair, sipping tea. This man has a calm appearance, with the word Yin printed on his clothes, and a sword on his waist. Man Ning recognized this face. Sixth Master. Man Ning lowered her eyebrows, not daring to look into the other person's eyes. This man is Yin Shichi's brother Yin Xiaolu. More than half a month ago, Yin Xiaolu traced Yin Mingzhi's missing batch of goods all the way to Man Ning's cottage. Unfortunately, he arrived too late. Nan Feng and Long Wudi were one step ahead of him, taking away Yin Mingzhi's goods and selling them in batches to the black market, which could never be recovered. Man Ning, who was still the master of the cottage at that time, naturally suffered all Yin Qiuliu's anger. Not only was she almost destroyed, but the entire village was also hacked to pieces by Yin Qiuliu's sword. Later, Man Ning dragged her seriously injured body to Liyun City. She was planning to take away the money she left here, but unexpectedly she ran into Yin Qiaolu again. Fortunately, this time, Yin Qiaolu did not kill her. Instead, he found someone to heal Man Ning and made Man Ning become Yin Nujio's follower. Man Ning didn't know what Yin Qiuliu's purpose was, but if she could survive, she couldn't care less and could only follow the arrangements. After a period of time, Man Ning did not see Yin Qiaolu in Yin Mansion. He thought this matter would just go away, but he didn't expect Yin Qiaolu to suddenly appear in his room again today. Yin Qiaolu gave himself another cup of tea. What is the origin of the followers Jiaoju attracted yesterday? Man Ning hesitated for a second, shook her head and said, I don't know. I only know that his name is Lu Xiubu, and he comes from Lianshan. Is that it? Yin Qiaolu sneered. You know that's not what I want to hear. Man Ning thought for a moment and then said, He is very strong. I guess he should be the chosen one. His natal magic weapon is some kind of hidden weapon with astonishing lethality. Yin Qiaolu still shook his head. I will give you one last chance. You know what I want to hear. Man Ning gritted her teeth. The coercion exuded by Yin Qiaolu made her legs weak, and she felt like she wanted to kneel down. He was the one who robbed the Yin family's goods before. In the end, Man Ning still couldn't bear Yin Qiuliu's terrifying aura and told the secret. She originally wanted to help Lu Xiaobu hide it, but looking at Yin Qiuliu's expression, she probably couldn't hide it anymore. So she might as well say it directly. Humph! Couldn't we have just said it earlier? Yin Qiuliu snorted and put the teacup on the table. I remember you said that there were 2 people who stole the goods at that time? Where is the other one? Man Ning shook her head. I don't know. I only know that his accomplice is stronger. Better than Lu Xiubu? Yin Qiaolu murmured in a low voice that Lu Xiubu should be considered one of the best among the chosen ones. There should not be many people stronger than him. Go back and find someone to find out. As he spoke, Yin Qiuliu's figure flashed and disappeared from Man Ning's room. Man Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Her whole body was soaked with sweat, and she almost died of fear. We must find a way to escape from the Yin family as soon as possible. Man Ning secretly thought in her heart. She took off the clothes she had just put on and prepared to take a shower before going out. At the same time, in a corner of her room, a trace of air flowed with the wind. Returning to Long Wudi's room. Yin Qiaolu? Long Wudi chuckled. Are you tracking us? Interesting. As if thinking of something fun, Long Wudi opened a panel and sent a message to Nan Feng. Long Wudi, Brother Feng. You were betrayed by Man Ning. Nan Feng, what do you say? Long Wudi, I just overheard the conversation between Man Ning and others. Nan Feng, who was drinking porridge, shrugged indifferently after reading the message. Nan Feng, it doesn't matter. She also wanted to save herself, which is understandable. Long Wudi, so generous. By the way, Man Ning also said something. Nan Feng, what are you talking about? Long Wudi, she said I am better than you. Nan Feng, what words? What words is this? Nan Feng finished the porridge in one go and decided to show his skills in front of Man Ning when he had the chance. Am I not as powerful as Long Wudi? If you have the ability, let him stand 2 kilometers away and fight me. Within 2 kilometers? That's considered Long Wudi's awesomeness. After breakfast, Nan Feng walked around the city, mainly to find out where to buy unparalleled secret gold. The next round of competition will have to wait until the day after tomorrow. And Nan Feng wants to take advantage of these 2 days to improve his strength. He couldn't wait to upgrade his natal magic weapon. But unfortunately, apart from knowing that unparalleled secret gold may appear in the next auction, there is no stock anywhere else. This thing is really popular. At noon, Nan Feng wandered back to Yin Mansion, ready to have a meal. As soon as he walked into the gate of Yin Mansion, Nan Feng bumped into Yin Nujio head-on. Huh? You are back. Yin Nujio chuckled and said, I thought you wanted to eat outside. Nan Feng shook his head. It's too expensive to eat out. I have money to use. Yin Nujio was stunned for 2 seconds. And then she realized. Are you tapping me? Okay. I'll send you the money right away. They had already agreed before that as long as they could advance. Yin Nujio would give Nan Feng and Man Ning 100,000 copper coins each as a reward. Na Feng was very proud at first. He could get 100,000 from a fight. Isn't this faster than robbery? But after making a huge profit of 40 million last night, this mere 100,000 copper coins is no longer attractive to Na Feng. Thank you, boss. I wish you a fortune. Seeing Yin Nujio take out the money, Na Feng took it and put it into his pocket. By the way, when will we eat? I want to try the craftsmanship of your Yin family chefs. The bark porridge on the roadside in the morning is simply not for human consumption. The restaurant is always open, and you can go and eat at any time. Yin Nujio paused and then said, by the way, the seventh uncle said that you and Man Ning can go to the warehouse to pick out a handy weapon as a reward. Weapon? This thing. I don't really need it. Na Feng was a little disgusted. Why is this seventh uncle and grandpa so picky? Can I cash it in? I can keep the money for use. Yin Nujio rolled her eyes. You are a miser. Of course you can't cash it in cash. This is a reward given by your seventh uncle. There are a lot of good things in our Yin family's warehouse, including all kinds of magic weapons. Weapons and precious materials. Are you sure you don't want to? Nan Feng's eyes lit up. Precious material? Is there any unparalleled secret gold? Unparalleled secret gold? Yin Nujio thought for a while, and was not sure. You can go to the warehouse and look for it yourself. I'll go now. You don't want to eat? Not hungry at all. Chapter 458 Change of competition format. Think about what to write in this chapter. Yes. Go to the Yin family's warehouse to look for materials. Okay. Long Wudi and Man Ning are here too. Just like that. The Zhao family also found the chosen one. And others also found the chosen one. That's pretty much it. Start writing. Nan Feng strode outside Yin Mansion's warehouse. The guard at the door simply registered and let Nan Feng in. They had already received the order, so they did not embarrass Nan Feng. Walking into the warehouse, Nan Feng immediately saw a chicken coop squatting on the ground picking up rags. Duan Kuan? Can these rags get into your eyes? Nan Feng originally wanted to call him Brother Long, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw Man Ning also in the warehouse, and quickly changed his mind. Long Wudi raised his head and glanced at Nan Feng, and said calmly, "It's none of your business." Nan Feng shrugged, stopped talking to him, and began to observe the warehouse. The warehouse is very large, with 10 rows of shelves neatly arranged, filled with various weapons. These weapons are all made by highly skilled weapon refiners. Although they are not as good as the natal magic weapons, they are still enough for slashing ferocious beasts. Nan Feng took a few casual glances. He owned an arsenal, and was not interested in these weapons. What about materials? Where are the materials? Nan Feng walked behind Man Ning and asked, because she told Yin Xiaolu Nanfeng's identity, and suddenly faced Nan Feng at this moment. Man Ning's expression flashed with panic. Fortunately, she quickly adjusted and said in a cold voice, "The materials are upstairs. This floor is full of weapons." "Oh, then I'll go up and have a look." Nan Feng nodded and was about to leave, then suddenly turned his head. "Why are you so nervous? Did you do something wrong?" Man Ning's heart skipped a beat, and she pretended to be calm and said, "I'm not nervous." Nan Feng sneered and put his right hand into his arms, as if he was groping for something. All the hairs on Man Ning's body stood up, and a sense of crisis hit her forehead. She had seen Nanfeng's hidden weapon last night. It was so powerful that her body couldn't bear it. "What do you want to do?" Man Ning's voice was trembling. Nan Feng took out a handful of volcanic stones from his arms, containing 10 of them. This bright red stone is a specialty of volcanic areas and is very precious. People in World Zero generally use it to replace copper plates. One volcanic stone is equivalent to 10,000 copper plates. Just now Yin Nujio gave Nan Feng 20 volcanic stones, 10 of which were to be handed over to Man Ning. "Well, this is the reward given to you by the boss." Nan Feng handed 10 volcanic stones to Man Ning. Man Ning breathed a sigh of relief, took the volcanic stone, and whispered, "Thank you." "You're welcome. I'll go upstairs and have a look." With that said, Nan Feng went up to the second floor. As soon as he reached the second floor, he received a private message from Long Wudi. "Long Wudi, that girl was almost scared to death by you. She was sweating profusely." Nan Feng chuckled. He was deliberately trying to scare Man Ning, so that she would have to think twice before betraying Nan Feng next time. "Dare to betray someone from my south? You're sweating profusely, little girl." On the second floor of the warehouse, Nan Feng took a quick look and found no trace of unparalleled secret gold. This thing is indeed very rare and hard to find. Nafeng was ready to go up to the third floor to take a look, but found that he didn't have permission and couldn't go up. Pity. Nafeng opened the panel and sent a private message to Xiao Luo. Nafeng, brother. What materials do you still lack for your natal magic weapon? Report it to me. If there is such a good thing. Of course we have to think about our second master in Nancheng. Xiao Luo didn't hesitate and quickly replied, Tian Luo Immortal Sand, Golden Light, and Holy Scale. Okay. Never heard of any of them. But these two materials sound a bit unclear. Nafeng started searching shelf by shelf. And he really found Tian Luo's Xian Sha. Mada. What kind of bullshit is Xiao Luo's luck? Nafeng took the Tian Luo's Xian Sha, packed in a delicate box, and prepared to leave the warehouse and go to the restaurant for dinner. After going downstairs, Man Ning had already left. But Long Wudi was still squatting in the mess just now, not knowing what he was studying. Nafeng resisted the urge to talk to him and walked out of the warehouse. Nafeng sent a private message to Long Wudi. Brother Long, you have been squatting there for a long time. What are you studying? Long Wudi, I found a weapon here, which contains a familiar atmosphere. Dragon Invincible. It's a bit like the aura in the divine weapon. What? There are actually divine weapons in the warehouse? Nafeng patted his thigh. If he had known better, he would not have found materials for Xiao Luo. Wouldn't it be nice to take a piece of natal magic weapon and sell it for money? This wave of blood loss. Nafeng came to the restaurant angrily and ate 3 bowls of rice in one go. And then he felt that he had returned to his original mission. At this time, Long Wudi also walked into the restaurant with a long sword in hand. It seems that the long sword is the weapon that contains the aura of the divine weapon mentioned by Long Wudi. But this sword looks familiar. Nafeng frowned and couldn't remember where he had seen it for a while. Unable to think of it, Nafeng and Long Wudi passed by each other and left the restaurant to go back to the room to rest. The next game has to wait until the day after tomorrow. What will I do these 2 days? Nafeng lay on the bed and thought. Nafeng was still a little unaccustomed to the days when he was not killing ferocious beasts. Yin Xiaolu knew that I had robbed the Yin family's goods. But he did not come to see me. It means that he wants to use me to help the Yin family win the position of city lord. Then we can make use of each other. If Yin Nujio becomes the city lord, I will definitely be able to make some money. I made 40 million last night. And the food problem can be temporarily alleviated. Black Crow City is slowly getting back on track. And everything is developing in a good direction. With Tang Chungyun in charge of Black Crow City, most people probably wouldn't look for trouble. Speaking of Tang Chungyun, where did that silly kid Xiaonan go? I can't feel it at all. Nafeng lay on the bed like this all afternoon. When it got dark, Yin Nujio knocked on his door. Shibu, there is something new. Yin Nujio walked into the room and got straight to the point. The rules of the subsequent competition were going to be changed. Nafeng was stunned. Change the rules? Change it to what? Yin Nujio waited for a while and saw Man Ning coming over. And then she said, I don't know what happened. But the superior suddenly said that the rules were to be changed. The knockout round the day after tomorrow will be cancelled directly and changed to another competition. Grandpa 7th guessed that maybe you and Duan Kun were so good that they were basically guaranteed to win the championship and second place. Plus your status. It was a bit special. So I cancelled it. Special status. Nafeng understood. It seemed that the organizers had figured out that he and Long Wudi were the 2 chosen ones. This is normal. The strong people in World Zero are not fools. If they can't see this, then they are still fooling around. Man Ning frowned slightly. Then what has been changed to the game the day after tomorrow? Yin Nujio's tone was a little solemn. Do you know about the Purple Mist restricted area? It's the one east of Liyun City. An accident occurred in the Purple Mist restricted area yesterday. The overlord of the restricted area, the Purple Evil 9 Fragrance Insect King, was beaten half to death by the Flowing Cloud Beast, and his life was hanging by a thread. After deliberation, the major families in the city decided to take this opportunity to eliminate the Purple Evil 9 Fragrant Insect King in one fell swoop and completely eliminate this restricted area. Hearing this, Man Ning's face changed. You don't want to say that the game the day after tomorrow will be changed to killing the Purple Evil 9 Fragrance Insect King, right? Nanfeng's face also changed. He had fought against that stinky bug before and knew how terrifying its strength was. Let them. A group of rookies who have not yet reached level 40. Hunt down the Purple Evil 9 Fragrant Insect King. Is your brain okay? Chapter 459 The Super Rich Man at the Auction. Let us hunt down the Purple Evil 9 Nether Insect King. What is the difference between that and seeking death? Man Ning frowned and wanted to retreat. Yen Nujio consoled her. Of course, the superiors will not let us do such a dangerous thing. We have other tasks. Man Ning, what mission? Yen Nujio shook her head. We don't know yet. We will have to wait until the day of the competition to get specific information. But you can rest assured that the mission will definitely not be too dangerous. Otherwise the seventh uncle and grandpa would not agree. After hearing what Yen Nujio said, Man Ning nodded and felt relieved. Nafeng thought it was nothing. It was good to go out of the city to hunt for bugs. There was a chance to escape when in danger. If you stay in Luyun City, you might be killed at some point. There are many people in this world who want to kill the chosen one. After Yen Nujio and Man Ning left, Nafeng opened the panel and started chatting with Long Wudi. Long Wudi also learned about this from Yen Mingzhi. Nafeng, changing the test questions temporarily seems to be targeting us. Brother Long. Long Wudi, yes. It feels like they want to trick us out and kill us. Nafeng, what do you say? Do you want to run away early? Just like last time. The last time they came to Yin Mansion. Both of them were Yen Mingzhi's bodyguards. Just because they had a strange dream. The two of them ran away without saying a word. Never putting themselves in danger. This time is more dangerous than last time. The top management of Luyun City has noticed Nafeng and the two, and has even begun to plan how to kill them. Running away in advance is definitely a wise choice. Nafeng waited for more than 2 minutes before Long Wudi replied. Yen Mingzhi told me just now that the bug in the purple mist restricted area is dying and is not far from death. If I want to upgrade my natal magic weapon to level A, I need to hunt down 3 ferocious beasts above level 40. And now I am still short of the last one. Brother Feng, I want to give it a try. Nafeng raised his eyebrows. Is Long Wudi's divine weapon ready to break through to a level? His natal magic weapon is only B level. When can I find unparalleled secret gold? Nafeng, since Brother Long wants to give it a try, then I will accompany Brother Long and give it a try. At worst, if you encounter danger, use the teleportation array to run away. Long Wudi, thank you. Time flew by. And soon, it was the evening of the next day. Nafeng was lying on the bed, chatting with other people in a chat channel, and had a great time chatting. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Coming. Nafeng rolled out of bed like a carp and walked to open the door. Based on the footsteps he heard just now, Nafeng knew that the person at the door was Yen Nujio. Shibu, I have something very important to tell you. As soon as she opened the door, Yen Nujio said with a smile. How important is it? Nafeng asked casually. Not very concerned. Is there anything more important now than chatting in a group? Unless you take out a piece of unparalleled secret gold. Yen Nujio smiled mysteriously. There will be unparalleled secret gold at the Luyun auction tonight. Ah? Nafeng was stunned for a moment. And then his brows lit up with joy. There is an auction tonight? When I asked yesterday, the staff told me that the time had not been set yet. You're not a big shot, so the staff won't tell you. Yen Nujio smiled and said, let's go to the auction. I applied for a large amount of funds with my 7th uncle. Nafeng hurriedly followed up. I turned around and thanked my 7th uncle for me, and told him by the way that he would definitely make a profit from this investment, since the Yin family is so good at getting into trouble. Nafeng cannot let them down. This time, the position of City Lord of Luyun City belongs to none other than the Yin family. The two got into the unicorn carriage and rushed to the auction venue quickly. After getting off the car, Yen Nujio walked in front. No auction staff dared to stop him. The two quickly entered the venue and arrived at the Yin family's private room. The auction has been going on for a while. Let me see. Yen Nujio picked up the auction list on the table. Well, the second item is still being auctioned. And the unparalleled secret gold is the 4th item. She is not late. Caught up. Nafeng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the second item being auctioned. This is a large cauldron, engraved with various patterns, which looks a bit magical. The seller didn't know the specific purpose of this big tripod, and the appraiser invited by the auction couldn't identify the reason. Everyone only knows that this big tripod is very old, so it would be good to buy it back and keep it as an antique. Soon, the big tripod was bought by the person in the second private room. Judging from the voice, the person in the private room should be a very young man, with a cheerful and confident voice. The third item is a weapon, somewhat similar to the machete on Blue Star. This item was also bought by the man in the second room. At this time, the guests sitting below began to whisper. Nafeng listened carefully and found that they were all discussing the people in the second private room. Who is in private room number 2? The first 3 items were all photographed. I don't know him. He must be a nouveau riche. If you have money to buy these useless things, you might as well go to the slave market and buy 2 maids. I think what you said makes sense. One person photographed the first 3 items? Nan Feng looked at Yin Nugio. Who is in this private room number 2? So rich. Yin Nugio shook her head. I don't know. Number 2 is not an exclusive private room. Anyone with money can enter. I don't know which dandy kid from a big family came out to spread money. Yin Nugio was not swearing. The word throwing money in her mouth meant throwing money. Sprinkling copper coins is very reasonable. Soon, the 4th item was brought up. Nan Feng opened the Puellary of Insight and scanned it. This was the unparalleled secret gold that he had been longing for. Ness, my natal magic weapon can finally be upgraded. Nan Feng was a little excited. The host introduced the 4th auction item, unparalleled secret gold. I believe everyone here knows something about it. Weapons forged with unparalleled secret gold, with short hair, are indestructible. Such a complete piece of unparalleled secret gold is rare in the world. The starting price is 1 million copper coins. Each increase in price shall not be less than 100,000 copper coins. Let's start. Oh! It only costs 1 million copper coins. I thought it was so expensive. Nan Feng, who had a huge sum of 20 million in his hands, immediately became confident when he heard this price. Thinking about it, unparalleled secret gold is just a kind of material after all. And the starting price of 1 million is not low. 1.1 million. 1.3 million. On the seats below, a few customers offered their prices. Many people are not willing to buy unprocessed raw materials like this. When you buy it back, you still need to find a blacksmith to process it. If the forging is successful, it's okay. But if it fails, you will lose blood. It's better to spend more money and just buy already forged weapons. This is good news for Nan Feng, so he can save some money. 2 million. Nan Feng spoke decisively and directly raised the price to 2 million. He added so much in one breath just to tell others that he was going to decide on this piece of unparalleled secret gold. Other customers saw that they were from the Yin family and did not continue to increase their prices. 2 million once. 2 million twice. Just as the host was about to close the deal, the young man in the second private room slowly said, 3 million. 3 million. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the second private room. What kind of idiot is this? Spending 3 million to buy a piece of unparalleled secret gold. Although this thing is quite rare, you can buy it for 1.5 million at most, which is not worth the price of 3 million. Nan Feng frowned slightly and looked through the window at private room number 2. Unfortunately, I couldn't see anyone sitting inside. This guy's voice seems a bit familiar. Nan Feng thought about it in his mind for a while, but did not remember who the other party was. Could it be that someone who has a grudge against me is raising the price with me here? Nan Feng snorted coldly and said, 4 million. Someone in my south has 20 million in his hands. Am I afraid of you? If that doesn't work, I can still borrow 20 million from Brother Long. Am I afraid of you? If not, there is a small treasury of the Yin family next to me. Why am I so afraid of you? In the second private room, a hearty laughter came. Friend, I want this unparalleled secret gold. Please give it up. Nan Feng also smiled and said, if you want it, then you can offer a price that I can't afford. I want to see how rich you are. A nouveau riche. A joking voice came from the young man in the second private room. Don't use all your wealth to challenge my pocket money. I'm out. 10 million. Chapter 460, The Identity of the Mysterious Rich Man. 10 million. The auction venue was filled with excitement. Where the hell did this rich man come from? And he actually had to spend 10 million to buy a piece of rubble. Even the host was stunned and asked in disbelief, Master, what you just said is true. Is it 10 million? Private room number 2, yes. 10 million. The corner of Nan Feng's mouth twitched, knowing that he would meet the iron-headed boy today. Are you sick? Just to get a chance. Spend 10 million to buy unparalleled secret gold? Or is he really that rich? Don't be afraid. Xiao Bu. In the competition of financial resources, our Yin family will not lose to anyone. Yin Nugio's chest puffed up, and she supported Nan Feng and boldly increased the price. I still didn't believe it. How could his pocket money be as much as mine? With your words, I feel relieved. Nan Feng patted Xiao Jinku's shoulder happily and said loudly, 20 million. Damn it. 20 million. The venue, which had just calmed down, became excited again. Fun. Fun. This auction is so much fun. Am I crazy or are they? Unparalleled secret gold can actually be purchased for 20 million. Shouldn't I be able to travel through time? When you wake up, prices have increased 100-fold. On one side is the Yin Mansion. On the other side is the mysterious rich man. Let us wait and see who will get the unparalleled secret gold. The others were happy. And Yen Nujio was numb. Her red lips opened slightly. And she said tremblingly, Xiao! Xiao Bu! We don't need to add so much in one breath. She thought Nanfeng would only increase the price by 1 to 2 million. But she didn't expect that he would directly increase the price by 10 million. This is really over the top. Nanfeng's tone was calm. Don't panic. I feel like the other party will increase the price. What if he gives up? Yen Nujio's eyebrows were filled with worry. It's not that I can't afford 20 million. It's just, this is a bit of a loss. Fortunately, the young man in the second private room did not intend to give up. Just listen to his joking smile. 20 million. Interesting. Then if I add another 10 million? How should you deal with it? I'll pay. 30 million. 30 million. Everyone present was numb. Did this person really have too much money and nowhere to spend it? Some people have begun to doubt whether this mysterious rich man can come up with 30 million. Don't just shout randomly. Nanfeng sneered and shouted to the host. It's not that I don't respect this friend. I just want to know. Have you checked his assets? The host hesitated for a moment and then said, Sorry. Everyone. The auction will be suspended for 10 minutes. Please don't go away. The excitement will be back soon. After saying that, the host returned to the backstage and then led a group of people into the second private room. After a few minutes, the group walked out. The host walked onto the auction stage with a joyful smile on his face and said loudly, The auction continues. The price for the second private room is 30 million. Does anyone want to increase the price? Everyone was in an uproar. When the host said this, everyone understood. The young man in the second private room can really afford 30 million. He is really rich. Not here to show off. Nanfeng was a little helpless. He just wanted to buy a piece of unparalleled secret gold. Why did he meet this iron-headed boy? The key point is that they are really rich. Shibu. Otherwise, forget it? Yen Nujio has no confidence anymore. Just now when the price was 10 million, Yen Nujio was full of confidence. As a result, after 2 rounds, the price soared to 30 million. Even if her father is the head of the Yin family, he can't bear to waste money like this. I still don't believe it. Nanfeng gritted his teeth and raised the price again, 30.1 million. This time, Nanfeng only added 100,000. And he made up his mind in his heart that no matter how high the price the other party shouted, he would pay it by hundreds of thousands. This is a very common trick at auctions. The purpose is to make the other party feel a sense of oppression and feel your determination. In the second private room, the young man laughed. Just add 100,000? It seems like your wallet is a bit flat. Nanfeng chuckled and responded, If you have a big wallet, then you should make an offer. Private room number 2 was silent for a second. And then a firm voice came out. I will offer 100 million. Silence. Long silence. The entire auction venue was stunned by the words. 100 million. It took more than 10 seconds before the auction venue erupted into cheers and screams. Everyone looked towards private room number 2, wanting to see who was inside. Okay. Nanfeng stretched out his thumb and gave a thumbs up to private room number 2 from a distance. If you steal someone's unparalleled secret gold from my south, you have a way to die. Of course, if the opponent is over level 40, just pretend I didn't say anything. The next few auction items were all bought one by one by the young man in the second room. Only then did everyone realize that he had collected all the 9 auction items today. Today's auction has come to a successful conclusion. Thank you all for attending. As the host finished speaking, the guests in the venue stood up and prepared to leave. Of course, some guests were staring at the door of private room number 2, wanting to see what the mysterious rich man looked like. South Wind is also one of them. Da-da-da. A series of footsteps sounded, and a team of guards rushed over and guarded the door of private room number 2. Later, the strong man from Liyun Auction House personally took action and escorted the young man in the second private room to leave. The powerful men who escorted him were all above level 40. No chance to rob. Nanfeng's eyes passed through the crowds of people. And finally, he only saw the raised corners of the mysterious rich man's mouth. I couldn't see the face at all. Yen Nujio stood on tiptoes and looked. But she couldn't see clearly. There were too many people, and she couldn't see them. It's okay, Shibu. I'll ask my 7th uncle and grandpa to find out who the other party is later. Nanfeng nodded and said with some disappointment. Let's go back. Okay. Yin Nujio looked at Nanfeng's expression and said softly. What's wrong? You seem a little unhappy? It's okay. Isn't it just a piece of unparalleled secret gold? I'll ask my 7th uncle to buy you another piece. Then I would like to thank my 7th uncle and grandpa. The two quickly returned to Yin Mansion. Nanfeng told Long Wudi what happened tonight through a private message. Long Wudi was shocked. Huh? And this kind of iron-headed boy is really stupid and has too much money? Nanfeng, who says it's not? I even suspect that he is bound to the Shenhao system and has 900 billion in licking money. And he can get cash back as long as he spends money. Long Wudi, hey! Don't say it. Don't say it. Your guess is really possible. Nanfeng, stop talking nonsense. There is malice Shenhao system in this world. And I'm not writing about it. Long Wudi, we can all travel through time. Why can't we have a Shenhao system? Nanfeng, let's not talk about it for now. I always felt that the young man's voice was very familiar. But I can't remember where I heard it. Nanfeng, including the smile he showed at the end. I always felt like he was smiling at me. Long Wudi was silent for a while. And then replied with a message, with our current memory. We can completely forget everything. Long Wudi, think about it for yourself. Can you remember everything clearly from the day you traveled through time to now? Including some very small details? Hearing this, Nanfeng closed his eyes and recalled. Indeed, he could remember everything very clearly. Not only the things that happened after the time travel, but also the things before the time travel. He could remember clearly. So, how could he not remember who the mysterious rich man's familiar voice was? Long Wudi, I suspect that someone has diluted a certain part of your memory. Long Wudi, you've been tricked. Brother Feng. Nanfeng was shocked. Could it be that he had been plotted against him without knowing it? It's impossible. Who has this kind of strength? Nanfeng didn't notice anything unusual at all. Long Wudi sent another message. Please recall it carefully tonight. From the first day you traveled through time to now. Recall it carefully every day to see if there are any vague memories. Nanfeng, okay. Thank you. Brother Long. Nanfeng turned off the panel with a heavy expression, closed his eyes, and fell into memories. The first ferocious beast he hunted was an iron-clawed rat. The first person he killed was a bald murderer. On the first night, he tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep. Until the next day, the sky was dimly lit. The platypus made a quacking sound, reminding everyone that it was time to get up. Nanfeng opened his eyes suddenly, and a light flashed in his eyes. I see. I know who he is. Chapter 461 Return to the restricted area. Today is a sunny day. In the early morning, everyone in the Yin family gathered together and headed outside Liyun City to prepare for today's assessment. Nanfeng's face was as gloomy as water, and he walked alone at the back of the team, not knowing what he was thinking about. Ding. Long Wudi sent a message. I see you look worried. What did you think of? Nanfeng replied with a message. I spent the whole night reminiscing about a person whose specific appearance I still can't remember. Later, Nanfeng sent a 4-character name to Long Wudi. Long Wudi, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and chuckled. Akun, what's wrong with you? Yen Mingzhi said doubtfully. Long Wudi, who was holding a chicken coop on his head, looked back at Nanfeng at the back of the team. It's nothing. I just thought of an interesting opponent. Yen Mingzhi also glanced at Nanfeng, thinking that he was the opponent Long Wudi mentioned. He is not as good as you. Yen Mingzhi thought to himself. The group of people soon arrived outside the city, and other teams also rushed over one after another. Nanfeng saw several unfamiliar faces among them. In the ring battle a few days ago, some followers were seriously injured and unable to continue competing, so personnel would be replaced. None of these newly replaced followers have exceeded level 40. Everyone waited outside the city for a while, and 3 middle-aged men who exuded the aura of strong men arrived belatedly. Among them was a middle-aged young woman with a plump figure and graceful figure. She exuded the charm of a mature woman. She looked at everyone, covered her mouth and chuckled. TSK. TSK. They are all handsome guys. Let's go. Let's go. This young woman is also a decisive person. She doesn't hesitate at all and leaves as soon as she says it. On the way, another middle-aged uncle told everyone about the test questions. A few days ago, the purple evil 9 fragrance insect king in the purple mist restricted area went berserk and had a fight with the overlord of the Sun and Moon Mountains, Flowing Cloud Beast. Needless to say, in less than half an hour, the purple evil 9 fragrance insect king's life was hanging by a thread. He could only huddle in his territory and fart non-stop to resist the invasion of foreign enemies. At that time, there were several strong men in Leon City who went to watch the battle. When they saw the stink bug being seriously injured, they immediately cheered up and prepared to take action to eradicate the ferocious beast. But the fart bug farted so much that purple mist covered the entire restricted area. Those strong men did not dare to force their way in, so they had no choice but to give up. Hearing this, everyone in the competition felt nervous. Could it be that this assessment really wants them to kill the purple evil 9 fragrant insect king? Seeing the nervous expressions on everyone's faces, the plump young woman chuckled and said, "Don't worry, young men. Hunting the insect king is such a dangerous thing. So naturally I won't let you do it. You just need to find the location of the insect king. Today's purple mist restricted area is filled with heavy fog, completely covering up the traces of the stink bugs." The strong men of Leon City had been scouting outside the restricted area for several days, but could not find him. Tang Xiaobao from the Tang family frowned and said, "Even the seniors can't find the specific location of the insect king. How can we find it?" The plump young woman glanced at Tang Xiaobao. With a smile on her face, "Are you a boy from the Tang family? You've asked a good question. The reason why we can't find the specific location of the insect king is because we don't dare to go deep into the restricted area. Your strength is weak, and entering the restricted area will not attract the attention of the insect king. But we are different. Once we enter, we will attract a desperate counterattack from the insect king, and maybe 1 or 2 of us will be replaced. Who would risk their own life? Listen, listen. Is this elder sister speaking human language?" Nan Feng's face turned dark. "If your life is life, our life is not life? They are treating us as cannon fodder." The others also had dark faces, and the atmosphere instantly became awkward. The young woman chuckled and said, "It seems you are not too happy. Okay. If you don't want to participate, you can go back now." Everyone looked at each other in silence. No one chose to quit. "Just kidding. If you quit at this time, do you still want to hang out when you go back? Don't worry. There are direct descendants of major families among you. If it is really dangerous, will the major families agree?" A middle-aged man with a beard said in a low voice, "I will give each of you a self-protection tool to ensure that you can come out safely." With these words, everyone finally felt relieved and sped up to the purple mist restricted area. Along the way, Nafeng could hear other followers discussing in low voices from time to time. "I heard that the fog in the purple mist restricted area is extremely poisonous, and will kill you if you get even a little bit of it. That's not fog at all. That's the fart of the purple evil insect king. If you ask me, there is something really wrong with this insect king. He is so crazy that he has to challenge the flowing cloud beast. That is, it would be fine if it was more powerful. But in the end, it was beaten to death even after half an hour." Nafeng disagreed with this. He was at the scene at that time, and with the strength of the stink bug, he could at least fight the floating cloud beast for an hour. But flowing cloud beast doesn't care about martial ethics. So 2 of them came at once. 2 of them beat 1. And the stink bug can last for half an hour, which is pretty good. But it seems inappropriate to say that flowing cloud beasts don't care about martial ethics, because they said they only care about heaven. So they only care about heaven. After the stink bug was injured, all he had to do was lie down on the ground. And guess what? Luyan Beast said nothing, slapped his butt, and left. "Why don't you guys do some last hitting?" Nafeng secretly thought in his heart. If Luyan Beast makes up for it, the test questions will not be revised. If the test questions are not changed, he will be able to steal the money from the Black Gold Casino again. Now that the money has not been collected, the danger has increased several times. Flowing Cloud Beast, you really deserve to die. At noon, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of the Purple Mist restricted area. Uncle Huzhao gave everyone a shining golden necklace, and then said, "We will release our power outside the Purple Mist restricted area to attract the attention of the Insect King. You should take this opportunity to go deep into the restricted area. Remember, go to a place where there is no purple mist. If you encounter danger, crush the necklace immediately. It can save your life." After the explanation, Uncle Huzhao jumped up to the top of the mountain in the distance, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. At the same time, the same monstrous aura erupted from several other directions in the Purple Mist restricted area. In the restricted area, The purple fog began to surge crazily, as if it had been stimulated by something. Within a few seconds, these purple mist condensed into huge human faces, confronting the strong men from all directions. "It's now," the plump young woman said in a condensed voice. The Tang family took the lead and rushed into the restricted area first, pushing deeper into the fog-free area. Then the Zhao family, Sun family, Yi family, and others also rushed in. "You follow me closely." Na Feng looked back at Yin Nujio and Man Ning, then strode towards the restricted area. Chapter 462. You are such an idiot. Na Feng was very familiar with the situation in the Ziwu restricted area. After all, he had just been here 2 days ago. There are not many ferocious beasts here. After entering the restricted area for more than 10 minutes, Yin Nujio said in confusion, "The ferocious beasts in the Sun and Moon Mountains are very dense, and you can basically encounter one in a minute or two. Not to mention that this is a restricted area, so there are more ferocious beasts. But in the past 10 minutes, they didn't even encounter a ferocious beast. When things go abnormal, there must be monsters." Faced with this abnormal situation, everyone is paying full attention and carefully observing the surrounding situation. In the Zhao family's team, a graceful young man holding a folding fan smiled and said, "Don't be nervous at all. There are no ferocious beasts here. Isn't it normal?" Upon hearing this, each team looked at the follower of the Zhao family. The young man said, "In the past few days, the insect king has been on a rampage, spewing out a large amount of purple mist. I wonder, which ferocious beast can survive in this purple mist for more than 3 days?" When the young man said this, everyone lowered their heads and thought for a moment, feeling that what he said made sense. Indeed, in this vast purple mist, which ferocious beast could survive for more than 3 days? Even if he could survive, he would have escaped from the restricted area long ago. Right? In this way, there should not be many ferocious beasts in the restricted area. We just need to concentrate on avoiding the purple mist. Then this task will be much simpler. Boss, I don't think we need to follow the big army anymore. You're right. Let's search separately to see who has better luck. The 8 teams that were originally moving forward as a group were suddenly divided into several groups and dispersed in various directions. Na Feng and Long Wudi did not separate, but continued to move forward, approaching each other intentionally or unintentionally. If something unexpected happens, they can take care of each other. They plan to go to the place where they encountered the stink bug to see if it is still in its nest. Akan, do you think what the Zhao family member said is right? Yin Mingzhi followed Long Wudi and asked softly. Long Wudi pondered. I don't think it's right. Huh? What do you think? The Zhao family's team did not go in other directions, but kept following Na Feng and the others. The young man named Zhao Gu just now snorted coldly when he heard Long Wudi refuted his words. If you think what I said is wrong, what do you have to say? Long Wudi ignored the other party and looked at Na Feng. Lu Shibu, you are better than me. What do you think? Na Feng pondered for a moment and said slowly, you are better than him. I think what you said is right. Zhao Gu almost exploded when he heard this. What's the meaning? Are you two better than me in co-writing? Is it interesting to talk about business? Who doesn't know that you two are both the chosen ones? And you must have known each other secretly for a long time. Fortunately, Zhao Gu was still able to keep his composure. Although he felt extremely unhappy, he still did not take action. In the arena battle the day before yesterday, he had seen Long Wudi's strength and knew that he did have something. If there was a real fight, he might not be able to win. Of course, this is just what Zhao Gu thinks. In the eyes of Long Wudi and Na Feng, all the people here together are not enough for the two of them to fight. Everyone below level 40 is an ant. The 3 teams pushed a few hundred meters deeper, and the surrounding purple mist became thicker and thicker, almost blocking all the way forward. I come. Zhao Gu walked out of the crowd, waved the folding fan in his hand, and released a breeze. The breeze blew by, blowing away the purple mist ahead and creating a narrow path. Zhao Gu raised his head and looked at Na Feng and Long Wudi with both nostrils proudly. Yes, there are 2 brushes. Na Feng praised him casually and continued moving forward. Zhao Gu sneered several times and whispered, idiot. This is obviously a fan. And I only have one. South wind. As they entered the restricted area, vicious beasts began to appear in 2s and 3s around them. These ferocious beasts can survive for 3 days in the purple mist. They are all terrifying beings above level 40. Even Na Feng and Long Wudi dare not provoke them easily. Fortunately, these ferocious beasts did not dare to move. They just stayed quietly where there was no purple mist. waiting for the purple mist to dissipate. Be careful. Long Woody, who was walking at the front, suddenly said with a solemn expression. Nan Feng immediately became fully alert. Long Woody's ability to sense danger is extremely powerful. Others may think that Long Woody is just giving a casual reminder. But Nan Feng knows that Long Woody is telling him that danger is coming. You too. Grab your necklaces and be ready to leave at any time. Nan Feng turned around and said to Yan Nujio and Man Ning. Seeing Nan Feng's serious expression, the two of them did not dare to neglect and held the necklace tightly in their hands. Everyone was about to move forward when a roar of a ferocious beast came from the distance. Ouch! Nan Feng turned around and saw a group of ferocious beasts in the distance that were originally quiet. For some reason, they suddenly became violent and began to run around. The surrounding purple mist also reacted and surrounded these ferocious beasts. There were several ferocious beasts, charging straight towards Nan Feng and the others. Run! Man Ning shouted. These are level 40 ferocious beasts, and they can kill all of them with just a slight claw move. Long Woody pulled out a long sword and blocked it in front of everyone. You go first. I will lead the vicious beast away. Nan Feng said in a deep voice, I'm here to help you. Everyone else should leave quickly. The two of them ran quickly in the other direction, trying to lure the beast away. But this approach had no effect. The ferocious beast simply ignored the two of them, and continued to charge straight towards the large army. Mad, they ran away. Zhao De cursed loudly, turned around and ran away. Man Ning grabbed Yan Nujio's wrist and led her away. A cun! Yan Ningzha murmured in a low voice and escaped from here under the cover of several other followers. The ferocious beasts were chasing after them. These rookies in their 30s could obviously not outrun the ferocious beasts. I'll stop them. A conflagration sets a prairie fire. Zhao Gu turned around and spit out a mouthful of black flames. Then, he waved the folding fan in his hand, blowing out the roaring wind. The fire swelled with the wind, igniting a raging fire that stood between him and the ferocious beast. A ferocious beast roared and rushed into the flames, and its whole body was quickly covered in flames, burning it to the point of roaring angrily. Demon Yao Yen, Man Ning exclaimed. This follower of the Zhao family can actually refine such a powerful flame as Heavenly Demon Yao Yin. Unfortunately, Zhao Ji's own strength is still a bit lacking. Even with the assistance of Tinma Yao Yin, it is difficult to kill these ferocious beasts. Seeing the purple mist slowly approaching, the ferocious beasts hesitated for a moment, stepped into the fire one after another, and continued to run wildly on the demon flames. Compared to Zhao Ji's heavenly demon Yao Yin, these ferocious beasts are more afraid of the purple mist. Crush the necklace. Facing these level 40 ferocious beasts, everyone did not dare to be too complacent and immediately crushed the necklace to pieces. Click. Golden light flashed by. Golden shields appeared on the surface of everyone's bodies, and they were forcibly taken away from the restricted area. Alas, we have no chance of becoming the city lord this year. Zhao De sighed and left the penalty area. Then it would be impossible for them to score on this question. Yan Nujio shook her head. It's just that we have no chance to meet your Zhao family. There are still two people in our Yin family. Those two? Zhao De thought of Nan Feng and Long Woody, and couldn't help but cursed. They were like dogs, running faster than anyone else. Do you expect them to find the location of the Insect King? Yan Nujio stopped talking, and just cheered Nan Feng silently in her heart. At this time, Nan Feng and Long Woody, who were running as fast as dogs, were very close to the stinky bug's lair. Long Woody smiled and said, Brother Feng, you are such an old man. Otherwise it would be really difficult to get rid of them. Nan Feng chuckled. The reason why those ferocious beasts rioted was because Nan Feng secretly flew a reconnaissance plane and dropped a flash bomb among the ferocious beasts. Chapter 463, in 1 minute. We will kill the Insect King. After breaking away from the large army, Nan Feng and Long Woody no longer held back and rushed towards the Insect King's lair as fast as possible. When he encountered purple mist blocking his way, Long Woody punched out and blew it away with the cold wind. About 2 kilometers away from the Insect King's lair, Long Woody slowed down and frowned slightly. He didn't feel the Insect King's breath, so it had changed places. Nan Feng was secretly shocked. This Long Woody could actually sense things 2 kilometers away. There is heavy fog here, and Nanfeng's proud eyesight can only see things about 100 meters away, and cannot see anything further away. In comparison, Long Woody is too powerful. If you stand 2 kilometers away and challenge Nan Feng may not win. It's okay. The Insect King is huge, so it's not difficult to find him even if he changes places. As the saying goes, rabbits know how to prepare more nests. As the overlord of the forbidden area, how can the bastard know this? Brother Feng, let's look for it separately. I have a hunch that the insect king is nearby. Long Woody summoned Shadow of Night and asked him to go to the east. He himself went to the north directly ahead and continued searching. Nefeng nodded and ran wildly to the west. Soon, Nefeng noticed something unusual. There were actually more ferocious beasts in this direction. I see. Nefeng lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then he understood. In addition to self-healing, ferocious beasts can also devour other ferocious beasts, absorb the energy contained in their flesh and blood, and heal their injuries. The purple evil 9 fragrance insect king was seriously injured by the flowing cloud beast, and it probably won't be able to survive just by relying on it to slowly heal itself. If it wants to regain its strength, it has only one way, and that is to devour a large number of ferocious beasts. If Nefeng guessed correctly, most of the ferocious beasts that originally existed in the purple mist restricted area were driven to the insect king and devoured by it. Brother Long, come to my side. I found something. Nefeng sent a message to Long Woody, and then cautiously continued to explore. Most of the ferocious beasts here are over level 30, and there are also a few that are above level 40. They are all very uneasy now, being driven forward bit by the purple mist, and will soon become the insect king's food. So much experience. Nefeng was a little moved. He is only level 36 now, and there is basically no opponent below level 40. However, facing a strong person above level 40, he still has no choice but to run for his life. Because all level 40 experts have their own divine weapons, there won't be much of a difference in equipment. There is another reason. That is, there will be a qualitative improvement when level 39 is upgraded to level 40. Even if he is as strong as an invincible dragon, and the challenge of skipping a level is as easy as drinking water, it will be difficult for him to cross the threshold of level 39-40. Nefeng had thought about finding a place for retreat where ferocious beasts gathered, and then level 40 before leaving the mountain. But as the level increased, he found that hunting ferocious beasts gave him less and less experience, and he still had to gain more experience by killing people. This made Nefeng feel disgusted. It was obvious that the god of creation wanted them to kill each other. No wonder the natives of this world regard them as invaders and are very hostile. In addition to killing people, hunting ferocious beasts above level 40 will also give you a lot of experience. But Nefeng may not be able to defeat them. However, these level 40 ferocious beasts in front of them have been tortured by the purple mist for several days. There are big holes corroded by the purple mist everywhere on their bodies, and they have lost several kilograms of blood. Hunting them is not too difficult for Nefeng. Brother Feng, what's going on? Long Woody came to Nefeng quietly, his eyes observing the group of ferocious beasts not far away. Nefeng told Long Woody his guess. The truth should be what you think. Long Woody nodded and said, as long as we follow these ferocious beasts forward, we can find the insect king. In fact, there is no need to follow the beast. The two of them walked forward for a few hundred meters, and Long Woody sensed the breath of the insect king just in front. Long Woody said affirmatively, we bypass this group of ferocious beasts and kill them directly. Long Woody used the wind of his fists to blow away the purple mist, and opened a path to bypass the group of ferocious beasts and reach a canyon. There are a lot of ferocious beasts gathered on both sides of the canyon, driven by the purple mist. Ferocious beasts fall from the top from time to time. As for the stinky butt bug, it opened its big mouth full of barbs, waiting for the ferocious beasts to jump into its mouth. Nefeng was stunned. Good guy. What about a buffet? This bitch really knows how to enjoy it. The two of them observed carefully for a while, and found that the insect king was more seriously injured than they thought. Flowing cloud beasts have the power to drive thunder. In the battle a few days ago, the two flowing cloud beasts were fully powered, giving the insect king an electric spa all over his body. At this time, nearly 80% of the insect king's body was reduced to a pile of coke by electricity, which was extremely miserable. Nefeng estimated that its current health value should be less than 5%. Brother Long, what do you say? Do you want to do it? Facing the seriously injured insect king, Nefeng was also a little moved. How much experience do you need to gain by killing this big guy? You must do it. Long Woody did not let down his guard at all, because the insect king was seriously injured. He pondered for a moment and said, The Insect King's desperate counterattack is even fearful to those level 40 strongmen outside. We must be careful. Rest assured, I never put myself in danger. The south wind picked up Barrett and pointed to the way he came from. There is a big mountain here. I will go to the mountain to hit it. How about you? Long Woody opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. You have a long range. You are awesome, and you can do it. Once we take action, the strongmen outside will definitely notice it immediately and enter the penalty area. Long Woody solemnly said, Brother Feng, we only have 1 minute at most. We must use all our strength to kill the Insect King instantly. Na Feng nodded, got it. I'll go get ready first and call you later. Na Feng carried Barrett and ran far away, and soon disappeared into the thick purple mist. He did not run to the mountain, but found an excellent position, summoned a reconnaissance plane, mounted all his high-explosive grenades on the reconnaissance plane, and flew in the direction of the Insect King. Later, Na Feng switched the RPG rocket launcher to the standing state and put it on the ground. With the help of the footage returned by the reconnaissance plane, Na Feng began to adjust the trajectory of the rocket launcher to ensure that it could hit the target with one shot. After doing this, Na Feng set up Barrett and began to charge up a blow. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When the charge was fully charged, a wisp of electric light surrounded the barrel. Na Feng tapped the tactical headset and said in a condensed voice, Brother Long, you will take action in 5 seconds. Long Woody, I understand. Na Feng took a deep breath and focused on dual tasks. While launching the rocket launcher, he also controlled the reconnaissance plane to dive down at high speed. Missiles with tail flames and reconnaissance planes loaded with ammunition were stuffed into the mouth of the Insect King at almost the same time. The buffet is coming. Boom, boom, boom. A plane's grenades detonated in the Insect King's abdomen, and explosions occurred one after another. The Insect King twisted his body in pain, raised his head, and let out a sharp scream. Na Feng saw the right moment, activated the Weakness Insight skill, and aimed Barrett's aim at a red to black spot on the Insect King's abdomen. Pull the trigger and the gunfire roars. The light blue light beam mixed with electric arcs penetrated the entire canyon and also penetrated the abdomen of the Insect King. After doing all this, Na Feng shouted, Brother Long, it's your turn. Long Woody, who had already entered a fighting state, wrapped his whole body with true energy and rushed into the Insect King's mouth like a cannonball. He was ready to tear this big bug into pieces from the inside of his body. Chapter 464, Steal My Prey. Court Death. Long Woody plunged into the mouth of Purple Evil 9 Fragrance Insect King and reached his stomach in one step. Oh! So brave? Na Feng was also shocked. Although everyone knew that the Insect King's belly was very fragile, there was no need to fight so hard. Right? Can't you hit it in from the outside? Na Feng would not do such a stupid thing. He took a side step and stepped back several hundred meters to further distance himself from the Insect King. Then he took out Gatling and started shooting. They only have 1 minute at most and must give it their all. Outside the purple mist restricted area, a piercing explosion made all the strongmen squatting outside the penalty area feel refreshed. It was the voice of the Insect King. The plump young woman's ears moved slightly, and her eyes locked on a certain place in the restricted area. In this direction. Has whose cub found the Insect King? Why didn't you notify us? An uncle with a beard on his face asked suspiciously. And listening to the voice, the Insect King seemed to be fighting something? While he was doubting, the purple mist on the outside of the penalty area suddenly began to shrink sharply and floated towards the center of the penalty area. A middle-aged man in a white robe snorted, Someone wants to steal our prey. Go and fight in. The man in white robe turned into a white light and flew quickly towards the location of the Insect King. The others didn't waste any time, and they all went to the depths of the restricted area to kill. All contestants, crush the necklace immediately and leave the restricted area. Uncle Huzha flew into the air and did not forget to remind people who were in the restricted area. Soon, golden balls of light flew out from the penalty area, and each ball of light contained a contestant. Uncle Huzha's eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced around among the light balls, and then said, "The two powerful followers of the Yin family haven't come out yet." The man in white robe looked grim. It seems they are the ones. Hee. Two trash in their 30s. Also want to hunt down the Insect King? I really don't know the heights of the world. The plump young woman suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. If the two of them were killed by the Insect King, wouldn't their natal magic weapon become ownerless? When everyone heard this, their hearts became hot. although they are all powerful men above level 40, and have their own divine weapons. Who would have too many of them? If you don't use it yourself, you can keep it for your descendants to use. If that doesn't work, you can also give it to a strong person, and get it back in exchange for favors. Thinking of this, these people speeded up one after another, wanting to rush to the scene as soon as possible, and snatch the divine weapon. But the Insect King will not let them get close easily. It drove the purple mist that filled the sky to condense into ferocious monsters, blocking these powerful men in their 40s. From the Insect King's point of view, Nanfeng and Long Woody could only injure it a little. But these powerful men could kill it and must be stopped. This also gave Nanfeng and the others more time. Brother Long, you are in the gods and demons of Ganshi. Nanfeng's Gatling was smoking, but Long Woody hadn't seen him take action yet. Is this dragon invincible really giving the Insect King extra food? It's been going on for a long time. But I'm doing the damage all by myself? Fortunately, the Insect King was seriously injured and had weaknesses all over his body. Under Nanfeng's minute-long firepower output, the Insect King lost at least 2% of its health. If Nanfeng was given a little more time, he was confident that he could kill the Insect King. But time is not enough. Those strong men outside the penalty area can get in within 10 seconds at most. Ma duh. Try your best. Nanfeng put away Gatling, swooped out, and came to the feet of the Insect King. He took out the already ashes spray gun from his backpack and aimed it at the Insect King's abdomen. Boom, boom, boom. 5 consecutive roars of explosions. Nanfeng emptied all the bullets in the expanded magazine in 1 second. A big hole was blasted out of the Insect King's abdomen. Nanfeng took out Black Flash and threw it into the bloody hole. A pitch-black space formed and swallowed the Insect King's body. Gigi! The Insect King screamed and hit the cliffs on both sides with his body in pain. Wow! A large number of boulders fell from above, like a shower of meteorites. Nanfeng ran out of the canyon, while avoiding the falling boulders. He had tried his best, and used almost all skill weapons. But the Insect King's vitality is too tenacious to die even in this way. And Nanfeng has nothing to do. Brother Long, the rest is up to you. Just as Nanfeng was about to leave, the tentacles on the Insect King's head suddenly attacked Nanfeng's back. Nanfeng reacted quickly, and crushed the necklace in an instant. A golden ball of light appeared around Nanfeng's body, helping him block the Insect King's attack. But the golden ball of light also became dim, full of cracks, and flew staggeringly outside the penalty area with the south wind. Gigi! After hurting himself like this, how could the Insect King let Nanfeng leave so easily? Its 2 tentacles strike again. There is no way this ball of light, which is about to break, can withstand this blow. Thousands of miles of ice. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply and frost spread. Nanfeng activated the skill of Ice Ring, trying to freeze the Insect King's tentacles. But he also knows this is unrealistic. How could the Insect King, who was over level 40, be so frozen? But to Nanfeng's surprise, the tentacles were instantly covered with frost, and the speed slowed down very much, and became slower and slower, and finally fell softly to the ground, and was frozen into ice. Is the frozen ring so big? Nanfeng was shocked. He had always felt that this piece of equipment was a bit useless, and he had not used it a few times since he obtained it. If he had known it was so powerful, then he wouldn't have had a chance to use it. The attack range of Nanfeng is too far, and the frozen ring can only freeze things around it, which is indeed not a good match for Nanfeng. Wait, that's not quite right. Nanfeng's eyes narrowed, and he realized that things were not that simple. This purple evil 9-fragrance Insect King looks like... Boom! With a loud noise, the huge body of the Insect King fell to the ground. The earth trembled, and dust filled the sky. Long Woody, who was covered in blood, tore a hole in the Insect King's abdomen and strode out. Brother Feng, are you injured? Long Woody arrived at Nanfeng's side in a few steps. Nanfeng shook his head. No. This necklace is quite powerful. It helped me block a blow. That's good. Long Woody laughed and told you good news. Before Long Woody could finish his words, a roar came from the distance. You little thief. How dare you steal my prey? The 2 of them trembled, and were stunned for a second by the roar. Long Woody came to his senses first, and said in a deep voice, Brother Feng, let's go! Nanfeng also reacted and immediately took out the teleportation array. Long Woody and the man in white robe in the distance looked at each other, took out the teleportation array and stood up. In a flash of silver light, Nanfeng and Long Woody disappeared. Hateful. Damn it! Seeing this, the man in white robe roared angrily, drew out his sword and flattened the mountain beside him. When the others saw this, they didn't dare to speak, for fear that the man in white robe would chop them all down. At the same time, Luyun City, Luyun Inn. In a certain inconspicuous room, Huang Yuanming and Mad Wolf were falling asleep out of boredom. Suddenly 2 silver lights flashed, and 2 people walked out of the 2 teleportation arrays placed in the center of the room. It was Nan Feng and Long Wudi. Chapter 465, I'll take the first step. It was so dangerous. I almost died outside, Nan Feng said with some lingering fear. I knew it might be dangerous to go out of the city today. These locals are very bad, and they know how to bully us honest people. Long Wudi responded with a smile. Brother Feng still has the foresight. Otherwise we would have no choice but to teleport back into the mist. Last night, Nan Feng called Huang Yuanming and Crazy Wolf over in advance just to prepare for this situation today. They had finally made a name for themselves in Liyun City. And if they just returned to the fog like this, wouldn't it be that they had been around for so long in vain? When Huang Yuanming saw the 2 of them, he asked, Is someone really going to attack you? Otherwise, we should go back. Luyun City is too dangerous. Nan Feng waved his hand. It's okay. Those people only dare to act arrogantly outside the city, and don't dare to take action inside the city. They have the Yin family as their backers. If the man in white robe wants to kill them, he must weigh the strength of the Yin family. Even if the Yin family doesn't help them, Nan Feng can go to Black Crow City and ask Tang Chungyun to come over and take care of things. In short, Nan Feng will not leave Liyun City in a short period of time. At the very least, you have to get the unparalleled secret gold before leaving. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. The 4 people in the room were shocked and prepared for battle. Nan Feng set up Barrett and aimed at the door. Long Wudi walked to the window and looked out the window cautiously. Crazy Wolf came to the door and made a gesture to open the door. Huang Yuanming was stunned on the spot, looking left and right, not knowing what to do. Who? Mad Wolf asked in a deep voice. Sir, there is a young man downstairs who has given you a gift. The person outside the door answered. Someone brought them a gift. The 4 of them looked at each other, all confused. This is the voice of the waiter. Crazy Wolf turned around and whispered. Commander, do you want to open the door? Long Wudi nodded. Open the door first. Hearing this, Nan Feng put away Barrett, and Crazy Wolf also opened the door. The waiter was stunned for a moment when he saw 4 people in the room, and then handed over a small box. Guests, this is the gift that the young master gave you. Looking at the exquisite small box in the store's second hand, Nanfeng's eyes narrowed. Last night, he saw this small box at the auction venue. And of course the unparalleled secret gold was contained in it. Is it really him? Nan Feng stared into the waiter's eyes. What did the person who gave the gift look like? Describe it to me. The waiter handed the box to Crazy Wolf, then lowered his head and thought for a while, shook his head and said, I didn't see it clearly. Did you not see it clearly? Or did you see it clearly but not remember it? Nan Feng suspected it was the latter, because Nan Feng couldn't remember his appearance either. Guest officers, do you have any other instructions? The waiter asked calmly. The other 3 looked at Nan Feng, who waved his hand. It's none of your business. You can go. Okay. Then I'll take the first step. As he said that, the waiter took out the knife from his arms and stabbed himself in the neck. Snap. The sound of head hitting the ground. A stream of blood spurted out from the waiter's neck, dyeing the entire corridor blood red. Ah! Killing! Help! A series of screams and various chaotic footsteps sounded outside the corridor. The 4 people in the room looked at each other, and they were all stunned. The waiter in your shop is so honest. If you say you want to take the first step, do you really take the first step? He was hypnotized. Long Wudi's voice was low, and he snatched the small box from Crazy Wolf. Let's get out of here first. Huang Yuanming and Mad Wolf didn't ask any questions and teleported directly to Black Crow City. Nan Feng and Long Wudi climbed out of the back window and went to the street to blend in with the crowd. Under the deserted bridge, Nan Feng and Long Wudi put on disguises before walking onto the street again. Such powerful hypnosis. It can actually make people commit suicide without hesitation. Nan Feng sneered and said, Apart from that boy Sikong Bushue, no one else can do it. Right? Long Wudi nodded. It is indeed difficult to find a hypnotist as powerful as him. Long before time travel, Long Woody had been in contact with Sikong Bushua. He knew Sikong Bushua earlier than Nan Fong. And he also understood Sikong Bushua better. This small box. Long Woody played with the box in his hand and shook his head. It was a very ordinary box, with no psychological implication imprinted on it. This box is used to contain the unparalleled secret gold. Nan Fong also looked at the small box. The mysterious rich man at the auction house last night was indeed him. You step back. Long Woody took 2 steps forward and then opened the box. Well, there is no psychological suggestion. Long Woody looked back at Nan Fong. And there was indeed Wushuang's secret gold inside, as well as a note. Nan Fong stepped forward and picked up the note. There were 3 words written on the front of the note: a meeting gift. Nan Fong turned the note over and saw the words written on the back and back. It seemed like he recognized me too. Nan Fong was a little confused, but I was very sure that I really killed him at that time. How did this guy survive? Long Woody patted Nan Feng's shoulder and comforted him. There are many things in this world that cannot be explained by science. And resurrection from the dead is not surprising. Makes sense. Nan Feng nodded. After all, there is a little guy next to him who can be resurrected in place after death, Xiao Nan. Resurrection from the dead is not uncommon in this world. It doesn't matter. If I can kill him once, I can kill him twice. Nan Feng reached out and took the Wushuang's secret gold. I accepted this gift as a greeting and hoped that he would not provoke me in the future. After experiencing so many things, Nan Feng was no longer afraid of Sikong Bushua. In comparison, the old man at Chongyun Luyun Beast King of Boxing Arena in Tianyuan Diyuan Tang. Which of these people is not more knowledgeable and scary than Sikong? They could all kill Nan Feng with one move. Sikong Bushua only dared to hide behind and sneak around as a sinister person. So he had nothing to fear, and nothing to fear. Nan Feng held unparalleled secret gold in one hand and Tianmo Yaoyan in the other hand. With a smile on his face, my natal magic weapon can be upgraded. Sikong Bushua is a great meeting gift. Well, Long Woody pondered for a moment and then said, Brother Feng, do you still remember that after killing the Insect King just now, I told you that I have good news? Nan Feng nodded. Remember. What happened? Long Woody did say this. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a man in a white robe. Then the 2 of them teleported back to Luyun City. And Nan Feng didn't have time to ask in detail. Long Woody smiled and took out a piece of unparalleled secret gold from his backpack. The good news is that the Insect King also exploded a piece of unparalleled secret gold. South Wind. Okay. I spent 30 million yuan on things that I didn't buy last night. But today I got 2 of them. This meeting gift from Sikong Bushua suddenly became useless. Nan Feng compared the 2 pieces of unparalleled secret gold and found that the piece exploded by the Insect King was of better quality. Crystal clear and free of impurities. Brother Long, let's exchange one piece. Nan Feng took the better, unparalleled secret gold in his hand and then opened the panel. The Divine Weapon of Destiny. Upgrade. Chapter 466, he really lost 100 million. Ding! Your natal magic weapon has been upgraded to the Peak B level. Weapon name, Rare Arsenal. Current level, Peak B level. Type, Backpack. Attribute, Backpack Grid plus 4000. Materials required for upgrade, kill 3 creatures above level 40. As the level of your natal magic weapon increases, you will unlock more equipment. Your following skills upgrade. Eagle Eye, Sharp Sword. Sharp Eyes. Your eyes have been fused with Weakness Insight, and you can see through the weaknesses of all things. Explosive Flame Bomb, Demon Flame Bomb. The projectile contains Demon Flame, which can burn everything. You get new equipment. Demon Flame Flamethrower. It can spray out a large amount of Demon Flame, causing a devastating blow to the enemies in front. The flamethrower has 2 modes, Precision Strike and Fire Coverage. Precision Strike spouts out a slender pillar of fire. With an attack range of 200 meters, the distance increases with strength. Fire Coverage. Spout out a sea of fire and attack enemies in the fan-shaped area in front of you. The range increases as your strength increases. Yo, have you unlocked new equipment? Nan Feng looked at his backpack and took out the flamethrower. Nan Feng originally thought that the flamethrower consisted of an iron can and a spray gun. He needed to carry a large iron can on his body, and then use the spray gun to shoot flames. But after taking out the flamethrower, Nan Feng discovered that it was in the shape of a water gun. That's right. It's the kind of water gun kids play with. Demonic Flamethrower. Swish. 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 It's just that the entire body of this water gun is made of unparalleled secret gold. And what it sprays out is not water, but Tianmo Yaoyan. His. I really want to test its power. Nanfeng was a little moved, but still restrained himself. After all, this is a city, and there are people everywhere. Playing with fire can easily burn others. When you have time, go play in the forest. There are few people there, so don't be afraid. Brother Feng, did you get another small water gun? Long Woody took a look at the flamethrower. It didn't look very powerful. Nanfeng chuckled and put the flamethrower into his backpack. Not so great. Next time you see me breathing fire, don't be surprised. Unparalleled secret gold is obtained, and the natal magic weapon has been upgraded. Nanfeng has only one last task left in Liyun City, which is to help Yan Nujio take the position of city lord. But they don't plan to go back to Yan's house now, because Nanfeng doesn't know what the Yan family's attitude is now. What if the Yan family also wants to kill Nanfeng? Wouldn't it be like throwing yourself into a trap if you go back? Brother Feng, we can go outside the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Long Woody suggested, if your natal magic weapon continues to be upgraded, it should also hunt ferocious beasts. Right? Nanfeng was silent for a moment and replied, the system prompt is, hunting creatures above level 40 does not only refer to ferocious beasts. Killing people should also be possible. Kill? It's not that easy. Among those level 40 guys, which one is not a veteran? Long Woody shook his head. Let's go hunt the ferocious beasts. With my help, your natal magic weapon will soon be upgraded to a level. Also, the two quickly reached an agreement and walked quickly towards the city gate. As for the Yin family, let's wait for a while and then talk about it. Anyway, the next test question will not start until a week later, so they are not in a hurry to go back. The two people soon arrived at the city gate. It was noisy here, and it seemed like someone was quarreling. The surroundings were crowded with melon-eating people watching the excitement, and they would boo from time to time. Nanfeng looked at Long Woody. Is there a situation? Long Woody looked at Nanfeng. Go and have a look. There's no one who doesn't like to watch, except Catherine Wiener. The two of them used their strong strength to force their way into the crowd. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Stop squeezing. My pants are about to be squeezed out. Silly guy. Your pants won't be squeezed out. Someone must be taking your pants off. The two quickly squeezed to the front of the crowd. I saw a squad of city defense troops surrounding a homeless man with an indifferent expression. The team leader said coldly, if you dare to continue causing trouble, I will throw you out of Liyun City. The homeless man was holding his head crazily. With panic on his face, my money is gone. What do you city defense troops do for food? Please help me get my money back. Some people in the crowd booed. How much money have you lost? And you just want to trouble the city defense army to help you? 100 million. I lost a total of 100 million. The tramp grabbed his hair hard and laughed like crazy. Ha 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 ha. I have 100 million. I am a billionaire. Ha ha. The melon eaters shook their heads and sighed. Thinking about money is crazy. I still need 100 million. How many people in Liyun City can spend 100 million? I have some impression of this guy. He seems to be a pretty powerful hunter. In the tavern a few days ago, he even said that he had picked up a treasure in the wild and was about to make a fortune. It seemed that he was already crazy at that time. Nanfeng watched all this quietly. He had already guessed the identity of this homeless man, the owner of the unparalleled secret gold. Last night, after Sikong Bushua took the picture of unparalleled secret gold, he definitely didn't pay him, but hypnotized the homeless man. Sikong Bushua should have simply been hypnotized. Today, after the hypnosis was lifted, the tramp found that his 100 million yuan had disappeared, and he went crazy on the spot. This is also a poor man who was teased by Sikong Wexu. Nanfeng shook his head and saw that the city defense army was about to throw the homeless man out of the city. So he quickly stepped forward to stop him. Wait a moment. Nanfeng stepped forward, took out a volcanic stone from his pocket, and threw it to the homeless man. They don't believe you. But I believe you. You hold this volcanic stone. Although it is far from 100 million, it can at least make up for some losses. A piece of volcanic stone is equivalent to 10,000 copper plates. Seeing that Nanfeng was so generous, the melon-eating crowd called him a rich man. There were also a few shameless people who directly called Dad. The homeless man stared at the volcanic rocks. His spirit seemed to be slightly normal. He stood up, bowed deeply to Nanfeng, and strode away from Liyun City in the eyes of everyone. Damn it. Is this guy pretending to be stupid? Sure. Taking the money and running away. How do you look like a fool? This is clearly a liar. Ma duh. I thought I was having fun. But I didn't expect that I was the one having fun? Someone looked at Nanfeng and said jokingly, "Hey, rich man. Have you been fooled?" Ha ha ha. Does it feel uncomfortable? Nanfeng shook his head slowly. Are you uncomfortable? Of course I don't feel bad. When the melon-eating crowd heard this, they were all stunned. He was cheated out of 10,000 copper coins. But he didn't feel uncomfortable? Are you really that rich? Nanfeng glanced around the crowd and said, You all think he is a liar. But in fact I know that he did not lie. He really lost 100 million. Everyone was shocked. Did the homeless person really have 100 million? What nonsense are you talking about here? Someone will ask at this time. You said he really lost 100 million. How did you know? Nanfeng patted his pocket lightly. Because his 100 million. I picked it up. Chapter 467. Let's go and meet this old friend. I really like a saying from people who eat melons. Huh? In the dull eyes of everyone. Nanfeng strode away. But instead of walking outside the city, he came to Luyun auction house with Long Woody. For all items successfully traded at auction, the auction house will charge a handling fee. Sikong Bushua bought 9 items last night, and the total cost was close to 200 million. He definitely couldn't afford so much money. In other words, there must be staff in the auction house who were hypnotized by him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave the auction house last night. Therefore, we should be able to find some clues in the auction house. And maybe we can directly catch Sikong Bushua, Nanfeng said to Long Woody. Regarding Nanfeng's guess, Long Woody frowned slightly. Your guess is very reasonable. But there is still an unreasonable part. Nanfeng, where? Strength. Long Woody stretched out a fist. He was not that strong. You told me last night that there was a level 40 expert in the auction house who personally escorted him to the backstage to complete the transaction. Do you think Sikong Bushua can hypnotize a level 40 expert? This? Nanfeng frowned. Indeed. No matter how powerful Sikong Erboy is, he can't hypnotize a level 40 expert. Right? If he has this strength, does he still need to hide? I'm afraid he appeared in front of Nanfeng a long time ago and let Nanfeng take the first step. Anyway, let's go to the auction house to take a look first. It's coming soon. Nanfeng spoke. Okay. Let me make a disguise first and sell something on the way. Long Woody summoned Shadow of the Night and turned it into a fox fur coat draped over his body. Long Woody once wore this coat, pretended to be a rich man, and sold the Yin family's goods to Luyun auction house at a fair price. Therefore, I also got a membership card at the auction house, which can give me a 9.92% discount on purchases. With this level of identity, it was more convenient for Long Woody to enter the auction house to inquire about things. Nanfeng put on a passerby's face and followed Long Woody, pretending to be his follower. As soon as the two entered the auction house, a staff member with a bulging front and back greeted them. Mr. Long, you are here. Welcome. Long Woody had the signature smile of a playboy on his face, like a second-rate man, and stopped the staff member's shoulder with one hand. Go and call the Linda appraiser to come over. I have some good things to sell in exchange for some pocket money. The staff member smiled. Okay. Mr. Long, please go to the private room and wait for a while. I will go find Master Lin right now. There are many senior appraisers in the auction house who are responsible for appraising the treasures collected from all over the world and evaluating their prices. The last time Long Woody came here, it was this appraiser named Lin who appraised the price for him. In just a moment, Master Lin arrived in the private room. Mr. Long, what good things are you planning to do this time? Master Lin smiled and sat down opposite Long Woody. Long Woody smiled crookedly and took out a purple crystal stone from his arms. How about the beast core of the purple evil 9 fragrance insect king? It's a good thing. Right? The smile on Master Lin's face froze, and he immediately took the purple crystal and looked at it carefully. Such a pure beast core, not damaged at all. Master Lin took a breath of air and looked at Long Woody. Could your beast core be? With that said, Master Lin pointed in the direction of the purple mist restricted area outside the city. Long Woody smiled. Why? Don't you Luyun auction house dare to accept it? That's not the case. Master Lin waved his hand. Our Luyun Chamber of Commerce still has some strength. It's just a beast core. How could we not dare to accept it? After a pause, Master Lin said, This beast core is very well preserved. Do you want to sell it directly to our Chamber of Commerce? Or are you going to auction it? Long Woody pondered. What price can you offer? Master Lin held out 2 fingers. 20 million. If you want to put it up for auction, I estimate it can be sold for 25 million to 30 million. But it will take a long time. Most people can't afford this beast core, nor can they use it. To sell, the auction house needs to promote it for a week or two so that those who need it have time to come. Long Woody thought for a moment and said, 22 million. Sell it to you directly. The situation in Liyun City was unclear, and Long Woody didn't have time to wait too long. 2 weeks later, it's not certain whether he will still be in Liyun City or not. It's better to cash in quickly first. Make a deal. Master Lin smiled. After this order was completed, he, the appraiser, would also get a lot of benefits. Thank you, Mr. Long, for your support. I have been in the industry for so many years, and this is still the largest order I have ever received. Long Woody laughed and said, Master Lin, please stop joking. I heard that at last night's auction, you sold a piece of Wushuang's secret gold for 100 million, and it was all in the newspapers. My 20 million small business is just a waste. Speaking of this, Master Lin smile visibly faded, finally getting to the point. Na Feng, who was standing behind as a follower, immediately pricked up his ears. What's wrong, Master Lin? Judging from your expression, it seems like there's something going on? Long Woody continued to make insinuations and inquire about the news. Could it be that this incident was a self-directed and staged stunt by your Liyun Chamber of Commerce? Well, Master Lin sighed, Mr. Long, you are no longer an outsider, so there is no harm in telling you. But don't go out and talk nonsense. Long Woody immediately patted his chest. Don't worry. I have been introverted since I was a child. I talk little and stutter when talking to strangers. I will definitely not talk nonsense. Southwind? You dragon is invincible. Jiangzi is telling lies? Hearing this, Master Lin nodded and said, this is what happened. Last night, after the auction ended, Sikong Buishua came to the backstage and completed the transaction happily. That's a total amount of more than 180 million. The auction house can get 10% of the handling fee, which is 18 million. The staff present were very happy and were waiting for the bonuses to be paid at the end of the month. But early this morning, the same sellers from last night came to the door and said that their money was missing. The accountant of the auction house checked the account and found that they also lacked a sum of money. The amount was exactly 18 million. The buyers were dumbfounded, and the auction house was also confused. How could such good money be missed? You have to say that it was stolen by a thief. There are level 40 experts in the auction house. Ordinary thieves cannot steal it. Thieves who can steal it will not steal it. Moreover, in the vault of the auction house, there were mountains of volcanic rocks, and the thief only stole 18 million. It was too strange. The sellers didn't care so much. They insisted that the auction house didn't pay them and made a fuss at the door. But Liyun Chamber of Commerce was not a vegetarian, so they immediately beat up these sellers and threw them out. But this incident was also published in Liyun Daily, and it spread throughout Liyun City in half a day. In addition, there were competitors behind it, and the reputation of Liyun Chamber of Commerce was greatly damaged. The boss smashed 7 or 8 pieces in a fit of anger. Millions of vases could not calm the mood. Hearing this, Long Woody asked calmly, then you haven't thought that the problem might lie with the buyer? Master Lin shook his head, lowered his voice, and whispered, of course I have thought about it. We went to find the buyer early in the morning, but the power behind the guy is too great, and our boss dare not touch him. And during the transaction last night, there were at least 20 or 30 people present, and they all saw him giving the money. What's the use of looking for him? That's it. Long Woody asked in confusion, what is the origin of this buyer? Can't even afford to offend your boss? The Liyun Chamber of Commerce has been able to maintain a firm foothold in Liyun City for so many years mainly because they have a powerful boss. In this 1/3 of an acre of land in Liyun City, all the major families have to give their boss some noodles. Master Lin glanced at the door and saw that it was closed, and then whispered, behind him is Emperor Zun. Emperor Zun? The Emperor of the Falling Sun Empire? Nanfeng and Long Wubai glanced at each other, with a flash of surprise in their eyes. Sikong Buishua actually took refuge in Emperor Zun? Long Woody pondered for a moment and asked, Master Lin, where does this buyer live? I'd like to pay a visit. In the fireworks building in the west of the city. Master Lin did not hide it. This is not a secret. You can find out if you go out and inquire a little. Thank you. After chatting for a while, The two immediately left the auction house after receiving the 22 million. Long Woody said, "Let's go to the fireworks building to meet this old friend." Nan Feng hummed. "Okay. You go ahead." Chapter 468. Cooperate and take down Liyun City. Liyun City. Fireworks Tower. If Liyun Inn is compared to a B&B, then Yanhua Building is a 5-star hotel, exuding a luxurious atmosphere from the inside out. Magnificent and inhumane. Nan Feng and the two stepped into the door of the fireworks building, and they saw a spacious and bright hall in front of them. The hall was full of scantily clad young ladies looking at Nan Feng and Long Woody with their charming eyes. This place is not serious. Nan Feng looked back and forth at the young ladies with critical eyes. These are all bulging forward and backward. Who are you trying to seduce by putting them here? You can tell from the name that it's not serious. Long Woody walked to the front desk and asked the waiter about the room where Sikong Bushua lived. "Are you friends of the learned Master Sikong?" The waiter smiled and said, "Master Sikong has been waiting for you. Come with me." The waiter put a rag on his shoulder, walked upstairs in 3 steps and 2 steps, and motioned to Nan Feng and Long Woody to follow quickly. He knew we were coming. Nan Feng held a grenade in his hand and said in a deep voice, "There might be an ambush above." Long Woody nodded. It was possible. But even if he came, if he didn't go up, wouldn't it mean that we were afraid of him? The two said, striding to follow the waiter. Nan Feng is really arrogant. He even uses his real name when he goes out. Long Woody was indeed arrogant and couldn't stand it any longer. So he had to go up and beat him up. There are 5 floors in the fireworks building, and Sikong Bushua lives on the top floor. The two of them followed the waiter to the door of room number 1 in Tianzi. The waiter smiled and said to the two of them, "The learned Master Sikong was inside." After saying this, the waiter turned around and went downstairs. Long Woody took 2 steps forward and I opened the door. Nan Feng took out Barrett. "Do you want me to use the gun?" "No. I don't feel any danger." Long Woody opened the door and saw 2 identical twin sisters making tea. "Li Man, Li Miao." Nan Feng frowned slightly and walked slowly into the room. "Where is Scholar Sikong?" Sister Li Man stood up, revealing her seductive curves. "The owner was afraid of dying in your hands again, so she left first." Hee. Nan Feng would not believe what Li Man said. This knowledgeable Sikong might be hiding somewhere and preparing to cause mischief. There are only 2 of them here. Long Woody released his true energy and explored the entire 5th floor. Except for Li Man and Li Miao. There is no one else here. Is Sikong Bushua really gone? Nan Feng sat on the chair and poured a cup of tea. "Since he asked you two to stay here, he must have something to say to us. Right?" As expected of the southern god, he guessed his master's thoughts in just 1 second. Sister Li Miao smiled brightly. "Seeing that we are all fellow villagers, the master hopes to cooperate with the 2 of them to help him take down Liyun City." "Ah?" Nan Feng was stunned. He originally thought that Sikong Bushua just wanted to defraud money and loved to gain a foothold in Liyun City. I didn't expect that this guy had such big plans. That he wanted to take Liyun City directly into his pocket? He is going to become a big fat man in one bite. How does he want to take over Liyun City? Long Woody asked with interest. With all the forces in this city gathering together, and a mixture of fish and dragons, how could he win this city? Li Man was neither humble nor overbearing, and replied softly that the master has his own way, and this is not something we need to consider. If you two are willing to help each other, after the master takes over Liyun City, you can each share 30% of the city's annual profits. Good guy. 30% profit? Sikong Bushua's pipe painting is really big. You know, even if Nan Feng helps Yan Nujio take the position of city lord, he can only make some money secretly. This little bit of money may not even account for 1/10,000th of Lianqing's annual profits. But now, Sikong Bushua's opening is a profit of 30%, which is not too high. Of course, Nan Feng would not believe such a casually written blank check. Let's not talk about how difficult it is to win Liyun City. Even if we do win it, will Sikong Bushua fulfill his promise? Nan Feng was skeptical. Long Woody also curled his lips and sat drinking tea by himself. Judging from the expressions on the two of you, it seems that you are unwilling? Li Man chuckled. It didn't matter if he didn't want to help, as long as the two of them didn't stop him. Nowadays, the food in the mist is scarce, and the two of them know better than the little woman. Only by taking down Liyun City can we have a steady supply of food and solve this crisis. I hope that for the sake of the hundreds of millions of people in the Dragon Kingdom, you two will not interfere with your master's plan. Li Man knew that in Long Woody's heart. Those ordinary people in the mist were very important, because that is the foundation of Blue Star. Sure enough, these words really caught Long Woody's mind. He was silent for a while, and then said that if Seekong Bushua really wanted food, then it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to help him once. Li Miaomia lifted up the hem of her skirt and bowed slightly to the head of the dragon army. She had the world in mind. The little girl really admired him. Long Woody raised his hand to interrupt her and stop her nonsense. Tell her. What do you want us to do? The first thing the two of them need to do. Li Manan looks out the window with a smile on his face. And that is to cause chaos in Luyun City. Chaos? Na Feng was about to ask how to call it chaos, when he heard a flurry of noise coming from downstairs. The sound of thumping footsteps sounded, and Na Feng seemed to be able to see a large number of people rushing up. I'll take the first step, and leave this to you two to solve. Li Manman and Li Miaomia spoke in unison, then opened the window and jumped down. Na Feng did not catch up, but took out a few grenades and threw them outside the corridor. At the same time, he held the Yaoyan flamethrower and looked at the door leisurely. Brother Long, who do you think will be the person going upstairs? Long Woody asked. It should be the man in white clothes seen in the restricted area. Nanfeng's tone was uncertain. It was probably Seekong Bushua who called him. I knew the guy couldn't fart well. Next time we meet, be sure to give him a 2-punch. Long Woody summoned the shadow of the night. And the shadow of the night turned into the appearance of Long Woody, standing beside him silently. Soon, a group of big men over 2 meters tall rushed up to the 5th floor and saw the two of them. Sure enough, it's here. Asamu sneered and walked forward. Don't think that I can't recognize you because you are disguised. You are dead today. Are you a follower of Van Yuking? Nan Feng was a little confused. Didn't you get beaten badly enough last time? Do you still dare to come to me? In the last ring battle, both of Asamu's knees were shattered by Nan Feng, and he still walks with a limp. Hearing Nanfeng's words, Asamu looked a little embarrassed. Stop talking nonsense. If you two kill Master Van Yuking, you won't be able to walk out of Luyun City alive today. Behind Asamu, a ferocious-looking giant strode out. The whole fireworks building was shaking. Fortunately, this building was not a shoddy project, so it did not collapse. Level 40 strong man? Nanfeng's face changed slightly, feeling invisible pressure on this giant. Anyone who dares to kill anyone from my Vanu family. The giant glared angrily and raised 2 fists as big as basketballs. Wait a moment. Na Feng stood up abruptly and made an S sign. I didn't kill Van Yuking. Someone was framing me. Fart. Asamu said something foul. More than a dozen of us saw you kill Master Van Yuking with our own eyes. How dare you make excuses? South Wind. Na Feng sighed, already knowing what was going on. You are a knowledgeable Seekong who is riding a horse. You are a dog. Right? Chapter 469, Chaos. Chaos. Now everyone in the Vanu family thinks that Na Feng and the others killed Van Yuking. And no matter how Nan Feng explains it, the Vanu family will only think that he is quibbling and won't believe it. There is no need to explain anymore. Nan Feng and Long Wubai looked at each other and nodded slowly. Boom boom boom. In the corridor, the grenades arranged by Na Feng in advance exploded violently. Wood chips flew and roof beams collapsed. 2 floors of the fireworks building were flattened in an instant. And the 4th and 5th floors were completely gone. Ah! Wipe! A series of screams sounded. And those in the Vanu family whose strength was less than level 40 were all seriously injured by grenades. Some guests on the 4th floor were so shocked by the aftermath of the explosion that they vomited blood and cursed. Court death. The level 40 strongman from the Vanu family roared angrily. And when the grenade exploded, he rushed forward, trying to catch Na Feng. But his eyes suddenly went dark, and he was already in some boundless dark space. What is this place? Vanu Hao was secretly frightened. He didn't know why he came here, and he didn't know how to get out. Just when he was at a loss, a small point of light suddenly appeared in the endless darkness. Exit? Vanu Hao didn't think much, spread his long legs and ran forward. This run lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this period, he also thought about stopping, but he couldn't control himself and could only keep running forward. Finally, the small spot of light became brighter and brighter. Are you about to go out? Vanu Hao panted and plunged into the light spot. The boundless darkness disappeared. Vanu Hao felt his feet go up in the air, and his whole body fell from midair, hitting the 3rd floor of the fireworks building. Third Master. Are you okay? Asamu, who had half his arm blown off by a grenade, quickly helped Vanu Hao up. Van Hao was still in a semi-conscious state, panting and looking up. Directly above him, he saw a dark space that was slowly shrinking and disappearing. How is this going? Van Hao said solemnly. Asemu quickly replied, Third Master. You were sucked into the black hole just now. We don't know what to do. So we have been waiting here for you. Black hole? Just now. Van Hao frowned. How long have I been sucked in? Asemu, 5 minutes exactly. Only 5 minutes? But I obviously ran wildly in that black space for 3 days and 3 nights. Van Hao gasped and stood up. Where are the 2 chosen ones? Asemu said hesitantly. They ran away, and we didn't dare to catch up without you. Waste. Van Hao snorted coldly, and whipped Asemu away more than 10 meters with a big cock. Asemu's face was as swollen as a pig's head. He got up shivering. Danceny! The boss of Yanfa building is chasing the 2 chosen ones. They can't escape. The south wind blew up 2 floors of the fireworks building, which made the owner of the fireworks building very angry. In fact, when the Van family rushed into the fireworks building, the boss had already noticed it. He originally wanted to wait for the 2 sides to fight, but he would step in to stop it, and then ask both sides to compensate the damaged things at a high price. Unexpectedly, Nanfeng was not a human being and blew up 2 floors in 1 second. What's even more annoying is that Nanfeng ran away after the explosion, with no intention of paying compensation. Who can bear this? Tao Yang, the owner of the fireworks building, yelled angrily and chased after her without wearing any shoes. After Nanfeng and Long Wudi left the fireworks building, they ran through the streets and alleys of Liyun City, with Tao Yang chasing after them. For a moment, Liyun City was in a state of panic. You are not from the Van family. Why are you chasing me? Nanfeng turned around and asked as he ran away. Tao Yang yelled, You jumped on your horse and blew up my fireworks building. If I don't chase you, who will I chase? Nanfeng quickly yelled, Go find Sikong Bushua. He will compensate you. When Tao Yang heard the name Sikong Bushua, he became even more angry. He rented the 5th floor for a week, and he hasn't paid me yet. Now the others are gone too. Mad? You are all in the same group. Okay. Then I'll catch you first. And then I'll go find him to settle the score. Nanfeng was speechless. Your mother, Mr. Sikong, is staying in a hotel without paying for the room? Don't you know how to hypnotize? If you hypnotize this boss, he will die. Tao Yang was a level 41 expert with very fast speed. He caught up with Nanfeng and the others in minutes. I'll stop him. Seeing that Tao Yang couldn't outrun Long Wudi, he immediately turned around and punched him. Boom! Tao Yang crossed his hands to block the punch and took half a step back. Long Wudi used the reaction force to escape at a faster speed. What a strong punch! Tao Yang was a little shocked. This chosen one, who was in his 30s, could actually throw such a powerful punch, knocking him back half a step? If he reaches level 40, who else at the same level can be his opponent? Kill! Tao Yang was stunned when Van Hao rushed up from behind him and continued to pursue Nanfeng and the 2. It would be great if these 2 people could be strangled in the cradle. Tao Yang's eyes hardened. He has now offended Nanfeng and Long Wudi. Instead of waiting for them to grow up and settle the score in the future, he might as well take advantage of today's opportunity to kill them directly. Brother Vanu, wait for me. Tao Yang chased after him again. At the front, Nanfeng rushed into the largest vegetable market in Liyun City. There is a huge flow of people here, and most of them are rookies in their teens and 20s, who will break into pieces at a touch. These innocent passers-by will make the 2 pursuers behind them afraid, and will not dare to take action casually. The punishment for killing people in Liyun City is very severe, and their family may not be able to survive. Brother Long, what should I do? Do you want to teleport away? Seeing Long Wudi chasing after him, Nanfeng asked in a low voice. The people chasing them behind are all strong men in their 40s, so they won't be able to run for long. Don't worry. It's not messy enough now. Long Wudi's brain was spinning rapidly and his tone was calm. Sikong Bushua was probably working on something. Since you agreed to help him once, let's help him to the end. Fine. Nanfeng nodded slightly. Then what are we going to do? Long Wudi clenched his fist and aimed at the black gold casino branch in front of him and punched it. Boom! The terrifying fist blow knocked down the roof of the casino. The gambling dogs inside were all frightened, grabbed the money on the table and ran away. Be bold. There was a roar from the casino. And then a drunken drunkard came out. The drunkard glared angrily and looked around for the guy who caused the damage. He happened to see Vanuinghao coming towards him angrily. "It's you? Vodakar?" The drunkard raised the wine bottle in his hand, raised his head, and poured 2 kilograms into his mouth, and then spurted out a mouthful of real fire. The strong wine spurted from his mouth turned into blazing flames, and went straight to greet Vanuinghao. "Silly. You hit the wrong person." Vanuinghao shouted violently, waved his giant-like hands vigorously, and sent out a gust of wind to blow the flames elsewhere. The flames ignited the nearby house, which soon burned. The drunkard was a little more sober at this time, and knew that he was most likely mistaken. At this time, 2 city defense troops rushed from a distance, shouting, "Fight the fire! Everyone, hurry up and put out the fire! Who did this? How dare you set fire to the city?" The drunkard patted his head and said to himself, "Drinking will make things worse." But he still had a tough mouth. The villain complained first, pointed at Vanuinghao and shouted, "Brother City Defense Army. He was the one who did it." Vanuinghao? Chapter 470 Deputy General Yiming. In recent decades, Luyun City's security has been very good. Although there are occasional cases of killing and selling goods, the murderers will choose uninhabited places to attack, so they will not cause too much panic. But today was different. There were 2 daring chosen ones, who not only blew up the fireworks building in broad daylight, but also attacked a branch of the Black Gold Casino and set fire to a street. After the City Defense Army learned of the situation, they immediately attacked with their entire army and ran through the streets and alleys of Luyun City, trying to catch the 2 chosen ones as quickly as possible. But these 2 chosen ones are very good at running. They often disappear into alleys and disappear. When they were discovered again, they had already appeared outside Judeo Street. At the City Defense Army headquarters, Deputy General Yiming was simulating the escape route of Na Feng and his 2 men on the sand table. "Come on. Send 3 teams to the junction of Sunflower Street and Osmantha Street to guard this important road. Lao Ku, if you take the people yourself and go around the alleys near the slums, you might gain something. Where is Wang Han? These 2 chosen ones are difficult to deal with. Please ask the strong men of the Vanu family to take action to prevent our City Defense Army from suffering too heavy losses." Yiming issued orders one after another, commanding the City Defense Army to encircle Na Feng and Long Wudi. Ta-ta-ta-ta. There was a sound of rapid footsteps, and Yiming's other adjutant, Ma Chao, rushed in. "Report to the Deputy General. Yuan Ji and Vanuinghao from the Black Gold Casino are about to fight." Yiming frowned. "What are they fighting for? Still think things are not chaotic enough?" Ma Chao quickly explained, "It's like this. A chosen one lifted the roof of the Black Gold Casino." Ma Chao briefly told what happened. The 2 of them were arguing over who burned that street. The fire was set by the drunkard Yuan Ji, but it was Vanuinghao who slapped him. Neither of them wanted to lose money, and the quarrel was so fierce that they almost started fighting. One of them was drunk and the other was angry. None of the brothers dared to break up the fight. Yiming rubbed his temples and said helplessly, "Where are they? I will go there myself. Both of these people have bad tempers, so we can't let them continue to quarrel. Otherwise, before the 2 chosen ones are caught, these 2 level 40 bosses start fighting again, and Luyun City will really turn into a mess." Yiming quickly arrived at the scene of the incident, and heard Vanuinghao's loud voice from a distance, shouting angrily, "You set the fire by riding on your horse. Do you want me to pay for it? Aren't you bullying honest people?" Not to be outdone, the drunkard Yuan Ji yelled back with a loud voice, "Who told you to charge over so aggressively? I thought you were going to hit me, so of course I had to strike first." Yiming quickly stepped forward and stood between the 2 of them. "You 2, stop arguing," Yiming said in a gentle tone. "The cause of this incident is the 2 chosen ones and has nothing to do with you. You 2 do not need to compensate for the damage caused by burning down this street." When the 2 saw that Deputy General Yiming was present in person, they snorted coldly and stopped arguing. A passerby came over timidly and asked, "Sir, those 2 chosen ones also smashed my stall. I wonder if I can get some compensation." Yiming nodded, "Of course. When I catch those 2 chosen ones, all your losses will be compensated accordingly." Yiming is not afraid of not being able to afford the compensation. The 2 divine weapons alone are already priceless, and it is more than enough to buy this street. Seeing that they could get compensation, the owners of surrounding shops reported their losses one after another. "Report to the City Defense Army. Those 2 chosen ones also robbed the jewelry in my store. Sir, my wife was abducted by them. You have to make the decision for me. And my natal magic weapon. They also took away my natal magic weapon. The people around him became more and more outrageous. And Yi Ming's face turned dark when he heard it. Among the crowd, Nan Feng, who had already changed his face, also had a black head. Even if you say I robbed your things, you actually say I robbed your wife? Do you really think that someone from my south is hungry and not selective about food? Nan Feng shook his head, and while no one was paying attention to him, he quietly withdrew from the crowd and walked away. Just a few minutes ago, Long Wudi felt that the two of them together had too big a goal and suggested running away separately. Nan Feng naturally agreed. After he got into an alley, he immediately changed his face with a tactical mask, and changed his clothes very quickly. Then Nan Feng swaggered back to the scene of the crime and watched Vanu Yinghao and Yuanji quarreling as a melon eater. It would be nice to have a tactical mask. I wonder what's going on with Brother Long. Seeing that there was no one around, Nan Feng quickly sent a message to Long Wudi. Nan Feng, Brother Long, have you gotten rid of the pursuers? After more than 10 seconds, Long Wudi replied with a message. No. There are more and more pursuers. Are they not chasing you? Nan Feng, there are also many pursuers on my side. Long Wudi, there are many pursuers. But you still reply to messages instantly? What about the most basic trust between people? Oops. I should have waited a few minutes before replying. Nan Feng smiled awkwardly and sent another message. Brother Long, don't panic. I'll help you attract some firepower. Nan Feng went all the way along this street, dropping grenades in the corners along the way. Boom, boom, boom. Every few seconds, Nan Feng detonated a grenade. A large number of city defense troops were quickly attracted here, and even Deputy General Yi Ming came to kill them. The chosen one is around here. Yi Ming slowly floated into the air, hovering more than 10 meters high in the air. Looking around, after he saw Nan Feng, his eyes stayed for a moment, and then looked elsewhere. Found me. Nan Feng's face condensed, knowing that Yi Ming had noticed his identity as the chosen one. The reason why he didn't arrest him directly was probably because he didn't want to alert the enemy. Sure enough, there were bursts of footsteps coming from the tactical headphones, and a large number of city defense troops were surrounding them from all directions. Damn. This really helped Brother Long attract firepower. Nan Feng took a breath and decided to strike first. He took out the Gatling and started spinning in circles. 3,600 revolutions in one breath. Great mercy and compassion saved the world. Gatling braved the blue fire, blasting the surrounding wooden buildings to pieces and collapsing to the ground. Ah! Help! Nearby passers-by fled in all directions and collided with the charging city defense troops, which delayed Nan Feng for a lot of time. Yi Ming swooped down from the air, turned his hands into claws, and grabbed Nan Feng's head. Why don't you just surrender? Nan Feng calmly raised his right hand, and the flash bomb in his hand burst out with extremely dazzling light. Yi Ming's eyes were instantly blinded, which made him a little flustered, and he hurriedly stopped and retreated. When the bright light dissipated, Yi Ming could barely see something. But where is the shadow of the south wind in front of me? This chosen one ran away again. Luyun City. Vanu family. Van Yuking's death plunged everyone in the Vanu family into anger. The masters in the mansion came out in full force, vowing to capture Nan Feng and Long Wudi alive. In the entire Vanu mansion, only some guards and servants were left at home. At this time, two young men, one tall and one short, strode into Vanu mansion and walked all the way towards the treasure house. Stop! Who is it? A servant sweeping the floor yelled and stopped the two of them with a broom. After seeing the two people in front of him clearly, the servant's expression changed. You are? Chapter 471. It's you. Straw Hat Man. The sweeper of the new mansion opened his mouth in shock. You? Are you Master Van Yuking? You are not. Van Yuking's eyes were calm and dull. He ignored the servant and continued to walk forward. The servant's brain was confused, and he didn't understand why Van Yuking came back from the dead. He looked at the little dwarf next to Van Yuking again and asked doubtfully, Who are you? The short young man showed a sunny smile and chuckled at the servant. You have never seen me. This sunny young man is none other than Sikong Bushua. Oh. The servant was stunned for a while, then suddenly patted his head and shouted, Master Van Yuking is back. Master Van Yuking is not dead. I need to tell the head of the family this news quickly. The servant ran out excitedly. Van Yuking and Sikong Bushua soon arrived outside the treasure house. The two guards here were also surprised when they saw Van Yuking. Master Van Yuking? How do you? Van Yuking said calmly, Open the door. I want to go in. The two guards looked at each other and opened the door to the treasure house. Yes, young master. The treasure house door opened, and Van Yuking walked in quickly. Sikong Bushua also wanted to go in, but was stopped by 2 guards, without the owner's handwriting. No one can enter, Van Yuking said calmly. He is my friend. Let him come in. The guard's eyes were firm. No. No one can enter without the owner's handwriting. Sikong Bushua stopped Van Yuking, who wanted to continue speaking, and chuckled. You have never seen me. A look of confusion flashed in the eyes of the 2 guards. They are much more powerful than the servants, and it will take some time for Sikong Bushua to hypnotize them. But obviously, he didn't have that much time to wait. Tick. A strange voice suddenly sounded in the ears of the 2 guards. Their eyes suddenly returned to clarity, and they ignored Sikong Bushua in front of them. Sikong Bushua put away his pocket watch and strode into the treasure house. The treasure house of the new mansion has 3 floors. There are many kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which are extremely valuable. As he walked, Sikong Bushua put the contents of the treasure house into his backpack. The backpack is a bit small, having just plundered half of the contents. Sikong Bushua's backpack was already full. He sighed softly and said, Let's go to the 3rd floor. The 2 came to the 3rd floor, where there was a door with a formation carved on it, which could only be opened by a direct descendant of the Vanu family. This is also the reason why Sikong Bushua wants to bring Van Yuking with him. If it weren't for the purpose of opening this door, he could have hypnotized everyone all the way and walked in arrogantly, of course. That is if none of the masters of the Vanu family were at home. Otherwise, he would not have dared to be so arrogant. Crunch. The door to the 3rd floor made a sound and slowly opened. There aren't many things here, but every piece is good and priceless. Unfortunately, each piece is protected by a formation and difficult to take away. Sikong Bushua shook his head. His eyes swept around the room, and finally locked on a piece of dull gravel. Is this it? Sikong Bushua murmured in a low voice. After a moment, he seemed to have got the answer and strode forward. Arriving in front of the gravel, Sikong Bushua looked at the introduction text on the side. The fragments of the unknown natal divine weapon. The energy in them has not been completely dissipated. May be useful in 270192 of the original calendar. Vanu Kingong picked it up while digging out a bird's nest. Fragments of an unknown divine weapon? Sikong Bushua chuckled and slowly stretched out his hand, preparing to take away the gravel. The formation protecting the gravel shimmered and ignited purple-brown flames, trying to stop this thieving hand. But a cold wind suddenly blew, and the flames were extinguished instantly. Sikong's knowledgeable right hand reached forward and held the gravel in his hand. Got it. Sikong Bushua put the gravel into his backpack and was about to steal something else when his face darkened. The head of the Vanu family is back? Really? It's not a very valuable thing. Do you need to watch it so closely? Complaining on his lips, Sikong Bushua quickly left Vanu's house without staying any longer. On the 3rd floor of the treasure house, there was only a dull-looking Van Yuking, standing there blankly. 5 minutes later, Venusian rushed into the treasure house like a truck and rushed to the 3rd floor in a few steps. Xing? Seeing that Van Yuking was really alive, Venusian's hanging heart finally relaxed. The Wadika people are very weak in carrying on their family lineage. They often have to work hard for several years before their wives can conceive a child. Venusian had 8 wives, but only 3 children, 2 of whom were daughters. To him, Van Yuking is his sweetheart. At this time, Venusian was so happy to see that his beloved was still alive and well, even if something was lost in the treasure house. He didn't take it to heart. Those are all external things. So if you lose them, just throw them away. What can be more important than my Qing'e? But soon, Venusian discovered something was wrong. Why is his Qing'er's eyes dull? Like a fool? Qing'er? Can you hear me? Venusian yelled a few words. But when Van Yuking still didn't respond, he immediately thrust his penis over. Your father is talking to you! This slap made Van Yuking's eyes gleam with stars, and blood bleeded from the corner of his mouth. His confused eyes finally regained some clarity, looking at the tall and powerful old father in front of him. Van Yuking tilted his head and made a confused sound. Huh? In Ludian City, in a small tea house, Long Woody wore a straw hat with the brim lowered, covering most of his face. He also wrapped his whole body with jinchi, suppressed his breath, and pretended to be a rookie in his 20s to avoid the search of the city defense army. I don't know what's going on with Brother Feng. Long Woody thought for a while and sent a message to Nan Feng. Brother Feng, do you still have many pursuers over there? Nan Feng, not much. What about you? Long Woody, I am safe for the time being. Thanks to you helping me lure away the masters of the Vanu family. Otherwise, I would still be in some danger. 10 minutes ago, a large group of strong men from the Vanu family suddenly appeared, looking for traces of Long Woody everywhere. Among them, there are 7 or 8 strong ones above level 40. Just when Long Woody felt that it was very difficult to deal with, and was about to use the teleportation array to escape, the group of strong men from the Vanu family suddenly disappeared again. Long Woody thought it was Na Feng who had lured them away, and was a little worried. But Na Feng was confused. Huh? A master of the Vanu family? I haven't seen it before. Those who are chasing me are city defense troops. Long Woody frowned. What about the Vanu family? Where have they all gone? Are they ambushing us somewhere? The more Long Woody thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. He quickly contacted Na Feng. Brother Feng, we must leave Liyun City as soon as possible. Na Feng, that's what I meant. Where are you now? I'll go find you first. Long Woody, I'm in a small tea house outside the slums in the west of the city. It's fairly safe here, and it's close to the west gate. You can come over. Na Feng, okay. Come right away. Long Woody turned off the panel, let out his true energy, and watched every move on the 2 nearby streets. At this time, a ragged homeless man passed by the door of the small tea house. He glanced around the tea house with dull eyes, and when he saw Long Woody, a ray of light immediately burst out. Long Woody also noticed the other person. His face hardened, and he was ready to punch him. But the tramp's next words almost made Long Woody stop. It's you. It's you? The tramp used all his strength and roared loudly. Straw Hat Man, give me back the ticket stub. Give me back my ticket stub. Chapter 472. Leaving Liyun City. Outside a small tea house in the west of the city, the homeless man rushed in angrily, and the stench emanating from his body made the guests narrow their eyes. Give me back my money. The homeless man glared at Long Woody fiercely. Long Woody looked at him with a calm expression. Brother, you got the wrong person. Impossible. I recognize this straw hat. The tramp stretched out his black fingers. I will never forget the pattern details of this straw hat in my life. You are the man in straw hat who defrauded me of my ticket stubs. Long Woody's mouth twitched. He wore it casually. This straw hat was clearly the one he picked up at the roadside stall just now. It was completely different from the straw hat Fei Ying wore. Why is this tramp talking nonsense with his eyes open? Seeing Long Woody still sitting calmly on the chair, the tramp trembled with anger. I, Qian Laosan, am a good citizen, with a wife and children who live a comfortable life. It's because of you that I lost everything and my wife ran away with Mr. Wang next door. You return my hard-earned money. Otherwise, I will crash to death here. The guests in the tea house turned their heads and looked over with interest. And from time to time they even whispered. Even outside the tea house, there were passers-by who were attracted by the stories told by the homeless man and pointed at Long Woody. At the end of the street, a city defense army team discovered the situation here and was striding over. Long Woody sighed secretly. Who in the family understands? The fugitive prince escaped the pursuers, but was caught by a gambling dog. Long Woody took out 100 copper coins from his pocket and put it on the table. Take the money and get out of here. Don't disturb me drinking tea. Qian Laosan snorted. You want me to leave for 100 copper coins? Are you sending beggars away? Long Woody took out another 100 copper coins and put it on the table. Qian Laosan was dismissive. You made me bankrupt. Do you think that's the end of the compensation of 200 copper coins? Long Woody took out another 100 copper coins. Qian Laosan put his hands on his hips and looked arrogant. Who wants this little coin from you? I want to report to the official. I want the city defense army to arrest you. Long Woody glared at him coldly. If you don't get out, you won't even be able to get these 300 copper coins. Upon hearing this, Qian Laosan immediately put the things on the table into his pocket, nodded and bowed and said, Master, I'm really sorry. I just recognized the wrong person. The plot reversed so quickly that the crowd didn't even react. Co-author you tramp just said so much. You just put it here to make up a story. Long Woody's tone was cold. Get out of here. Okay. I'll get out of here. Qian Laosan, who was carrying a huge sum of 300 copper coins, ran out happily and happened to meet the city defense army team coming. The team leader looked around and asked, What's going on? What are you all doing here? Seeing that the city defense army had really arrived, Qian Laosan was shocked and replied tremblingly, Sirs, it's okay. Nothing is happening here. The team leader looked at the homeless man, then at Long Woody, who was drinking tea in the tea house. his eyes slightly focused. This man wearing a straw hat is so calm. There's something wrong with this guy. Catch him! The squad leader suddenly shouted loudly and rushed towards Long Woody. With such a vision, it would be a pity not to be a captain. Long Woody circulated his energy and poured out the tea in the cup. With the blessing of true energy, every drop of the tea weighed dozens of kilograms, making the city defense troops howl and scream when they hit it. Call out! Long Woody rushed out of the tea house, punched the shocked Qian Laosan, and took out the coins in his pocket. Betting on dogs means you have nothing in the end. After leaving these words lightly, Long Woody disappeared at the end of the street. Chase! The team leader rushed out of the tea house and shouted, calling for support. There is a chosen one here, but Long Woody can run as fast as a dog. When support arrives, where can he find his shadow? Outside the tea house, Qian Laosan stood up holding his stomach, his legs shaking like an electric motor, and a look of pain on his face. Long Woody's punch was not forceful. Otherwise Qian Laosan would not be able to stand up again after he fell down. Money! My money! Qian Laosan panicked and put his hand into his pocket and fumbled around, and found out a lot of copper coins. He counted, and there were 20 left. Fortunately, there was a secret compartment in my pocket, so the Straw Hat Man didn't steal all my coins. Qian Laosan breathed a long sigh of relief, held the 20 copper coins tightly, and walked towards the Black Gold Casino with a firm gaze. He silently recited his motto in his heart. Lu Daozai could win 37 million with 20 copper coins back then. Today, I, Qian Laosan, can do it too. An hour later, the south gate of Liyun City. Nan Feng and Long Woody met in a crowded vegetable market. Didn't you say go to the west of the city? Why did you come to the south of the city again? Nan Feng spoke in a low voice. The west side of the city is full of city defense troops, and they can't get out. Long Woody watched and listened in all directions, and after confirming that there were no pursuers nearby, he whispered, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. We are leaving the city now. Nan Feng nodded. If there is such a big commotion, it should be considered a chaos. Right? I don't know what Sikong Wushu is doing. Leave him alone. Long Woody waved his hand, and the masters of the Venu family disappeared. As the saying goes, those hiding in the dark are the most terrifying. If we don't leave Liyun City, we may not be able to escape. But how did Long Woody know that the strong man from the Venu family was not missing, but had gone home? Vanyaking did not die and returned home safely, which shows that Nan Feng and the two were most likely wronged. The Venu family wronged Nan Feng and Long Woody. Liyun City was in chaos. The fireworks building was blown up. The roof of the Black Gold Casino was ripped off, and a street was burned down. So, our Venu family is the culprit of this crisis? The head of the family, Venusian, fell into deep thought, then recalled all the strong men in the family, closed the door of the mansion, and began to pretend to be dead. No one would open the door. This was the reason why the strong men of the Venu family did not continue to pursue Nan Feng and Long Woody. Of course, Nan Feng and Long Woody didn't know about this. They just thought that the Venu family was ambushing in secret. So they ran away quickly. The two of them wore ordinary clothes and walked towards the south gate with ordinary steps, with Long Woody's infuriating cover. The two of them seemed to be only in their 20s, so they were not eye-catching. The trip out of town went smoothly. The soldiers guarding the city gate did not embarrass these two newbies and let them leave directly. As expected of a big city, the city was in chaos, and the city gates were not even closed. After walking out of the city gate, the two of them felt a lot more relaxed, and their voices became louder. Long Woody identified the direction and pointed to the southwest. I remember there is a restricted area in this direction, and there should be many level 40 ferocious beasts in it. Walk! Behind the two of them, Liyun City became smaller and smaller, and soon there was only a small black dot left. Just when the two were about to relax, there was a burst of chaotic footsteps from the tactical headphones. There is someone in front. The footsteps were very far away. Nan Feng picked up the 16x lens and looked through the gaps between the trees. A few figures can be vaguely seen. When he saw one of the men wearing a white robe, Nanfeng's expression changed. Chapter 473. The Man in White Robe. Not good. The moment she saw the man in white robe, Nanfeng's face suddenly changed. Brother Long, hurry up and come this way. Nan Feng put away the 16x lens and ran to the left with a whoosh. Who did you see? Long Woody caught up from behind. His eyesight was not as good as Nanfeng's, and he did not see the group of people approaching in front of him. Nan Feng, Those guys who participated in the trial today. Them? Long Woody was a little confused. This was not the direction to the Ziwu restricted area. How could he meet them? Who knows? Let's run away first. Nafeng didn't understand either. The leading examiner was the one in white clothes. And he looked like he wanted to eat people. Let him see us and that's it. The two ran wildly and hid in a forest 2 kilometers away. Let me observe their movements. Nafeng climbed up a relatively flat boulder, laid down on it, and observed every move of this group of people with a 16x lens. Walking at the front of the team were a middle-aged man with a beard and a plump young woman. Then came Tang Xiaobao of the Tang family and his followers. After that are Yin Nujio, Yan Mingzhi, Zhao De, Zhao Gu and others. Strange. Where is the examiner in white? Nafeng looked back and forth twice, but never found the man in white robe. This gave him a bad feeling. Brother Feng. Someone is coming. Long Woody's voice came from under the boulder. Nafeng looked down and found the man in white robe standing less than 50 meters away from him. This guy walked without making a sound. Nanfeng's face slightly condensed. He set up Barrett and aimed at the man in white robes, with a sneer on his face. The man in white robes slowly walked towards the two of them. Aren't you quite good at running? Run. Keep running. Call out. Nafeng didn't say a word and just pulled the trigger. Freeze bomb. Walk. Without even looking at the result of the shot. He jumped down from the boulder and ran away. Can't leave. Long Woody did not escape with Nafeng, but covered his whole body with Jinchi and looked at the man in white robe seriously. Nafeng paused and looked back, only to find that the freezing bullet he had just caught was caught by the man in white robe with his bare hands, at the cost of only a layer of white mist appearing on his hand. Can't freeze. Can't freeze at all. This white-robed man should be above level 42, which is much higher than Nafeng. You can teleport away when you find a chance. And don't worry about me. The true energy around Long Woody's body emitted a faint red light. His natal magic weapon has been upgraded from B-level acquired energy to A-level innate energy, and his strength has increased by several levels. Even so, Long Woody had no chance of defeating the man in white robe. At most, he could only hold off for a while, giving Nafeng time to escape. Dare to face me. Remarkably brave. The man in white robe sneered and took a few steps forward. You two have special status. Killing you will only bring me all kinds of trouble. I won't embarrass you. Just hand over the beast core of the purple evil 9 fragrance insect king, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I can only find it from your corpses. If you want the beast core, you should have said it earlier. Why didn't you say it earlier? Long Woody smiled awkwardly. I had already sold that beast core. What? Sold? The man in the white robe yelled angrily. How long has it been? Why did you sell it? His newly calmed mood was filled with anger again. Then go to H.L. The man in the white robe flicked his wrist, and a small green snake sprang out of his sleeve. The little snake was as fast as thunder and lightning, and it rushed in front of Long Woody in an instant, opened its mouth, and bit down with sharp fangs. Kung! There was a faint crisp sound, and a water ripple appeared on the surface of Long Woody's body. The little snake's fangs were blocked by something invisible and intangible. Only then did Long Woody react. He reached out and grabbed the green snake 7 inches and squeezed it hard. Squeak! The little green snake let out a scream. Its body became thin and long, turned its head, and bit Long Woody's hand. Another ripple of water rippled out. Long Woody's face darkened, and he hurriedly threw the little snake away. Although the little snake summoned by the man in white robe could not break Long Woody's body protecting chi, it still made him feel troublesome. Can you block Dark Green's 2 attacks? Very powerful indeed. The man in white robe sneered, and a gray-brown mouse emerged from his other sleeve. Gray fog. Go help. The gray-brown mouse screamed and rushed out. Call out. A bullet hit the mouse in the eye and exploded. The mouse screamed twice, but was not affected and continued to rush towards Long Woody. But then a series of bullets came. Densely packed. A trace of fear flashed in the mouse's eyes. These magic bullets can't cause much damage to it, but there are so many of them that it will be very painful to hit the body. Squeak. The rat is extremely agile and can dodge all the incoming bullets. But it didn't notice that it was getting farther and farther away from Long Woody. The small dark green snake couldn't break through the defense, and the gray mist rat couldn't get close. Seeing this, the man in white robe's face became more and more gloomy. He took out a purple mosquito from his arms, which was about the size of a palm. Zichi. Deal with him. The purple mosquito flapped its wings and made a buzzing sound. This sound spread very far. and all the ferocious beasts around who heard this sound were dizzy and unable to stand still. But what makes the man in white robe strange is that this sound doesn't seem to affect Long Woody. As for Nafong, who was hiding far away and firing cold shots, he didn't even hear it. Brother Long, what is that big mosquito capable of? Long Woody heard the voice coming from the tactical headset and glanced at the purple mosquito cautiously. I'm not sure yet. I'll deal with this snake first. With that said, Long Woody took out a finely crafted sword from his backpack. This sword had been stored in the treasure house of Yen Mansion. After Yen Mingzhi was promoted, he promised Long Woody that he could choose any weapon from the treasure house. And Long Woody took this sword with him, because he felt the breath of the divine weapon in his sword. Try it, and see how powerful it is. Long Woody swung his long sword and slashed hard at the small dark green snake. The little snake swam away instantly, and the sword cut a deep ravine on the ground. The power is not bad. At least it can be regarded as half a divine weapon. Long Woody nodded lightly, held the sword tightly, and chased the little snake and slashed at it. The man in white robe looked at this scene with a gloomy expression, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Purple Chi, as sonic attack seems to have no effect on the man in front of me? Damn it. He used 3 beasts. But he couldn't kill 2 novices in their 30s? If this spreads out, where will his old face be? With this thought, the man in white robe decisively summoned the 4th beast, Cinnabar. Kill them! A big spider covered in red hair suddenly emerged from the hair of the man in white robe. As soon as the spider appeared, Long Woody sensed a strong danger. He decisively gave up chasing the dark green snake, turned around and ran away into the distance. Brother Feng, teleport away. As he spoke, Long Woody took out the teleportation array from his backpack and dropped it at his feet. Not only is Nafeng going to teleport away, he himself also wants to teleport away. The man in white robe sneered. Still want to leave? Can you walk away? A large amount of spider silk spewed out from the red-haired spider's buttocks. The spider silk seemed to be alive and wrapped around Long Woody's legs in an instant. There is also a part of the spider silk that entangled the teleportation array, wrapping it 3 layers inside and 3 outside. Long Woody shouted loudly and slashed down with a sword in his hand. But it wasn't cut off. Oops. Long Woody slipped and fell to the ground, being dragged back bit by the powerful red-haired spider. Zhila. From a distance, a light blue laser shot out and hit the spider silk. But I don't know what material the spider silk is made of. And even the watering dragon beam cannon can't interrupt it. After fighting, Long Woody condensed all his energy into his hands and turned them into hand knives. Just as he was about to cut it off with a single blow, a sword light struck from the distance and split the spider silk in 2. Long Woody lightened his legs and was out of trouble. He didn't have time to see who had saved him, and rushed into the forest like the wind. Chapter 474. He is not missing, just dead. A sharp sword energy cut off the spider silk. Long Woody seized this momentary opportunity and escaped from here, not even having time to take away the teleportation array. Who? The white-robed man was shocked. To be able to cut off the threads of Cinnabar so easily, the person who did it must be far stronger than him. After thinking this, the man in white robe took out a handful of black creatures from his pocket and threw them at his feet. On the top of a mountain several kilometers away, Nafeng took a closer look and discovered that these small black creatures were actually ants. Your family runs a zoo, right? There are so many little animals. Nafeng shifted the scope a little to the side and saw a middle-aged man wearing Yin family clothes walking out of the woods. The man in white robe also saw the other party. His face was cold. Yin Xiaolu? What are you here for? Yin Xiaolu put the long sword into the scabbard and said calmly, You want to kill members of my Yin family. Why do you want me to come? Are you from the Yin family? The man in white robe looked at the direction Long Woody left. He is the chosen one. When did he become a member of your Yin family? What happened to the chosen one? Can't the chosen one join the Yin family? Yin Xiaolu estimated that Long Woody had already run away, and was too lazy to talk nonsense to the man in white robe. Lu Xian. Remember? They are members of the Yin family now. If you dare to touch him again, don't blame me for being rude. To hang out with the chosen one is to seek the skin of a tiger. Lu Xian shook his sleeves and took back all the small animals. Since you said he was from the Yin family, then he stole my beast core, and your Yin family should pay for it. Puff. Yin Xiaolu laughed out loud. When did that beast core become yours? You didn't even touch the core of the beast. Lu Xian's face turned pale. I spent money. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Yin Xiaolu interrupted him. If you are unhappy, come to Yan's house to find me. I won't mind fixing you up. After saying that, Yan Xiaolu hummed a tune and walked towards Liyun City with his head shaking. Lu Xian looked disgusted. But he didn't dare to challenge the Yan family. He could only stare viciously at Yan Xiaolu's back, silently cursing the guy in his heart to fall to death while walking. Correct. Yan Xiaolu suddenly turned around, frightening Lu Xian. How did you know that they would go in this direction? Yan Xiaolu was a little curious. You went around in such a big circle just to block them here, right? This? Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, and seeing the murderous intent gradually filling Yan Xiaolu's eyes, he quickly said, I met a pair of twin sisters on the road, and they told me. Twin? Yan Xiaolu thought for a moment, shook his head, and returned to Liyun City. Lu Xian stood there for a while, a little confused whether to pursue Long Wudi or not. But he was still a little afraid of Yan Xiaolu, so he could only give up the idea. Forget it. He has already sold the beast core anyway. There is no point in chasing them anymore. Lu Xian sighed and strode back to Liyun City. If he goes back early, he might have a chance to buy back the beast core. On the top of the mountain in the distance, seeing Lu Xian leave, Nanfeng put Barrett away. Brother Long, it is safe for now. Behind Nanfeng, Long Wudi exhaled. That guy was so strong. He almost got hit. By the way, who saved me just now? Yan Xiaolu. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows as he recalled the conversation between Yan Xiaolu and the man in white robe just now. From the look of their mouths, they seemed to have mentioned twins. Twin? Those two we saw today? Long Wudi lowered his head and thought for a while, but couldn't think of a reason. Nanfeng patted the dust on his body and stood up. Forget it. Don't worry about it. Let's go hunt the ferocious beasts. Let's upgrade my natal magic weapon first. This encounter made Nanfeng eager to upgrade his divine weapon to a level. There is also level, which must be raised to level 40 or above. Only in this way can he have the ability to protect himself in Liyun City. The two of them went down the mountain. Long Wudi took back his teleportation array, and then he and Nanfeng ran towards the nearest restricted area. Halfway through the journey, Long Wudi suddenly stopped. His face darkened. Brother Feng, I have something to go back to. What's wrong? Nanfeng was confused. I'll ask Black Dog to come over and explain to you. I'll leave first. Long Wudi hurriedly took out the teleportation array and placed it on the ground. 5 people quickly walked out of the teleportation array. One of them, Nanfeng had seen before, was Black Dog. Long Wudi looked at the 5 people and ordered, You kill the ferocious beasts around here. Be careful. I'll leave first. After saying that, Long Wudi stepped onto the teleportation array and left here in a flash. So anxious? Nanfeng was a little confused and looked at Black Dog. Brother Dog, why are you so stupid? Black Dog replied angrily. More than a dozen of us in Dragon City formed a team and entered a secret realm. They have been missing for most of the day now. It's only been half a day. Is there any need to be in such a hurry? Nanfeng felt that Long Wudi was making a fuss. If someone in Nancheng disappeared for a long time, Nanfeng would only think that they were picking up girls. If you go so fast, wouldn't it disturb the brothers from doing important things? Black Dog was silent for a moment and explained. Sister-in-law Lin Mimi is also among them. Oops. That's sloppy. It turns out that Long Wudi is going to do big things. No wonder it's so urgent. Nanfeng quickly opened the panel and sent a private message to Long Wudi. Do you need help? Long Wudi, no need. It was okay. And he responded quickly, which shows that the situation is not too bad. Nanfeng turned off the panel and looked at the 5 chosen ones of Dragon City in front of him. I am going to the restricted area. It is more dangerous inside. Do you want to go? Black Dog shook his head vigorously. No. The military leader told us to stay here. Okay. Nanfeng added a friend to them and said, Locals will occasionally appear around here. You should try not to conflict with them. If you are in danger, come to me, and I will rush over as soon as possible. Black Dog clasped his hands in his fists. Then thank you very much, Lord Nancheng. Nanfeng said goodbye to a few people and walked to the restricted area alone. The restricted area he is going to this time is located in the northwest of the Sun and Moon Mountains, and is called the Wanshu Restricted Area. It is said that more than 80% of the ferocious beasts inside are tree demons. These tree demons pierce their roots into the earth and connect them together, turning the entire restricted area into a trap, which is very dangerous. However, to Nanfeng, these tree demons moved very slowly and were restrained by him. What a great place. Time flies. Unknowingly, Nafong stayed outside the Wanshu restricted area for 5 days. He did not step into the penalty area, but stayed on the outside, using Barrett to kill the tree monsters. The good news is, Nanfeng's position is very safe. These tree demons pose no threat to him, and cannot even touch a hair on his head. The bad news is, his position is too safe, and he has not encountered a single ferocious beast above level 40. Although I failed to upgrade my natal magic weapon, I at least improved some levels, which is considered a worthwhile trip. Nafong glanced at the experience bar. His level had reached level 37, and he would be able to reach level 38 soon. One step closer to level 40. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Nafong put away Barrett and prepared to get something to eat. It's been 5 days, and I don't know what's going on with Brother Long. Why is there no sound at all? Nafong lit the fire and opened the panel, preparing to ask about the situation. As soon as he entered the chat channel, he found that everyone was talking about this matter. Andre, fortunately, I didn't go to that secret place. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to get out. Archie, who says it isn't? Long Woody has been in there for several days, but there is still no news at all. And he doesn't know what is in the secret realm. He doesn't even have time to send a message? Edward, Queen Catherine has also been missing for several days. She must have gone to the secret realm too. Right? It's all the fault of that guy named Miles Solomon. It would be nice to just find the secret place and explore it by yourself. But I insist on inviting everyone to go with him. Nafong raised his eyebrows. Catherine also entered the secret realm? It turns out that the secret place they went to was the one Miles Solomon found. Nafong wanted to come before, but he sent Miles a friend request, and Miles didn't even agree. Looking back now, luckily he didn't agree. Otherwise Nafong might have been trapped in the secret realm. In the chat channel, Huang Yuanming suddenly had a bubble. Huang Yuanming, don't tell me. Nanshan hasn't made a sound for several days. Is he also trapped in the secret realm? You ran, huh? So what should we do? Su Ming, if you think about it on the bright side, he might not be trapped in the secret realm, but just missing. Xiao Luo, it's also possible that he's not missing, but dead. Southwind? I haven't posted anything in a few days. How dare you arrange someone like this? I, the Lord of Nancheng, don't have any face? Chapter 475. The black dog was tied up. Nafong chatted with them in the chat channel for a while, and roughly understood Long Woody's current situation. To put it simply, the secret realm he entered could not summon the panel and communicate with the outside world. Therefore, people outside have no idea what is going on in the secret realm. But there is good news. That is, so far, none of the chosen ones who have entered the secret realm have died. It means that this secret realm will not endanger life. It is probably a secret realm similar to a maze and magic array. It is easy to enter, but difficult to come out. There's no danger, so I won't join in the fun. Brother Long will definitely find a way out. Nafong turned off the panel, exchanged some seasonings from Nanchung's warehouse, and sprinkled it on the beef he had just roasted. Fragrant, while eating the sizzling and oily roasted whole beef. Nafong looked at the necklace hanging around his neck. In addition to upgrading in the past few days, Nafong also wore a lucky amulet to accumulate character. There is always an orange treasure box in his backpack. This was discovered when Xiaonan was hunting Golden Rose Spider. Nafong has not opened it yet. Opening a treasure chest requires having the right time, place, and right people. Someone from my south had long thought that today would be the day to open the treasure chest. So I kept it until now. Yes, that's it. Definitely not because I forgot. In the past 5 days, Nafong stepped on cow dung and bumped into a tree trunk. When he was still catching fish, the fish jumped up and slapped him twice, one on each side of the face. He has accumulated enough character. When the treasure box in the backpack didn't react, Nafong took it out and opened it directly. Show up. S-level equipment. A red light flashed in front of Nafeng's eyes. Red. It's really S-level equipment. Nafong threw away the roasted ox leg in his hand, rubbed some oil on the leaves, and took out the equipment from the treasure chest. Eye of Insight. My Buddha is compassionate. Grade, S-level inferior. Type, breast protector. Attribute, none. Passive skill, wearing this armor will make you immune to fatal injuries and gain an indestructible state that lasts for 5 minutes. It can only be used once and will be damaged after use. This? Nafong was stunned for a moment, then shouted excitedly, Damn it. Famous sword. Isn't this the enhanced version of the famous sword Siming? Not only can you be immune to one fatal injury, but you could also obtain an indestructible state that lasts for 5 minutes. Although he didn't know the specific function of Idra's indestructible state, Nanfeng could guess a good deal from this name. This will definitely make Nanfeng's body hard and indestructible. This is a life-saving artifact. The only flaw in the ointment is that this thing is a disposable item and will be useless after use. Also, if it can be used unlimitedly, wouldn't I become Nan-invincible? Nanfeng put on the breast shield happily, feeling an absolute sense of security in his heart. I have a famous sword. What can I say? After eating and drinking, Nanfeng continued his upgrade path. With the protection of the breastplate, Nanfeng became much more courageous. He no longer hid from a distance and fired cold shots, but walked cautiously into the restricted area. As he continued to advance, there were more and more sparse trees around him, almost blocking the road ahead. Just here, Nanfeng looked at a stone 2 steps away and thought to himself. Just yesterday, a ferocious beast was pierced through the heart by a branch sticking out of the ground in this very place, and died. As long as Nanfeng takes 2 more steps forward, he will enter the attack range of the Dryads. He took out the Yaoyan flamethrower from his backpack and switched it to Precision Strike mode. Precision Strike mode spouts out a slender pillar of fire. With an attack distance of 200 meters, the distance increases with strength. This 200 meters is only the initial attack distance. With Nanfeng's current strength, it will be no problem to spray the fire pillar for 400 to 500 meters. Within 400 to 500 meters in front of him, there were towering trees with intertwined roots, too numerous to count. Among them, at least half are tree demons. Burn them all for you. A slender jet-black flame spurted out from the barrel, burning all the big trees in front of Nanfeng. The black flame sprayed out by the flamethrower are demons and demons. To the tree demons, this is the most terrifying thing in the world, because as long as they are stained with a little bit of the devil's flame, the black fire will continue to burn along their trunks until not a single leaf is left. The moment the flames spurted out, the Wanshu restricted area exploded. The originally peaceful tree demons all uprooted themselves and ran as fast as they could into the depths of the restricted area. There are also some dryads with angry expressions on their trunks, stretching out their branches to attack the south wind. Snapped. Snapped. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and 2 branches as thick as forearms smashed down on Nanfeng's head. Nanfeng stepped back half a meter, raised the flamethrower, and burned the 2 branches that came towards him into dregs. It's all from my experience. Nanfeng constantly adjusts its angle, allowing the demon Yao Yin to cover a 120-degree fan-shaped area in front of it. Countless dryads were touched by the black fire and became violent. Call out. A branch suddenly protruded under Nanfeng's feet, almost piercing the center of Nanfeng's soles. Nanfeng's expression condensed, and he quickly took off the lucky amulet. Under normal circumstances, Nanfeng would not be able to detect such a simple attack. He must have been affected by the effect of the amulet just now. I clearly remembered to take off the amulet. Why didn't I? Nanfeng frowned slightly, but the current situation did not allow him to think too much. More and more branches were coming towards him. The strength of the tree demon is much more powerful than Nanfeng imagined. Their tree roots twisted together and turned into 8 big legs, running very fast. Those arms-thick branches could crack the ground with every blow. I couldn't believe how painful it would be if it hit my body. There are also resilient vines running under Nanfeng's feet, trying to wrap him tightly. The countless attacks made Nanfeng feel numb. It's almost time. Withdraw? After all, this was the domain of the tree demon. Nanfeng did not dare to stay too long and quickly retreated to the outside of the restricted area. And his purpose has been achieved. If such a large area of demonic flames were released, at least hundreds of tree demons would be burned to death. This much experience is enough for Nanfeng to reach level 38. But how could those enraged tree demons be willing to let Nanfeng leave like this? They kept shaking the tree trunks, and the leaves above their heads rustled and fell one after another. These fallen leaves rotated at extremely fast speeds, hitting the back of the south wind. Flying Li's sharp knife. Good guy. What about this method? The south wind turned back and blew out a ball of black fire, burning these leaves into ashes. But there are more leaves coming. Whoosh. There were so many leaves that the south wind couldn't hide them all. And soon there were streaks of blood on his body. Fortunately, he had left the Wanshu restricted area, and the dryads behind him did not continue to pursue him. They just kept slapping the ground with branches to vent their anger. As expected of a restricted area, it is indeed dangerous. This 10,000 trees forbidden zone is even more dangerous than the purple mist forbidden zone. Once you enter the restricted area, you are stepping into a trap and will be continuously attacked by countless tree demons. If you can't exit within half a minute, you're basically dead and can only become fertilizer for the tree monsters. It's safer to stay away and fire cold shots. Nanfeng looked back at the restricted area behind him. The demon flame was still burning, and thick smoke rose up, covering the sky above the Wanshu restricted area. I hope that setting fire to the mountain this time can kill a level 40 dryad. Otherwise it won't be very profitable. Nanfeng found a safe place and began to treat the wounds on his body. At this moment, the sound of beeping sounded. Someone sent Nanfeng a private message. Nanfeng opened the panel and saw the black dog's head flashing. Dog brother? Nanfeng frowned. A bad premonition arose in his heart, and he opened the chat bar. Qian Sangu, Lord Nancheng. We have been kidnapped, and they want to see you by name. Chapter 476, Duan Kuan. I'm sure even Jesus can't keep him. The black dog was tied up. Nanfeng was shocked. Who was so bold? You even dare to tie up people from Dragon City. Are you really afraid that Long Woody will come and slap you for your big mouth? The other party wants to see me by name? Who could it be? Heaven and Earth? Sikong Erkshu? Or the white-robed beast tamer? Nanfeng couldn't think of a reason, so he simply asked, Hey, go directly, brother go. What does the person who kidnapped you look like? Black dog, he said his name is Yin Xiaolu. Oh, Yin Xiaolu? Why did this guy kidnap Black Dog and the others? Nanfeng pondered for a moment and guessed Yin Xiaolu's little thoughts. If nothing else, he wanted to call Nanfeng back to participate in the trial. It seems that the position of Lord of Liyun City is still very important to the Yin family. Brother dog, send me the coordinates and I'll be right away. After receiving the coordinates from Black Dog, Nanfeng picked up his bag and hurried over. His bag is buried on his shoulders. 2 hours later, in a dense forest in the Sun and Moon Mountains, a reconnaissance plane carrying a large number of grenades appeared above Yin Xiaolu. Hey go and others. Black Dog said in a muffled voice. He is here. Yin Xiaolu looked at the reconnaissance plane above his head with interest and chuckled. Is this his natal magic weapon? I always thought it was a hidden weapon like sleeve arrows. Black Dog lowered his head and said nothing. No one knows yet what Nanfeng's natal magic weapon is. Some time ago, many people discussed this issue in the chat channel. Everyone had different opinions and put forward various speculations. Some people said that the treasure bag of Doraemon, Nanfeng's natal magic weapon, was immediately retorted, saying that the contents of the treasure bag could not all be arms and firearms, which was unreasonable. Some people say that Nanfeng's natal magic weapon is a weapon that can be transformed into anything he wants. However, some people refute it, saying that they have seen Nanfeng holding a gun in one hand and a dagger in the other, and throwing grenades out. How could one weapon transform into so many? Some people say that Nanfeng's natal weapon is an arsenal, with all kinds of hot weapons, but they are still refuted by others, saying that it is worthy of being called an arsenal even if it doesn't have planes, tanks and cannons? There is much speculation, but no one answer will satisfy everyone. Naturally, Nanfeng would not tell such an important thing, and even if he told it, few people would believe it. Beep beep. There was a sound in Haigu's ear. He opened the panel and saw that it was a private message sent to him by Nanfeng. Nanfeng, tell Yin Xiaolu to let you go first. Black Dog truthfully relayed these words to Yin Xiaolu. Yin Xiaolu pondered for a moment, nodded and said, Okay, you go. Black Dog and the others looked at each other and backed away slowly. After retreating from a distance of 70 or 80 meters, they turned around suddenly and fled into the distance. Black Dog, Lord Nancheng, we have escaped. You should leave quickly. That guy is very strong. Looking at the message sent by Black Dog, Nanfeng shook his head. Unless he teleports away directly, Yin Xiaolu will definitely be able to find him as long as he is still in the Sun and Moon Mountains. There was no point in running away. Nanfeng, it's okay. He shouldn't be hostile. Just stay away. Yin Xiaolu's willingness to let He go and the others go so readily showed his sincerity. If Nanfeng turns around and leaves now, it would be somewhat disrespectful. Whoosh! Whoosh! Nanfeng pulled the trigger and used magic bullets to shoot a question mark on the ground in front of Yin Xiaolu. Yin Xiaolu's face darkened. I let him go. Don't you even dare to come out to see me? He didn't follow the trajectory of the bullet and came over directly. It seemed like he was really looking for something to do with me. Nanfeng put away the teleportation array at his feet and jumped off the hillside with Barrett on his shoulders. A few seconds later, he arrived in front of Yin Xiaolu. Uncle Six, what do you want to do with me? Nanfeng showed a friendly smile. Who do you call Uncle Six and Grandpa? Yin Xiaolu snorted coldly. Don't get close to me. I came to you this time to ask you to go back and participate in the next Liyun trial. Sure enough, it was exactly as I guessed. Nanfeng pretended to be embarrassed and pondered for a while, and then said, I promised Yin Nujio that I would help her get the position of City Lord. And I also want to go back and continue to participate in the trial. But the problem is, Liyun City is full of my enemies now. When I go back, won't I go to the toilet with a lantern to look for food? Yin Xiaolu waved his hand. Don't worry. Those are just trivial matters. The Yin family has already settled everything. Nanfeng was stunned. Zundu is fake. What about the fireworks building? The Black Gold Casino? And the City Defense Army? All settled? How did you do that? Yin Xiaolu said calmly, it will be settled with money. Okay. If you have the money and the ability to speak. You have the confidence. Nanfeng pondered for a moment. It's not impossible for me to go back. I have to pay more. Yin Xiaolu nodded. As long as the Yin family can sit on the position of City Lord this time, you can have as much money as you want. Nanfeng laughed loudly. My uncle and uncle still paint the big cakes with one hand. But I don't like eating cakes. How about you pay a deposit first? Yin Xiaolu laughed dumbly. Do you think I will break my promise? Okay. Just pay the deposit first. After a pause, Yin Xiaolu looked behind Nanfeng for a while. Where is Duan Kuan? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Nanfeng, he won't be back soon. So there's no need to wait for him. A trace of disappointment appeared on Yin Xiaolu's face. Are you the only one? Okay. Come back to Lianqing with me first. Hey! What does your expression mean? Do you think I can't do it or something? Nanfeng rolled his eyes and followed Yin Xiaolu towards Liyun City. The two of them returned to Liyun City before dark. The city defense troops at the city gate glared at Nanfeng with hostility. But they did not embarrass Nanfeng and simply let him in. It's really settled. Nanfeng sighed in his heart that it's great to have money. After entering Yin Mansion, Nanfeng returned to his previous room to rest. There was a brand new tea set on the table. Nanfeng brewed a pot of tea and took a few sips happily. It's so bitter. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and Nanfeng said, come in. The person who came was the female boxer Man Ning. She lived next door to Nanfeng and immediately discovered that Nanfeng was back. Do you still dare to come back? How courageous. Man Ning didn't come in either. She just folded her hands on her chest and leaned against the door frame. There are many people in the city who want to kill you and Duan Kuan. Aren't you afraid? Man Ning probably didn't know that the Yin family had settled everything. Otherwise she wouldn't have said such a thing. Nanfeng chuckled and said, what am I afraid of? I will hide in Yan's house and close the door. Will they still dare to come in? Man Ning was speechless, closed the door and left. Boom, boom, boom. A moment later, there was another knock on the door. Through the sound of footsteps, Nanfeng had already determined that the person at the door was Yan Mingzhi. Why did he come to me? Nanfeng thought for a while, then said, come in. Yan Mingzhi opened the door, glanced around Nanfeng's room, and asked in a deep voice, where is Duan Kuan? A classic line suddenly popped up in Nanfeng's mind. I'm sure of Duan Kuan. Even Jesus can't keep him. I said so. Yan Mingzhi was stunned for a moment. You ate Duan Kuan? Chapter 477 9 Layers Demon Tower. Late at night. Yin Mansion. Nanfeng lay leisurely on the rocking chair and blew water among the group of handsome guys. Huang Yuanming, you may not believe it. Today I went to Linjiang City next door and bought a culture medium that can shorten the growth cycle of plants by half. It is more powerful than a catalyst. Wu Yuanran, doesn't that mean that rice that originally took 3 months to mature can now be matured in 1.5 months? Huang Yuanming, yes. Yes. But this culture solution is extremely expensive. It is used to irrigate rice. Does your family own a mine? Yuran, we can mix it with water. Mixing it with water at a ratio of 1 to 10 will be somewhat effective. Nanfeng, I think Yuran is right. Huang Yuanming, buy more of that nutrient solution. If you don't have enough money, you can ask me to reimburse you. Nanfeng is now rich and powerful, with bulging pockets and full confidence in his words. Why don't you just buy some nutrient solution? Buy whatever you want. Someone in my neighborhood has money. Nanfeng, By the way, how is the situation inside the fog? How big is the food gap? Su Zern, it's very big. People starve to death every day. Fortunately, we have enough food reserves in Nancheng. At least enough for a year. Nafeng, where is Dragon City? Do they have enough food? Long Wudi has been missing for several days. Is there any trouble in Long City? Su Ming, the chosen ones in Dragon City are all very disciplined. How can they be like us? A group of fun-loving people? I asked them to have their feet pressed. But no one came. Nafeng, damn it. Press your feet? Where can I have my feet pressed? Su Ming, in Black Crow City. Wang Yuanming found a group of good-looking young ladies and devoted his whole life to teaching them. Don't tell me. Business is really good. And the economy of the entire Black Crow City has been boosted. Nafeng, I didn't realize it. Wang Yuanming still presses his feet. Wang Yuanming, hi. I worked in a foot-washing city for a while and learned from the technicians. Su Zern, now. We have established a firm foothold in Black Crow City and have begun to develop the economy. We export specialties to several nearby cities. And the results are pretty good. If it continues to develop like this, Black Crow City will definitely become the largest economic city in the Falling Sun Empire. Nafeng asked curiously, specialties for export? What are the specialties of Black Crow City? Su Zern, Black Crow City doesn't have any specialties. But Blue Star does. We have the best carpenters, the best cooks, the best tailors. What they make looks like Kongmingsu, steamed buns, shirts and jeans, etc. All of which are very easy to sell. Wang Yuanming, Nanshan. Do you know what we sell most expensively? Nafeng thought for a while and guessed uncertainly, overalls? Wang Yuanming was silent for a moment and chose to announce the answer directly, which was stockings. Those rich people like to buy silk stockings, but they don't know what to do with them. Nanfeng's lips twitched. Why are you pretending to be innocent here? Don't you know? Duh. There was a slight sound of footsteps coming from the tactical headphones. Nanfeng's ears twitched slightly, and he heard that the owner of the footsteps was Yin Nujio. Nafeng, I have something to do here. Let's talk later when we have time. By the way, remember to make the quality of the stockings a little better, so sales will be better. After saying this, Nafeng turned off the panel, stood up, and walked to open the door. Outside the door, Yin Nujio looked at Nafeng with some surprise. Xiubu. It's really you. My sixth uncle said you were back, but I still didn't believe it. Nafeng chuckled. The next trial is about to begin. Of course I have to come back. Speaking of the trial, Yin Nujio's expression immediately became serious. Yes. Trial. I'll call Man Ning over, and we'll discuss the next trial. After a while, the three of them gathered in Nanfeng's room. Yin Nujio frowned and looked at the empty table. Strange. Why is there no tea set in this guest room? The eyes of the south wind look at the nose. The nose looks at the heart. And it is silent. Man Ning said calmly, maybe it was stolen. Yin Nujio was surprised. Who could come to my Yin house to steal things? Unless... Nafeng hurriedly interrupted. It's quite late. Let's talk about the trial. And then go to bed. Oh yes. Trials. When it came to business, Yin Nujio immediately became serious. I now have 13 points, ranking in the top 5 among all contestants, which is a huge advantage. The next trial is the Ruins Treasure Hunt. I have calculated that as long as we can get the top 3, and Tang Xiaoao and Yin Mingzhuo are not first or second, we can overtake them and become the first place. So this trial is very important to us. In the first trial, Hunting Ferocious Beasts, Yin Nujio only scored 3 points, which was a below-average score. But in the second contest, Nafeng successfully reached the top 8. Later, when the competition system was reformed, the martial arts competition did not continue, but instead went to the Purple Mist restricted area to find the hiding place of the Purple Evil 9 Fragrance Insect King. In this scene, Nafeng and Long Wudi performed exceptionally. Not only did they find the Insect King, they also killed it. After the Yin family argued hard, the referee team added 10 points each to Yin Nujio and Yin Mingzhi, while the other contestants added different points based on the time they spent in the penalty area. After calculating the total points, Yin Nujio reached 5th place in one fell swoop, already very close to the position of City Lord. The contestants ahead of her are Tang Xiaobayan, Mingzhi, Hu Yinti, and Xiaogo. Without Long Wudi's help, Yin Mingzhi has nothing to fear. Hu Yintai and Xiaogo, their followers were seriously injured and disabled, and it was already difficult for them to continue to get high scores. Yin Nujio's only opponent now is actually Tang Xiaobao from the Tang family. Understood. Nanfeng nodded. As long as Tang Xiaobao was dealt with, it would be equivalent to securing the position of City Lord of Liyun City. Tang Xiaobao is from the Tang family. If it really doesn't work, Nanfeng can still go to Tang Chengyun to see if he can put some water in. But there was really no other way. Nanfeng didn't want to owe Tang Chengyun such a big favor. Later, Yin Nujio also talked a little bit about treasure hunting in ruins. Every session of Relics Treasure Hunt involves going to a secret realm called 9 Layers of Demonic Tower to search for treasures. Whoever brings back the most valuable treasures will have the highest score. 9 Layers of Demon Tower has 9 floors in total. Each time it is opened, the contestants will be randomly transported to one of the floors, which is not fixed. More than 80% of the area of the 9 Layers Demon Tower has been explored, and there is basically no danger. But for the remaining 20% that have not been explored, no one knows what is inside. If you are unlucky and die inside, you will have to consider yourself unlucky. Speaking of this, Yin Nujio glanced at Nanfeng with some worry. Xiaobu, there are many people in the city who want to kill you now, and they may do it in the ruins. There are 2 days left. Think carefully about whether you want to go. Chapter 478 Strange Noodle Shop. Someone wants to attack me in the ruins? Nanfeng shrugged and didn't take this matter to heart. He was definitely going to this trial. After all, he had received money from Yin Xiaolu. If he doesn't go, Yin Xiaolu will be the first to let him go. Don't worry. I said I would help you ascend to the position of City Lord, and I will definitely do it. Nanfeng made a few polite remarks. Yin Nujio was so moved that she almost shed tears. Xiaobu, you are so kind to me. That's not a big deal. I just use money to do things. The three of them chatted for a while. And then Nanfeng sent Yin Nujio and Man Ning away and lay on the bed to take a nap. He lay on the bed in a large position, completely relaxing his body. Sleeping is definitely the most comfortable thing in the world, bar none. If you can dream of a beautiful woman, by the way, that would be even better. By the way, I haven't had a dream in a long time. Nanfeng quickly fell asleep and slept until the next day. Crunch. Listening to the crow of the duck-rat beast, Nanfeng rolled up from the bed like a carp. There was nothing to do today, so Nanfeng was going to take a stroll around the city to see if he could buy some materials. There are still many chosen ones in Nancheng, and their divine weapons are all stuck at a certain level and cannot find the corresponding materials to upgrade. I can only rely on the south wind to hunt for goods in Liyun City. After spending most of the day shopping in major markets and stores in the city, Nanfeng was able to gain a little and bought several useful items. At dusk, just as Nanfeng was about to return to Yin Mansion, his eyes caught a glimpse of a Tian noodle shop on the roadside. So literate? Then I, a cultural person, must go in and have a taste. Nanfeng strode into a noodle shop, looked at the menu on the wall, frowned and said, "Boss, bring me a bowl of Chongzamian." The walls are full of dark dishes, such as mutton egg noodles, cow nose noodles, rat head noodles. In other words, this Chongzamian looks a little bit more normal. The noodle shop owner didn't seem to hear what Nanfeng said. He was looking intently at the Liyun Daily in his hand, motionless. "Boss? Boss?" Nanfeng shouted twice more. But when he saw that the boss still didn't move, he could only use his killing move. "Why are there 200 copper coins on the ground? Who dropped it?" The noodle shop owner stood up suddenly. "Mine." With sharp eyes, he glanced at the ground several times, but he didn't see where the 200 copper coins were. The noodle shop owner looked at Nanfeng in confusion. "Nanfeng, I lied to you. Shabi, hurry up and cook some noodles." "Oh, I'm sorry. Sir, my ears are not very good. I didn't hear what you ordered just now." The boss pointed to his ear and smiled apologetically. "Bad ears?" You heard the 200 copper coins fall to the ground very clearly. Nanfeng didn't want to argue with the boss anymore, so he said, "Here comes a bowl of worm noodles." "Not worm noodles." "Don't want bugs?" "Sir, aren't you making things difficult for me?" The noodle shop owner had a troubled look on his face, then put less insecticide. "Hello. Sir, please wait a moment." The boss quickly walked to the kitchen and started cooking noodles. This noodle shop is very small. The noodle shop owner is also the chef and waiter, so he has 3 jobs. Fortunately, the noodle shop's business is very bad, but the boss can still keep busy. Nanfeng was a little impatient after waiting for a long time. But the bowl of worm noodles was still not ready. Mata. The efficiency is so low. No wonder there is not a single customer. Nan Feng cursed and walked into the kitchen, ready to see what the noodle shop owner was doing. Are you trying to poison me? How long does it take to cook a bowl of noodles? Walking into the kitchen, Nan Feng saw the noodle shop owner at a glance. He was holding a handful of noodles in his right hand, hanging above the pot. His whole body was motionless, as if someone had cast a body-holding spell. This strange scene made Nan Feng frown. Boss? 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 You lost your money. The noodle shop owner was startled and suddenly came to life. He lowered his head and looked everywhere. Money. Where did the money go? After searching for a long time without finding it, the boss realized that Nan Feng had tricked him again. And he smiled helplessly. Sir, please stop teasing me. The water will boil soon. Please wait outside for a moment. Huh? The water has boiled. The noodle shop owner stopped talking nonsense and began to concentrate on cooking noodles. Nan Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling something was wrong. Was the noodle shop owner in a daze just now? But he didn't seem to realize it. How long had he been in a daze? There is a problem. There is a problem with this boss. There is a problem with this noodle shop. Nan Feng silently exited the kitchen, leaving 10 copper coins on the table, and then strode out of Tianjian noodle house. I would never put someone in danger. You can't eat this kind of noodle shop with problems. 2 minutes later, the noodle shop owner came out with a bowl of fragrant insect noodles. Sir, where are people? The boss put away the coins on the table, walked to the door of the store and looked around, but saw no sign of Nan Feng. What a weirdo. The boss shook his head and ate all the bowl of worm noodles. Then, he picked up the Luyun Daily that he had not finished reading before and continued reading without moving. Yin Mansion. Canteen. Nan Feng ordered 7 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish and worked hard. At the table behind him, there were 2 guards from the Yin Mansion who were also eating and chatting animatedly. Guard A, let me tell you something funny. Ha ha ha. When I was standing guard at the door today, ha ha ha. Guard B, you are so stupid. But you should smile after you finish speaking. Guard A, okay. Okay. When I was standing guard, I saw an ant. Ha ha ha. Guard B, are you crazy? What could possibly be so funny? Guard A, that ant. Ha ha ha. She fell into the smelly ditch while walking. Ha ha ha. Guard B, you're crazy. What's so funny about this? Guard A, Andy fell into the stinking ditch. Isn't that funny? Ha ha ha. She just kept walking. 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 And fell into the smelly ditch. Ha ha ha. You know what's the funniest thing? After that ant fell into the smelly ditch, she kept walking. 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 Like a fool. Ha ha ha. Guard B, I think you look like a fool. You can laugh at such nonsense for so long. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Nan Feng was speechless listening to the conversation between the 2 guards. Is this funny? It was the ant they talked about that made Nan Feng feel a little strange. Fall into a smelly ditch and still keep walking? Is this something a normal person can do? Could it be that he is possessed by evil spirits? Wait. This ant situation seems to be somewhat similar to that of the noodle shop owner? Nan Feng thought for a moment, put down his chopsticks, and left Yin Mansion quickly. He came to the door of Tianjian noodle shop and found that the noodle shop owner was sitting motionless on his chair and reading Luyun Daily, just like before. Not even a page of the newspaper was turned. Have you been hypnotized? What did Sikong Wushue do? Why is this guy hypnotizing a noodle shop owner? Chapter 479. The Zhao family's follower, Archie. What's Sikong Wushue doing to hypnotize a noodle shop owner when he's so bored? You can't just eat noodles without paying. Right? That's too much. Or maybe he wasn't hypnotized, but possessed by a ghost? Nan Feng pondered. The stupid and motionless look of the noodle shop owner really doesn't look like the masterpiece of Sikong's erudition. Maybe there is someone else behind the scenes? Forget it. People can watch the fun, but don't meddle in other people's business. Retreat. Go home and sleep. Nan Feng didn't stay outside the noodle shop for too long and turned back to Yin Mansion. We are going to the 9-level demon tower tomorrow. Nan Feng decided to have a good sleep tonight to recuperate and kill everyone in the tower tomorrow. Obviously, Nan Feng is not the only one who has this idea. While passing by Manding's room, Nan Feng heard even breathing coming from inside. What time did you go to bed? It's a pig. Nan Feng muttered something softly, went back to his room, laid down on the bed, and fell asleep within a few seconds. He lay motionless on the bed until the next morning. The crow of the duck rat woke him up. Cool? Nefong sat up and stretched out comfortably. I haven't slept so well for a long time. Since coming to this world, Nefong has had few peaceful nights of sleep. The sleep he had last night made him feel physically and mentally comfortable. I'm even a little obsessed with the feeling of sleeping. It's 8 o'clock sharp. Yen Shichi brought Yen Mingzhi, Yen Nujio, and a group of followers to the King of Fighters arena again. While waiting, Yen Nujio also took the time to spread the knowledge about the 9-layer demon tower to Nefong. 9 layers demonic tower is said to be a secret realm, but in essence it is a divine weapon of destiny. A divine weapon of destiny that has been circulated for an unknown period of time. The person who controls the 9-layer demon tower is the old man in the King of Fighters arena. To be precise, the old man only mastered half of the 9-layered demon tower, and he didn't know much about the internal situation of the demon tower because he couldn't enter it himself. According to research, the original owner of the 9-layer demon tower was a legendary powerhouse at level 47. In his hands, the 9-layer demon tower can be large or small, light or heavy. It can suppress mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, and it can collect other people's treasures. I don't know how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures have been included in the 9-layer demonic tower. In this relics treasure hunt, what we are looking for is the treasure in the 9 layers demon tower. After listening to Yen Nujio's introduction, Nefong suddenly realized, do you mind the tower of the King of Towers? A strange accent sounded behind Nefong. Tower? Are you talking about a llama who came from the south carrying a 5-gene pagoda? Who is it? Who is telling Blue Star tongue twisters here? Nefong turned around and found a cheerful and handsome blonde guy standing behind him. Archie. This handsome blonde guy is none other than Archie, the #1 master in the original world #2. The last time Nefong saw him was when everyone joined forces to fight the fallen demon. Why are you here? Nefong said in surprise. Hey, you are allowed to participate in the trial. But not me. Archie smiled and replied. I am now a follower of Zhao Go of the Zhao family. And I am also here to participate in this treasure hunt at the ruins. Followers of the Zhao family? Behind Archie were members of the Zhao family. Nefong glanced at him and found that he had no impression of Zhao Go. But he was quite impressed by one of Zhao Go's followers, Zhao Ge. Nefong had previously praised Zhao Ge for having 2 brushes. And Zhao Ge replied that I only have 1 fan, which left Nanfeng's memory fresh. You are here to compete too. Nefong thought about it. A few days ago, you said that the head of the Zhao family invited you to his home. Is this just for this? Archie nodded and said, yes. The Zhao family values this trial very much, so they offered a high price to invite me to help. Nefong approached Archie and lowered his voice. How much are they asking for? How about I let you win on purpose, and then we split it evenly? Archie's mouth twitched, and black lines stood up on his forehead. Zhao Go's points are higher than Yen Nujio. I can win even if you don't give in. Why should I share the points with you? Very good. Very confident. Nefong gave Archie a thumbs up, and then whispered again. How about you put some water in and let me win? The price offered by the Yen family is not low, so I will split it equally with you. Archie was helpless, smiled and shook his head. You are such an unserious person. I won't tell you anymore. After patting Nefong on the shoulder, Archie returned to the Zhao family. Nefong looked at Archie's back and murmured, I've discussed it with you and you don't listen. Then don't blame me, Nan, for not being a human being. After a while, all the contestants and followers arrived. At the same time, the white-haired old man in the martial arts arena also walked slowly. His right hand holds an exquisite small tower with a simple shape and covered with moss. Nefong looked at the small tower and found that the top of the small tower was somewhat damaged and incomplete. Everyone gathers, and the trial begins. After the white-haired old man said this, he gently threw the small tower in his hand. The small tower rose when it saw the wind in the air, and soon turned into a giant demon tower that was 70 or 80 meters high. Boom! The demon tower landed on one of the arenas, making a dull sound that spread throughout the martial arts arena. There are 9 floors in the demon tower, and each floor is its own space, each different from the other. The 3rd and 7th floors are the most dangerous. If you are unfortunately teleported to these 2 floors, please leave as soon as possible. The treasure hunting time is 12 hours. When the time is up, I will bring you all out. If you have no other questions, you can go in. After saying this, The old man closed his eyes and began to rest. Archie looked around and saw that no one else asked questions. So he could only raise his hand and ask, "If I encounter danger in the tower, how should I get out?" The old man opened his cloudy eyes and replied calmly, "No one can get out before the time is up. When you encounter danger, either solve it or die." When everyone present heard this, their expressions became serious, different from the previous trials. This time, 9-layer demon tower will really encounter danger, and may even endanger life. But everyone is already here, and there is no reason to retreat. Tang Xiaobao of the Tang family took the lead and led his followers into the 9-layer demon tower first. Xiaobu, Man Ning, let's go in too. Good things come first served. Yin Nujio brought Nanfeng and Man Ning to the demon tower. The white-haired old man glanced at the three people and said, "Take off all the storage equipment on your body, and it is not allowed to be brought into the tower." "Oh!" Yin Nujio pouted, took off the 3 rings, 2 bracelets on her hands, and a small pouch hanging on her waist, and handed them to Yin Xiaoqi. "South Wind, you girl have so many equipments on you." Man Ning also took off a bracelet and gave it to Yin Xiaoqi for safekeeping temporarily. The old man glanced at the 3 of them again, then nodded and said, "Okay, come in." Nanfeng raised his eyebrows and suppressed the corners of his mouth that wanted to raise. Looking at this posture, it seems that the old man doesn't know that the chosen one has his own storage backpack. Then I will have to fill up my 4,000 square arsenal during this trip. Chapter 480: The Scorching Sea. Extreme Ice Purgatory. In the endless sea, the scorching sun like a fireball hung high above the head. The terrifying high temperature evaporates the sea water, and the scorching water vapor fills the air, making people dizzy with the heat. Here, Nanfeng stood on an isolated island, looked around, and whispered, "Why is it like a sauna?" Next to Nanfeng, Yin Nujio, whose face was already flushed with heat, explained, "This is the 4th floor of the 9-layer demonic tower. The Sea of Heat. There is no danger in this layer other than being too hot." Before coming here, Yin Nujio had done her homework and carefully studied every floor in the 9 layers demon tower. This floor is relatively safe and has been mostly explored by previous contestants. "I don't think there's anything good to be found here." As Yin Nujio spoke, she fanned herself with her hands in an attempt to lower the temperature. "Nanfeng, since there are no good things on this floor, let's not waste time here and go to other floors." Each floor in 9 layers demon tower has a transfer point that can lead to other floors. However, the location of this transfer point is not fixed and will change every once in a while. Their top priority now is to find the teleportation point first. Yin Nujio stood on tiptoes and looked into the distance, and said softly, "There are several islands over there. Let's go and have a look." As soon as they left, the 3 of them immediately took off into the air and flew towards the island in the distance. This place does not belong to the Sun and Moon Mountains, and there is no no-fly rule. Flying in midair, Nanfeng squinted his eyes and looked far into the distance. He found that the sea was extremely vast and could not be seen to the end. Is the space in this 9-layer demon tower so big? If I keep flying forward, where will I fly? Nanfeng looked at Yin Nujio and asked. Yin Nujio wiped the sweat from her forehead and answered, "The Sea of Heat has a boundary. When you fly to the boundary, there will be an invisible wall blocking your way." "Is there an air wall? I thought this space was infinitely large." After a brief conversation, the islands were already in sight. But Nanfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he lowered his head to look at the sea below him. "I saw a huge black shadow swimming in the depths of the ocean. This black shadow is as large as a football field and is a veritable deep-sea beast." Nanfeng was shocked. "What the hell? Is this what you mean by no danger?" "This? I don't know either." Yin Nujio was also a little confused. The books I read never mentioned that there were ferocious beasts in the Sea of Heat. Nanfeng shook his head. "Everything in the book is out of date, so you can't believe everything in it." "Look at me. I never read," Man Ning said coldly. "Stop talking nonsense and get to the island quickly." Fortunately, those islands were not far from the 3 of them, and they landed on the islands quickly. Even more fortunately, they also found a teleportation point on one of the islands. Yin Nujio patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "The teleportation point is here. Let's go to other floors." "Wait a moment." Nanfeng looked at the unrippled sea level and waited quietly for a few minutes. The giant beast in the depths of the ocean seemed to have no intention of coming to the surface. "Let's go to another floor." Nanfeng no longer waited, turned around and stepped into the teleportation point with Yin Nujio Manning. A white light flashed inside the teleportation point, and 9 small golden stars appeared, floating in front of the 3 people. The 2 stars on the far right are very dim. From left to right are the 19th floor. Which floor should we go to? After a pause, Yin Nugio saw Nanfeng staring at the 2 stars on the far right, and explained that these were the 8th and 9th floors, and they couldn't go there. Why can't you go? Nanfeng was confused. Didn't you notice just now? The top of the 9-layer demon tower was damaged, and both the 8th and 9th floors were damaged. Yin Nugio replied. Oh, it turns out it's broken. I thought the 9-layer demon tower looked like this, Nanfeng said, thinking for a moment. Wait for me. I'll ask Archie which floor the guy is on. This guy Archie wants to steal the first place from someone in our south, so he must be repaired and make him retire as soon as possible. But it was only then that Nanfeng discovered that his panel could not be opened. Damn it! This secret realm is the same as the Town of Despair, and the panel cannot be opened. Fortunately, the backpack can be opened and the natal magic weapon can also be summoned, which has no impact on Nanfeng's strength. It's just a pity that I can't fix the guy Archie. Shibu, which floor should we go to? Seeing that Nanfeng remained silent, Yin Nugio asked again. Nanfeng muttered, whatever, didn't the old man say that the 3rd and 7th floors are the most dangerous? Then let's not go to these 2 floors. Yin Nugio rolled her eyes, and reached out to touch the 5th star lightly. Let's go to the 5th floor. Only about 70% of this floor has been explored, and the level of danger is not high. Call out. Yin Nu's slim body flashed and disappeared. Without saying anything, Man Ning stretched out her right hand and touched the 5th star. Protect Yin Nugio. At the moment of teleportation, Nanfeng's voice reached Man Ning's ears. When Man Ning came back to her senses, she had appeared on a green plane, and Yin Nugio was standing beside her. The 2 waited for a few minutes, but they still didn't see Nanfeng teleporting over. Yin Nugio suddenly became anxious. Where is Xiaoburan? You won't be in danger, right? She thought of the giant beast in the deep sea. Could it be that just after they left, the giant beast emerged from the sea and launched a devastating blow to Nanfeng? Man Ning was silent for a moment and already knew what Nanfeng was thinking. Let's go. He went to another floor. Yin Nugio was puzzled. Huh? Why doesn't he come with us? Man Ning, maybe he thinks we are too weak and will hold him back. Yin Nugio, impossible. Xiao Bu is not such a person. He must have been eaten by a giant beast of the deep. I want to go back and save him. Man Ning. The 5th floor of the 9-layer demon tower. The sea of scorching heat. Nanfeng reached out and touched the 3rd star. The old man in charge of the 9-layer demon tower said that the 3rd and 7th floors are the most dangerous. There must be many areas on these 2 floors that have not been explored, and there are many treasures. As for danger, Nanfeng is not afraid of it. Although Nan is never in danger, there are different levels of danger. Those big families dare to let their direct descendants enter the 9-layer demon tower, which means that no matter how dangerous this place is, it is not that dangerous. It's just a low-level danger. Nothing to be afraid of. So he decisively sent away Yin Nugio and Man Ning, and decided to go to the 3rd floor alone to have a look. It's not that they are afraid of being held back. It's mainly because Nanfeng is rushing to clear the 3rd floor this time. It would be embarrassing to have 2 outsiders watching. What if they demand a share of the spoils? Then wouldn't our 12.7mm large-caliber sniper rifle easily misfire? Call out. The scene in front of Nanfeng changed. The endless sea disappeared, and before his eyes was an endless stretch of icebergs. This is the 3rd level of the 9-layer demon tower extreme ice purgatory. So cold. Nanfeng let out a breath of hot breath. With his current strength, he could still feel a biting chill. No wonder this 3rd floor is one of the most dangerous floors. What good things can be found in these vast tracts of iceberg? Nanfeng looked around and found a shiny stone under his feet. He used the Eye of Insight to take a look and found that it was a piece of diamond bone. Wang Yuanming just needs this thing to upgrade his natal magic weapon. Okay. You picked up the treasure as soon as you came up. Wang Yuanming. You kid is very lucky. Nanfeng happily put the bedraw bone into his backpack, picked a random direction and started walking forward. Within a few minutes of walking, Nanfeng picked up several rare materials. Continuing forward, the sound of fighting came from Nanfeng's tactical headset. Damn it! Is there anyone fighting in this place? Go up and have a look. The south wind turned over an iceberg and saw the battlefield at a glance. One side is the Zhao family, and the other side is a group of crystal-clear ice giants. This group of ice giants were obviously the aborigines here. When they saw the Zhao family intruders, they immediately launched an attack. Nanfeng's eyes searched the crowd of Zhao family for a while, and soon saw Archie standing behind Zhao Go. I was about to go find you, but unexpectedly I met you. Sometimes I have to admit that fate is so wonderful. Nafeng set up Barrett and aimed at Archie's right foot. He didn't intend to kill Archie. He just wanted Archie to temporarily lose some of his fighting power, so that he wouldn't compete with him for first place. Pull the trigger. A magic bullet shot out. The moment Nafeng fired, Archie took half a step back with his right foot. This magic bullet grazed the toe of his shoe and shot into the hard ice. Archie turned his head and faced the direction of the south wind, showing a hearty smile. His expression seemed to say, "How is it? Is it cool if I dodge bullets?" Archie, this guy, has the ability to sense danger similar to Long Woody. Okay. Play cool with me. Right? Nafeng chuckled and directly picked up Gatlin. Hide? I told you to hide.